Plundering the Heavens Chapter 652 to Chapter 703. The little devil's shout was like a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky, and a cracking sound spread all around. For a moment, the world was silent. Whether it was the disciples of the nimble sect or the spectating cultivators, they all felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. Their expressions were complicated and strange. Some people wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. Some people couldn't believe what was happening in front of them and kept rubbing their eyes. There were even some people of virtue and prestige who realized the seriousness of the situation and couldn't help but sigh with complicated expressions. Did the little devil really win? Was he going to cut off someone's head? Although they already knew the stakes of the bet, at this moment, the hearts of the cultivators were still heavy. After all, he was the leader of the nimble sect's peak, one of the top 5 elders in the sect, and was likely to become the youngest Yuanying genius in the Northern Territory. But now, because of a bet, he was going to lose his head to a junior from Nanzhan. For a moment, the cultivators found it very difficult to accept this result. Everyone in the nimble sect had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they had prepared for the bet for a month, they never thought that they would really lose. What should they do now? Could it be that they really had to hand over Elder Shur's head? This was naturally difficult to accept, but if they didn't hand it over, where would the nimble sect's face go? Vaguely, countless gazes quietly looked at Shurfeiyan's face. Shurfeiyan's face had already turned ashen, his hands were stiff, and cold sweat was dripping down his face. He first looked at the Yuanying elder who had been knocked over by Fengxing's small pagoda and was now sitting silently on the altar. The prayer beads in his hand were already spinning like a wheel. After a while, he said in a cold voice, "Little devil, you are full of tricks. Using such a dishonorable method to win against my nimble sect doesn't mean that you have any ability. If you really want my head, why don't you fight me fair and square?" Hearing his words, the cultivators of the nimble sect smiled bitterly, as if these words were somewhat familiar. Didn't the little devil say the same thing before they rushed into the array? But he was rejected by Shurfeiyan. Now that the situation had changed, would the little devil agree? Ha 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 ha, how shameless! As expected, Fengxing laughed out loud. His eyes lit up, as if he had found a topic that he couldn't have wished for. His little mouth chattered happily, casting seal, "You're really a piece of sh*t. You've obviously lost the bet, but you still want me to fight you alone? If you want to fight, that's fine too. First, give me the head that you owe me, and we can fight however we want." The great golden crow chimed in. "That's right. It's only right that you pay your debts. Bring us the head first." Shurmui's face turned ashen and he remained silent. His eyes flickered incessantly as he tried to think of a way to escape. The words of Fengxing and the great golden crow immediately caused the expressions of all the nimble technique sect disciples to change greatly, and they all shouted out in anger. "Little devil, you've already seized my sect's precious treasure, yet must you kill us all? You merely relied on the advantage of a magic treasure to break through the formation. Don't think that you're invincible just because of that. Fellow martial brothers, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's charge forward and kill him." His anger wasn't small, but it was obvious that he wasn't as confident as before. When Shurmui heard Fengxing's words, he also knew that the matter wasn't going to end well. He was both anxious and angry. He was very worried that after some consideration, the Yuanying ancestor would kill him in order to protect the reputation of the nimble technique sect. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. Why didn't he tell the cultivators of the northern region about this bet? Now that there were too many people watching the battle, the nimble technique sect couldn't easily step down from the stage. As his thoughts raced, a trace of ruthlessness rose in his heart. His expression didn't change, and he slowly walked forward as if he was pondering how to answer. However, suddenly, his figure suddenly flashed, and he had already used a teleportation technique. Borrowing the nimble technique sect's formation, he instantly appeared in front of Fengxing. His awe-inspiring palm directly grabbed downwards, and he fiercely shouted, "The bet before was whether or not my nimble technique sect would be able to keep you here. It wasn't just that you broke through the formation. Now that I've captured you, my nimble technique sect will still win this bet. This bastard, I knew he'd play this trick." Fengxing angrily cursed. The small pagoda in his palm pushed forward, and it suddenly expanded several times. It was like a shield, and it just happened to block in front of him. The pagoda's teeth were harder than black iron, and it was difficult for divine weapons to damage it. Surprisingly, the claw of the pagoda didn't even leave a mark on it. Instead, the pagoda's strange light flickered, and he seemed to have lost the ability to fly. With a muffled roar, he fell back into the formation. Seeing this scene, not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even the disciples of the Nimble Technique sect were shocked. They knew that even if the claw of the pagoda was able to capture the little demon, the Nimble Technique sect would lose all face. Raising their eyes to look at the image of the Yuanying ancestor, they saw that the Yuanying ancestor had a desolate expression on his face. He raised his hand towards the void, and a strand of magic power stealthily flowed over, restraining the claw of the pagoda, who was struggling to get up and fight again. He indifferently said, "A loss is a loss. Don't continue fighting. In any case, leave some face for my Nimble Technique sect." The claw of the pagoda was immediately shocked. He turned his head and shouted, "Martial uncle, you really want me to?" The Yuanying ancestor slowly shook his head. Looking at Feng Xing, he indifferently said, "Little friend, although you borrowed the power of a magic treasure, you did succeed in breaking through the formation. Even if we were to fight again, this old man doesn't have the confidence to block that magic treasure. So, even if you win today's bet, how about giving this old man some face and letting it go? If you're unwilling, my Nimble Technique sect can compensate you with a few magic treasures. You want to use money to redeem your life?" Feng Xing faced the dignified Yuanying ancestor, but he didn't show any fear. Gritting his teeth, he sneered and said in a cold voice, "The most valuable treasure of your Nimble Technique sect is in this young master's hands. What other magic treasure can enter my eyes? Since you've admitted defeat, then don't talk nonsense. Immediately cut off that bastard's head and give it to me. Otherwise, this young master will announce the law to the world and make your Nimble Technique sect lose all face." You. The Yuanying ancestor of the Nimble Technique sect didn't expect that Feng Xing would be so difficult to deal with. He didn't give him any face at all. For a moment, he was ashamed and angry, and his gaze became malicious. He didn't want to hand over the head of the claw of the pagoda. After all, he couldn't just take back his own magic treasure. Instead, he had to sacrifice a seedling who might become Yuanying in the next few years. After thinking for a while, his old face gradually darkened and he didn't reply. At the same time, he released a strand of divine sense and transmitted it to the surrounding cultivators of virtue and prestige. "Hee, little friend Nan Zhan, this bet was originally deliberately given to you by the Nimble Technique sect. It's fine if you win, but you'll become famous now. I'm afraid that in a few days, the entire northern region will know of the birth of a young heaven's pride like you. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Nimble Technique sect for fulfilling your good reputation. Why do you have to be so unforgiving? In my opinion, let's just forget about this matter." In the void, an old man wearing a light yellow Taoist robe walked forward with a smile and gently advised. That's right. Brat, do you really think that Taoist Master De Zhao of the Nimble Technique sect can't take you down? Isn't it because he cherishes your life and is afraid that you and the small pagoda will be destroyed at the same time? That's why you took advantage of this loophole. In my opinion, let's each take a step back. As for you, don't mention the head anymore. Return the Gate of Arbitrary to the Nimble Technique sect, and the Nimble Technique sect will owe you a favor. How about that?" A strong man with a fierce-looking face and dressed like a scholar walked out and also advised with a smile. "When you killed fellow Taoist Shi's son, he valued peace and didn't look for you to pay with his life. Why are you so ungrateful now? The divine continent can't be compared to Nanzhan. If you go too far, it will cause dissatisfaction among the cultivators." Another person walked out. In a moment, there were actually 7 or 8 old cultivators with prestige in the northern region who came out to advise. Feng Xing was dumbfounded when he heard this. He exchanged glances with the Golden Crow, and both of them blinked. "Why do I feel like I'm full of mistakes the more I hear, and I'm embarrassed to accept this bet?" The Great Golden Crow also said, "That's right. You're speaking as if they won't take the opportunity to kill you if you lose." Both of their gazes were a little strange. They had never thought that people could be like this. Was it true or false so easily? "Young friend, we also value peace and think on your behalf. After all, you only succeeded in breaking through the formation with the help of a treasure, but not with your real ability. If you leave some leeway now, it might be your chance of survival in the future. You have to think carefully. A chubby man with a round face and a smile that looked like a Maitreya said with a smile, now? Let's just forget about today's matter, shall we? What you said makes sense. Feng Xing also lowered his head helplessly and sighed softly. When the cultivators heard his words, they all smiled and shot meaningful glances at Elder De Zhao of the Nimble Skill sect. These old cultivators all had deep relationships with the Nimble Skill sect, so they naturally knew that if they were to use their words to capture this little devil and save his life, the Nimble Skill sect would definitely owe them a favor and give them generous gifts afterwards. At this moment, looking at the little devil's appearance, it was clear that he was almost at the stage of maturity. However, the second half of Feng Xing's words caused his expression to change greatly. Unfortunately, this fellow Daoist won't work with me. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. Hand over your head. Swoosh, the expressions of the group of old cultivators with prestige in the northern region all changed at the same time. Their expressions were extremely complicated. What a brat who doesn't know when to advance or retreat. I've already taken a step back, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. The head is here. If you have the ability, come and take it. The expression of the Nimble Sect's Elder De Zhao also became extremely unsightly. He said in a deep voice that contained killing intent. This is King Shameless. Feng Xing was both angry and anxious. He glared furiously at the Yuanying ancestor and simply didn't know what to say. Fortunately, at this moment, someone answered for him. There's no need to defend. If someone owes him something, it's the same for me as an elder to take it. Following that clear and bright shout, a green and a white figure descended from the sky. The green figure had his hands behind his back. He was a middle-aged man with a pair of white manes and an unparalleled elegance. The woman was a tall and slender young beauty with an appearance that could topple the world. She carried a small child in her arms. As soon as these two people appeared, the surroundings immediately fell silent. Everyone slightly backed away to show that they didn't dare to offend them. These two people were naturally the Dragon Monarch and Dragon Lady. The Dragon Monarch, who had been indifferent to Feng Xing risking his life to barge into the formation and had no intention of mediating between the two, suddenly appeared at this moment. His words caused Elder De Zhao of the Nimble Sect to be secretly shocked. He turned to the Dragon Monarch and bowed. He smiled bitterly and said, Master of the Kanglan Sea, this was originally a farce between the younger generation. Why must you intervene? Do you really want to force a peak leader of my dexterous sect to death? The dragon god smiled gently without any anger, but he had an indisputable majesty. I don't care about the battle. That's between you and this kid. I don't care that your dexterous sect brought your whole sect here to deal with this little monkey. That would be a disgrace to your sect. You, the ancestor of the Yuanying sect, hid in the formation and waited for a chance to deal with a young man. That would be ruining your own reputation. But you have clearly lost, and you still want to act shamelessly. Do you think that the cultivators of the Sea clan are weak and can be bullied? His voice wasn't loud, but none of the surrounding cultivators made a sound. There was absolute silence. In front of Feng Xing, the dragon god smiled mischievously and did not put on airs. But in front of the cultivators of the northern region, he put on a serious face and spoke coldly. It was like a hammer smashing heavily on the hearts of the cultivators of the northern region, making them tremble in fear. No matter how bad his reputation was, he was still the master of the Sea of Kanglan. Elder De Zhao of the dexterous sect looked at the pale-faced cultivator beside him and his old face fell. After a while, he said in a deep voice, Master of the Sea of Kanglan, I dare not offend the dignity of the Sea clan. But as far as I know, this kid is not from the Sea clan. The smile on the dragon god's face also disappeared. He said lightly, Oh? If he is not from the Sea clan, then who is he? Elder De Zhao said coldly, I only know that he's a junior from Nanzhan. He came to the northern region of the Divine Land and committed many crimes. Later, he killed a successor disciple of my Lingqiao sect in the Tianyi Palace, took away my Lingqiao sect's exotic beast, the flying serpent, and the Lingqiao sect's most precious treasure. Even if you're the lord of the Sea of Kanglan, you can't interfere with Nanzhan's affairs, can you? Old B** starred. Do you have any proof that yours truly is acting like a fool? Fang Xing, who was at the side, was furious when he heard this and started shouting loudly. "Brat, you dare to scold me?" Elder Dezhao of the Nimble sect was startled for a moment before he flew into a rage. Fang Xing said, "I wouldn't dare. Old bastard. Courting death." Elder Dezhao was so angry that his beard fluttered. His killing intent seemed to have caused the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. "Hee, the elders are talking. It's none of your business. Get lost." At the same time, the Dragon King laughed and disturbed the flow of the chi of heaven and earth. The surroundings returned to normal. He then kicked Fang Xing's butt as if nothing had happened and scolded him to get lost. Fang Xing rubbed his butt and glared at Elder Dezhao of the Nimble sect. Then, he turned around and walked to the side of the Dragon Lady. His arrogance was enough to make people's teeth hurt. Who said he's a junior from Nanzhan who doesn't belong to any sect? The Dragon King chuckled and slightly raised his voice. A great amount of invisible majesty spread out from his voice, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel a little fearful. Then, he slowly continued, "If he's just a little wild monkey from Nanzhan, I won't bother with him. Not to mention the fact that your Nimble sect doesn't want to pay the debt, even if you turn hostile and deny it, it's none of my business. But what if he's the divine son of my Sea clan, the son-in-law of the Dragon King?" At this point, he faced the astonished gazes of the surrounding cultivators and said in a cold voice, "Your Nimble sect first set up a formation and used the power of your entire sect to fight against a junior from my clan. Then, you laid down and yuaniing in the formation. Let's not talk about your shameless actions. In the end, you even lost the bet and still dared to forcefully protect him? Nimble sect, let me ask you, where did you get the courage from?" This question was like a bolt of lightning striking down, causing the faces of the Nimble sect disciples to turn ashen. Elder Dezhao opened his mouth but didn't say a single word. But this wasn't the end. After the Dragon King shouted, he took a step forward and directly charged into the Nimble sect's formation. At this time, the Nimble sect's formation had not been broken and the laws were still present. As soon as he stepped in, there was an invisible chi that whistled through the air. However, the Dragon King didn't move at all. With a wave of his sleeve, countless electric snakes surged and tore the Nimble sect's formation apart, sending the disciples flying. Four-sided dragon snake seal. At this moment, the seal practitioner next to Elder Dezhao was also shocked. He had already understood the Dragon King's goal. Disregarding everything else, he summoned the 4 bronze seals and sent them towards the Dragon King. At the same time, he turned around and fled. In an instant, he crushed the 4 talismans hidden in his sleeve. The space around him distorted and he jumped into the air. His figure disappeared without a trace. Facing the Dragon King's attack, he surprisingly summoned the bronze seal to block and then used the talisman to escape. His reaction speed was really not slow. But unfortunately, in front of the Dragon King, this kind of trick seemed to be completely useless. With a wave of his sleeve, an unfathomable space appeared in his sleeve and directly stored the 4 bronze seals in it. Then, his palm didn't stop and directly slapped the void in front of him. Under his palm, the void rippled like the surface of a calm lake. Within the ripples, the figure of the Dharma practitioner who was using the power of the talisman to travel through the void to escape was suddenly revealed. However, the Dragon King just turned his palm into a claw and scooped down. He directly pulled the seal out and pressed it beside him. With just a wave of his hand, he used his sleeve to gather the seal. Using the power of his palm to disturb the void, he turned his palm into a claw and grabbed the person. He was so mighty and domineering that it was extremely tragic. Old Mount Tai is so King awesome. Fang Xing watched from the side with stars shining in his eyes and sighed sincerely. However, the Dragon Lady rolled her eyes at him in dissatisfaction. "When you mention my father, you're not allowed to curse his mother." Fang Xing rolled his eyes. "If I don't curse his mother, it won't be enough to express the surging admiration in my heart." The Dragon Lady was instantly choked by him and couldn't say a word. "Great Elder. Uncle. Save me," the Dharma practitioner was captured by the Dragon King and couldn't use any of his skills. In a panic, he turned to Elder Dezhao for help. However, in front of the Dragon King, even a dignified yuaniing elder like Elder Dezhao could only sigh softly and lowered his head in silence. "Little brat, do you want this gambling debt?" The Dragon King turned to look at Fangxing and laughed softly. Fangxing didn't even think and shouted loudly, "Yes, yes, cut off his head, I want to sacrifice it to the little one." As he spoke, he reached out to carry the child in the arms of the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady slapped his hand away and complained, "She's not dead yet." Fangxing was stunned and said, "Then I will sacrifice it to her mother." The Dragon King chuckled and said, "You heard it just now. If you're just a wild monkey from Nanzhan, I can't help you collect this gambling debt. However, if you are the divine son of the Four Seas Orthodoxy and the husband of my daughter, as your father-in-law, as long as I'm still alive, I won't let anyone bully you. So, before you cut off his head, you have to tell me, who are you?" Looking at the Dragon King's meaningful gaze, the Dragon Lady blushed and lowered her head. Fangxing was also stunned. How could Zhu Xiao, who was watching from the side, not understand the Dragon King's intention, the divine son of the Four Seas, the husband of the Dragon Lady? Good heavens, this is really a high and boundless identity. The Dragon King seemed to be frivolous, but in fact, every action of his had a deeper meaning. He had helped Fangxing to retrieve the head that the nimble sect owed him. How was it just a spur of the moment? It was obvious that he wanted to use the nimble sect as a stepping stone and use the head that was sealed as a sacrifice. Under the attention of all the cultivators in the northern region, he wanted to openly announce to the entire cultivation world the new identity of the little devil born from Nanzhan. Who am I? Fangxing was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and reached out to hug the Dragon Lady's slender waist. The Dragon Lady was greatly embarrassed and wanted to push him away, but he held her tightly, so how could she push him away? However, the Dragon Lady was tall and slender, and Fangxing only reached her ear. He simply tilted his head on her shoulder and said with a smile, "This is my wife." "Who do you think I am?" "Listen up, this young master is of course." He was about to make a declaration. As long as he said it and cut off the head of the person who sealed it, it would symbolize the birth of a new identity. To make a declaration in front of all the cultivators was even more useful than the soul lamp. With just one sentence, he would have a great future and a meteoric rise. He was no longer the little devil who was chased from the east to the west, and then from the west to the south, the little troublemaker. He would no longer be the lonely little devil who was born in a den of bandits and had his head tied on a belt. He would become one of the most prestigious young men in the world, the son-in-law of the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea, the godson of the Four Seas. It would be hard to understand if one didn't savor it carefully. However, at this moment, a woman in a sorry state suddenly appeared in the distant sky. She rode on a cloud and rushed over as if her life depended on it. Her clothes were in a mess, and there was dust all over her robe. It was unknown how long she had rushed, but it seemed like her spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. Even the cloud under her feet was about to dissipate. She staggered over and there was a sobbing tone in her voice. "Junior brother Feng. Junior brother Feng. Bad. Bad news. Come and save me, Yi Guin." When Fangxing saw that woman, he was slightly stunned and a bad feeling rose in his heart. "What's wrong with you? You look like someone has been fighting for you for a few days." Staring blankly at Yi Guin who was at his feet, Fangxing asked in a daze. His heart sank for some reason. Bad news. Now at the pilgrimage mountain, Yi Guin took a deep breath and explained the situation as quickly as she could. Fangxing, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. "Bitch, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Picking up Yi Guin, Fangxing was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He turned around and shouted, "Jean Liuzi, let's go." Everyone was in a daze, unable to understand the current situation. Just as the little devil was about to soar into the sky, the dragon monarch's figure flickered and he blocked Fangxing's path. "Child, you have to think this through. This king is only giving you this chance because of my daughter. But I can only give you this one chance. If you make the wrong choice, you won't have the chance to regret it in the future." "But I can't just ignore this." Fangxing was so anxious that his tears flowed out and he shouted loudly. Looking at his panicked expression, the dragon god remained silent for a long time. In the end, he sighed softly and stepped aside. Nanzhan's Great Snow Mountain presents a Ghost King Pill scripture, A non-tiered Taoist canon. Wanluo miscellaneous notes, a beginner divine-level cultivation method. Emperor's Way of Dragon Movement, a divine-level cultivation method. Immortal Music Soul-Cleansing Melody, a volume of high-grade mysterious cultivation method. High Void Sword Scripture, a volume of formation diagram. Yin-Yang Formation of Ghosts and Gods, a volume of high-grade mysterious cultivation method. Passionate Tao Formula, 73 unintegrated Taoist formulas, 41 scriptures, 1,052 contracts of unexploited spiritual veins, 30 precious medicines, and 27 golden elixirs. A month ago, in the northern region of the Divine Land, near the Worship Zen Mountain, the three largest sects of the northern region, Pure Yang Sect, Talisman Tool Sect, and Yin Spirit Sect, at the entrance of the Supreme Pure Yang Taoist Palace, 5 old men dressed in black and gray robes knelt on the square in front of the Taoist Palace with the scorching sun above their heads. They presented their gifts and quietly waited for the welcoming old Taoist to announce, "Haha, greetings from the 5 Nanzhan Taoist friends." After a long while, the wooden door was half closed. In the pitch-black Pure Yang Taoist Palace, an old voice sounded. The voice was somewhat courteous, but it did not mean to invite them in. It seemed that the old man was not interested in the gifts. Before his voice died away, a sinister old woman's voice sounded. "This kind of broken Taoist formula, despicable cultivation method, in our 3 Taoist scripture hall, there are as many as a river of sand. Taoist friend Liu, you invited the 2 of us here just to see these few gifts? Humph, even the non-tiered miscellaneous notes can only be thrown to the outer sect disciples. Is it worth it for the 3 of us to specially come and receive it?" Replying to the 3 Taoists, the Ghost King Pill scripture is the supreme skill of our Nanzhan Ghost Kingly family. It is also the foundation of a sect. Refining the ghost elixir, opening the perplexity of life and death, it is the secret of reincarnation. Wanluo Miscellaneous Notes is the collection of Taoist friend Wanluo's lifetime knowledge, including elixir, tools, and talisman techniques. Because it has just been completed recently, no one has appraised it, so it is called a non-tiered Taoist canon. The Emperor Tao Dragon Formula is the foundation of the Chu Royal Court's Divine Formula. It originates from the Dragon Palace Divine Formula of the Sea Dragon Palace Divine Formula. It is the most suitable for the human race to cultivate the Emperor Tao. In front of the Chunyang Taoist Palace, an old man dressed in miscellaneous clothes, with a huqin by his side, said indifferently, "The celestial music cleansing soul score is the result of my lifetime of cultivation. I used music to enter the Tao, and I obtained a little bit of virtue. It may not be worthy of the discerning eyes of the experts, but it is still useful. The High Void Sword scripture was obtained by my old friend Long Jianting when he was young. It was derived from his heart's blood and sweat, so it has its own unique secrets. The Yin-Yang formation of ghosts and deities is the main formation diagram of the Damo sect, and can be said to be the origin of the formation theory of my Nanzhan. The Amorous Tao formula is the original skill of the Amorous Tao sect in the northern region of Nanzhan. It refines yin and yang, and its principle is mysterious. Those precious medicines and gold elixir were obtained by Nanzhan in the Xian domain. I offer them to the 3 Taoists as a token of my sincerity and hope that the 3 Taoists will listen to us." Haha, there is no need to praise yourself. In the Chunyang Taoist Palace, a somewhat sharp young voice sounded. "What I am curious about is, why is it the 5 of you who came to the east to discuss the matter of establishing the Tao? Why didn't the Nanzhan Huangfu family send anyone here? The Lingshan temple that is shrouded in clouds and mist has been gathering some homeless souls and ghosts in recent years. Their intentions are not small. Why didn't they send anyone here for such an important matter of establishing the Tao?" Following the voice, the wooden door of the Chunyang Taoist Palace was blown open by a gust of cold wind, revealing 3 figures inside the Taoist Palace. There were 3 cultivators with profound and terrifying auras sitting on cattail hassocks. The one in the middle was an old man with a childlike face and white hair, wearing a dazzling white Taoist robe. The one on the left was an old woman with a face like chicken skin, wearing a dark red Taoist robe. The one on the right was a man with a youthful appearance, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, wearing a light green Taoist robe. He was the one who spoke just now. The 5 old men who were kneeling on the square in front of the Taoist palace looked at each other. It was still the old man who was leaning on a huqin robe and said softly, "The Huangfu family once said that this generation's gold core cultivators have all perished and there are no suitable candidates. The Yuanying ancestor is also hindered by the alliance of the Nine Heavens and some old friends in the past, so it is inconvenient for him to go east to the Divine Continent. As for the Lingshan Temple, they are originally people who do not care about the affairs of the world. Among the 4 regions of the Nanzhan, the Chu region, the Western Desert, the Southern Border and the Northern Divine Mountain, only the Great Snow Mountain of the Chu region can come to the Divine Continent. His words were extremely sincere, but the old woman who was sitting on the cattail hassock on the left smiled coldly and said, even if the people from the Huangfu family and the Lingshan Temple can't come, with the cultivation and status of the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain, you are not qualified to talk to us about establishing the Tao. For years ago, the Tao of the northern region of the Divine Continent had already opened the door to allow the younger generation of the Nanzhan to enter the Tao to cultivate. Not to mention those who left their names on the Xian Domain Divine Monument, even some of the trash were accepted by the Tao of the northern region on account of the desire of you old fellows to become dragons. It has only been 4 years since then, yet you can't wait to talk about establishing the Tao. Are you not satisfied with our arrangements? After hearing the old woman's words, the expressions of the 5 old men on the square became somewhat heavy, especially the old man with a head full of strange hair. His eyes were surging with rage, and he raised his hand slightly as if he was about to scold them, but his hand was pressed down by the old man from Huqin. He then cupped his hands towards the Tao Palace and said in a deep voice, "We dare not raise any objections to the arrangements of the 3 Tao Masters. It is just that our cultivation is too low, and we were slow to realize it. A year ago, we just realized the workings of the world. This matter of establishing the Tao for Nanzhan is only to leave a trace of luck for Nanzhan, and not to think about other things." The young cultivator sitting on the cattail hassock on the right, the Tao Master of the Talisman Tao, chuckled and said in a soft voice, "I'm afraid that you heard that the demon race is coming to the Divine Continent to establish the Tao, and then the sea race is also going to establish the Tao. So you can't sit still, right? To tell you the truth, you came to the Divine Continent to establish the Tao, and yet you established the Tao in the northern region, so you will be sharing the luck of the northern region. The demon race established the Tao, first, because we gave them some compensation for the demon banishing war back then, and also because of the face of the old saint, we exchanged some items with the Dragon Mother of the Sea. The sea race established the Tao because the dragon race has a close relationship with the cultivation world of the Divine Continent, and the dragon god personally came to the Divine Continent to discuss this matter, so it is not good for us to refuse. As for you, Nanzhan, do you really think we'll obediently hand over our providence and allow you to establish your own divine Tao just because you presented us with a few broken scriptures, coupled with the pleading of 5 unknown gold core cultivators?" This, Elder Huqin's face darkened, and he did not know how to respond. Beside him, the old man with a head of strange hair could no longer suppress his anger. He raised his head and said coldly, "If I remember correctly, 4 years ago, the Xian coffin fell from the sky and landed in the hands of Nanzhan, and the Divine Continent took 70% of the opportunity, but the cultivators of Nanzhan did not say a word of no. Now, the 5 of us are only asking to establish a Tao tradition in the Divine Continent, and to give us, the juniors of Nanzhan, a tiny bit of luck. The juniors of this generation of Nanzhan who have been touched by this luck add up to only a few hundred people, so how much can we get? This request is not too much." The 3 people in the Tao Palace seemed to be somewhat displeased when they heard his words. The young-looking Tao Master of the Talisman Weapons Path on the right raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "I haven't asked for your Tao name yet." The old man with a head of strange hair raised his head and said coldly, "My Tao name is Wan Luo, but everyone calls me Old Monster Wan Luo." Heh. Old Monster Wan Luo, the Tao Master of Talisman Tao nodded slightly, then raised his eyebrows, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Your Tao name is not bad, but I have never heard of it. I wonder what your cultivation level is, and what abilities do you have that you dare to say such nonsense in front of the 3 of us?" In the end, he let out a light shout, but he had already brought out the dignity of a Tao Master. Even though he didn't shout, it shook the hearts and souls of others. The barbarian cultivators really do not know manners. The old woman on the left also sneered and said indifferently with a mocking look on her face. Old Monster Wan Luo was immediately enraged and wanted to stand up, but the old man from Huqin stopped him again. The old man shook his head slightly, and a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. The people beside him also stood up and held the old man back. They all had helpless expressions on their faces. Old Monster Wan Luo also knew that he was under someone else's roof, so he had to lower his head and let out a long sigh, holding back his anger. 3 Tao Masters, Nanzhan's cultivation, originated from the divine continent. In ancient times, because the 3 provinces of Nanzhan, Beiju, and Shihe were barbarians and demons rampaged, I was sent out to educate the 3 provinces. The ancient Tao decree once said that anyone who went to the 3 provinces would have the merit of educating. If their descendants intend to return to the divine continent to establish their Tao, the Tao of the divine continent would welcome them with respect. The 5 of us came because of this Tao decree. The old man from Huqin raised his head, cupped his hands, and said something that could not be mentioned until the last moment. You actually know about that Tao decree? The expressions of the 3 Tao masters changed slightly. The old woman on the left, the Tao master of Yin Spirit Tao, said coldly, with the 5 of you's cultivation and status, you are not able to come into contact with the contents of this Tao decree. Why don't you tell us clearly, who told you about the contents of this Tao decree? The old bastards from the Huangfu clan who hid in the Blackwater Lake to cultivate? Or the wild monk from the spiritual mountain temple who pretended to be crazy? The 5 elders from the Great Snow Mountain were silent, quietly looking at the 3 Tao masters in the Tao palace. The Tao masters of the Talisman Tao and the Tao master of Yin Spirit Tao looked dissatisfied. Between the 2 of them, the Tao master of the Pure Yang Tao finally opened his mouth. He looked calmly at the 5 elders from the Great Snow Mountain and said indifferently, you are right, Nanzhan did not have a human race in the past. Now, the numerous Tao practitioners and humans on the land of Nanzhan are of the same origin as the divine continent. If you want to return to the divine continent to establish your Tao, according to the law, we cannot refuse. However, establishing a Tao is not a trivial matter, it is inherited from the will of the ancient sages to establish Tao. It is not a simple matter of building a few Tao temples. If you want to establish a Tao, you must prove that you, the cultivators of Nanzhan, have your own understanding and deductions, be it techniques, weapons, or formations. Only then can you establish a Tao orthodoxy in the northern region and educate the disciples of the sect. Greetings. The 5 elders from the Great Snow Mountain thought for a long time when they heard these words, then responded. The eyes of the Tao master of the Talisman Tao and Weapons Tao brightened at this moment, understanding the meaning of the Tao master of the Pure Yang Tao. With a cold laugh, he said indifferently, since you also think that it is polite, then before you establish your Tao, go to the pilgrimage mountain and burn an incense stick. The pilgrimage mountain was located in the northern region of the divine continent. It was the center of thousands of sects and was also the sacred land of the northern region. In ancient times, the holy king of the human tribe had performed a pilgrimage on this mountain and established the human tribe's 100,000 years of orthodoxy. In the northern region of the divine prefecture, any sect leader or elder ancestor who wished to establish his own Taoist orthodoxy in the northern region had to ascend the Fengshan mountain and offer a stick of incense under the sincere request of all the Taoists. Only then could he be considered to have established his own sect. Even if the power of the sect declined after thousands of years, it would still be an orthodox Taoist sect recognized by all the Taoists. If one did not offer a stick of incense, even if the patriarch's cultivation was profound and the power of the sect was strong, they would only be a wild fox. The disciples would be seen as rogue cultivators and could not be seen in public. If they were not careful, they would be attacked by the other sects and the sect would be destroyed in an instant. The offering of incense on the pilgrimage mountain had always been a major event in the northern region. Once the news spread, it immediately attracted attention and congratulations. But now, the news that Nanzhan and the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain had received the news of offering a stick of incense was very strange. Almost no one knew about it. The 3 major sects of the northern region, Talisman Craft Path, Pure Yang Path, and Spiriting Path, as well as a few aristocratic families related to this matter, did not receive much news. Even the 3 aristocratic families kept their mouths shut and secretly mobilized their troops. However, no one spread the news. It seemed to indicate that the offering of incense on the pilgrimage mountain was just a joke. It's not easy to offer a stick of incense. Outside the Pure Yang Path Palace, the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain who were descending the mountain looked somewhat solemn. After a long time, a stern-looking old Taoist spoke coldly. It was the patriarch of the Chu royal court, Chu Taishang. If you wish to ascend the pilgrimage mountain, you must break through the 10 arrays and use your Taoist will to break through the illusions and defeat the guardian of the arrays. But now, the 3 Taoists don't really want us to establish our Taoism. As long as I, Nanzhan, don't establish my Taoism, Nanzhan's luck will be theirs. But if we establish our Taoism, Nanzhan will lead the sect and inherit my Nanzhan's luck. Then, their plan from 4 years ago will be in vain. This time it will be difficult to break through the 10 formations. Maybe the 5 of us will. No matter what, they wouldn't dare to offend the world and send out the Yuanying patriarch to block our way to offer incense. It's just a golden core realm cultivator who came to guard us. Why should we be afraid of him? Are the 5 of us really as useless as they say? Old Monster Wanluo shouted coldly, when it's time to challenge the formation, I'll be the first to experience the famous Northern 3 Paths divine arts. Heh. Although the 5 of us are golden core realm Mahayana, it won't be easy for us to break through the formation. Long Jianting let out a long sigh. When we were cultivating, our cultivation methods were incomplete and we lacked resources. We had to rely on our own power of understanding. Although we have entered the golden core realm Mahayana, we may not be a match for the divine masters. Maybe when we are old, the golden core realm cultivators who are 200 or 300 years old will not lose to us. They gave us this chance because of the ancient Taoist decree, but I'm afraid it's just an illusion. Sigh, old man Huqin sighed softly and said lightly, even if it's an illusion, we have to let it come true. We have no other choice. For years ago, we thought that we had ushered in a turning point for Nanzhan's bad luck. Who would have thought that it was our short-sightedness that caused the suffering of those children? Forget it, forget it. We all have juniors in China. For them, even if the 10 formations are a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we have to break through it. That's good too. Even if we can't break through the formation, we have to teach them the swordsmanship of Long Jianting. That disciple of mine must not die in vain. Long Jianting raised his eyebrows and muttered in a low voice. The sword box on his back emitted a faint dragon roar, as if it was eager to be unsheathed for battle. Master, I'm unfilial. The 5 old men left the mountain gate of Chunyang sect with solemn expressions. Outside the mountain gate, under a flowering tree, they saw a woman in a purple dress with tears all over her face. She rushed over and bowed to the feet of old man Huqin. Not far away, a beautiful woman in a fluttering red dress bowed to the 5 old men with a solemn expression. Li Hongyi, who was proud and arrogant, bowed to the 5 old men with sincerity. I didn't want you to know, but you still came. Old man Huqin was slightly stunned when he saw Yi Guin in a purple dress. Then, he smiled bitterly and gently patted Yi Guin's head. Then, he stretched out his hand and helped Yi Guin, who had bowed to the ground, up. His eyes were filled with kindness and slight apology. Master. Your disciple. Your disciple has embarrassed you. Yi Guin's eyes were red and swollen. It was unknown how long she had been crying. She was so old, but she was actually as timid as a little girl. Old man Huqin seemed to know what she wanted to say. He laughed softly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. When I was young, I used to go to the brothels and play the zither to make a living. As long as I am upright and have a clear conscience, why should I care about those appearances? Speaking of which, it's me who harmed you. If it wasn't for my mistake, you wouldn't have come to the divine continent to suffer like this. Please don't blame me." The words of the master and the disciple were both apologetic, so they did not say much at the moment. As for old man Wanluo, who had a head of weird hair, he put his hands behind his back and puffed up his belly. He walked towards Li Hongyi, who was not far away. He first looked at Li Hongyi with admiration and said with a smile, "The malicious spirit king is uglier than me, and his son is uglier than my disciple. His daughter is quite pretty. Girl, why are you so talkative again? Why did you summon old man Huqin's disciple here? Why are you crying so much?" With Li Hongyi's current status, there were probably not many gold core cultivators in the Yin spirit path who would look down on her like this. However, in front of old man Wanluo, she smiled like a respectful junior and said with a smile, "I just feel that the 5 seniors are so righteous that you didn't hesitate to go to the divine continent to obtain a ray of luck for us juniors. It's really admirable. We juniors have received such a great favor, so we can't be muddle-headed and ungrateful. That's why I took the initiative to inform junior sister Yi of this matter and come to pay my respects. It's not necessarily righteous. It's just for a position. In the future, if Nanzhan really establishes his own Tao, the 5 of us can be considered as the legitimate Laozu of the divine continent. Isn't that much better than staying in Nanzhan and waiting to die? Old man Wan Luo made the righteous matter sound very unrighteous. He then looked at Li Hongyi and said, "Don't make such a big fuss." "Who did you tell?" Li Hongyi chuckled and bowed again. She said, "Those who should know, I've sent the message talisman. I just don't know how many people will come." Old man Wan Luo was stunned. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Why do you have to do this?" After that, he hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Where's that bastard disciple of mine?" Li Hongyi paused and said in a low voice, "He's not in the Tianyi Palace. It's said that the dragon god is taking him with him to cultivate." Old man Wan Luo seemed to be a little disappointed. Then, he smiled and said, forget it. I get angry every time I see that little bastard. I scolded him and he still talked back. I don't care if I don't see him. I heard that he's been doing quite well recently." Li Hongyi knew what he wanted to hear. She smiled and said, "Junior brother Feng is a hero. After he came to the divine land, he made a mess in the Tianyi Palace and committed many big crimes. He destroyed countless businesses of the 3 paths and the 4 paths. None of the paths could catch him. Later, at the Tianyi Palace dragon lady's son-in-law, he crippled Yundu, the genius of the Yun family of the Bitter Seas, beheaded the son of the Taoist seal of the Nimble Skill sect, and knocked the dragon lady unconscious with one blow of his staff. The dragon god was so angry that he couldn't do anything about it. Rumor has it that the dragon god has decided to accept him as his son-in-law." Speaking of this, she thought for a while and said, "I wanted to send him a letter. But now that he has made a bet with the Nimble Skill sect, I don't want to distract him. Also, the Yun family, the Song family, the Nimble Skill sect, and the I Chi sect have almost all been offended by him. If he comes, I'm afraid these forces will come and make things difficult for you 5 seniors. Besides." Old man Wan Luo was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, "You are indeed the disciple of this old man. You are so much more powerful than I was when I was young. You even dared to knock the dragon god's daughter unconscious and snatch her away. Well, you don't need to say anything else. I understand the rest. Since this little bastard already has a high social status, why should I drag him into this mess? If he really becomes the son-in-law of the dragon god, his status will be much better than being a disciple of the Nanzhan orthodoxy. It's better not to tell him about this. We can meet him after we succeed in establishing our Tao." Senior, about Nanzhan establishing his Tao, Li Hongyi wanted to say something but hesitated and asked in a low voice. "He has agreed." Old man Wan Luo waved his hand and said, "All that's left is to offer incense. Don't worry about it. Although my cultivation is low, I want to lend a hand." Li Hongyi frowned when she heard old man Wan Luo's words. "Your life lamp is still in the Nether Spirit Path. You are a disciple of the Nether Spirit Path. Don't interfere in this matter." Old devil Wan Luo smiled and waved his hand, then said with great pride, "Besides, although your cultivation is not weak, you are only at the middle stage of gold core. Not only will you not be able to help, you may even be implicated. Moreover, this is a matter of the older generation, it is not appropriate for you to interfere. Could it be that a little girl like you wants to fight with us old fellows for fame? Just wait and see." Li Hongyi was slightly taken aback. She knew that although the old man was joking, he was actually speaking the truth. Her life lamp was in the Nether Spirit Path, so she had to follow the rules of the Nether Spirit Path. Although she was a disciple of Nanzhan, she could not help Nanzhan. In fact, she did not send a message to Feng Xing because she understood the reason behind it. Feng Xing, who was about to enter the 4 seas, was no longer a disciple of Nanzhan. Therefore, after hearing about Feng Xing's deeds, she did not send a message to him. At this moment, she could only sigh helplessly and said, "Then, is there nothing else I can help you with?" Old man Wan Luo seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up and he said in a low voice, I heard that there is a place in the divine continent where you can drink and listen to music. There are countless delicacies and spiritual essences. You can get whatever you want. There are also beautiful fairies, the kind that you can sleep with. Li Hongyi was stunned. She smiled bitterly and said, there was a red makeup house, but it was destroyed by your disciple. Old man Wan Luo was stunned for a moment. Then he stared at Li Hongyi and said, this little bastard is really bad. The pilgrimage mountain was tens of thousands of meters high. At the bottom, there was an evil valley that seemed to lead to the netherworld, and at the top, there was a perilous peak that reached the 9 heavens. Aside from the perilous peak, there was also a majestic aura. Like the Great Seal of the world, it was located in the northern region of China. Since ancient times, when the holy king of the human tribe was worshipped, it represented the human tribe's orthodoxy. It was also like one of the 5 pillars of destiny. Together with Punlai Pavilion in the eastern region, Beko Kekyang in the southern region, Kunlun Yaoqi in the western region, and the celestial form of the black tortoise in the central region, they supported the Chinese orthodoxy that was at its peak. On top of the pilgrimage mountain where the ancient immortals preached, there was a bronze cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles. This cauldron had no divine power, nor was it an instrument. However, it was filled with divine incense sticks. Counting them, there were at least 100 of them. Each stick was burning with green smoke, and the owls curled up in spirals. It was as if there was a formless fate energy, unpredictable and formless. It responded to the heavens above, and connected to the orthodoxy below. On the way to the pilgrimage mountain, there was a rugged heavenly road that meandered upwards. There were 9 turns, and at each turn a formation could be set up. At the last step leading to the pilgrimage mountain, there was another formation. There were a total of 10 formations. It was a tradition in the northern region of China. Anyone who wished to enter the pilgrimage path and burn an incense stick on the bronze cauldron in the pilgrimage mountain must pass through these 10 formations. At this moment, at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain had arrived in front of a huge stone door that had been standing for many years. They knelt on the cattail hassock and faced the pilgrimage mountain's ancient immortal dojo. They kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Behind them, there were many young disciples from Nanzhan. Their expressions were solemn, and an invisible pressure floated in the air. On both sides of the stone door, the Pure Yang Path's Pathmaster sat on the right, while the Yin Spirit Path and Talisman Weapon Path's Pathmasters sat on the right, quietly waiting for the 5 old men to finish paying their respects. Fellow Taoists of the ancestral sect, after the time it takes to burn an incense stick on the pilgrimage mountain, you will be able to establish your own Tao in the divine prefecture. No one will be able to see you, the juniors of the Nanzhan, as barbarians anymore. How many juniors you wish to send into the orthodoxy, as long as you are able to accommodate them, the Taoists of the north will not interfere. Even the juniors of the other Taoists who have previously joined the Nanzhan orthodoxy, as long as they prove their worth and receive permission from their elders, they can also return to the orthodoxy, and no one will stop them for no reason. The master of the Pure Yang Path spoke calmly and explained the rules of establishing a Tao. The 5 elders and the few juniors of the Nanzhan who were watching from the side listened quietly. Some of the more superficial ones could not suppress the joy on their faces when they heard these words. However, in order to ascend the mountain, you will have to pass 10 arrays to reveal your cultivation. Only by passing these 10 arrays will you be qualified to establish your own Tao in the north. If you cannot pass these arrays, even I will not be able to help you much. These 10 arrays follow the ancient rules, and will be guarded by the Golden Elixir Realm Elders or true disciples of the 3 Taoists and a few other sections. If you are no match for them, you can admit defeat in advance, and those disciples will not make things difficult for you. The master of the Pure Yang Path spoke calmly again, and spoke of the rules of the 10 arrays. The master of the Talisman Weapon Path laughed and said in a shrill voice, if you cannot pass, don't force yourself, lest you lose your life for nothing. Senior Sister Li, these 10 arrays are very dangerous, right? At the back, Yi Guing's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she could not help but look at Li Hongyi who was beside her. Beside her, there was a green-clothed girl who was holding a zither in her arms, and a petite girl who was wearing a robe that flowed with clouds and water. However, her expression was somewhat wooden, and they were also somewhat nervous as they approached her. The 2 girls did not have high cultivation bases. Currently, they were only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and they were still a step away from breaking through to the golden core stage. They were also timid and could not see the situation clearly. Seniors, you make it sound very easy, but I also feel that it will not be so simple. Even Li Hongyi was a little nervous at this moment. She sighed softly and looked straight at the mountain gate of the pilgrimage mountain. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and my lifespan is running out. It doesn't matter where I die. I just don't know if the disciples of the various Daos have the ability to take this old life of mine. Hee, my 4 old friends, let's go, I will open the way for you. The odd-haired old monster Wan Luo stood up with a laugh, tidied up his robe, and was about to stride out. Old friend, wait a moment. You should use this tough spear of yours at the back. At this moment, the old man from Huqin pulled old monster Wan Luo back and said with a smile, the 10 arrays of Pilgrimage Mountain are more difficult than the previous ones, and the further you go, the more dangerous it will be. Don't you have the advantage if you help out at the front? I have been the #1 person in the Chu region for hundreds of years, and I will return this title to you. In addition, your cultivation is broad, and you know much more than us, so you should hold the line for the first few arrays. As he spoke, the old man from Huqin glanced at the other 3 old friends, as if he was thinking about something. I will take the lead for the first array. Long Jianting, who was dressed in a sword robe and looked like 100 years younger, stood up. From the sword box on his back, a dragon's roar could be heard. Looking at the pilgrimage mountain that was mostly hidden in the clouds, he sighed and said, I have always been proud of my extraordinary swordsmanship, but I have never married, never had any descendants, and never left the Nanzhan, never fought in the demon abyss, never went to the demon land, and never comprehended the vast sword Dao in the setting sun desert. I have many regrets. It was not easy for me to accept a disciple in my old age, and her talent was extraordinary, far better than mine. I thought this would be the only thing I could be proud of in my life, but who would have thought that not long after she came to the divine continent, speaking up to this point, there was some sorrow in his voice. He paused for a moment before suppressing the sorrow in his voice. Raising his voice, he said in a clear voice, Hongyi girl, if I die, I hope that you can help me find my disciple, Xiao Shui, and try to cure her. After that, he did not linger and strode forward. Li Hongyi said with a trembling voice, Senior, rest assured, I will travel through the entire divine continent and find junior sister Xiao. Among the 5 elders, I am the youngest. Let me take the lead in the first array and help my brothers explore the way. Whoosh! Long Jianting opened his right hand, and the sword box on his back flew into the air. Then, the purple bamboo box broke open and a sword jumped into his hand. I know your intentions. I often scolded you before, but in the future, whether I am alive or dead, I will never scold you again. I know that you are actually very hardworking. Perhaps your talent is not as good as Huang Er's. Forget it, your talent is not bad, but your character is a little weak. In the future, if you are enlightened and your cultivation is much stronger than me and your brother, you can make your own decisions in the future. Chu Taishang specially changed into an emperor's robe and stood with his hands behind his back. Elder, Ci understands, Ci has always understood. Behind him, Chu Ci, who was wearing a flowing cloud robe, nodded and bowed to the ground. Chu Taishang hesitated for a long time and wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and did not continue. The old man of Huqin had 2 disciples behind him, but he did not say much. The white-haired old man seemed to be full of heroic spirit at this moment. He only paused for a while before waving his hand at Yi Guin and Xianxia, who wanted to say something but stopped. He said softly, I will give you one last lesson. When I was young, I was also not a person who abided by the rules. In order to make a living, I have violated the rules many times. However, I think that I was preposterous for a moment, but it was only because I was young and frivolous. I acted upright and did not care about trifles. As long as I am righteous, I will not let down the people and the world. The old man's gaze fell on Xianxia's face. My disciple, if you hate him, scold him, hit him, or even kill him. But don't hide from him. Don't keep your grievances in your heart to avoid hurting your Taoist heart. If you can't forget him, just let nature take its course. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Xianxia suddenly burst into tears. Her body softened and she knelt down on the ground. She hugged the legs of the old man of Huqin and cried loudly. I have given you this scroll of Taoist scripture. I have nothing to hide. Not far away, Zhang Daoi was also sneakily shoving a formation map to Ho Guimen and said awkwardly. I have secretly made a copy for myself. Ho Guimen's eyes were also red and swollen. He said softly. Zhang Daoi was so angry that he blew his beard. Old man Wan Luo looked around and saw that no one was bidding farewell to him. He could only move in front of the old man of Huqin and said to Xianxia, you can hit him, you can scold him, but don't kill him. The best way is to follow him, eat his food, drink his water, give birth to a few babies for him, and annoy him to death every day. Then, he moved to Chu Taishang's side and looked at Chu Xi, who was sobbing on the ground. He said softly, you too. The juniors of the South-gazed sect were already crying. Their hearts were filled with sorrow, but they also felt powerless. Their cultivation level was at the threshold of the Golden Core realm. The most powerful one was only at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm like Li Hongyi. It was not enough for them to pass the 10 arrays of the worship Zen mountain. Moreover, they had joined the various sects of the Divine Land 4 years ago. Their life lanterns were in the hands of the sects, but they could not interfere. Otherwise, the sects behind them could use the rules of the sects to suppress them. The 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain looked at each other and smiled. My friends, we are the 5 forefathers of Nanzhan. The chance to make our names known is right in front of us. Shall we go now? That's fine. I was a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, I want to see the secret skills of the Divine Land. Old man of Huqin, you said that old man Wan Luo is the best in the Chu region. I am not convinced. Chu Taishang, you will be ****. You've been scheming your whole life. Show me what you've got. The 5 elders walked along a winding path that led to the top of the mountain. They laughed and shouted angrily, but their voices became softer. Hee, it's better for me to show you what I'm made of. After you pass the trial, I'll take care of the guardian. About 1.5 kilometers up the path, the first turning point was shrouded in a cloud of smoke. Inside the cloud was a profound mystery and dense sword intent. This was the first formation of the 10 formations of the Pilgrimage Mountain, as well as the first trial. The 5 old men arrived before the first trial. Long Jianting of the Great Snow Mountain Sword Cleansing Monastery let out a hearty laugh and was the first to speak. Southern Chu Region, Great Snow Mountain Sword Cleansing Monastery Sect Master, Long Jianting, is here to knock on the door. An old voice came from the cloud of smoke. Yun family of the Bitter Sea, First Elder Yun Yao is here with 100 sword cultivators to guard the array. Yun family? Long Jianting was startled. A hint of joy flashed across his face. He said softly, disciple, I'm quite lucky. The 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain glanced at each other one last time, their aura rising to the peak. Then, with a roar, they charged into the formation together. The scene in front of them suddenly changed, becoming an awe-inspiring mountain of swords. The 5 elders were all suspended in the air, surrounded by streaks of silver sword light. Opposite them was an old man with a sword on his back, sitting cross-legged in the air. Behind him were 100 sword cultivators, each holding a sword in their hands. Haha, Nanzhan's way of the sword, let me experience it first. The old sword cultivator in the air was the great elder of the Bitter Sea, Yun Yao. Seeing the 5 elders enter the formation, he sneered, his sword in hand. Fellow Taoist Long, I'll have to trouble you to hold off the formation master. Wan Luo will draw the power of the formation. Fellow Taoist Chu and I will hold the formation I and protect old Taoist Zhang. He will open the formation aperture. There are still 9 more formations behind. Let's charge into the formation as fast as we can. Elder Huqin shouted. The 5 elders changed their formation. Long Jianting was in front, Huqin on the left, Chu Taishang on the right, and old monster Wan Luo at the back. Zhang Daoi of the Great Snow Mountain Ghost God Valley was surrounded in the middle. Wouldn't it be a joke if we let you charge through the first mountain so easily? The great elder of the Yun family of the Bitter Sea, Yun Yao, roared. His sword spread out like the tide, and the dense sword qi enveloped the 5 elders. Looking at his imposing manner, it seemed that he wanted to defeat the 5 elders by himself. Behind him, the 100 sword cultivators also spread out, 10 to a group, guarding the formation I. But as soon as they spread out, their figures disappeared. But in the formation, there was no place that was not covered with swords. Sword chi surged from all directions. Yun family of the bitter sea. Let's see how my way of the high void is. Shua. Long Jianting of the sword washing hall did not care about anything else at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the sword master, Yun Yao, and he struck with his sword. At this moment, the sword chi around him surged, and an invisible blade swept through the sky, splitting a dark cloud that blotted out the sky into two. Behind the cloud, the sun shone brightly, and under the light of the sun, Long Jianting held his sword with one hand and rushed towards the main cloud of the first formation that was indescribably vigorous. His sword robe fluttered in the wind, and there seemed to be an indescribable sage-like air about him. The cold light on his sword illuminated the void. Rumble, in the first formation, smoke and clouds surged, and endless sword chi soared into the sky. The sword chi within the formation tore through the smoke and clouds, flashing endlessly and surging through the sea of clouds. How dare you show off your sword Dao in front of the Yun family of misery? Go back to Nanzhan and train for 3,000 years before coming back to challenge the formation. 10 minutes later, Yun Yao, the great elder of the Yun family of the bitter sea, shouted. Long Jianting staggered back, gasping for breath. Under his sword robe, there was blood that gathered and dripped down like rain. The few elders who were doing their best to break the formation were all shocked. Old monster Wan Luo, who was finally stabilizing the power of the formation, roared and wanted to rush forward to help. I'm not dead yet. Long Jianting waved his hand to indicate that he didn't have to help, and then he spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and said with a smile, if you're not dead, then you haven't lost. He seemed to have been seriously injured, but after taking a few breaths, he suddenly laughed loudly and attacked again. The whistling sword chi rose again. You're actually fighting to the death without retreating? You're digging your own grave. The voice of the great elder of the Yun family, Yun Yao, was mixed with a hint of murderous intent. The sound of the divine sword and the dragon roar was incessant, and once again he fought with Long Jianting. To break through the formation of this level, there was a need for someone to defend against the formation master, and also to push the operation of the formation. More importantly, there was a need for someone to stabilize the source of the formation, so that the formation would not operate as it wished. Otherwise, the pressure would multiply. Moreover, the operation of the formation could not be completely suppressed, and the murderous intent would emerge at any time along with the operation of the formation. Therefore, there was a need for someone to defend against these murderous intents at all times. The distribution of the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain was naturally not a problem, but Yun Yao was dissatisfied. Only one person to deal with him, these wild cultivators of Nanzhan, did they think too highly of themselves? With anger in his heart, he attacked even more fiercely. Rays of sword chi were like waves, pushing forward wave after wave. Long Jianting was already at a disadvantage, but he did not care about his life as he released sword chi, forcibly withstanding all the attacks of the formation master, not allowing his old friend to be affected. Under this kind of desperate fighting style, his eyes seemed to be releasing a vast expanse of white sword chi. Behind his back, there were wisps of white mist rising, almost like immortal clouds. As he activated his sword chi, the sword in his hand trembled, like the sound of immortal music. Huh? Desperate? The sword you're using now is slightly interesting, but it's not enough. Yun Yao coldly scolded. The sword chi slowed down a little, and then it was activated again. However, he did not expect that. He originally wanted to use his sword chi to force Long Jianting to retreat, so as to prevent him from breaking the formation. He did not expect that Long Jianting, like a mad demon, changed his sword chi, and rushed directly towards him. His sword chi seemed to be disorderly, and he did not even care about the 4 Taoists behind him. He did not care about his own life, and every move was aimed at Yun Yao's vital points. You're messing around. How can you break a sword formation like this? Yun Yao was also flustered for a moment, and was forced to retreat a few feet. Long Jianting rushed over after him, and said in a cold voice, I'm not here to break the formation today. Boom! He slashed out with his sword, shaking the void. He used almost all of his strength to slash out this sword. Facing this sword, Yun Yao could only slightly block it with the edge of his sword, and his body was shaken so much that he quickly retreated like a paper kite. And Long Jianting flew over, sword chi like a waterfall. Today, I'm here to help my disciple vent his anger. Boom, with such a straightforward momentum, he temporarily separated from the four old men behind him, and there was no one to guard his back. Within this formation, as the formation operated, there was biting cold sword chi surging, and in an instant, his back was injured. As blood splattered, his sword chi was already stained with blood chi, and suddenly turned into a blood dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With all of its strength gathered in one place, it directly swooped down towards Yunyao. You're courting death. Facing this sword, Yunyao was embarrassed and angry, just like a normal person facing a lunatic. Impressively, he did not try to use his sword to break the sword, but instead spread out his hands, and then brought them together in the middle. Immediately, the power of the entire sword formation was drawn, and it directly rushed towards Long Jianting, who was in the center. As the formation master, he could control the power of the entire formation, so how powerful was its power? Impressively, he wanted to force Long Jianting to retreat in a sorry state. It was just that he did not expect that Long Jianting actually did not retreat, and allowed himself to be corroded by the power of the sword formation, and a blood dragon was displayed perfectly. Chi, Yunyao's chest was hit by the sword, and blood stained his dharma robe. He staggered backwards. And Long Jianting's body was also hit by countless sword chi, and his golden core was shattered, and he slowly fell down. Fellow Daoist Long, the four old men behind him also shouted in shock, and rushed forward with all their might. And Zhang Daoi, who was surrounded in the center, also took advantage of the fact that the entire formation's power was drawn by Yunyao to deal with Long Jianting, and grasped a thread of opportunity. In an instant, he found the strange operating pattern of the formation, and then his divine sense shot out like lightning into the sea of consciousness of the surrounding three old men. At this moment, the four old men rushed forward, and Elder Huqin hugged Long Jianting. The other three old men's figures were like illusions, and they appeared around Yunyao at the same time, each holding a dharma seal, and whistled towards Yunyao, who was surrounded by them. So that bastard was using his life to fight for a chance to break the formation. Yunyao was greatly shocked, and knew that they had already grasped the operating pattern of the formation. At this moment, the formation could no longer trap them, and looking at the hatred on the faces of these three, it was clear that they were going to join forces to injure him. Not daring to fight back, he took out a command flag, and hurriedly waved it. The surrounding sword mountains scattered like illusions, and the 100 swords of the Yun family all fell to the ground, revealing the original small path. I passed. Yunyao shouted as he waved the command flag. He watched helplessly as the murderous aura of the three elders approached his eyebrows, and only then did he slowly retract it. At this moment, on the mountain path, the Huqin elder hugged Long Jianting. This elder was the youngest among the 5 elders, but he was about to be the first to die. However, his eyes were still staring at Yunyao with hatred, and he spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. His voice was so cold that it was as if he had been fished out from a sea of blood. You should be glad that you're trying to break through the formation. Otherwise, I'll definitely explode my Jindan right now, and drag you to die with me. Are you crazy? Since when did my Yunhai have such a great enmity with you? Yunyao was angry and hateful, and he almost roared and shouted. The girl your Yun family's son crippled was this old man's disciple. Long Jianting shouted with great effort. No one can bully my disciple, not even the people of China. Your disciple? Yunyao was stunned, and he remembered something. He remembered the great swordsman of the Yun family of the Bitter Sea, Yun Du, who was still lying on the bed. Do you know how difficult it was for me to find such a good seedling? Do you know how much effort I've spent to nurture her? In the future, when she grows up, she'll be a sword immortal that's 100 times stronger than me. She inherited my swordsmanship, and she'll push my swordsmanship to the pinnacle of the world. But she, such a good seedling, was actually crippled by your Yun family. Crippled? Long Jianting's face was ashen, but he still scolded agitatedly, and the anger in his heart was hard to suppress. Then do you know? My Yun family's rare swordsmanship prodigy was crippled by your junior, Nanzhan? Yunyao couldn't help but shout, and his anger was almost more violent than Long Jianting's. What's worse is that my nephew, until he was crippled, he didn't even have time to draw his sword. He's a natural swordsman, but he actually lost to that little devil scheme. He didn't even draw his sword, and he was already defeated. And he'll never have the chance to take revenge, so, Long Jianting said with a wry smile, he's a good kid, I'm not as good as him. In the midst of the laughter, the expression of Nanzhan, the #1 great swordsman in the Chu region, froze, and his life force was drained away. Fellow cultivator Long, in the future, when Nanzhan becomes a great swordsman, the 5 of us will be the ancestors, and you will be the first. The old man with the huqin sheathed the sword in Long Jianting's hand and helped him to sit up cross-legged. He then placed the sword beside him and looked at each other. None of the old men spoke. After bowing to Long Jianting, who had passed away at the end of the first formation, the remaining 4 old men continued to walk forward. Their hearts were a little heavy. They had lost 1 person in the first formation. Even though Long Jianting had deliberately sought death, it was still shocking. It was like a sign that something bad was about to happen. Each of the 10 formations of pilgrimage was more difficult than the last. However, as Long Jianting was gravely injured and on the verge of death, the strength of the person breaking the formation became increasingly weaker. However, since they had already made up their minds, the 5 old men did not hesitate for even a moment. Carrying a ferocious aura that did not lose to the younger generation, they no longer shouted. Instead, with a heavy sorrowful air, they charged towards the next formation without saying a word, advancing forward courageously. The first array was the metal element array. It used the sword to cut through the void. With Dragon Jianting's hatred, he broke the array. The second array was the water element array. Nun Mu guarded the array and the power of the sea hung in the void. In this array, Chu Taishang stepped forward and took over Dragon Jianting's position. Using the secret technique of the Chu dynasty, he turned into a dragon and carried the sea on his back. He persisted for 7 breaths of time. After 7 breaths of time, Zhang Daoi found out the changes in the array. Hu Qin and Wan Luo defeated the Wen clan's talisman masters and broke the water element array. At this moment, Chu Taishang's face was ashen. He silently landed on the ground, and when he walked forward again, he staggered and laughed. Old ghost Wan Luo, how was the secret technique I used just now? I just comprehended it recently. Can I defeat you? However, he did not seem to feel it. On his back and other parts of his body, there were cracks appearing and blood splattering. Haha, 300 years ago, if you could comprehend the secret technique, you might have been able to defeat me. Old devil Wan Luo grabbed him and used force to force him to sit down. Sigh, I have been unstoppable in the Chu region for my entire life. Only today did I realize that I was really a frog at the bottom of a well. Chu Taishang smiled bitterly. He seemed to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. So what if I'm a frog at the bottom of a well? At least I know how to look at the sky. I'm better than those toads that live in the fields but only know how to stare at insects. Old Chu, don't worry. This time, Nanzhan established the Tao. I won't fight with you for the title of the 5 ancestors. Fellow Long is the first among the 5 ancestors. You are the second. No matter how much I look down on you, I will only be ranked behind you, the second. Chu Taisheng was in a daze. After a while, his face turned bitter. I never fought for the first place in my life, but I still fought for the second place before I died. Finally, he nodded his head lightly. I'm satisfied that I've won against you. After he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged, looked down the mountain, and breathed his last. Ancestor, at the foot of the mountain, the little princess of the Chu royal court, Chu Xi, seemed to sense something and suddenly knelt on the ground, wailing loudly. Didn't I say that I could admit defeat? Why did they all try to kill him? Yi Guin's face was pale, and he suddenly shouted with a trembling voice. His current cultivation was different from the past, and his knowledge was broader as well, so he was able to see through some tricks. In the first formation, if it could be said that Long Jianting hated the Yun clan and courted his own death, then in the second formation, it was clear that the Wen clan's guardian was mercilessly killing him. In the past, there would always be 1 or 2 grandmasters who would climb the mountain every 100 years to offer incense on the worship's end mountain. Some of them were just going through the motions and easily reached the end of the 10 formations, while others had to rely on their own abilities to break through the formations. They didn't slack off and were defeated in shame, but they always managed to survive. Deaths were rarely heard of. After all, this worship's end mountain was a sacred immortal's relic. It would be bad if there was blood on it. But what about it? 2 consecutive formations had taken the lives of 2 ancestors from the Great Snow Mountain. Old man, don't try any more. They are trying to kill us. Not far away, Hoguimen saw his master Zhang Daoi coming out of the array again. His robe was stained with blood. Hoguimen was so scared that he started to tremble. He even wanted to run up to the old man and pull him back. However, before he could take a step forward, he was suppressed by a powerful force. Hoguimen was forced to kneel on the ground. The debris on the ground was crushed into powder. He couldn't even make a sound. This is the sacred land of the worship's end mountain. Do you think you can be so impulsive? The path leader of the talisman path retracted his palm and shouted coldly. His murderous intent was so strong that the younger generation of Nanzhan was trembling in fear. At this time, Zhang Daoi, the old man of Huqin, and Zhang Daoi did not stop. It was as if they didn't hear the shouts of the younger generation below, or maybe they did hear it, but they didn't have the time to care about it. They were rushing towards the 3rd formation. This formation was a fire element formation. Red flames surged into the sky like the scorching sun. After the 3 old men rushed into the formation, a hoarse and difficult sound of a Huqin rang out. The sound of the Huqin contained a sense of desolation, but it was like a piercingly cold winter, suppressing the fire in the formation. The juniors at the foot of the mountain looked up and could only see an icebird manifested from the sound of the Huqin. It fought fiercely with the rolling flames in the air, its momentum shooting up to the 9 heavens. The hoarse sound of the Huqin suppressed the sound of the Huqin and forcibly suppressed the raging flames. This old man is extraordinary. We can take a look at the music score he gave us. The old woman from the Path of Een Spirit narrowed her eyes and gave a rare compliment. Let's wait for him to break this formation first. It will be interesting if he can pass the 3rd formation. The path leader of the talisman path said calmly. Boom! Before he finished speaking, the raging flames in the sky suddenly subsided, and frost fell on the mountain path. The fire elemental formation is broken? Zhu Xiu was shocked, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He's quite capable. The path leader of the talisman path nodded lightly and said, this old man's talent is average, and he has only cultivated half of the cultivation method. However, his understanding of the Tao is not shallow. He used the zither to control the sword, and the sword turned into a mystic bird. He forcefully destroyed the foundation of the fire elemental formation. He is a top figure. While they were chatting, the 3 old men had already continued to break through the formations. The Huqin old man showed his prowess, and an ancient Huqin zither shone brilliantly on his body. The sound of the zither was melodious, but it was desolate and sorrowful. It naturally evolved Tao techniques, breaking through the 3rd fire elemental formation, and the 4th wood elemental formation. The 3 path leaders at the mountain gate were shocked, and they looked at each other in dismay. The 10 pilgrimage formations were specially arranged by us, and the strength of the guards is not bad. The formation theory was also personally analyzed by the 3 of us, and the level of the formation is increasing. I originally thought that they could only break through 3 formations, but I didn't expect that there are only 3 of them left, and they still have the strength to break through 2 more formations. I wonder if the 5th formation will be able to take their lives. The path leader of the talisman path said calmly, it's a pity. If it wasn't for the fight for luck, with the strength of these 5 old men, I could invite them into my sect, and they could become high-ranking officials under my command. They will also be stopped at the 5th formation. The path leader of the Pure Yang path also said softly at this moment. The 5th formation, the mountain traversing formation, the majestic strength of the mountains suppressed the void. Among the 5 elements formations, this was the most difficult formation to break through. It was like all kinds of exquisite mechanisms in the world, the more exquisite they were, the more fragile they seemed in the eyes of experts. However, those crude mechanisms that were purely made of giant rocks and stones were sometimes the most troublesome, because they were difficult to use, and only brute force could break through the formation. This was the difficulty of the 5th formation. The 3 old men who broke through the 5th formation were silent for a long time, and even the Huqin zither sound became increasingly low. Occasionally, it sounded, but it was almost inaudible. Nanzhan and the other juniors at the foot of the mountain were already on tenterhooks, especially Yi Guin and Xianxia, who were holding each other's arms, could not stop trembling, and felt as if they had swallowed a block of ice, and a chill spread from inside to outside. Brother Wan Luo, we can't pass through this formation. Let me open the way for you and send you through. After a few breaths, the formation was silent, but suddenly, there was a shout. It was Elder Hu Qin's zither sound. Then, the sound of the zither suddenly rose, and after two creaking sounds, it stopped abruptly. It was also at this moment, a sword light whistled through the air, splitting rocks and piercing through gold, and cleaving a shadow of the majestic mountain in the air. A figure took the opportunity to fly out and staggered in the air. Then, within the mountain-traversing formation, it was silent for a long time. The formation closed, and no one else appeared. Elder Hu Qin's zither sound and Zhang Daoyi were left in the formation, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. As for old freak Wan Luo, he quietly looked back and did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and continued to walk forward. When they entered the formation, there were 5 people. Now, only 5 formations had passed, and he was the only one left. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as he walked up the mountain. His footsteps were shaky, as if he was also injured. However, the murderous aura around him was getting stronger and stronger, and it even affected the space around him, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. Old friend Nanzhan, it was not easy for you to pass through the first 5 formations. However, the first 5 formations are the 5 elements formations, and they are based on the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. Your Dharma seeds and comprehension will be of use. The last 5 formations are the evolution of spells, and their killing intent is even stronger than the first 5 formations. You had the help of 4 companions in the first 5 formations, and it was already so difficult for you to pass through the last 5 formations, let alone the last 5 formations. Go back. If you admit defeat now, you might still be able to save the lives of your 2 old friends in the 5th formation. In the 6th formation, the image of the yellow turban warrior floated in the air, and an indifferent and respectful voice came out. If I admit defeat, then wouldn't they have died in vain? Old freak Wan Luo had no intention of retreating, and the murderous aura around him became stronger and stronger. Are you really that strong? Let me try. Bang! After saying this, old freak Wan Luo suddenly rushed forward like an angry old dragon. I am Nanzhan cultivator Wan Luo. I am going to die today. Who will send me on my way? The mountain rocks shattered, and the sky darkened. Old freak Wan Luo rushed into the 6th formation, and he was determined to die. Senior sister, master is not dead yet. Think of a way to save him. Xianxia tugged at Yi Guin's sleeve tightly, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. The zither in her arms fell to the ground. Yi Guin's expression was also tense, and he bit his lips so hard that they bled. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly turned around and ran. However, the moment he moved, someone grabbed his sleeve. It was Li Hongyi. Yi Guin bit his lips and wanted to speak again, but Li Hongyi had already stuffed a storage bag into his hand. She used her spiritual will to communicate with him. The master of the path of Yin spirits is here. If I have any ulterior motives, she can destroy me with a single thought. You are different. The master of the nimble skill sect is not here. Take these artifacts of mine and invite him here. Yi Guin looked at Li Hongyi blankly, and saw a flash of sharpness between the brows of this woman. I thought that they would not let us do as we wish so easily, but who would have thought that they are going to destroy our hope? After a long time, she finally spat out a sentence. The 3 northern paths have set up an ambush outside the pilgrimage mountain, and no one is allowed to go out. Fortunately, I borrowed the artifact that senior sister Hongyi obtained from the demon sovereign pavilion and traveled a short distance through the void. That's how I was able to break through the encirclement and come here to look for you. But even so, 4 hours have passed. I don't know how my master and the rest are doing. Please go. Yi Guin sobbed in front of the Tianyi palace and told Fang Xing about the matter as fast as she could. However, Fang Xing was enraged and felt a flame of anger burning in his heart, as if someone had pinched his heart. I don't care if your master is dead or not. He grabbed Yi Guin's collar and said, Is that old bastard Wan Luo dead? When I came, he was preparing to challenge the sixth formation. Yi Guin was almost frightened by his ferocious aura, and her throat became dry. When Fangxing heard this, he gasped. From Yi Guin's words, he could tell that the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain had joined forces to challenge the first 5 formations, but they still suffered heavy casualties. Now, only the bastard Wan Luo was left to challenge the 6th formation. Wasn't he just rushing to be bullied by everyone? More than 2 hours had passed. Even if he made it there, his corpse would probably be cold by now, right? Damn it, you let a bunch of old men risk their lives for you. Why don't you go and die? The enraged Fangxing's eyes turned red. He shouted for Jin Liuzi and was about to rush to the pilgrimage mountain. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. They did not expect such a turn of events. They were shocked and confused, and were even more shocked by Yi Guin's words. The incense burning on the pilgrimage mountain was such a big event, but why did none of the cultivators hear about it? The dragon god looked at the frightened back of the little devil and sighed with his head lowered. He did not say anything. There was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He saw a peerless sword embryo. If it was sharpened enough, it might be able to help the sea folk cut through the calamity in the future. But now, it seemed that no matter how much effort he put in, this sword embryo would eventually return to its original position. His thoughts had become an extravagant hope. At this time, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly. However, at this moment, the great golden crow had already gathered all its strength and was about to fly away. A white figure gently floated down. It was Dragon Lady. Fangxing turned to look at her in surprise. Surprisingly, he was a little slow. Why are you here? Dragon Lady said indifferently, I'll go with you. Fangxing said in a daze, if I go, I won't be able to be the divine son of the Four Seas orthodoxy. Dragon Lady turned her head and looked at him. She suddenly smiled and said, it's all right. A smile that could topple a city. At least one person was toppled. Fangxing suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes were still red, but his laughter was abnormally arrogant. He reached out and hugged the Dragon Lady's shoulder. 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from his eyes. He shouted loudly, Jin Liuzi, let's go. Let's kill all those bastards. Under the wings of the great golden crow, 2 extremely powerful whirlwinds had already condensed. With a flap of its wings, it could travel thousands of miles in an instant. It specialized in cultivating its body. Under the support of the Rock Clan's secret technique and the Uncle Jen's longevity technique, its demonic body was strong. After using the secret technique, in terms of speed, it was not inferior to Yuanying's body. It was just that in terms of movement, it was not as easy as Yuanying's Dharma heart. Usually, it was too arrogant. When Fangxing was in a hurry, he could not ask it to carry him. But now that the situation was urgent, it was naturally a different matter. Dragon God, that kid seems to have given his answer. It seems that he can no longer be the god's son of the Four Seas. Do you still want to take the life of our nimble sex elder on his behalf? You are the lord of the Kanglan Sea, but you have nothing to do with Nanzhan. Even if she is your daughter, if she marries a chicken, she will follow the chicken, if she marries a dog, she will follow the dog. You can take care of them in small matters, but in such a big matter, it is not convenient for you to take action, right? Elder Dezhao of the Nimble sect also spoke at this time. Above his eyes, cold air lingered. That's right. If he is the god's son of the Four Seas, I will naturally help him. But since he has made his choice, it naturally has nothing to do with me. The dragon god spread his 5 fingers and suppressed the invisible mana that was used to cast the Dharma seal. The great square seal also flew out from his sleeve and fell into the nimble sex formation. He looked calm and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and said, fellow Taoists, I have not been to the divine prefecture for a long time. I never thought that I would encounter such a grand event. Since I have nothing to do, why don't we go and watch the ceremony together? As he laughed, he waved his sleeves behind him, stepped on the void, and flew towards the north. The surrounding cultivators looked at each other and only reacted after a long time. They hurriedly rushed towards the pilgrimage mountain. Nanzhan establishing a Dao, this was a big matter. The land of demons had already confirmed that they would establish a Dao in the divine prefecture. The news that the Sea clan of the Four Seas was about to establish a Dao had also spread. The cultivators could still accept this result, but the news of Nanzhan establishing a Dao was really surprising. They had to watch this show. For a moment, the cultivators were like fish, majestically heading towards the pilgrimage mountain. Who said that I can't break through the pilgrimage mountain array alone? At this moment, in the 6th formation of the pilgrimage mountain, old monster Wan Luo, who was drenched in blood, roared and stuck a formation flag into the 108th formation core. He turned around and shouted angrily. It seemed like he was looking at the 36 guardians of the formation and the formation master. It also seemed like he was replying to the spectators who thought that he would die in the 6th formation. The guardian of the 6th formation was a young man with a great wind flag on his shoulder. The robe on his left shoulder was torn, as if he had been hit by a palm. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The 35 guardians beside him were also looking at the crazy old man with respect. The young man looked at old monster Wan Luo's figure in silence for a long time. In the end, he bowed with great admiration. Old senior, I always thought that Nanzhan was useless. Only today did I realize that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. After the young man bowed, he stood up and sighed. In this 6th formation, I didn't show any mercy at all and had already pushed the formation to its limit. However, senior, while dispelling the power of my great wind flag, you also calculated the location of the 108 formation cores in the 6th formation. Then, you inserted the formation flags into each of them to change the direction of the formation. Such cultivation and knowledge are admirable. Did I pass the test? Old monster Wan Luo glared at the young man angrily. The young man with the great wind flag stuck the flag into the ground and brought his fists together. Congratulations, old senior. Ha 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 ha, Wan Luo laughed and placed his hands behind his back. He turned around and headed for the 7th formation. Old senior, the guardian of the 6th formation hesitated for a moment before saying, the 7th formation is not easy to pass. Wan Luo stopped and sneered, if it's easy, how can I show off my ability? The young man did not say anything. After a while, he bowed again. At this moment, the cultivators from Nanzhan's sect looked at old monster Wan Luo's staggering figure with tears in their eyes. No one expected that old monster Wan Luo would still stagger out of the 6th formation after more than 2 hours of bitter battle. Everyone thought that old monster Wan Luo had died, and his heroic spirit didn't diminish in the slightest as he walked towards the 7th formation. His footsteps were slightly unsteady, but he didn't slow down in the slightest. Why bother? You know that it's impossible for you to pass the 10th formation. In the 7th formation, an old man in a red robe was sitting under an ancient pine tree. He looked elegant and elegant. He was sipping tea and looking at Wan Luo with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, but most of it was disdain and indifference. Seeing Wan Luo come in, the eyes of his disciples were filled with vigilance. However, he was not in a hurry to activate the formation. Instead, he slowly took a sip of tea and said to Wan Luo softly, "Cut the crap. If you have the ability, then use it. I'm in a hurry." The moment old monster Wan Luo entered the formation, he raised his spirit and pressed his palm against the air as he coldly barked. Hee, I'm just a little curious. You know that it's impossible, so why do you insist on doing it? The old man in a red robe smiled lightly and said lightly, "It's possible, but I didn't expect the divine land to be so shameless." Old monster Wan Luo stepped forward and said coldly, "Do you really think that the 5 of us didn't do our homework before coming to the divine land? In the past 300 years, there were 7 people who passed the pilgrimage formation. 5 of them succeeded in establishing their own sects and 1 of them was a traitor from the demon abyss. With the difficulty of the formation, even if it was 3 times harder, the 5 of us would still be able to handle it. But now, it's more than 3 times harder." Old monster Wan Luo's face was filled with indescribable indignation. "If you can't pass it, then you can't. Why are you looking for so many excuses?" The old man in a red robe was also displeased. He rolled his eyes and a cold light shot out. Hee, if it wasn't for your nonsense, I wouldn't have to say all this." Curmudgeon Wan Luo chuckled and took a step forward. His beard fluttered in the wind as he waved his palm. "Even if you move all the forces of the northern region to this pilgrimage mountain, the 5 of us will still dare to try our luck. Even if we can't reach the pilgrimage mountain in the end, we will still teach the cultivation world of the northern region and the world a lesson." In an instant, the void exploded. This palm strike that contained true force instantly split into 3 layers of power and struck directly in front of the strange man. What principle? The old man in a red robe did not even look at the palm and slapped it out. When their palms collided, it immediately drew forth a powerful airflow, and an enormous force surged to the point it enveloped the entire grand formation. The mist and clouds trembled endlessly, and it seemed as if a great building was about to collapse. The red-robed old man originally intended to strike Wan Luo down with a single palm strike, but he never imagined that old freak Wan Luo, who seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight, would possess such a formidable cultivation. It actually shook him to the point his vital energy and blood roiled, and the force before him shook and overturned the tea tray. After this palm, he did not dare to be careless anymore. He stood up and looked at old monster Wan Luo with bright eyes. As for old monster Wan Luo, he smiled coldly and continued to answer, "Don't be so arrogant. If I had your cultivation techniques and resources when I was young, what would you be? A mere barbarian cultivator dares to be so arrogant? I'm going to reason with you today." With a loud shout, the red-robed old cultivator of the I Chi sect, who was a golden core Mahayana stage cultivator, jumped to his feet. He did not know why, but he was angered by old freak Wan Luo's words. He originally wanted to use the formation to crush this overconfident Nanzhan cultivator, but at this time, he could not restrain himself and personally attacked. His palm force was as powerful as the tide, striking towards old freak Wan Luo. Fists are reason. Let's see who can convince the other today. Old freak Wan Luo did not stand on ceremony. He waved his sleeves and like 2 angry dragons, they rolled into the void. For a moment, the spiritual energy in the 7th formation was like the sea, and the wind was strong. The 2 golden core cultivators were fighting inside the formation. One was a proud golden core Mahayana stage cultivator from a first-rate sect in the northern region of the divine continent, and the other was an arrogant and unruly peerless monster from the barbarian land of Nanzhan. One's magical techniques were mysterious, and the other's attacks were unrestrained and violent. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they had exchanged nearly 100 moves. Old freak Wan Luo, who looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, was actually talking like a young man, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The more the red-robed old cultivator fought, the more frightened he became. He felt that the opponent's technique was nothing special, but when it was used by the opponent, it was unpredictable and hard to parry. After 100 moves, he suddenly felt that the pressure on him had doubled, and he was already at a disadvantage. The pair of big sleeves were like 2 giant pythons. At one moment they were incomparably ferocious, at another they were as soft as silk. Unexpectedly they were suppressing him firmly. "Master, with your status, why fight with that old thing? Quickly activate the formation." The red-robed old man had a few quick-witted disciples. When they saw their master being forced back more than 300 feet by the old man from the south, they knew that the situation was far from good. Their master couldn't bring himself to do it, and it wasn't appropriate for him to order them to activate the grand formation. So, he took the initiative to activate the grand formation. For a moment, the void shook, and a dark red palm suddenly stretched out from the void. Bang! Old monster Wan Luo, who was focused on attacking the red-robed old cultivator, felt his heart tremble and he hastily dodged. The red-robed old cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to increase his magic power and sent another attack at old monster Wan Luo. Old monster Wan Luo was forced back dozens of feet. His chest trembled and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He immediately suppressed his chi and blood and circulated his spiritual energy. An invisible baleful aura surged from his body and his beard fluttered in the wind. At the same time, as the giant dark red palm stretched out, a head with black hair drilled out of the void. It was wearing a strange black robe that was covered in runes. Its entire body was dark red and translucent. Ghost fire flashed in its eye sockets, and its spiritual power was astonishing. Rumble, the void trembled incessantly. After this dark red ghost appeared, nearly 100 more ghosts emerged. All of them had translucent bodies and looked like spirits. However, the aura they exuded was like that of a demonic ghost. It was strange and inexplicable. The red-robed old cultivator floated behind the spirits. His eyes flickered and were filled with endless hatred. Old thing, I'm here today. Don't even think about passing through this array alive. Forbidden evil slave? Old monster Wan Luo saw through the origin of these giant monsters at a glance. His heart sank slightly. He didn't expect that the cultivators of the divine continent would also know such evil methods. This was a method of using evil power. When it was refined into a puppet, its power was terrifying. When he was in the Nanzhan, the forbidden evil slave had appeared and killed 10 gold core cultivators of the Huangfu family. Anyone who touched it would be tainted. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to deal with. He didn't expect to see it in the divine continent. Now that he observed its aura, he found that this kind of ghost was weaker than the one in the Green Hill tomb, but it was obviously still very difficult to deal with. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. I'd like to see how you're going to break through my grating spirit array. A hint of killing intent flashed across the red-robed old cultivator's face. He waved the array flag and nearly 100 demonic spirits roared violently and rushed toward old monster Wan Luo. Old monster Wan Luo took a deep breath. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he sneered and said coldly, I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. I'm going to reason with you today, and I'm going to make it clear to you. As he spoke, he gathered the power of his cultivation and swung his sleeves in the air. One was above and the other was below. Yin and Yang were reversed, and the world was overturned. Great Yin Yang millstone. Rumble, it was as if the entire pilgrimage mountain shook. In the middle of the mountain, the clouds at the 7th array were shaking violently. Shrill sounds could be heard. The clouds at the bottom surged upwards, and the clouds at the top flowed downwards. It was as if they were colliding with each other. Looking at the clouds, a strange feeling of heaven and earth being turned upside down appeared in everyone's heart. It was as if a giant millstone was grinding away the order of the world. Old senior, can he break through? At the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, Li Hongyi clenched his fists and turned to look at the void in the south. Why isn't he here yet? At this time, in the 7th array, there were only spirits flying around. It was chaos. Old monster Wan Luo's great Yin Yang millstone had disrupted the order of the array. In an instant, Yin and Yang were no longer in balance, and the place was in chaos. The forbidden evil slaves that filled the sky were originally relying on the Yin and Yang breaths to kill living beings. Now, they had lost their direction and were flying everywhere. Under the immense power of the great Yin Yang millstone, even the red-robed old cultivator and his disciples could not stand steadily. Old monster Wan Luo retracted his sleeves and took out an ancient sword. With a whistling sound, he charged at the red-robed old man while withstanding the great power of the array. Wherever he passed, there would be forbidden evil slaves that had smelled his life force and charged at him. However, old monster Wan Luo swung his sword like a tidal wave. With just the strength of his physical body, he tore open the void and killed the evil slaves. These ghosts were extremely powerful. If he used his spiritual power, the evil aura of the ghosts would invade his body through his spiritual power. Thus, he could only rely on his physical body to kill them. However, this was extremely taxing on his physical body. His physical body was already unable to bear the burden of just one sword strike. Along the way, there were at least dozens of ghosts that had smelled his aura and pounced at him. Chi! 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 As he charged, old monster Wan Luo gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. His beard and hair were flying wildly. The ancient sword in his hand slashed horizontally and vertically, tearing apart the void. He's clearly an old man whose vitality is almost exhausted. How can he be so terrifying? The disciples of the red-robed old man who were guarding the array were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. They all hid in the corner of the array and didn't dare to approach. To them, old monster Wan Luo was simply an old madman who killed gods and ghosts. They had followed the red-robed old man to cultivate the method of refining ghosts and knew how terrifying these things were. When had they ever seen such a killing method that was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables? No matter how strong one's physical strength was, it was impossible to do it, not to mention that this was an old man who had lived for more than 1,000 years and was almost exhausted. To put it simply, he was like a 100-year-old man in the mortal world jumping into a pack of tigers and wolves and tearing them apart. lie down. Old Monster Wan Luo traversed the void and slashed with the ancient sword in his hand. Every slash tore the void apart and the evil slaves were killed, turning into a black evil aura that dissipated between heaven and earth. Along the way, he was like a demon. Along the way, black lightning surrounded his body and he killed no less than 40 ghost slaves before he arrived in front of the red-robed old man and stomped on the air. "How dare you bully me?" The red-robed old man was shocked and angry. He was completely scared out of his wits by Old Monster Wan Luo. However, he was still a Golden Core Mahayana stage cultivator, so he wasn't so scared that he didn't want to resist at all. Facing Old Monster Wan Luo's stomp from the sky, he raised his fists and punched upwards. Boom! Old Monster Wan Luo had unparalleled strength. His stomp directly shattered the red-robed old man's defense and he was kicked into the array. The ancient sword was pointed at his eyebrows and Old Monster Wan Luo shouted, "Do you understand now?" In the eyes of the red-robed old man, Old Monster Wan Luo's beard and hair were fluttering like a demon. He was so shocked that he couldn't answer. Ha 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 ha, Old Monster Wan Luo laughed loudly and slashed down with his sword. Chi! The red-robed old man was shocked and closed his eyes, waiting for his death. However, after a long while, he opened his eyes in fear and discovered that the sword had not struck him. Instead, it had struck the 7th formation flag that had fallen beside his head. Once the formation flag was damaged, the formation had been broken. He turned around and saw that the old cultivator was already walking out of the formation with his body hunched over. As he walked, he coughed repeatedly, causing blood to splatter all over the ground. This old man made it to the 8th array by himself? At this moment, at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, the Tao masters of the northern 3 paths and the few spectators, including the cultivators who were guarding the arrays in front, were all shocked. They looked at the old figure on the mountain path, swaying as he charged towards the 8th array. Although the South Sect Golden Core cultivator, Old Freak Wan Luo, could tell that his cultivation base was already half a step into the nascent soul realm, no one could have imagined that he could actually reach the step. He staggered out of the array. Although he was heavily injured, he didn't have any intention of retreating and walked toward the 8th array. Nanzhan cultivators also have geniuses. There are always a few outstanding cultivators in the past thousands of years. This is it. The last 3 arrays are guarded by the divine son of the 3 northern paths and the true disciples. He won't be able to pass. The Tao master of the Yin spirit path and the Tao master of the talisman path of the 3 northern paths suddenly exchanged words. "Old man, retreat. The 8th array is not something you can pass." A young voice came from the 8th array. Although the voice was calm, it was filled with a sense of arrogance. "Is that so?" Old Monster Wan Luo chuckled, "The juniors these days are so arrogant." He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. "If you dare to pass the 8th array with your crippled body, I will kill you." The voice from the 8th array was emotionless, cold and emotionless, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. "Kid, don't you know how to respect your elders?" Old Monster Wan Luo shouted. He was truly angry and charged toward the 8th array. Old Monster Wan Luo was well aware that his chances of passing the 8th formation with his current body were simply too low. In fact, being able to pass through the 6th and 7th formations was largely due to luck. If he hadn't studied the characteristics of the tormented spirits for the sake of his old friend, Hu Qin, and the reason why that little bastard was trapped by the tormented spirits, he wouldn't have been able to find the weakness of the forbidden slaves so accurately in the 7th formation and slay 40 ghosts with his sword to break through the formation. But he could lose, but he couldn't bear the scolding and contempt of a young man. It was an insult. "Who do you think you are to talk about respect in front of me?" In the 8th formation, there was a young man with a face like a statue. He was around 20 years old, but his expression was like an ice sculpture. When he heard Old Monster Wan Luo's words, a cold expression appeared on his face. He raised a finger and pointed at Old Monster Wan Luo. His voice was filled with anger as he said indifferently, "Scram." Rumble, inside the formation, a lightning snake swam and turned into a python whip, lashing at the outside of the formation. "Pa!" Old Monster Wan Luo's eyes were filled with rage after being insulted. Although he was seriously injured, his killing intent surged. He stretched out his palm and the spiritual energy in his palm surged like a tide, catching the whip in his hand. The python whip roared and charred his palm, but he still managed to catch it firmly. He shouted towards the inside of the formation, "Junior, you can kill me in the formation, but how can you stop me from entering the formation? I made a bet with someone. Even if Yuanying came, he wouldn't be able to pass the first 7 formations," the young man in the formation said coldly. "Not to mention you?" Whoosh! Another python whip materialized and lashed out at old monster Wan Luo. How rude! Old monster Wan Luo reached out once more and grabbed onto another lightning python furiously. "When my old friends sent me out of seclusion, I promised them that I would at least enter the 8th formation." Old monster Wan Luo took a deep breath and was about to tear off the 2 python whips and rush forward. However, with a xiao sound, another python whip appeared and lashed out from behind. Old monster Wan Luo let out a groan and his hunched body bent down once more, nearly falling onto the ground. In the 7th formation, he wielded the heavy sword and chopped 40 evil ghosts with his almost exhausted body, which really exceeded the limit of his physical body at his age. Although he was not completely exhausted, he was almost there. Holding the 2 python whips just now almost exhausted his remaining spiritual power. In addition, he was seriously injured, and even his mind was about to be scattered. He could not resist the sudden 3rd whip. "Nanjan is a rogue cultivator. Do you think you're qualified to talk about guarantees in front of me?" In the 8th formation, the faint voice sounded again, and another whip fell out of thin air. Pfft! Blood spurted out from old monster Wan Luo's mouth and nose as his hands trembled with boundless hatred. However, he did not speak for a long time. Instead, he straightened his body and walked forward. Chi! Another whip landed on his chest, causing him to stagger back a few steps. "I want to enter the formation, what do you have to stop me?" Old monster Wan Luo stepped forward again. Xiao! Another whip lashed out, causing him to stagger and almost fall down. "You can't enter the formation if I don't let you." Because of this, he did not enter the array. The entire scene was seen by the cultivators at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain. For a moment, the cold wind was silent, and no one spoke. Everyone's expression was extremely complicated. There was hatred, pity, and coldness. Sect Master Tsang Wu, the divine son of your talisman path has become more and more hot-tempered after practicing the thunder art. After a while, even the sect master of the Yin spirit path, the old woman, couldn't help but say to the young sect master, "This kid is destined to kill demons and monsters with the thunder art in the future. It's not a big deal for him to focus on his art." The sect master of the talisman path said calmly as if he did not care. The sect master of the pure yang path let out a sigh after hearing this. He knew that the sect master of the talisman path was protective, so he did not speak further. "Senior Wan Luo, let's go down the mountain, we're not going to attempt the formation." A cry of agony could be heard as a Nanjan cultivator knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. The whip landed on old monster Wan Luo's body, but it felt like the whip landed on their souls, causing them to feel despair. However, old monster Wan Luo on the mountain did not seem to have heard it. He forced himself to move forward without any intention of backing down. "You're asking for it, don't blame me for it." The divine son of the talisman path in the 8th formation seemed to be annoyed. He let out a cold roar, and a terrifying lightning serpent with the thickness of a human's waist appeared outside the formation. Crackling arcs of lightning spread in all directions like a lightning dragon as it floated above old monster Wan Luo's head. Even the cultivators at the foot of the mountain could sense its unstoppable aura, causing them to feel a sense of panic. Sigh, are the juniors these days really so immoral? Old monster Wan Luo did not back down. He raised his head and looked at the lightning whip in the sky. There seemed to be a hint of despair and unwillingness on his face. He could have entered the 8th formation. With a ka-la-la sound, the lightning whip rose up high and then lashed down. The power of the whip seemed to be able to split the stone path of the pilgrimage mountain in half. Old monster Wan Luo, who was small in stature, looked like he could not even withstand a single blow. Enough! At this moment, a furious roar rang out. A red figure suddenly appeared at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain and appeared not far away from old monster Wan Luo. Then, with a wave of his sleeves, 2 long silks shot out like snakes and wrapped around old monster Wan Luo's skinny body. Then, with a forceful tug, he was pulled away from the lightning whip that was descending from the sky. Boom, the lightning whip landed on the ground, scorching the ground and sending rocks flying in all directions. Terrifying lightning bolts danced in all directions, as if it had turned into a sea of lightning. The red figure that had dragged old monster Wanluo away turned around and fled in the void. It was Li Hongyi. She had broken the rules and saved old monster Wanluo. Girl. Why do you have to destroy this old man's last wish? Old man Wanluo opened his weak eyes. Seeing that it was Li Hongyi, he sighed with a bitter expression. Old senior, junior sister Yi Guin has already gone to invite junior brother Feng. Are you really not willing to see him? Li Hongyi held back her tears and said softly. She landed at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain with old monster Wanluo in her arms. That little bastard is coming? Old monster Wanluo was slightly taken aback and his eyes were filled with shock. You are also a disciple of the Path of Yin Spirits. Why are you so rude? At the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, the old lady of the Path of Yin Spirit raised her eyebrows and shouted. She flicked her finger and a black light flew into the air. It looked inconspicuous but it was extremely terrifying. Li Hongyi, who was in the air, turned around quickly and took the blow with his back. His face changed and he fell to the ground like a paper kite. Ugh, Li Hongyi fell to the ground and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Old monster Wanluo fell out of her arms but was caught by Ho Guimen. Sect leader, please spare my life, disciple, I have to take it. Li Hongyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be begging for mercy but her smile was provocative. Heh, he wants to challenge the array. Life or death is up to fate. Why do you need to interfere? The path leader of the Path of Yin Spirits shouted, do you really think that just because Junior Uncle Ming loves you, I will not punish you according to the sect rules? Li Hongyi smiled pitifully and said softly, Sect leader, you have wronged me. I am not saving him, I am saving the Path of Yin Spirits. The Path of Yin Spirits Tao Lord was slightly stunned, and then he sneered, oh? What do you mean? Why don't you tell me? Li Hongyi laughed coldly. A hint of malice rose in his eyes. His voice was gentle but contained a hint of viciousness. This elder's cultivation goes without saying. But what's more frightening about him is that he has an incredible disciple. As a disciple of the Northern Three Paths, I'm really worried that if his disciple becomes ruthless, it will be difficult for me to escape when the Three Paths are in deep trouble. Nonsense. The path leader of the Path of Yin Spirits raised her eyebrows and was about to scold Li Hongyi when she sensed something and turned to look. He's here? Li Hongyi was startled as well. Then, he was overjoyed as he looked in the same direction. There, a golden cloud was flying towards the pilgrimage mountain with murderous intent. Bastards, who dares to bully my master, I will make your entire family pay with their lives. That golden cloud was actually a fat golden crow. When it spread its wings, they were actually able to cover a radius of 100 feet. Under its wings, strong gusts of wind blew, and wherever it passed, mountains and trees were uprooted, creating a scene of devastation. And on its back, there was a young man in gray whose clothes fluttered in the wind. Standing beside him was a tall woman in white whose appearance could topple cities, and beneath his feet was a woman in purple whose face was filled with worry. Behind the young man, a murderous aura surged into the sky, almost like a black rainbow piercing through the sun. The intensity of the murderous aura caused the three Tao masters to feel fear in their hearts. That little bastard is here? Old curmudgeon Wanluo heard the roar and forced his eyes open. He looked into the distance and a bitter smile crept onto his face. Why is he here? The young cultivators of Nanzhan saw him and murmured to themselves with complicated expressions. This guy is finally here. Ho Guimen turned around with a hint of hope in his eyes. When Ning Xiaoqiao and Chu Xi saw that figure, they felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. They subconsciously leaned against each other and held each other's arms. The newcomer was none other than Fang Xing. Fang Xing had already somersaulted down from the sky hundreds of miles away. His body flashed in the air and he had already reached the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, smashing a huge pit on the ground. He then sprinted towards old freak Wanluo and scanned him with his divine sense. The lightning scars, withered chi and blood, and the torn and blood-stained Taoist robe immediately caused his eyes to turn bloodshot. His fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. The murderous aura around his body was so strong that it almost took form, like a black cloud surrounding his body. The Nanzhan disciples who were guarding old freak Wan Luo were also intimidated by his murderous aura. They subconsciously retreated to the side, not daring to approach him. "Old bastard, what are you doing here instead of taking care of your old body?" Fang Xing, whose anger had reached its peak, suddenly exploded. Then, he pointed at old freak Wan Luo's nose and cursed loudly. Old freak Wan Luo was startled. When Fang Xing looked at his injuries, he also raised his head to look at the little bastard that he had not seen for 4 years. His old face revealed a hint of kindness that was usually hard to notice. However, before he could say anything, he suddenly heard someone scolding him. He immediately became angry and shouted, "Hey, you little bastard, how dare you meddle in my affairs? What are you trying to show off with your old arms and legs? Now you're being bullied, aren't you? Bullsh*T, who can bully me? Old bastard, you're about to die and you're still trying to be brave. You dare to curse me to die? Little bastard, do you believe that I won't beat you up?" Cough, cough. Old Monster Luo was panting with rage. He jumped up and wanted to beat Fang Xing up. However, his injuries were too severe after all. His loud words immediately affected his damaged internal organs. He coughed loudly, and a few wisps of blood foam came out of his mouth. "Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine?" Fang Xing was also very anxious. He rummaged through his storage pouch to find a life-prolonging elixir. With one hand, he brought out a sparkling white porcelain bottle. Seeing this, Dragon Lady directly took out her own elixir. This elixir was made from the blood lotus seed that she had obtained from Dragon Lady. It was much stronger than ordinary elixirs. Fang Xing knew what was good for him, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He directly took it and forced it into old monster Wan Luo's mouth. "Little bastard. Woo woo. Do you want to choke me to death?" Wan Luo was already so old, yet he was forced to drink medicine. He was so angry that he lifted his leg and wanted to kick Fang Xing. However, before he could kick out, he saw the Dragon Lady behind Fang Xing. His eyes lit up, and he whispered into Fang Xing's ear, "Is this the Kanglanxi's Princess Royal? He's quite handsome and tall too." Fang Xing chuckled and whispered back, "Is there a need to say more about this young master's eyesight?" Dragon Lady heard the conversation between the master and disciple. Her face was very red. She bowed to old monster Wan Luo and left. Old monster Wan Luo smiled as he watched Dragon Lady leave. Suddenly, he thought of something and coughed violently. He looked at Fang Xing worriedly and said, "You came like this. Kanglanxi won't make things difficult for you, right?" Fang Xing used his sleeve to wipe the blood from his mouth. He pretended to be careless and said, "I've already slept with you. Can my wife take it back?" Old monster Wan Luo was really shocked. He sighed, "Really, the student has surpassed the teacher, ha 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 ha." The surrounding Nanzhan cultivators were a little stunned. The scene of this meeting between the old and the young was too strange. The first thing they did was call each other bastards. After that, they didn't even hurry to say anything else. Instead, they started to reminisce about the past. However, the scene of the 3 Dao masters and the Nanzhan cultivators treating them as heir was a little strange. Furthermore, although Fang Xing was talking to old monster Wan Luo with a cheeky smile, his eyes never left the wounds on old monster Wan Luo's body. He saw almost every single wound on old monster Wan Luo's body clearly. The killing intent on his body also became more and more violent, causing some people to feel a strange chill in their hearts and subconsciously stay away from him. Yi Guin and the other Nanzhan cultivators were anxious. They were worried about old monster Hu Qin and Zhang Daoi who were trapped in the array. They wanted to ask Fang Xing to save them, but seeing the current situation, they didn't dare to disturb him. Xianxia and Chu Xi didn't know what to do. The 2 young girls were holding each other's hands. They didn't know if they should go forward or hide. They stood there in a daze, their eyes lost. Boom, clouds floated over from afar. The dragon god stepped out of the void and appeared on a hill beside the pilgrimage mountain. In a few other places, there were no clouds to be seen. Countless cultivators had rushed over, their eyes shining as they looked at the mountain path leading to the top of the pilgrimage mountain. However, seeing that the spiritual light of the arrays had dimmed, it was clear that no one was charging at the array. They whispered to each other, thinking that they had arrived too late. However, they did not understand why the northern three paths would quietly offer incense to the pilgrimage mountain. In an instant, more and more cultivators came to watch. The foot of the pilgrimage mountain was filled to the brim. The news has still been leaked. The talisman tool path master glanced at the surrounding cultivators with dissatisfaction and said coldly, "There's no need to guard against it. Nanzhan's pilgrimage mountain has already failed. It doesn't matter how many people come." The pathmaster of the Yin Spirit Path said in a low voice and sneered. The pathmaster of the Pure Yang Path nodded and said, "There are too many people. Let's not waste time. Disciples who are guarding the array should return to the sect. Ignore these rogue cultivators. In the future, when the disciples of the sect are unified, we can explain it to the outside world." The three of them came to an agreement. They completely ignored Zhu, who was rushing over like a fish. They ordered their children to wave the flag and the disciples guarding the array to return to their respective sections. The cultivators were in an uproar when they saw this. The pilgrimage mountain was the symbol of luck in the cultivation world of the northern region. Although the northern three paths was one of the three major sects of the northern region, it was too presumptuous of them to come and go as they pleased. However, the prestige of the northern three paths was difficult to invade after all. No one dared to object at this moment. Nanzhan and Zhu also stood dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They did not know what to say. Only one person said coldly without any trace of politeness, "You injured an old man to this extent and you want to leave just like that?" It was Feng Xing, who had been squatting in front of old monster Wan Luo and laughing. He had already stood up and looked coldly at the faces of the three path masters of the northern three paths. There was no anger in his eyes, only a throbbing murderous intent. The three path masters of the northern three paths were also slightly stunned. Their gazes landed on Feng Xing's face. "Junior, are you talking to the three of us?" The path master of the Yin Spirit Path, the old woman with a wrinkled face, said coldly. This time, Feng Xing strangely did not curse out loud. He only said in a low voice, "I'm talking to the northern region." This reply made the three path masters of the northern three paths slightly stunned. They paid a little more attention. The young pathmaster of the Talisman Tools Path laughed and said, "If you want to talk to the northern region, the three of us can represent the northern region to answer you. Junior, your Nanzhan wants to establish a divine prefecture. It's ridiculous and I don't have to say much. But on account of Nanzhan and the divine prefecture breaking through the array for the pilgrimage mountain, we will still give you a chance. You can only establish a divine prefecture after burning a stick of incense on the pilgrimage mountain. This rule was set by the wise sages. They willingly broke through the array and climbed the mountain. We didn't force them. They are not capable enough and can't reach the peak of the pilgrimage mountain. Even if they lose their lives, it's their own fault." As he spoke, he channeled his spiritual power and his voice spread in all directions. It was as if he was dispelling the doubts of the northern region cultivators. Many knowledgeable cultivators, upon hearing these words, actually understood the intentions of the northern three Daos. The establishment of a Dao involved a huge matter of destiny. Nanzhan was not like the Demon Land or the Sea Clan. In terms of inheritance, it was actually of the same origin as the divine prefecture. After agreeing to the Demon Land and Sea Clan establishing a divine prefecture, Nanzhan establishing a Dao was actually a more reasonable thing to do. To put it simply, the destiny was distributed to the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan. There was no reason for it not to be distributed to Nanzhan cultivators who were originally of the same clan. However, the northern region really did not want to share this destiny. Therefore, they raised the difficulty of the pilgrimage mountain 10 arrays. They wanted Nanzhan to know when to retreat. They also wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys and deter the other forces of Nanzhan. However, after all, this matter was not very pleasant to the ears. Therefore, they chose to handle it in a low-key manner. Whether Nanzhan establishes a Dao or not has nothing to do with me. However, you have injured my master. That's unacceptable. A fierce look appeared on Feng Xing's face. He squatted down and took the stick of green sandalwood from old freak Wan Luo. Then, he stood up and walked forward. As he passed by Chu Xi and Xianxia, he subconsciously circled around them. Then, he looked straight at the Tao masters of the northern three paths. If the old ones lose, there's still the young ones. If they can't ascend the mountain, then let me see how difficult the path up the mountain is. Little devil, do you want to take over the last 3 arrays in place of the 5 elders? When the 3 Tao masters of the northern 3 paths heard this, their gazes turned cold. Their voices were a little strange. They seemed to find it absurd, but also seemed to be sneering. They looked as if they were looking at someone who was seeking death. However, what Fangxing said next shocked them even more. Not 3 arrays. I want to challenge the Pilgrimage Mountain 10 arrays. Challenge the Pilgrimage Mountain 10 arrays. When he said this, not only the 3 Tao masters, but all the cultivators of the northern region were shocked. Their gazes were strange, shocked, secretive, and complicated. This little devil didn't even dare to rely on his own strength to break through the Xianxia sect's grand formation. He only won by using tricks with the help of his celestial artifact. However, there were 10 grand formations on the worship's Zen mountain, which were able to stop the footsteps of 5 golden core Mahayana experts and even injure and kill them one by one. It was clear that the 10 grand formations were the strongest forces of the top 10 sects in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. The runes on the little devil's celestial artifact had clearly dimmed after knocking down Elder Dijiao of the Lingqiao sect and could no longer be activated. Was he crazy, or was he really seeking death? Even Li Hongyi frowned and stood in front of Fangxing. She secretly sent a message to him. The Northern Three Paths has joined forces with the major sects and families of the northern region. Almost all of their golden core cultivators have been channeled into the array. The power of the 10 arrays is at its strongest. It must not be underestimated. The 5 elders have already broken through the first 7 arrays. If they break through the last 3 arrays, Nanzhan will be unstoppable. Why are you? Because I'm not going to challenge the arrays. I'm going to kill. Fangxing interrupted her and grinned. If I don't start from the beginning, how can I vent my anger? His words were filled with an inexplicable murderous intent. Li Hongyi was stunned. Due to the presence of the Dragon Monarch, as well as the increasing number of cultivators spectating the battle, the Tao Masters of North Three Paths could no longer act willfully. After a short discussion, they found out that this little brat had not truly joined the sea race, and was still nominally a cultivator of Nanzhan, so they had no reason to reject him. Seeing that the Dragon Monarch seemed to be watching from the side with a smile, and had no intention of stopping him, they had no choice but to agree. This little brat Nanzhan wanted to go up the mountain to die, so they naturally would not reject him, as long as he did not break off relations with the sea race. Tao Master, the Nimble Chiu sect is willing to guard this pass. The Peak Master of the Nimble Chiu sect's Chi Xiu Peak used a seal and quietly came before the 3 Tao Masters of North Three Paths, respectfully recommending himself. That's good too, the 6th formation leader was injured by that crazy old man, you can replace him. The Tao Master of Northern Three Tao agreed. He casted a magic seal, and laughed out loud. He immediately led his disciples up the mountain to set up a defense. His luck had really taken a turn for the better. The heavens had blessed him. His only regret was that he could only guard the 6th checkpoint. He didn't know whether this little devil had the ability to break through to the front of him. If he were to lose his life in vain in the first few checkpoints, he would inevitably feel very regretful in his heart. The group of Nanzhan cultivators all had strange looks on their faces, some were ashamed, some were panicking, and it was difficult to distinguish them one by one. Among them, there were some who had lofty aspirations, but firstly, they were not strong enough, and going up the mountain would only be courting death. Secondly, they were all cultivators of the northern domain sects, and their identities did not match, so they could not ascend the mountain. At this moment, they seemed powerless, just like Li Hongyi. Only the Great Golden Crow was duty-bound to follow Fangxing up the pilgrimage mountain. Fangxing looked at him with a faint smile, and the Great Golden Crow knew what he wanted to say, and cackled strangely, saying, "Last time, I did not enter the bottomless ruins with you, and it was a great loss for me. Although you are going up the mountain for the orthodoxy of the human race, who knows if you will snatch something good when you go up the mountain. I, Big Gold Lord, have to follow you. I don't want to see you get rich in the future without me, Big Gold Lord, getting envious." As for Dragon Lady, she stayed behind to take care of old monster Wan Luo and did not follow along. Unlike the Great Golden Crow, she was a well-known descendant of the Dragon clan. Due to her identity, she could not ascend the mountain. As for Li Hongyi, he seemed to be unwilling to give up. He avoided the gaze of the Pathadine spirit and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Feng Xing, "Don't be so hasty. Let's wait a little longer. We can discuss this further, my killing intent has been raised. I can't wait any longer." Seeing that Li Hongyi had something to say, Feng Xing couldn't be bothered with him. He laughed and drew out the blood-drinker manic saber. Slashing at the air twice, he shouted at the top of the mountain, "Nanzhan, young master Feng Xing is here to knock on the door. Have you bastards washed your necks clean? Haha, the commanding elder of the Yun family of the embittered seas, Yun Yao, is here to guard the door. Little rascal, you asked for it." A loud laugh came from above. The great elder of the embittered seas Yun clan had even come out of the formation to see if it was really the little devil. When he saw him, he was already extremely excited. He felt that the heavens had eyes and allowed the little devil to come to his doorstep. It was just like how Long Jianting saw the Yun clan guarding the formation for the first round. When Yun Yao saw the little devil, he also exclaimed in his heart that his luck was too good. Haha, so it's an acquaintance. Feng Xing's eyes turned cold. He strode up the mountain, taking dozens of steps with each step. Behind him, the large golden crow spread its wings and shone with golden light. It was like a golden cloud following behind him. Even though they knew that their enemies were guarding the array in front of them, and that they would lose their lives if they lost, the two of them did not hesitate at all and charged straight into the array. For a moment, smoke and clouds surged, and the sword chi was piercingly cold, engulfing the two of them. In the void that was manifested by the array mirror, there were endless sword lights, and a glass world wrapped Feng Xing and the golden crow in the middle. Just the two of them, is it really not too difficult to break through this formation? Isn't it a little too overconfident? There was already a Nanzhan cultivator who exclaimed in a low voice. His expression was extremely strange. As for Li Hongyi, he could only sigh softly. Am I really going to let him take away all of my Nanzhan's fate all by himself? Ha 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 ha, little devil, you have been clever all your life, but you chose to enter the gate of death. I thank the heavens and earth for avenging the Yun family's hatred. The great elder of the Yun family shouted. In the midst of his maniacal laughter, the sword in his hand had already activated countless sword chi. At the same time, he waved the flag in his hand. The 100-sword cultivators of the Yun family hit into the formation at the same time. Although their figures could not be seen, the dense sword chi surged in from all directions. It was as if there would be endless sword chi surging in at any time. Every inch of their skin was filled with sword chi. Jin Liuzi, the pattern of the 8 gates of the formation is, Feng Xing did not speak. Runes appeared in his eyes. Through the Yin-Yang Fiend God mirror, he had seen through the 8 gates of the sword formation, and then transmitted the position and pattern of the 8 gates to the Great Golden Crow. The Great Golden Crow did not dare to be negligent. Its 2 claws flexed as if they were cramping. As it pushed and pulled, it had grasped the pattern of the sword formation in its mind and transmitted it to Feng Xing through divine thoughts. This formation is the first of the 10 formations of pilgrimage. It looks like a sword formation, but it is actually a metal formation, one of the 5 elements. The sword Tao is the Tao evolved from the 5 elements. Now that we have joined forces, the pattern of the formation's operation is not a problem for the two of us. The most difficult part is how to defeat the guardian of the formation. This formation is made of metal. According to my deduction, we can use fire elemental sorcery, or to put it more simply, we can use metal to subdue metal. If they use the sword Tao, then I will also use the sword Tao. Feng Xing continued and said coldly, I have a metal elemental seed. It should be time for it to sprout. Looking at the endless tide of swords rolling in front of him, Feng Xing lowered his head and flipped his palm. When old Mount Tai gave me pointers on cultivation, he said that I have 7 elemental seeds. I didn't understand at the time, but later I understood that one of the 7 elemental seeds was the metal elemental seed. It is the sword embryo I obtained in the mysterious region. The sword embryo is the metal elemental seed. It has been passed down since ancient times and its quality is unparalleled. Your sword embryo is nurtured in your sea of consciousness. The longer it is nurtured, the faster it will grow. But my sword embryo is different from yours. It cannot be nurtured. I can only use the sword to nurture the embryo and refine it through battle. This is the reason why it passed me the nameless divine art." As he communicated with the great golden crow, Fang Xing's eyes lit up and flashed with a cold light. Everyone thinks that old Mount Tai taught me the Sea Clan's secret technique in this month. In reality, he pointed out the path of cultivation for me. In Fang Xing's palm, a black light the size of an egg appeared. It had a dark gold color and was constantly changing. "You have the metal elemental great formation, so I will use the metal elemental seed to suppress it." Within the black light, the dark gold color became brighter and brighter, shining on Fang Xing's cold eyes. Haha, even the 5 ancestors of Nanzhan had to exchange their lives to break my first sword formation. I want to see what you can do." Seeing that Fang Xing still hadn't moved, Yunyao couldn't hold himself back any longer. With a stern shout, he waved the flag of command. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The first formation had already begun to operate madly. The Yun family sword cultivators who were guarding the first formation moved along with the formation. In an instant, a dozen or so rays of sword light suddenly appeared behind Fang Xing. They interweaved into a net and slashed towards Fang Xing and the large golden crow, aiming straight for Fang Xing's vitals. The old fogies used 1 life to exchange for the method to break the formation. "I will use 100. Just as the rays of sword light rushed toward Fang Xing suddenly moved. He somersaulted and landed on the great golden crow's back. At the same time, he formed a seal with his fingers. A green fog floated over and blocked his and the great golden crow's figures. More than 10 rays of sword light interweaved and slashed through the place where he had been standing. The Yun family sword cultivators were shocked. They did not know what had happened. Great sword demon technique. It was also at this moment that Fang Xing suddenly appeared behind a young Yun family sword cultivator. A ball of black light appeared in his palm, releasing an endless amount of devil intent. With a flip of his palm, a dense sword intent burst out from the ball of black light. Like cutting a bean, with a chi sound, the head of the Yun family sword cultivator in the initial stage of the gold core realm was cut off. The surrounding sword cultivators were shocked. Flying swords slashed over, but Fang Xing had already disappeared once again. Come and go like a ghost, great sword demon technique. After understanding the true meaning of the nameless technique passed down by the black sword embryo, the nameless technique had a name. Great sword demon technique. The nameless technique that Fang Xing first cultivated was the great sword demon technique. However, without understanding the true meaning, he could not use the sword embryo and could not know the name of the technique. What kind of technique is that? The eyes of the Yun family's head elder Yunyao were wide open. He felt a chill in his heart and roared loudly. The elusive Fang Xing made him feel a sense of unease. He immediately operated the formation to the extreme, using the formation's principles to sense where Fang Xing was. It was like he was waving a large net, constantly covering Fang Xing, who was moving erratically. In the formation, the power of the entire formation was tied to him, and he could use it as he pleased. Ha 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 ha, under the attack of the entire formation, Fang Xing laughed loudly instead. His figure flickered in and out of sight, and a ball of black light in his palm surged with endless sword intent. Not only was he not bound by the formation, but he moved around the formation and continued to smash holes in the formation. The sword cultivators who were guarding the formation were swept by the black light in his palm, and their heads fell to the ground one by one like rain. Little devil, don't slaughter the juniors of my Yun family. If you have the guts, come out and fight. At this time, Yunyao was so shocked that he was sweating profusely, and his heart was bleeding. Those heads were not just numbers, they were the blood and sweat of the Yun family. Every single one of them was a good seedling picked out from the hundreds of thousands of clansmen in the Yun family, and they had also been nurtured with endless effort by their elders. But now, they were being chopped up like worthless cabbages. This kind of heartache was even more intense than seeing Yundu being crippled. This also caused him to directly declare war. Originally, the cultivators who guarded the formation used the power of the formation to lead the intruders. Only when there was no other way, would the formation master come out and fight. For example, when the 5 elders tried to break through the formation, they had to split up 4 people to resist the power of the formation, and only let Dragon Sword Court fight Yunyao. This was the power of the formation, but now, it was the other way around. That little devil, he did not know what kind of trick he used, but he actually borrowed the power of the formation and slaughtered the juniors of the Yun family. Instead, he, the formation master, had no choice but to scold and challenge him, and the formation had become his concern and burden. Looks like I haven't killed enough people, Fang Xing's voice sounded in a corner of the formation. He clapped his hands, and black light shot out in all directions. Another 4 to 5 heads fell to the ground. At this time, the juniors of the Yun family who had died under his sword had impressively exceeded 50. The old men used 1 life to exchange for the chance to pass through the formation, so I will use 100 to exchange for the chance to pass through the formation. The only difference is that they used their own, and I will use yours. I'll fight you to the death. The sight of his juniors being slaughtered made Yunyao roar. The dignified executive elder of the Yun family, the leader of the first defense formation, had actually given up on the core of the formation. His body suddenly shifted, and he suddenly rushed towards Fang Xing who was far away. Then, the dense sword chi in his palm slashed towards Fang Xing. This strike contained his anger, and it was as white as the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens. Clang clang clang. The black light in Fang Xing's palm rose upwards, and it collided with Yunyao's sword light. Boom, the black and white sword lights intertwined, and then with a rumble, spread out, and surged in all directions. Great Elder, save me. A sword cultivator of the Yun family who was guarding the formation shouted desperately. He was affected by the sword chi, and his figure was revealed, as if he had been seriously injured. Hee. Fang Xing and Yunyao exchanged a blow head-on, and he was not at a disadvantage, but a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. You stop. Yunyao was shocked, and the second strike went straight out. With just 1 slash, the little devil's shadow had already disappeared. He hurriedly turned his head and immediately saw that the little devil had already strangely rushed behind the few juniors of the Yun family who had revealed themselves. Streaks of black light burst forth and directly shattered the sword lights that the juniors had hurriedly sent out. Then, he cut off their heads. His expression was gloomy and cold as his figure disappeared once again. Enough, juniors of the Yun family, retreat quickly. Yunyao could not care less at this point. He could not stand such a massacre, and the Yun family could not afford to lose these juniors. In addition, he even vaguely realized that the formation that he was guarding should have been a help to him, but at this moment, the little devil seemed to have taken advantage of a loophole. In addition, the demonic sword chi in his palm, in the entire metal element formation, the Tao nature of the formation was mutually generated, and the mana was in harmony. The metal element formation, which should have been suppressing him, seemed to have been stolen by the little devil, and its power was fierce. If he wanted to leave the formation, it would be impossible to stop him. However, he just had to kill without end, as if he really wanted to slaughter all of the Yun family's younger generation. Under these circumstances, he no longer cared about the operation of the Great Formation. He directly ordered the Yun family juniors to retreat to the edge of the formation and away from the battlefield. As for himself, he gave up on the power of the Grand Formation. He wanted to use his true sword Dao to stay at the heart of the formation and kill this little demon. On the surface, it seemed that he, as the master of the formation, had given up the power of the formation, which was equivalent to suffering a great loss and greatly weakening his strength. But for Yunyao, he felt that this was the best choice he could make right now. As long as the formation master did not retreat, the formation would not be considered broken. Those sword cultivators of the Yun family who were already trembling in fear from Fang Xing's murderous aura were no longer courteous. After receiving this order, they immediately retreated to the edge of the formation and hid behind Yunyao in fear. The huge metal element grand formation seemed empty for a moment. There was only Yunyao, who was holding his sword in his sleeves, and Fang Xing and the great golden crow, who were facing him from a distance. Little demon, you've killed too many people of my Yun family. How are you going to compensate with your life? The furious Yunyao did not say much to Fang Xing. He locked onto Fang Xing's aura and charged forward with his sword in a reverse grip. At this moment, Fang Xing was expressionless. He took out a huge black sword from his storage bag. The black light in his palm merged with the huge sword. Immediately, the demonic will surged and black flames burned along the sword. It was the manifestation of the demonic will. As he swung the sword, an unimaginably powerful sword will surged up to the sky and collided with the sword chi in Yunyao's palm. If I don't take it seriously, do you think I'm easy to bully? With a loud shout, the whistling sword chi intertwined with black and white and rushed out in all directions like a gale. In the midst of the chaos, the two of them exchanged nearly 1,000 swords in the blink of an eye. The sound of the swords clashing shook the surroundings and cut people's souls. Boom! The swords shook the sea of clouds, and the ferocious murderous aura rolled. At this moment, the great golden crow and the swordsmen of the Yun family did not intervene. They allowed Fang Xing and Yun Yao to fight. The group of sword cultivators of the Yun family's younger generation were already dazzled by what they saw. They had thought that with Elder Yun Yao personally taking action, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill the little devil. But no matter what, they did not expect that when they actually started fighting, the situation where Elder Yun Yao easily gained the upper hand was completely different from what they had imagined. In the battle, they were actually evenly matched, and the little devil was even growing stronger. Yun Yao, who was in the middle of the battle, felt more and more frightened. He was originally filled with anger and wanted to kill Fang Xing with his sword. But now, he suddenly realized that the little demon's swordsmanship was frightening and profound. It was not inferior to his at all. He originally thought that this little demon, who only knew how to plot and scheme, and if he had the chance, he would be able to kill him with one strike, actually had the strength to fight him. In fact, he could even defeat him with a cultivation base of the middle stage. Previously, he always used tricks and schemes, but in reality, he just did not want to fight head-on. He felt that the little demon's swordsmanship was becoming more and more cunning. At the beginning, it was inexperienced and clumsy, but at the end, it became more and more skillful. The little demon's swordsmanship was like a majestic river, vast and endless, forcing him to be restrained. Yun Yao was angry and afraid. He suddenly shouted, and his aura surged. He used the secret technique of the Yun family, and his spiritual power increased by 3 times. His sword was like an evil dragon. I have cultivated for a lifetime and reached the golden core Mahayana. I don't believe that I will lose to a little demon like you. In this sword, Yun Yao had the intention to risk his life. He made a dangerous move and released his murderous intent. If the battle continued, he was afraid that he would be killed by the little demon. Rumble, a long rainbow rose from the sea of clouds, and with an unparalleled momentum, it slashed toward Fang Xing. A mere golden core Mahayana cultivator of the Yun family dares to block my way? At this moment, Fang Xing's face was filled with ferocity. His eyes were gloomy, and he pointed his huge black sword at the sky. If you want to defeat me, ask Yuanying for help. As the furious roar shook the surroundings, a terrifying baleful aura spread out from the huge black sword. The huge black sword seemed to have disappeared at this moment. After which, it turned into rays of black light that spread out in all directions. After which, they gathered together again, twisting and entangling, and actually combined into an indescribable black sword light. It directly collided with Yun Yao's sword, and with a loud bang, it shook. Within the first array, smoke and clouds surged, and the sky and earth shook. It seemed that the foundation of the first array had been shaken. At this moment, even the great golden crow raised its wings to protect itself, to avoid being hurt by the scattered sword chi. And the group of young swordsmen of the Yun family were even more miserable and anxious. They desperately used their sword light to defend themselves, but there were still more than 10 people who were injured by the whistling sword chi. They screamed and fell to the ground, their dharma clothes torn, and cracks appeared on their protective swords. Bang! 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 Yun Yao stepped on the void, and continuously retreated. His footsteps were heavy, and when he stepped on the void, it was as if he was stepping on a huge drum. At this moment, the body of the great elder of the Yun family of the Bitter Seas was covered with wounds. He was in a sorry state, and his aura was extremely weak. The messy hair in front of his forehead drooped powerlessly, and the sword in his hand, which was forged with the secret method of the Yun family and nourished with his flesh and blood for nearly 1,000 years, was broken into pieces, and only half a foot long was left. And in the air opposite him, Fang Xing held the huge black sword in his hand, looking at him from afar. His aura was tyrannical, and his murderous aura was like clouds. As expected, the more I fight, the more I understand. I have to use battle to nourish the sword. He frowned, muttered, and looked at the ball of black light in his palm. It's just that the Yun family sword way is still a little lacking as a whetstone. It can't grind out the true meaning of the great sword demon technique. Yun Yao, who was already seriously injured, suddenly heard these words. The injuries that he had forcefully suppressed immediately erupted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this sarcasm? How many generations has the majestic Yun family sword way been passed down in the divine continent? In his eyes, it's actually a whetstone, and it's a whetstone that's not good enough. A hatred that bordered on madness began to grow in his heart. His face was filled with anger, but suddenly, he began to laugh lowly. Then, his laughter became louder and louder, more and more crazed. That kind of laughter, even the Yun family juniors could not help but tremble in fear. They looked at him with fear and worry. But Yunyao did not care at all. His laughter became louder and louder, and in the end, it was like rolling thunder. This old man has reached the peak of the Gold Core realm, and has held the Yun family's talisman for 300 years. How could I lose to a mere middle-stage Gold Core junior like you? His eyes were cold, and he shouted loudly, this old man can't lose, and you can't pass this round either. Crack crack. The sound of glass shattering rang out from within his body, and the aura on his body suddenly became a little strange. Great Elder, why do you have to do this? At this moment, a few of the Yun family's juniors who were more knowledgeable were already shouting with all their might. As they shouted, they seemed to want to step forward to stop Yun Yao, but they did not dare to approach him. Subconsciously, they wanted to get as far away from him as possible. These people could already see that Yun Yao had already reversed his gold core, and this was the sign of his gold core self-detonation. Anyway, this old man brought the juniors of the Yun family out to guard the formation, and we suffered heavy casualties. When I return to misery, I will not have the face to continue as the Great Elder, and I might even be punished. Moreover, this old man is a grand gold core realm sword cultivator of the Yun family, and I represent the Yun family sword way. How can I lose? How can I lose? What's more, I lose to a child at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. If this gets out, how can the Yun family sword way stand? Yun Yao gritted his teeth and muttered. He looked fiercely at Feng Xing, and as he reversed his gold core, he was about to rush towards Feng Xing. But the little devil did not seem to be worried at all. He picked his nose as if nothing had happened. Little devil, let's die together. It can be considered a draw. Yun Yao suddenly shouted, and waved his broken sword. He was about to reverse his gold core with all his strength and rush towards Feng Xing. Watch me, big golden lord, flapping my wings. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly rushed over, and sent Yun Yao, who was completely focused on Feng Xing, flying. Then, the golden light rushed up, followed by a claw, then a wing, and then a sharp head. After a series of crackling sounds, the Great Elder of the Misery Yun family, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was beaten into a mess. He fell to the ground like a rag doll. Reverse the gold core? Reverse my ass. At this moment, the golden shadow finally stopped, and proudly floated in the air. Its voice was cold. Do you really think I am here to watch the show? At the edge of the formation, the remaining juniors of the Yun family suddenly felt a deep despair. What's going on? Why do I feel an ominous aura? With the Great Elder of the Yun family leading 100 swordsmen to guard the formation, coupled with the power of the metal element formation, will there be any accidents? In the first formation, there was no sound for a long time, causing the crowd of cultivators outside the formation to speculate. From the beginning, they were confident of victory, but now they were uneasy. An indescribable sense of panic was growing in their hearts. They thought that the cunning little devil in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm would have nowhere to escape once he entered the formation, but they began to feel that things were developing in a bad direction. After a long time, the smoke that enveloped the first formation began to flow and then slowly dissipated, indicating that the first formation was stopping. All the cultivators immediately cast their anxious eyes and divine thoughts over, but they could only see that in the first formation, the great golden crow had spread its wings and flew out, and Feng Xing was slowly walking out behind it. The ground was a mess, the scattered formation flags, and a pile of human heads. Why did so many people die? The scene after the smoke dissipated shocked the eyes of the cultivators at the foot of the mountain, and their hearts felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. The pile of human heads was placed unusually neatly, obviously cleverly stacked together by someone. In front of the pile of human heads was Long Jianting, one of the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain who had just passed away. His sword was stabbed into the ground beside him, and the pile of human heads on the ground was like a kind of memorial. He died in the sword formation that the Yun family guarded, and the little devil used the heads of the Yun family as a sacrifice. The impact of this scene on the crowd was too terrifying. How was this breaking through the formation? Was this a slaughterhouse? And the Yun family that was guarding the formation, were they all dead? The one on top of the pile of human heads was clearly the great elder of the Yun family, Yun Yao. He killed all the swordsmen of the Yun family? Someone shouted, his voice filled with despair and anger. Boom, as if it had ignited the anger of the cultivators of the divine continent at the foot of the mountain, endless anger surged, and they desperately scolded and cursed. Little devil, why are you so ruthless? With such a heavy killing, you should be torn to pieces. It doesn't matter what happens to the Yun family. When you leave the mountain, I won't let you off. Amidst the angry roars of the divine continent cultivators, the Nanzhan cultivators fell silent. They could feel the murderous aura from Feng Xing, but they were not afraid. Instead, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Many of them clenched their fists and cheered silently, but they did not dare to shout out loud. Li Hongyi also heaved a sigh of relief. His tense expression relaxed a little, and his knuckles turned white from clenching his fists. The faces of the 3 Dao masters of the northern 3 Dao sects darkened at this moment. From their point of view, regardless of whether this little demon could successfully break through the formation or not, such a massacre had undoubtedly struck a sore spot for the Dao sects of the northern region. A commanding Grand Elder and over 100 outstanding sword cultivators. This was practically crippling a great aristocratic family like the Yun family of the Bitter Seas. How many years would it take to replenish so much blood? Those who are guarding the formation, listen up. Kill this kid without mercy. The Dao master of the Dao of talisman weapons could no longer hold back his roar. His voice was like rolling thunder that spread throughout the pilgrimage mountain. They were truly enraged. In fact, if not for the fact that Long Jun and a few other experts had arrived at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain to watch the battle coldly, the Dao master of the northern 3 Dao sects would have the urge to personally kill this little demon. However, it was obvious that he could not do so now. The divine continent was a place of rules, and the pilgrimage mountain represented the greatest of them all. Here, one could not act rashly. Although the cultivators at the foot of the mountain seemed to have unanimously agreed to kill this little demon, if they dared to violate the rules here, it would be a grave mistake. Their positions as the leaders of the northern 3 Dao sects would most likely be shaken. At this moment, Feng Xing was squatting in front of Long Jianting, mumbling something. After hearing the commotion from Feng Xing, he was not one to not talk back. He stood up coldly and shouted at the foot of the mountain, "Whoever is not convinced, come up and guard the formation." His shout was imbued with true force and actually suppressed the shouts from the foot of the mountain. The shouts reverberated throughout the mountain. The divine continent cultivators were silent for a while, then with a loud boom, their anger grew. Was this a provocation to the divine continent cultivators? I am willing to guard the formation and kill this little demon. This is too much. I will guard the formation. At that moment, there were indeed many angry cultivators who rolled up their sleeves and wanted to rush up the mountain to guard the formation. As for Feng Xing, he only snorted coldly as he looked at the furious divine continent cultivators below him. Suddenly, he jumped onto the hill and looked down at the cultivators at the foot of the mountain. He stuck out his little belly and extended his palm, making a crotch-digging gesture. Then, he spat heavily and laughed loudly. Then, he flew up to the second formation. The northern region cultivators were so angry that their noses were crooked. This was no longer a provocation, this was a Motherf *King insult, an insult to the northern region cultivators. At that moment, the northern region cultivators were in an uproar. They surged forward like a tidal wave and countless people wanted to rush up the mountain to kill the little demon. Don't be impatient. This lad was able to pass the first formation because of too many coincidences. In the second formation, the element of the formation is completely different from the first. Even if he is twice as ferocious, he will not be able to pass it easily. Let us wait and see how he will be suppressed. At this time even the pathmaster of the Pathabine spirit had to shout to calm the northern region cultivators' anger. In front of them was the second formation, the water element formation. The formation was guarded by a Mu family. This family was proficient in water techniques, and their attainments in water techniques were not inferior to those of the Tianyi Palace. In the second formation, mist lingered and rivers flowed. A Taoist nun at the Golden Core Mahayana sat cross-legged in the void. Around the formation, the water vapor condensed into beautiful women, either sitting cross-legged at the head of the river or standing by the side of the river. They looked like celestials. Mu Shueyue is guarding here. Little friend, please stop. A Taoist nun in the middle of the formation saw Feng Xing come in. She waved her horsetail whisk, nodded slightly, and smiled gently. In the first formation, you killed so many people. Why don't you cleanse yourself in my second formation? Secretly, an invisible but turbulent force began to surge over. While she was talking and laughing, she had already operated the water element formation. The power of the formation rolled like the sea, and the whole space was like a vast ocean. The power struggled to break free, and it was endless. It surged and swelled, but it was pervasive. The water element was the softest and most keen, and it was endless, but it coincided with the power of the metal element formation. It was impossible to break through the metal element formation like the first test, and the Taoist nun was very confident. It was the same for Feng Xing. Unless he had a magical power like the Yuanying Dharma, he could travel 1,000 miles in a breath and pass through the formation without coming into contact with any of the formation power. Even if he came into contact with a drop of the formation power, there would be an endless sea of power coming over, until the entire water element formation's power was on top of his head, and he would be crushed to death. The water element formation was just that unreasonable. Cultivators who cultivated water techniques might not be the scariest, but they were definitely the most difficult to deal with. When the 5 elders tried to break through the formation, it was Chu Taisheng who forcefully carried the sea of power, which gave the other 3 time to break through the formation. However, because he was not strong enough, his golden core was broken and he died. As for Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow, unless one of them was willing to carry the power of the formation and let the second person have the time to break through the formation, the 2 of them would be trapped in the formation and killed by the formation. Even if they understood the formation, it was useless. It was like in the mortal world, you already knew where the water in the river flowed to, but once you fell into it, you could not avoid the frequent floods. Old nun, do you really think this mere water element formation can trap me? Feng Xing put a stick of sandalwood incense on his ear and went straight into the formation with a smile. I am a Taoist nun. Little friend, you are ignorant and incompetent, so it is inevitable that you will be laughed at. The Taoist nun surnamed Mu was obviously a little displeased, and she explained with a cold face. Old nun, do you really think you can defeat me? Feng Xing laughed and interrupted the Taoist nun surnamed Mu. How dare you? You are such a talkative child, why are you still cultivating? You should properly repent under this formation. The Taoist nun surnamed Mu frowned and shouted. She waved her horsetail whisk and the illusion of the formation was filled with monstrous waves that surged in all directions. At the same time, the 72 water servants each took a corner of the formation, guarding the space above and below. No matter how Feng Xing tried to hide, the formation would be activated. As long as he touched the formation, he would immediately be suppressed by the water element power of the formation. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you passed the first formation. You only broke the first metal element formation because you had the advantage of the golden sword core. I want to see if you have the ability to break my water element formation. The Taoist nun surnamed Mu frowned and jumped up. She held the horsetail whisk in one hand and formed a seal with the other, activating the formation with all her strength. She didn't want to follow in Yunyao's footsteps and face Feng Xing. Her tone was relaxed, but she used all her strength right from the start. Unexpectedly, facing the water element formation that covered the sky, Feng Xing didn't dodge at all and took it with one palm. Boom, with one palm, Feng Xing took the water power. Within the entire formation, the power of the sea surged towards him without end. It was like the sea had turned upside down and pressed down on his head. If this continued, it would be no different from when the 5 old men had passed the second formation. Chu Taisheng took the power of these 2 formations, and in the end, his energy was exhausted, his gene dance shattered, and he died. This water is not enough. I will give you more. Faced with the power of the sea, Fangxing's expression suddenly changed. He crushed the water in front of him with one palm, and the splashes of water floated into the air, forming a dark cloud above his head. Then this dark cloud grew larger and larger, endlessly absorbing the water power of the formation. It almost filled the entire water element formation, and then with a crack, rain began to fall. Playing with water in front of me. Don't you know that the Canglan Sea Dragon Lord is my old Mount Tai? Fangxing laughed loudly. His spiritual will was like silk, spreading out into the rain and directly resisting the power of the second water element formation. It was as if he was pulling 1,000 caddies with 4 tails of silver. The huge and flowing power of the formation was completely changed by him. The Taoist nun surnamed Mu's expression changed greatly. Her hand that was forming a seal began to tremble uncontrollably. This little rascal was clearly using the mysterious water manipulation technique to fight with her for the power of the second formation. Rain summoning technique. The Taoist nun surnamed Mu was proficient in water techniques and knew her stuff. She cried out involuntarily. She usually stayed in seclusion and did not know about worldly affairs. This time, when the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain wanted to establish their sect, the Northern Three Paths Taoist master invited her, a Mu clan cultivator who was proficient in water techniques but not good at fighting, to preside over the second array. Under normal circumstances, the second array should have been presided over by First Heaven Palace. However, due to the appearance of the Dragon Monarch, First Heaven Palace had no choice but to replace her. Speaking of which, the water element array was unique. It was connected to the water vein of the Pilgrimage Mountain. The person presiding over the array did not need to be very powerful. As long as they were proficient in water techniques, they could use the array to its fullest potential. This was also the reason why the Northern Three Paths Taoist master invited her. However, at this time, she was surprised to find that the little devil had used the Dragon Clan's rain summoning technique. Taoist nun Mu, who had never heard of the little devil's entanglement with the Dragon Clan, was shocked beyond words. The path of water techniques could gather and disperse invisibly. The level of one's cultivation depended on the word subtlety. The Dragon Clan and the sages of the Human Clan were good friends and had taken over the role of rain summoning technique. In a certain place, a certain city, when it would rain, when it would be sunny, how much rain would fall, where there would be more rain and where there would be less, all of it could be controlled without the slightest error. What kind of great technique was this? Who in the cultivation world could compare? Because of this, when she saw the little devil use the rain summoning technique, the Taoist nun's expression immediately changed. I don't believe that at such a young age, you can cultivate the Dragon Clan's rain summoning technique to such a level. Martial Aunt Mu clenched her teeth and shouted. She waved her horsetail whisk again and all of the water in the air became sluggish. Then, it quickly froze into ice. In the air, it transformed into countless ice blades and frost swords. They whistled through the air and pierced towards Fangxing. This was one of the variations of the water technique, turning water into ice, turning water that was difficult to control into ice blades and frost arrows that were easy to control, turning the soft jianghu into sharp swords. Behind these ice blades and frost swords, dozens of water servants controlled ice swords and stabbed towards Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow. Haha, I was waiting for this move of yours. Fangxing laughed. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He formed a seal with both hands and pushed his cultivation to the limit. A strand of origin chi surged into the dark clouds above his head. A strange power immediately appeared in that strand of origin chi. It was like a seal that covered the sky above the water formation, causing all the water will in the formation to freeze. Kill. Kill until their hearts ache. With a loud shout, he and the Great Golden Crow rushed out at the same time. One of them had a pair of golden wings and the other had a crimson blade. The ice blades and frost arrows that filled the sky were crushed by the two's great strength and fell to the ground. Their attacks were merciless and directly killed the water servants who were hiding in the ice. For a moment, the whole sky was filled with screams, blood rained, and countless broken limbs fell to the ground. The water was frozen and blood became the only flowing liquid in the formation. Father, why is there the aura of our dragon tribe in the formation? At the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, even the dragon lady had sharply sensed something and blurted out in panic. The dragon monarch's expression darkened slightly as he let out a faint smile and said, "You must be wrong." The dragon lady was startled. She carefully sensed the aura, but she did not believe the dragon monarch's explanation. The aura of her dragon tribe was clearly present in the second formation, and it was an unusually strong and powerful aura. Now that she thought about it, the aura seemed to have appeared on Fangxing's body a long time ago. It was a sense of intimacy between humans of the same species, which had merged with Fangxing's aura. However, her cultivation was not strong enough to sense it. Until now, when Fangxing unleashed his water technique to its limit, it finally triggered the aura. Not only did it stop the entire water formation, but she also keenly sensed something. In the first 5 elemental formations, those who are well versed in the principles of formations and possess first-grade Dharma seeds will have an advantage. Instead of saying that the kid is challenging the formation, it's more accurate to say that he's using the changes of the 5 elemental formations to train his Dharma seeds and his techniques. It's a lot more useful than cultivating in seclusion. However, the problem is, this combat technique is basically playing with his life. Can he survive it? Rumble, using the Supreme Rain technique mixed with the aura of the Dragon Pearl to stop the water in the formation, Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow fought all the way, cutting out a bloody path in the void. Finally, he stepped on the Taoist nun surnamed Mu, who was only proficient in water technique. The Taoist nun was so scared that her face turned ashen. She shouted with all her might and took out a formation flag to wave. However, seeing that she was no match for Fangxing, she had to admit defeat in the end. It was a pity that she took out a formation flag too late. Fangxing's blood guzzler had already slashed down and rolled to the front of Chu Taishang, who was sitting cross-legged behind the formation. The second formation was broken, another mess of blood and flesh. Fangxing's footsteps did not stop at all, and he went straight for the third formation. The third formation, the fire element formation, waves of fire intent filled the formation, and poisonous flames burned the sky, covering the entire sky. However, it still could not trap Fangxing. He activated the Samadhi True Fire to protect his body and continued to fight. Although the 10 formations of the Pilgrimage Mountain had been around for a long time and no longer had the power of the 10 Elements formation that the ancient immortals had set up during the Pilgrimage Mountain demon suppression, some special characteristics had been passed down. That was, each formation had its own attribute. The first 5 formations were the 5 elements of metal, water, fire, wood, and mountain. The origin of the formation was the power of these 5 elements. If the powers countered each other, the difficulty would be multiplied. If the powers generated each other, it would be easy to break the formation. Another change was that one also cultivated the same power, which could reduce the influence of the formation's power to the lowest. The first formation was the metal element formation. Fangxing had the demon sword embryo and was proficient in formation theory, so he easily slaughtered the Yun family cultivators. The second formation was the water element formation. He cultivated the Dragon Clan's rain technique and had the help of the Dragon Pearl's aura, so it was not difficult for him to pass the formation. And now, the third formation was the Samadhi True Fire to protect him. The fire element formation also could not do anything to him. All that was needed was to kill. Wave after wave, he killed his way over, amidst the monstrous fire intent, the figures of Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow were faintly discernible as they fought fiercely. Finally, the formation master, the Northern Domain rogue cultivator Huatuachuo, admitted defeat, and Fangxing broke the formation. The fourth formation was the wood element formation. More than 300 powerful wood puppets swarmed over. After killing them, they were immediately reborn with the help of the wood intent. Impressively, there was an endless number of wood puppets. Fangxing had a hard time killing the wood puppets. He was not like the Huqin elder, who used his own understanding of the winter myriad things killing intent to extinguish the wood puppet's life force. Breaking the formation in one go, he could no longer restrain the wood element formation. He could only fight nonstop. He did not know how many hundreds or thousands of wood puppets he had killed. Both he and the Great Golden Crow suffered serious injuries, but he still had not broken through the wood element formation. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain were burning with anxiety. Even the indifferent Nanzhong cultivator was worried. I will fight you to the death. After charging and killing for a while more, Fangxing was already anxious. He also had a wood element magic seed. Moreover, it was bestowed by Uncle Jen, so its quality was extremely high. However, he had never cultivated a wood element great technique before, so he could not activate the wood element magic seed to attack his enemies. He could only use it to heal his injuries. However, in this wood element formation, the opponent controlled the formation, making it impossible for him to defend. He could not kill them all. Even if he wanted to burn it down, he couldn't. The guardian of the formation, Venerable Mu, could borrow the power of the plants and trees of the worship Zen mountain. It could be said that he had endless power. Although Fangxing's fire will was powerful, it was not enough to burn down the entire worship Zen mountain. With a roar, Fangxing suddenly brandished his saber and charged towards the guardian below the formation, Venerable Mu. Along the way, countless wooden puppets wielded sabers and spears and attacked him. In this kind of situation, no matter how high his cultivation was, unless he had the power to wipe out all the wooden puppets, he could not protect himself. Along the way, Fangxing's body received countless injuries. Blood flowed non-stop, but with a heart filled with ruthlessness, he charged straight to the bottom of the formation. He was only 10 zhang away from the fourth formation's guardian, Venerable Mu. Is he really going to fight to the death? Dream on. Venerable Mu was shocked. His hands formed a seal, and thorns grew wildly around his body to protect himself. Swoosh! In a frenzy, Fangxing allowed the thorns to pierce through his body and descend, chopping off Venerable Mu's head. His chest and abdomen were injured, and blood flowed non-stop. However, the wood elemental magic seed in his body, which had been passed down by the divine wood great sage, Zhen Bo, was activated and continuously healed his injuries. One of Venerable Mu's heads was chopped off, and another head sprouted from his neck. His face was full of anger as he shouted, "Little bastard, this old man is indestructible in this formation. Are you going to fight to the death with me? Go to hell." Fangxing chopped off another of his heads with his saber. "You're courting death." Venerable Mu's third head grew out, and another thorn pierced into Fangxing's chest. "You're the one courting death." With another slash, another head of Venerable Wood was gone. "You're courting death. You're courting death." Swoosh! 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 Crack! 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 Finally, after a dozen heads, Venerable Mu couldn't take it anymore and waved the formation flag. "I admit defeat." "Damn you, do you really think this young master can't deal with you?" Fangxing cursed bitterly and chopped off one of his heads with his saber. "Young master, your wood elemental magic seed is not bad. It's rare for you to have reached this level in your art of growth. Why don't you follow this old man and become my disciple?" Venerable Mu's head grew slower and slower. This time, it took him 3 breaths' time to grow one. Once it was done, he called out to Fangxing, "Go to hell with your grandfather's eggs." Fangxing swung his blade again and chopped off his newly grown head. Then, with a sweep of his gaze, he snatched a small pine tree that Venerable Mu was holding in his lower abdomen. It grew in a black porcelain pot, its branches stretched out, crisp and strong. Through the miraculous effects of the yin-yang fiend god mirror, Fangxing knew that this was a good treasure. Since he'd borrowed the power of wood from a mountain, he naturally put it away without hesitation. "Little devil, give me back my dermic ground pine tree." Venerable Mu grew another head and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. He was about to charge forward and fight with his life on the line. "Go to hell with your grandfather's eggs again." Fangxing chopped off his head again and kicked it into the cliff of Mount Pilgrimage. "Weniru, Taoist disciple of the Wen clan, is guarding here." Fangxing entered the 5th formation in one go. He was slightly taken aback. The person guarding this formation was someone he knew. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scholarly air. He was Weniru, the great Confucian master of the Wen clan whom he had defeated in the first Tianyi Palace. In the air, there were many talisman masters of the Wen clan in green robes. There were nearly 100 of them, and each of them had a terrifying and solemn aura. "Little devil, don't even think about getting out of this formation." A woman's voice resounded with hatred. It was a beautiful woman. It was Wen Yanqin. Back then, in the Tianyi Palace, she was almost cut into pieces by Fang Xing's sword. Weniru saved her, and they had not seen each other since. She did not expect that the fifth matrix would be guarded by the Wen clan, and she, as one of the outstanding cultivators of the Wen clan, had come to this matrix and become one of the guardians. There are two old men in this formation, right? Where are they? Fang Xing only swept a glance at the two of them before his gaze wandered around the surroundings. Before entering the formation, he had asked around. He knew that among the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain, Long Jianting had died, and Chu Taishang had died of exhaustion. However, Zhang Daoyi, Yi Guin, and Ying Xiaoxiao's master, Elder Hu Qin, were trapped in the 5th formation, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. You mean the two of them? A hint of ruthlessness appeared on Wen Yanxin's beautiful face. She slowly raised her hand and pointed. Fang Xing looked over and his expression changed drastically. At this time, he was in the 5th formation. His surroundings were all illusionary mirrors, but it was a vast and ancient mountain. It was as if he had entered a world of mountains and a vast sea of clouds. It was simple and majestic, and it was terrifying. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a huge mountain suppressing the center. 2 extremely weak auras came up from below. They were Elder Hu Qin and Zhang Daoyi. The 2 auras were being consumed by the majestic mountain will and could be extinguished at any time. 2 old men, you actually suppressed them under the mountain? Fang Xing's eyes were wide open, and there were faint traces of blood in them. Who asked them to sneak out when they clearly couldn't break the formation? When Wen Yanxian saw Fang Xing, her eyes were filled with hatred. She shouted, "Little devil, you better be smart and immediately kneel down to beg for mercy. Otherwise, this lady will first suppress the 2 of them to death, and then suppress you for 100 years to vent my hatred." Fang Xing didn't answer her. He concentrated for a while and shouted down, "Elder Hu Qin, can you still hear me?" At the foot of the mountain, a weak sigh resounded, "Little friend, in the end, you still had to come and challenge the array. Did my brother Wan Luo also lose?" Fang Xing said, "He passed 2 arrays alone." The weak voice sighed, "It's not bad. Little friend, since we've entered this formation, we don't have the intention to return." Fang Xing nodded and said, "I'm sorry, Elder." Hearing their conversation, Wen Yanxian's eyebrows rose and she screamed, "Little devil, you don't want their lives anymore?" Fang Xing suddenly raised his head and said coldly, "I want your life more." Boom. Unexpectedly, he was not courteous and waved his hand to kill the Great Golden Crow. The Great Golden Crow cooperated with Fang Xing and knew what the little devil was thinking. The Great Golden Crow spread its golden wings and gathered an endless amount of power. It flew towards Fang Xing like a raging river. Fang Xing also jumped up and both of his legs stepped on the Great Golden Crow's wings. His figure was like a meteor as he flew towards Wen Yanxian. During this process, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back and suddenly flapped. This force was like lightning and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Wen Yanxian. "You dare!" Wen Yanxian took out a mountain talisman and pressed it downwards. A talisman was like a mountain. When the talisman fell on the mountain peak, the power of the mountain would double. However, Fang Xing didn't care about this mountain talisman, just like he didn't care about the Elder Hu Qin and Zhang Daoyi. He directly slashed his sword towards Wen Yanxian. Wen Yanxian was surprised. Fang Xing's attack was too fast. She didn't have time to stop him. In a moment of surprise, the sharp blade of the sword had already reached her side. An indescribable and terrifying killing intent rushed into her heart and disturbed her lungs. "Big brother, save me," Wen Yanxian screamed, but it was already too late. Retreat. At this moment, Wen Yiru was much steadier than Wen Yanxian. As early as Fang Xing shouted, he had already guessed what he was thinking. He waved his hand and 7 or 8 mountain talismans fell down. It was as if 7 or 8 mountains were continuously pressing downwards. At the same time, his figure flashed and he swept behind Wen Yanxian. He grabbed her collar and pulled her back. At this time, Fang Xing's eyes were also red. He didn't care about the mountain talismans that were attacking him from behind. His left hand pressed backwards and a similar mountain intent appeared, smashing several mountains. His sword continued to slash downwards. When Xianxia's arm and half of her body were cut off by him. Only then did Wenyiru have time to pull her away. Boom. It was not over yet. When Fangxing saw that his sword did not take Wen Xianxia's life, he took a step in the air and rushed forward again. In a flash, he was in front of Wen Xianxia. Wen Xianxia was so frightened that she screamed and screamed. Luckily, Wenyiru had already activated the power of the array. For a moment, the mountains in the sky moved continuously and continuously pressed down on Fangxing. Open for me. Fangxing felt a boundless and heavy force pressing down on him from all directions. His eyes widened as he roared and raised his hands. Pung! At this time, the great golden crow also swooped down. It waved its wings and continuously slapped away the mountains above Fangxing's head. However, the symbol masters of the Wen clan simultaneously shouted and released mountain talismans one after another. Even the great golden crow was covered in them. Boom boom boom, Fangxing and the great golden crow roared angrily, but their bodies did not stop falling. Above their heads, the mountain talismans turned into mountains. Little devil, look at where you are. As Wenyiru stuck a wood intent talisman on Wen Xianxia's wound, he looked down coldly and said fiercely, in order to defend the fifth array, the Wen clan has used all the mountain talismans we have accumulated in the past 100 years. What do you have to fight against the Wen clan's 100 years of accumulation? Based on your laughable mountain skills? Your mountain skills are ordinary and incomplete. You have never cultivated any powerful mountain skills. You might be able to scare ordinary people, but in Wenyiru's eyes, that is your biggest weakness. After treating Wen Xianxia, he placed his hands behind his back and looked down coldly. He said in a low voice, "Do not underestimate me, Wenyiru. Last time at the Mirror Lake, I saw your weakness. Ever since then, I have been waiting for this battle." Below, Fangxing roared and swung his saber to split the mountains. However, the mountain talismans fell like rain. With the power of the array, it was extremely terrifying. It was as if mountains were raining down from the sky. One after another, they fell. Every time he destroyed a mountain, 4 to 5 mountains would fall and form a new mountain. Hundreds of mountain talismans that the Wen clan had spent 100 years painstakingly writing gathered in one place, suppressing Fangxing and the great golden crow at the bottom of the mountain. Moreover, the mountain continued to grow and solidify. Ugh! At the bottom of the mountain, Fangxing spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing was slowly fading. Ha 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 ha. Little devil, you still want to kill me in this array? I will suppress you for 100 years. Wen Xianxia slowly recovered and laughed maniacally. He snatched the mountain talismans from the hands of other talisman masters and scattered them. Why is his breathing getting weaker and weaker? At the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, Xianxia was shocked and asked with a trembling voice. However, Yi Guin, who was beside her, could not answer her question. From the moment Fangxing entered the fifth array, she had focused all her attention on sensing the changes in the aura of the array. After all, her master was trapped in the fifth array and his life was uncertain. However, it was also because of this that she suddenly realized that Fangxing's unstoppable aura in the first 4 arrays had suddenly weakened in the fifth array. Haha, the Wen clan will guard the fifth array. It is indeed a good match. The 5 old ones have suffered a great loss in this array. This little one will not be able to escape either. That little devil has at least 5 core formation techniques. 4 of them are rare core formation techniques. The metal, water, fire, and wood techniques are all extraordinary. Naturally, he can easily pass through the first 4 arrays. It is a pity that his mountain technique is incomplete. When he encounters the 5th array, he will naturally hit a wall. I heard that array master Wenyiru had lost to him before. This time, he can hold his head high. The 3 path masters of the 3 northern Dao also spoke softly and heaved a sigh of relief. Father, the dragon lady looked nervous and hurriedly said to the dragon god. The dragon god's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, I have told him before that his mountain technique is indeed inadequate. Not only is it ordinary, but it is also incomplete. If he cannot obtain a top-notch cultivation technique that can improve the quality of his core formation technique, this mountain technique will forever be a flaw in his cultivation. It is a pity that such a cultivation technique is very difficult to find. Even if he has a cultivation technique, he will need to find a rare mountain seed for him to comprehend and refine before it becomes his core formation technique. I originally wanted to help him after he became the divine son of the four seas, but it is too late now. The dragon lady's expression changed drastically when she heard this. Not all cultivators from the divine continent were fools, not even Feng Xing could have guessed that, after fighting the Dao Defense League at the Mirror Lake and defeating so many experts of the younger generation in the northern domain, he would end up exposing his weakness to the enemy who had just defeated him. From then on, Feng Xing had been plotting against him. According to Wenyiru, even if they hadn't met in the 10 formations of pilgrimage, Wenyiru would still have challenged him to a duel to avenge his humiliation. The mountain method was indeed his weakness. Of course, it was only relatively speaking. The mountain method that he cultivated was obtained from the Dragon Palace's treasure vault. He had absorbed its gist of trueness into his realm of consciousness. At that time, his physical body was not strong enough to withstand it, so he was forced to stop after absorbing only half of it. As a result, all the methods in his Dan were top-notch in the world, but only the mountain method was incomplete and of low quality. However, it was also because of this that it was easy to control. That was why he had often used it to fight his enemies. It was not entirely accurate to call it a flaw. In the eyes of some people, it was not a flaw. However, in the eyes of a meticulous great talisman master like Wenyiru, it was a rather obvious weakness. This time, he represented the Wen clan to preside over the 5th formation of the 10 formations of pilgrimage in order to better grasp the transformation power between the mountain talismans so that he could defeat Feng Xing in one fell swoop when he met him in the future. It was an unexpected blessing for him to encounter Wenyiru in the middle of the formation. Now that Feng Xing had been suppressed, it seemed impossible for him to turn the tables against the mountain traversal formation and the Wen clan's hundreds of years of resources. The mountain traversal formation was designed to suppress. Once one was suppressed, the talismans would imprison one's fleshly body. Unless one cultivated the Yuanying technique and descended with their Dharma idol to destroy the mountain and save their fleshly body, they would have no choice but to resist. When the 5 patriarchs tried to break into the formation, it was Patriarch Hu Qin who had used his cultivation base to create a gap in the mountain before the formation closed, allowing Patriarch Wan Luo to escape. But Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow weren't as lucky. No matter how insolent you are, aren't you still going to be stepped on by me? Wen Yan Xian was a typical person who did not learn from her mistakes. After her panic, she was overjoyed to find that her cousin had suppressed the little devil. She was very excited and flew up the mountain. She stomped hard on the ground. A country bumpkin like you dares to challenge the rules set by Big Brother song? I'm going to suppress you for 100 years, turn your bones and blood into ashes, obliterate your soul, and make you a slave for all eternity. Her roar from within the formation was faintly heard by those with higher cultivation outside the pilgrimage mountain. Some of them frowned while others were secretly delighted. He lost too? Li Hongyi's eyes were slightly dazed. Her slender fingers tugged at the hem of her clothes as a crazed hatred flashed across her eyes. Seniorly, did he lose? Chu Xi grabbed the corner of Li Hongyi's shirt and asked anxiously. Ying Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to have sensed something from the surrounding atmosphere. Her expression was twisted and painful. Let's call it a day. Today's matter has been blown out of proportion. The master of the North 3 Paths Path of Nether Spirits sighed softly and said to the other 2. The master of the Talisman Path laughed. That kid has not admitted defeat yet. He is not there yet. The master of the Path of Nether Spirits laughed sinisterly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard the tinkling of a zither from afar. She frowned and looked to the side. She saw a girl in red sitting on a green rock, biting her lips. A zither was placed on her knees. She was plucking the strings, as though she was crying and complaining. It was as though she was repaying a promise, or fulfilling a dream. She was playing the zither for someone to listen to. Impatient. The master of the Path of Nether Spirits was frustrated. With a shout, a huge force rushed over, causing sand and stones to fly. However, someone at the side laughed and waved his sleeves, sweeping away the strong force. Then, he sat down lazily beside the girl. It was the dragon god, who had never been serious. He looked at the girl with a smile and said, "This zither is not bad, I like it." Seeing that it was the dragon monarch who obstructed her, the master of the path of nether spirits could only suppress her anger no matter how displeased she was. The zither continued to play. Melodiously, it traveled into the pilgrimage mountain. "Bandit, what are you doing?" In the fifth matrix, under a towering mountain, the great golden crow called out softly. "I was wondering if they would spare our lives if we pretended to be weak." Fangxing did not speak for a long time. Then, he chuckled and said. The great golden crow was speechless. After a long time, he said softly, "Do you think we should admit defeat first or beg for mercy first?" Haha, no one knew what they were thinking, but the two of them suddenly burst into laughter. "Little devil Nanjan, do you choose to admit defeat and become a slave of the Wen family, or do you choose to be killed by me?" In the sky, Weniru held the flag in his hand and floated in the air. His scholarly robes fluttered in the wind. He looked indescribably righteous and sage-like. When Xianxia also came to his side. Even though half of her body was covered in blood, and she was missing an arm, and her face was a little pale, there was a cruel look in her eyes. She tossed the god-locking hoop up and down in her hand with a playful look in her eyes. "Io, this is a good chance. I really want to wear that thing and play with these two." The moment Fangxing saw the divine sealing ring, he was overjoyed. But when he thought about his current situation, he felt a little depressed. After all, if he wanted to deceive them, he would have to admit defeat first. But this was not the result he wanted. He sighed lightly in his heart and shouted, "You two bastards, stop trying to mystify me. If you have the ability, then let this young master out first. We'll talk after exchanging a few blows." Weniru laughed coldly and did not reply. When Xianxia said coldly, "I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Cousin, let's first kill him and destroy his cultivation. Then, we'll lock him up and teach him a lesson. It's a good thing that he doesn't want to admit defeat." Weniru thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." Just as the two of them were discussing, the sound of a zither suddenly drifted up from the foot of the mountain. It was like the water of a spring lake, rippling gently and stirring one's heartstrings. This caused the two siblings in the air to be slightly startled. At the foot of the mountain, Fangxing, who had been grinning cheekily, suddenly stopped smiling. He gave a low sigh, and an emotion that rarely appeared on his face rose from the bottom of his heart. "What's wrong with you?" The great golden crow sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. "It's time to kill." Fangxing answered, and then there was a moment of silence. After a long while, his mind moved. Suddenly, his divine sense spread out like a spider web, surging like a raging wave. After being tempered by the Samadhi true fire, his divine sense was much stronger than that of a normal Jindan stage cultivator. Once it spread out, it was as if it was a solid substance, taking in the entire array. It was as if Fangxing's eyes had appeared in the void of the array. It was eerie and terrifying, looking down at Weniru, Wen Xianxia, and the symbol masters of the Wen clan. "Do you really think you can suppress me like this?" Fangxing's voice reverberated through the air, coming from all directions, suppressing everyone's mind. His godly soul is so strong? Weniru was also secretly shocked. He subconsciously raised his defense and frowned. When Xianxia and the other symbol masters of the Wen clan were even more frightened and instinctively took a few steps back. "After all, you are not Yuaniing. What's the use of having a strong godly soul? Can you condense a dharma to fight against us?" Weniru's expression was stern as he shouted coldly. Fangxing laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in the surroundings. "Why must I condense a dharma to fight against you? You are suppressing me because my mountain Tao is incomplete and I cannot control the mountains. But if I improve my mountain Tao, can you still suppress me?" Weniru was taken aback, but a smile appeared on his face instead. He said softly, "The quality of a pill is already determined at the moment of core formation. Once it is determined, it is difficult to improve. There are ways to improve the quality of a pill's dharma seed after core formation or to incorporate other dharma seeds into it. Only the Taoist palaces or the demonic abyss have these methods. Moreover, even if there is such a method, you must have a good dharma seed. Little devil, I have never underestimated you, but what you are saying now is a little too ridiculous." He. Fangxing laughed proudly but did not answer directly. He let out a long sigh and said, "Yes, Rumble." his divine sense rose once again. It even took the form of an illusionary figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. It sat in the air with a vertical eye on its forehead. It stared down at the cultivators in the formation and the mountains in the formation. Due to the connection between the source of cultivation, the mountain range inside the formation was similar to the pilgrimage mountain range. Simply put, the illusionary figure inside the mountain range was a map of the pilgrimage mountain range. The endless mountains could be seen at a glance. Fangxing looked down at the array as if he was looking at the pilgrimage mountain. The shape and the path of the mountain were imprinted in his mind. I do not have any method to improve the Dan, nor do I need it. As for a good Dharma seed, there is one before me. The pilgrimage mountain, there is no other mountain in the world with a stronger intent, more suitable as a Dharma seed. Fangxing's voice echoed in the array. At the same time, he used his divine sense to observe the pilgrimage mountain and his flesh to execute the Dan art. Supreme Tao Pill art, unlike the Xianxia pill formation, where the quality of the Dan was determined at the time of forming the core, Fangxing's Dan was the supreme Tao of pill formation. The lawless pill art, because there was no law, one could control the laws. Because there was no heaven, there was no limit to the Xianxia realm. Currently, he was being suppressed at the bottom of the 5th array of the pilgrimage mountain. As the 5th array was using the pilgrimage mountain as its core, its aura was connected, thus causing Fangxing's flesh to be suppressed at the bottom of the pilgrimage mountain. His meridians and Tao origin were in contact. At the same time, he flew into the rift with his powerful divine sense and visualized the shape of the pilgrimage mountain to steal the origin of the pilgrimage mountain. In simpler words, Fangxing had stolen a wisp of the origin of the pilgrimage mountain. He was using the wisp of the origin of the pilgrimage mountain to rebuild the incomplete Dan and plant a supreme mountain seed. Rumble. At this time, within Fangxing's realm of consciousness, there was a rumble of thunder. However, this rumble of thunder did not resound in the void, but in the thick and boundless ground of the sea of consciousness. It was as if there was an earth vein churning and a huge mountain breaking out of the ground. In his realm of consciousness, there was originally a mountain range. When it first formed, it was like a huge, dormant dragon, majestic and grand, suppressing the void of the realm of consciousness. However, people would improve. In Fangxing's current realm of consciousness, compared to the vast water vapor, the young but verdant sapling, and the blazing sun in the void, the foundation of the mountain seemed weak and could not be mentioned. However, at this time, this mountain was growing, bit by bit. It rose from the ground, tore through the void, penetrated the clouds, and shook the vast earth. In less than 10 minutes, this mountain was already 10 times bigger. Half of it reached into the void, suppressing the land of the realm of consciousness. Although it looked like it had just been formed and had not grown to its peak, its majesty and vigor did not lose out to the other Tao techniques. Looking at its embryonic form, it was vaguely a miniature pilgrimage mountain. It had the aura of an immortal emperor, as if it symbolized a supreme thing. Viewing the pilgrimage mountain to form a mountain technique. Not good, quickly suppress him to death. At this moment, although Weniru did not know exactly what had happened, he was not a fool. The changes that had taken place in Fangxing's spirit, qi, and even in his suppressed physical body made him, who cultivated talisman skills, shudder with fear. This feeling was like the gradual increase of their aura before they completed a talisman and drew the last stroke, symbolizing a kind of earth-shaking change and improvement of a kind of power. Hua, at this time, he no longer hesitated. With one hand, he scattered nearly 100 mountain talismans, and with the other hand, he waved the formation flags wildly. Wen Yan Xian and the other Wen clan talisman masters were stunned for a moment. Then, they hurriedly threw out the mountain talismans in their hands. They could already see that Weniru seemed to have a premonition that something was wrong. He wanted to immediately use the power of the 5th mountain traversing formation and all the mountain talismans that the Wen clan had prepared in advance to suppress the little demon to death in an instant. Fluttering and swaying, the talisman paper fell like snowflakes. Streams of qi had already skyrocketed in the air, and the illusions of mountains appeared one after another, suppressing the huge mountain above Fangxing's head. Layers of power stacked on top of each other, and the suppressive power increased step by step. However, the mountain that was suppressing Fangxing began to shake. The gigantic mountain range trembled endlessly, as if there was a violent earthquake below. Even though Weniru had scattered hundreds of mountain talismans in an instant, it was still not enough to stabilize the mountain. Instead, the trembling became more and more obvious. After a while, Fang Xing's loud laughter suddenly rang out. Then, a violent force filled the entire formation in an instant, and the mountain that was suppressing him flew up. A towering and majestic mountain suddenly flew into the air. Not only this mountain, but the surrounding mountains also flew up and floated in the air. This included the mountain next to Fang Xing. Under that mountain was the Huqin elder and Zhang Daoyi, who had tried to break through the formation for the first time. At this time, within the formation, the laws had been forcefully reversed by Fang Xing, but it had also allowed the two of them to escape. However, the two old men looked a little haggard, especially Zhang Daoyi. After being suppressed for so long, he was on his last breath. "Take them to the side," Fang Xing shouted. The great golden crow, who had regained its freedom, had already swept across the ground. It grabbed an old man with its claws and rushed to the edge of the formation with a whoosh. Its eyes looked around furtively, then it gently put the old man down. Fang Xing, who was below the mountains, stood proudly, one hand forming a seal. Behind him, an illusion appeared. It was the pilgrimage mountain surrounded by white clouds. Impossible. Impossible. How can you reverse so many laws of the formation at the same time? Wenyiru had completely lost his usual solemn and carefree demeanor. His face was filled with panic, and as he roared, he waved the flag with one hand and made a hand seal with the other, activating the mountain talismans that filled the sky. The talismans swirled and turned into a mighty force that pressed down on Fang Xing like a long river. At this moment, with the power of the mountain traversing formation, his attack was comparable to the full power of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. If blockheads like you could guess this young master's abilities, this young master would have died a few hundred times already. Fang Xing let out a hearty laugh and soared into the sky with a whoosh. Circulating the mountain art, he pushed forward the pilgrimage art. A towering mountain appeared and collided with the mountain talismans that Wenyiru had unleashed. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the mountain talismans, or rather, the mountain talismans, or rather, the mountain talismans, or rather, the mountain talismans, were shattered by his mountain art. Streams of spiritual energy whistled out and filled the air. Wenyiru suffered the backlash. His chest and abdomen caved in and blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. He retreated continuously in the air. Although he was shocked, he immediately made a wise decision. As he retreated, he raised the flag in his hand high up. He was a cautious person and would rather not take any risks. At this time, when he saw this little devil's strange technique, he was not confident and immediately wanted to admit defeat. "Just now, you suppressed me. Now, have a taste of my methods." With a glance, Fang Xing knew what Wenyiru was thinking. With a rumble, he charged into the sky. With a shake of his arms, he raised the shadow of a huge mountain. Then, he waved it downwards. A vast amount of spiritual energy, as heavy as the pilgrimage mountain, pressed down on Wenyiru. This great talisman master was so shocked that he did not even have the time to wave his flag and admit defeat. He could only desperately scream and flee to the side. "Cousin!" Wenyiru was still brushed by the violent spirit energy. His physical body was not strong, so he was hit by the remaining force. Blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. Xianxia was shocked and rushed over to support him. She looked at Fang Xing with an expression that was not clear whether it was panic or fear. Seeing this, Fang Xing laughed loudly. He held a blood-red broadsword in his hand and looked ferocious. "The Wen clan used 100 years of foundation to fight me. Let me see how many slashes you can take with your 100 years of foundation." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he rushed directly towards the brother and sister. This unruly young lady was so scared that she wanted to vomit her heart out. She supported Wenyiru with one hand and screamed as she retreated. Beside her, a group of Wen clan talisman masters rushed over and threw out countless talismans. At this time, they could no longer care about the mountain talismans. Thunder, metal, fire, water, and other kinds of talismans were thrown out as if they were free. As collateral descendants, they had the duty to protect the direct descendants. However, their cultivation was too weak against Fang Xing. With an unreasonable slash of the broadsword, all kinds of talismans exploded. Even the dozen or so talisman masters in front of him were killed. The dense broadsword intent was directly in front of Xianxia's eyebrows. This young lady of the Wen clan was so scared that she screamed. She did not even care about Wenyiru and pushed him away. At the same time, she hurriedly crushed a life-saving talisman and moved dozens of feet away. Wenyiru could not escape in time. Fangxing rushed directly in front of him, and their eyes met. Little devil, we have already admitted defeat. Wenyiru's expression had also changed. He let out a loud roar as he crushed 4 or 5 life-saving jade talismans in succession. All sorts of divine talismans formed a terrifying force field between him and Fangxing. All he wanted was to force this little devil back a little. I will not accept it. Fangxing's eyes were cold. He shouted and pushed a mountain with his palm. A majestic mountain intent was forceful and difficult to resist. It suppressed the various talisman power in front of Wenyiru. He himself approached Wenyiru, holding the blood drinker saber in his right hand and the huge black sword in his left. At the same time, he pierced Wenyiru, the great talisman master of the Wen clan. Blood splattered. Wenyiru's eyes were filled with pain and despair. Why must you kill me? Wenyiru suddenly shouted with all his might. The unwillingness in his heart turned into anger. He shouted in despair. Fangxing looked straight into his eyes. Who taught your sister to be so hateful? Wenyiru was suddenly stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just because of this? As he spoke, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Xianxia, who was trembling in the air and had no intention of saving him. Yes. Fangxing laughed. The saber in his right hand and the sword in his left hand moved at the same time. Pung, the rain of blood exploded. The body and soul of the youngest great talisman master of the Wen clan were crushed at the same time. He killed Daozi. Daozi was killed. We will not have a good ending when we return to the clan. Let's kill him for revenge. Wenyiru's death shocked and angered the talisman masters of the Wen clan. Their eyes turned red and they shouted angrily. It was as if they did not care about their lives anymore. The sky was filled with talismans. They controlled all kinds of divine talismans and rushed toward Fangxing with a murderous aura. Ha 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 ha. I will kill to my heart's content today. I will cultivate my murderous intent. Amidst the wild laughter, Fangxing shouted. He turned around and waved his blood-red saber. The talisman masters of the Wen clan fell to the ground like rain. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. In the outside world, the talisman masters of noble status were like grass at this moment. At the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, Xianxia was playing the zither quickly. It was like a storm, like pearls falling on a jade plate. In the 5th formation, Fangxing killed in all directions. His saber was sharp and deadly. Screams and screams filled the air. The surrounding spectators were all shocked. Although they couldn't see the exact situation within the formation, no matter who it was, they all noticed that the situation within the formation had changed greatly. The little devil had already taken control of the main formation and was wantonly slaughtering. Little friend, listen to this old man's advice. Don't kill so many people. Even the old man of Huqin could not bear to watch such a bloody scene and could not help but advise him. Fangxing was stunned. I won't listen. As he said that, he killed twice. Suddenly, he turned to Xianxia, the eldest daughter of the Wen clan, who was in a daze in the air. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bitch, I don't care which country you are from or which family you are from. I will let you off if you provoke me once or twice. But you still do not learn your lesson. Today, I will let you know that if I want to kill you, you will not be able to escape. Not even the gods can protect you. The people watching the formation at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain were all shocked. Even though the clouds were shrouded in fog, preventing outsiders from seeing the exact situation inside the formation, no matter who it was, they could feel that within the 5th formation, a murderous aura filled the sky. Bloody light shone in the sky, and it was obvious that the situation had changed greatly. From the roars and screams that came from within the formation, it was not hard to guess that the little devil had already taken control of the main formation and was wantonly killing. Boom! Fangxing held the blood guzzler saber and fiercely rushed towards Xianxia, who was screaming and had completely forgotten to defend herself. Fangxing's murderous aura almost scared Xianxia to the point that she began to hallucinate. A seed of fear was deeply imprinted in her heart. She was used to being the eldest daughter of the Wen clan in the northern region, and she always felt that everyone should naturally spoil her and let her do whatever she wanted. It was only now that she suddenly realized that there was someone who did not put her in his eyes at all and dared to kill without mercy. "Brother Song, save me," Xianxia, who was frightened by Fangxing's murderous aura, subconsciously shouted. In despair, she subconsciously asked for help from the god in her heart. Whoosh! Fangxing's blade had already swept towards Xianxia, who was almost paralyzed in the air. But at this time, from the highest formation of the 10 formations of pilgrimage, a dot of green light flew out like lightning. With a dang sound, it collided with Fangxing's blood-drinking blade. It actually caused the power of the blade to slightly freeze, and the overflowing killing intent that was like a waterfall was restrained. The killing intent wrapped around the blade, and like a mountain, it froze in the air. Taking a closer look, the speck of green was surprisingly a pine needle, and it had already turned into powder and scattered in the air. A pine needle that flew out from the 10th formation was actually not weaker than an artifact. It was able to stop Fangxing's saber's aura and even made him feel a sense of danger. "Fellow Daoist, why don't you spare little sister Wen's life and form a good relationship with me?" Inside the 10th matrix, the clouds were calm and there was no one there. However, a gentle yet dignified voice rang out. It was a deep and dignified voice that not only entered the ears of Fangxing, who was inside the 5th matrix, it also traveled to the bottom of the pilgrimage mountain, allowing the spectators to hear it as well. The voice seemed to contain traces of divinity that could dispel the hostility in the hearts of people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that some of the weaker cultivators even felt that their cultivation was on the verge of rising when they heard this voice. Song Guichan, everyone recognized the voice. It was the Taoist of the Song family, the divine son of the Pure Yang sect, Song Guichan. He was the top golden core cultivator in the northern region. He was known as the rare bloodline of the Song family. He first became famous in the Song family, then joined the Pure Yang sect and became the divine son of the Pure Yang sect in 10 years. Ever since he became famous, he had gone through 30 battles, each of which shocked the northern region. 7 years ago, he felt that he was invincible under the Yuanying stage, so he went back to the Pure Yang sect to cultivate. Song Guichan had spent most of the past 7 years cultivating in the cave abode of the sage. This was the first time he had fought after that battle 7 years ago. For a moment, the eyes of the cultivators were filled with awe and surprise. They didn't expect Song Guichan to intervene at this time and stop the killing in the 5th formation. They also felt that Song Guichan's words actually contained a divine Buddhist light that could cleanse one's soul. How deep was his cultivation, when Yanxin, in particular, had escaped from Fangxing's saber? It seemed that after a long time, she finally regained her senses. Her eyes gradually became lively, and there was a strong hint of joy in them. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes as she looked deeply at Fangxing. No one knew what she was thinking, but she looked at Fangxing with a complicated expression. There was fear, hatred that she didn't dare to show too obviously, but she couldn't hide it. There was even a subconscious joy and pride in her heart. She stumbled away from Fangxing. "What kind of good karma do you want to form with me?" Fangxing carried the bloodsucker manic saber and didn't chase after Wen Yanxin. Instead, he turned towards the 10th formation and shouted. Song Guichan's voice was indifferent. "If you put down your butcher's knife, you can directly enter the 10th formation. If you win, I'll allow you to establish your Dao." As soon as these words came out, the entire pilgrimage mountain was in chaos. Although Song Guichan's voice was indifferent, the content of his words was too shocking. Could it be that this #1 cultivator below Yuanying in the northern region actually wanted to open the door for the little demon and let him directly skip the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th formations? This was simply great news. Although the little demon was fierce along the way, the 10 formations of the pilgrimage mountain were not to be trifled with. Until now, almost no one had thought that he could really make it all the way to the 10 formations, and there was a possibility that he could die at any time. But now, Song Guichan had surprisingly said that he would give him the chance to directly enter the 10th formation. The gazes of the cultivators were already focused on the face of the North Three Paths Dao Master. But unexpectedly, even the powerful North 3 Paths Dao Master didn't say anything after Song Guichan made this promise. The three of them seemed to have acquiesced to Song Guichan's authority. The pure young divine prince only made this decision because he doesn't want the little demon to kill all the way and kill too many people. A senior cultivator sighed and seemed to have revealed Song Guichan's true intention, which immediately made the cultivators respect him. That's right, the pure young divine prince is indeed righteous. Normally, the wisest thing for him to do is to sit in the 10th formation and wait for the little demon to kill all the way to consume his spirit power. However, he can't bear to see the cultivators of the divine continent suffer more casualties just to stop the little demon, so he's prepared to subdue the little demon himself. That's giving the little demon an advantage, admiration, gratitude, respect. In an instant, there was a wave of praise at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain. Even Fangxing was slightly startled after hearing Song Guichan's words. He frowned as if he was a little tempted, but after pondering for a while, he suddenly laughed in a low voice. Then, he raised his head and said with a smile, "Beg me." He used his spirit power to transmit his voice out of the array, suppressing the clamor at the foot of the mountain. The cultivators watching the battle were startled and frowned after hearing that. For a moment, they didn't even understand what Fangxing meant. Fangxing's voice rang out again. It was slightly mocking and carried a trace of rascality and ferocity. "If you beg me, maybe I'll agree to spare the lives of this woman and the cultivators of the Wen clan, and directly challenge the 10th formation." That was too much. The cultivators around the pilgrimage mountain were in an uproar when they heard that clearly. Is this kid crazy? He had clearly taken advantage of the little demon, yet he still dared to say that he wanted the pure young divine prince to beg him. That was worse than taking advantage of the little demon. At that moment, even Song Guichan didn't say anything, as if he hadn't expected Fangxing to say that. Meanwhile, Fangxing suddenly shouted again, "Beg me." His shout was like thunder, suppressing the clamor of the cultivators around the pilgrimage mountain. "Little demon, how dare you be so disrespectful to senior brother Song?" At this time, a sharp voice echoed. When Xianxia's face was full of anger as she shouted at Fangxing. Meanwhile, Fangxing clenched his teeth and smiled. He suddenly drew his saber and attacked. Pfft! When Xianxia's head flew into the air and his face was still filled with anger. "I've said that not even God can protect you if I want to kill you." Fangxing held Wen Xianxia's head and shouted coldly as if he was explaining to Wen Xianxian. He then shouted in the direction of the 10th formation, "You're not even willing to beg me, so why are you acting all high and mighty here? If you can make me jump from the 5th formation to the 10th formation with just a word from you, why did you force the 5 old men to break through the 10th formation?" Fangxing's voice was like thunder and brought a suffocating atmosphere to the surroundings. As he shouted, he waved the formation flag and ended the 5th formation, dispersing the smoke that permeated the formation. Holding Wen Xianxia's head, the stiff expression and lifeless gaze on her beautiful face, as well as the miserable appearance of the Wen clan cultivators in the 5th formation, stung the eyes of the cultivators of the pilgrimage mountain. They were really dead. The young mistress of the Wen clan and the youngest great talisman master had died at the same time. After the first formation, the Yun clan of the Bitter Seas was completely annihilated. This 5th formation was the most tragic one. For a moment, the shock in the hearts of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture was indescribable. Even the Taoist masters of 3 northern paths were shocked. They knew that after Yundu was crippled, the Yun clan would not have a suitable junior to fight for the Yun clan's destiny for at least 30 years. Now that Wen Yiru and Wen Xian had died, the Wen clan had lost at least 300 years of destiny. They had lost a generation of people. Amidst their heavy hearts, Fangxing continued to speak. His words were like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. He shouted in the direction of the 10th matrix, "Today, I really will break Desolate's rules. I will slaughter my way from the 1st matrix to the 10th. If you want me to stop, then beg me. If you beg me, then I will charge straight into the matrix without killing anyone. If you don't beg me, then I will kill. I will kill until all of you bow your heads to me." Kaboom! At the end of his words, he suddenly waved his blade. A blood-red killing intent surged towards the 10th formation, violent like a demon. "Child, how dare you?" In the 10th formation, the Song clan's Taoist and the pure Yang Path's divine son, Song Guichan, shouted angrily. As he shouted, a powerful palm force struck down. It was almost as if a god had attacked. It fell on the fifth formation and covered the sky. Kaboom! The blood-red saber will collided with the palm force that spanned dozens of miles, causing a whistling chi to sweep across half of the warship's end mountain. The two violent forces collided with each other, causing even a golden core Mahayana stage cultivator to shudder in fear. The powerful force even dispersed the clouds that had been lingering on the mountainside for thousands of years, revealing the jagged rocks and brittle ancient pines that covered the mountainside. However, this shocking palm was not as shocking as the words that Fang Xing had shouted just now. If you don't bow down, then I will kill until all of you do. Did this little devil want to kill until all the sects in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture begged for mercy? Separated by 30 kilometers, Fang Xing and Song Guichan attacked each other from afar. Saber Chi and palm force collided, and their momentum was extremely powerful and shocking. However, they were separated by 30 kilometers, and the power of their spells had been greatly weakened by the time they collided. After one attack, Fang Xing attacked a second time without hesitation. In the 10th formation, Song Guichan was also filled with fighting spirit. His aura surged, and as smoke and clouds surged, his palm force was shocking. However, it was also at this moment that the great golden crow came out again. It cawed loudly and swung its golden wings horizontally. Rumble! There was a burst of spatial turbulence and smoke. His palm had actually severed Song Guichan's palm, and then his entire body was repelled by this palm. He flew far into the sky and floated proudly under the bright moon. Fellow cultivators, please give me some face. The great golden crow suppressed the ecstasy in its heart and pretended to be calm as it shouted toward the 10th formation. It knew that countless eyes were looking at it from the bottom of the pilgrimage mountain, so there was no need to mention how proud it was. Even Fang Xing could tell what it was thinking at a glance. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This great golden lord of the demonic land had probably changed from the person who tore off He Lingzi's arm to the person who beat up the great elder of the Yun clan, to the person who had easily cut off the famous little devil's saber attack and the pure Yang sect's divine son Song Guichan's palm attack. It could probably boast about it for at least 3 to 5 years. Fortunately, it was more than 30 kilometers away from Song Guichan, so its power was weakened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to show itself. Humph, I'll wait for you at the 10th formation. I hope you can come up. Song Guichan didn't attack a third time after being beaten by the great golden crow. He seemed to have suppressed the anger in his heart and regained his initial arrogance. He said something in a low voice, then the smoke gathered and his voice disappeared. However, this sentence seemed to be a serious challenge. Not to mention whether little devil Nanzhan could pass the 10th formation. This alone was enough to make the cultivators of the northern region revere him. Of course, other than awe, there was also a sigh. The little devil was dead meat. Everyone in the northern region knew that the eldest daughter of the Wen family, Wen Yanxin, had admired Song Guichan since she was a child. Over the past few decades, although there had been no marriage agreement and Song Guichan had never openly said anything, he had protected her many times in private. It was also because Song Guichan's attitude was unclear that Wen Yanxin's status in the Wen family had always been so high that it was even faintly not inferior to the great talisman master Weniru. Now, the two Taoists were gone, neither Song Guichan nor the Wen clan would let this little devil off. Seniors, please go down the mountain. I still have something to do, so I won't be seeing you off. The great golden crow waved the flag of the 5th formation and closed the formation. The smoke and clouds dispersed, revealing the figures of Elder Huqin and Zhang Daoi. At this moment, both of them were in a somewhat miserable state. Elder Huqin's cultivation was higher, and his breathing was intermittent, but he could still forcibly sit cross-legged on the mountain path. Zhang Daoi's face was ashen, his bones were broken, and his divine soul was exhausted. It was obvious that he was about to pass away. Looking at the two old men, Fang Xing also had an extremely complicated feeling in his heart. He didn't want to say too many pretentious words, so he smiled and greeted them, and was about to rush toward the 6th formation. Little friend, since my source of Tao is damaged, I won't live for more than a few days. I will accompany you to pass the formation and do my best. Elder Huqin took a deep breath, his long white beard fluttering even though there was no wind, and he gradually became more heroic. Me too. Next to him, Zhang Daoi, whose breathing seemed to be faintly discernible, suddenly opened his eyes and forced himself to say something. At this time, the two old men, even at this time, still had to forcibly support their weak bodies to help Fang Xing pass the formation. This made Fang Xing feel complicated, but he forced a smile and said, "No, the two of you are half dead. Taking the two of you to pass the formation won't be enough to distract me. Besides, don't give up just because you won't live long. Take some elixirs, and you can still live for a few days. Go down and drink with that old bastard Wan Luo, and listen to the drama. People have to accept their old age, and you two are useless." As he laughed, he waved one hand, and a powerful force swept out, sending the two old men straight down the mountain. He then sat cross-legged on the mountain path and rested for a full incense stick's time. Only then did he let out a long sigh, slowly got up, and walked toward the fifth formation. Although the injuries on his body had already been activated by the regenerative wood technique and were as good as new, the bloodstains on his Dharma robe were shocking, and he was worried. Master, Yi Guin and the others flew to catch Elder Hu Qin and Elder Zhang Daoi, who had been sent down the mountain by Fang Xing. Their hearts were complicated, and their eyes were filled with tears as they looked at Fang Xing, who was striding up the mountain towards the sixth formation. Their hearts were heavy and complicated, and it was difficult to describe them in words. Just now, they thought that Fang Xing was already deep in the fifth formation and had no chance of survival. However, no one expected that, for some unknown method, he would actually achieve a complete victory, easily break the formation, and even rescue Elder Hu Qin and Elder Zhang Daoi, who were trapped in the fifth formation. This was really a pleasant surprise. Just now, when he sat cross-legged on the mountain path to heal his injuries, all the cultivators were extremely worried, and their hearts felt as if a large stone was pressing down on them. Now that they saw him get up and enter the formation again, they could not relax. When they thought of the divine-like glimpse of the Chunyang Daoist, they could not help but feel an indescribable sense of powerlessness, and did not dare to resist him at all. That was the divine might of a peerless master, and it was also the pressure they had heard from various legends in the past 4 years. Could Fang Xing really fight against the person who was known as the hope of the northern region of the divine prefecture? He still had to fight step by step. Even if he could charge all the way to him, how could his exhausted body fight against such a powerful enemy? "Little devil, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Let us settle our old and new debts together." In the sixth formation, the formation door suddenly opened wide, revealing the enraged face of the person who had cast the seal. Behind him, the other two peak masters and hundreds of disciples of the Nimble sect formed a large killing formation. The murderous aura almost formed a dark cloud at the top of the formation. The murderous aura was almost tangible, and accompanied by the terrifying wind in the sixth formation, it whistled and swept, causing the cultivators at the foot of the mountain to shudder. The excited shout stopped abruptly, and a terrifying feeling of oppression rose in the hearts of the cultivators. The Nimble sect. In order to guard the sixth formation, they actually sent 3 peak masters of the Golden Core and Mahayana realm to fight together. After a long while, a Nanzhan cultivator cried out in a trembling voice, his face pale with fright. The situation had changed too quickly. They had not yet recovered from the joy of Fang Xing's unexpected rescue in the fifth formation, and the joy of Old Man Hu Qin and Old Man Zhang Daoi's unexpected rescue, when their hearts suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea. The Nimble sect, who had the greatest grudge with Fang Xing, had actually put in so much effort. It could be said that they had put all of their sect's strength into the sixth formation. This was clearly a situation where they would not rest until Fang Xing was dead. For a moment, their hearts felt like they had been struck by a heavy hammer. At the same time, a kind of despair welled up in their hearts. For the previous few formations, they only knew the name of the formation, but didn't understand its principles. Therefore, they didn't know how difficult it was. But now, in the sixth formation, the formation door had been opened, revealing a corner of the situation inside the formation. This also made them directly aware of the difficulty of the sixth formation. How could this be called breaking through the formation? This was clearly a battle on the battlefield. All of the Nimble sect's golden core strength in addition to the power of the sixth formation. This difficulty, even Yuanying didn't dare to say that he could steadily break through the formation. So, how could Fang Xing, who was only at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, moreover, after Fang Xing had come out of the fifth formation, he had sat cross-legged on the mountain path to recuperate. It could be seen that he wasn't having an easy time at the moment. And now, he had immediately encountered such a powerful enemy. Wasn't that like adding hail to snow? Even if he was incomparably fierce, how could he break through? Even the complexion of the Dao Master of 3 Northern Dao had slightly softened. A trace of happiness flitted across his face. This kid broke through the 5 elemental formation consecutively. This really surprised me. Now that he has died in the 6th formation, I can finally heave a sigh of relief. The Dao Master of Talisman Path had a solemn expression. This kid's luck isn't shallow. In the first 5 formations, he had a great advantage because of his alchemy skills. It wasn't because of his true abilities. Now, in the last 6 formations, he has to rely on his true abilities to break through. I want to see how many formations he can last at such a young age, haha. Good. Old debts and new debts shall be settled at the same time. Shameless bastard, let's see who can save you this time. Feng Xing, who was on the mountain, didn't hesitate at all. He directly rushed into the 6th formation. When the formation closed, only smoke and clouds could be seen. However, the shouts and cries of killing from within the formation made the cultivators' hearts heavy. They found it hard to control themselves. Hee hee, little devil, with the Grand Wind flag and the Netherworld Pearl here, where can you hide? Kill. Borrow the power of the formation and kill this kid. The one who seizes his head will be promoted to the divine child of our sect. Why yeah. At this point, you still dare to be fierce and kill a disciple of my sect. Little devil, I will tear your body into 1,000 pieces. He's clearly afraid of fighting. Hurry up, all disciples, form the formation and kill him. Shouts came from within the formation from time to time. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain were frightened and no one spoke for a long time. 3 Golden Core Mahayana stage cultivators, what should we do? A Nanzhan cultivator was so anxious that his voice was filled with fear and worry. He already has a deep grudge against the Xianxia sect. It's over now. The Xianxia sect has completely let go of their pride and sent 3 Golden Core Mahayana stage peak masters to deal with a junior like him. This means that the Xianxia sect has made up their mind to kill him. He really shouldn't have acted on impulse and insisted on going through the 10 formations. If only he had agreed to the divine child of pure yang, Xianxia, who was playing the zither, sat back down on the green rock after helping her master back. She was about to play the zither, but suddenly her tears flowed down the strings. By her side, an expanse of worried and anxious voices entered into the ears of the cultivators of the Southern Sight sect, and sighs resounded without end. It was even to the extent that some people sighed as if they were resentful of Feng Xing for failing to meet their expectations. They deeply felt that Feng Xing hadn't grasped the opportunity earlier, causing them to fall into such a hopeless situation. Why? Suddenly, a voice filled with hatred rang out. It was the little princess of the Chu royal court, Chu Ci. She was kneeling on the ground, looking extremely haggard. Her slender fingers were tightly gripping the corners of her clothes as tears rolled down her porcelain-like face. She seemed to have broken down and used all the strength in her body to shout, "Are you going to let him challenge the 10 matrices of the pilgrimage matrices alone? Why? Why are you all standing here and watching? Why are you all letting him risk his life for you alone?" Everyone avoided the little girl's eyes. They couldn't bear to look her in the eyes and didn't dare to look her in the eyes. At that moment, only Li Hongyi looked into the void in the distance. She clenched her fists as if she was hesitating about a decision. The 6th formation was indeed difficult. The Nimble Adept sect, who had replaced the original guardian of the formation, added their new and old grudges together. They fought with Feng Xing with all their might. 3 peak masters who were at the peak of the Golden Core realm, 300 disciples with the highest cultivation in the Nimble Adept sect, and the power of the 6th formation formed an indescribably terrifying power. It surrounded Feng Xing and the Golden Crow like a tide and suppressed them. Wind, the origin of the 6th formation was wind. Wind was not one of the 5 elements, but it was created by the later generation of cultivators. However, its power was not weak. The gentle wind could only wrinkle a pond of spring water, but what if the wind was 100 or 10,000 times stronger and 100 or 10,000 times sharper? It was simply an invisible sharp knife that could kill all life. especially the origin of the sixth formation. It was a flag that could summon the ghost chi of the netherworld. As a result, the strange wind in the formation was not only incomparably sharp, but also contained a terrifying ghost chi. If a normal person came into contact with it, their soul would be taken away. Even cultivators could only use their spiritual power to resist. Otherwise, their soul would be damaged and they would not be able to use any techniques. They could only resist the wind and resist the attacks of the 3 peak leaders of the Nimble sect and the 300 disciples. This was a bitter battle. Boom! Fangxing formed a seal with his hand and activated the mountain technique. Like a majestic pilgrimage mountain, he stabilized his body and was not affected by the wind in the sixth formation. However, the 300 disciples of the Nimble sect immediately used the power of the formation to control all kinds of magical tools and rushed at him. He had no choice but to use the mountain technique and fight with them. However, just by moving like this, he was unable to stabilize his body in the wind. Coupled with the terrifying ghost chi, the battle was extremely difficult. Quack, quack, this formation is hard to deal with. The great golden crow flapped his wings and relied on the power of his body to create a whirlwind to resist the strange wind in the formation. If it wasn't hard to deal with, then it would be boring. Today's grudge with the Nimble sect will be settled together. Fangxing shouted and formed a seal with one hand to resist the power of the formation. He held a knife in one hand and fought fiercely with the disciples of the Nimble sect. Boom, he kept charging and killing, and wherever he went, he would behead countless people. Blood filled the air. However, he and the great golden crow were also injured by the strange force of the strong wind and the magical weapons of the disciples of the Nimble skill sect. They could only rely on the wood technique to quickly heal their injuries. They were like 2 immortal demons, fighting against the disciples of the Nimble skill sect and the strange force of the sixth formation at the same time. I'll go kill him. One of the Nimble sect's peak masters shouted coldly and was about to attack. His eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, although this brat is still young, he has broken through the 5 formations and killed the Yun family's great elder, the Mu family's fairy, Monk Bai Hua, Venerable Mu, and even killed 2 of the Wen family's geniuses. His strength cannot be underestimated. It seems like he has been suppressed by the formation, but who knows if he still has any life-saving abilities hidden. Right now, the 3 of us don't need to rush into action. Right now, he is fighting against the disciples of my Nimble skill sect, resisting the power of the formation, and also using the wood technique to heal his wounds. I want to see how much spiritual energy he can use. Let's just watch from the side and attack when he is exhausted. The other 2 peak masters looked at him strangely and realized that he wanted to use the lives of the disciples to consume Fangxing's spiritual energy. They couldn't bear to do this, but after thinking about it, this person didn't even care about the lives of his own son and daughter. He could throw them away for the sake of benefits, let alone the lives of the disciples. Furthermore, when they thought about how Fangxing had slaughtered his way into the sixth formation and the ferocious aura he exuded, the 2 of them couldn't help but shudder in fear. For a moment, they didn't dare to move forward, and just followed Fangxing's instructions and operated the formation from the side. Now that you've avenged the ancestor, I have a reason not to hate you. Although I can't hate you, at this time, in the outside world, Xianxia broke down and cried loudly. She looked like she was about to go crazy. Fangxing was fighting the formation on the mountain, but she felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. Although in the Chu region, she was the little princess of the Chu royal court, in the divine prefecture, her status was as low as dust. Her cultivation was not high, and she was a little dull, so she didn't have many friends. The ancestor, Chu Taishang, had already passed away in the formation. The only person who shared the same fate as her, Xianxia, was also playing the zither and thinking about others. She didn't notice how much she was suffering at this time. Worry, pain, conflict, and all sorts of other emotions brewed in her heart, causing a sliver of despair to rise from the bottom of her heart. It was the first time that she had shown such great anger in front of others. She loudly scolded those who had watched Fangxing fight desperately on the mountain, but she had only anxiously discussed and even expressed her dissatisfaction at the foot of the mountain. Tears gushed out of her eyes and ruined the makeup on her face. A crazy, fiery determination rose in her eyes. You all watch, I'll go. As she shouted, she waved her sleeves to wipe away her tears. Suddenly, she took out her Dharma artifact and rushed up the pilgrimage mountain. I'll help you. Even if I die, even if my brother scolds me, I'll still help you. At the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, dozens of Nanzhan cultivators had different thoughts and emotions. Only one person dashed forward without hesitation. Junior Sister Chu, what are you doing? Li Hongyi reacted and was shocked. He hurriedly reached out to grab her. I have to go help him, he's working too hard. Chu Xi struggled with all her might to break free from Li Hongyi's grasp. However, she could not break free under the opponent's golden core cultivation. Junior Sister Chu, your life lamp is in the sect's hands. Are you trying to get punished by going up now? Junior Sister Chu, don't fool around. With your cultivation, even if you go up the mountain, you won't be able to help him. For a time, many people had anxious expressions on their faces, and they all came forward to persuade him. I'll go too. Suddenly, a determined voice rang out. Xianxia carried her zither and jumped down from the green rock. Her face was abnormally pale, but her eyes were sparkling. She came over to hold Chu Xi's hand and said firmly, let's go together. Chu Xi suddenly burst into tears and nodded her head vigorously. Dragon Lady saw this scene and her eyes became a little dazed. The dragon god sighed and said to his daughter, you can't go. They can't go either. Dragon Lady replied with a and did not say anything else. No matter how resolute the two girls were, Li Hongyi did not let them go. In reality, she knew that it was impossible for her to let them go. Since they had already entered the sect of the Divine Continent, they had already left their life lanterns. Their lives were in the hands of the sect. If they really dared to ascend the mountain, under the instructions of the three sect leaders of the northern three paths, they would lose their lives before they could even see Feng Xing's face. She understood how the two girls felt. They were just being tortured by helplessness to the point of insanity. Even she was looking anxiously at the void in the distance and gritting her teeth in hatred. That's enough. The noise, the dissuasion, and the crying disturbed Li Hongyi. She could not help but shout. She was usually dignified. At this moment, her shout suppressed all the voices around her. Even many cultivators from the Divine Continent looked at her. Li Hongyi gritted her teeth and many complicated thoughts flashed in her eyes. She seemed to be going through a difficult decision in her heart. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, since there's no other way, I might as well. The cultivators could feel the anger in her heart. She seemed to be about to make a decision and subconsciously listened to her next words. However, it was also at this moment that a strange cry suddenly sounded from afar. Damn it, am I too late? There was a clear whistling sound, and in the distant void, a dark cloud with dense ghost chi rushed over like a bolt of lightning. The cultivators turned their heads and saw a huge ghost head vaguely visible in the clouds. There seemed to be a thin figure jumping up and down like a monkey, looking impatient. When they got closer, they could see clearly that it was a skinny but fierce young man. He had a long braid on his head that was more than 10 feet long. He was baring his teeth, bare-chested, and wore a pair of bright red pants. Thump 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 thump, at the same time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. In the void in another direction, a white figure came over. He was riding on a winged Pegasus. It was unusually handsome, and on the horse was a cold-looking young man. A long cape was pulled into a straight line on his back. He held a long spear in his hand and pressed it against the back of the horse. He did not say a word and did not have any killing intent. Yet, he gave off a sense of danger. Nay, at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, he pulled the reins and looked up the mountain coldly. He did not say a word. It's the southern border Ghost Kingdom's little Ghost King and the western desert Han family's son are here. The two of them have a fierce aura. They are not here with good intentions. Those who knew the two of them immediately whispered and discussed. They are finally here. Although it is not early, it is not late either. A smile appeared on Li Hongyi's face. Then, she shook her head and muttered to herself, since we can't sit still anymore, let's just go crazy. I used to believe in planning before taking action. But for the past 4 years, I have been living with my tail between my legs. I said that I should hide my strength and bide my time. Now that I haven't seen the big plan, all of us have turned into spineless cowards. We are waiting for someone to spare our lives. We are waiting for someone to step up to solve our predicament. We are waiting for someone to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Why don't we give it a shot and vent our anger? At the end of her sentence, her eyes were filled with determination. She pressed her hands on Xianxia and Xianxia's shoulders and said calmly, "The two of you, step back. There are differences in cultivation level and seniority. When our Jindan is exhausted, you two will go up." Xianxia and Xianxia were a little surprised and looked at her blankly. Li Hongyi, on the other hand, pursed her lips and sneered. Suddenly, there was a clear whistle that pierced through the clouds, like a divine bird flapping its wings and flying into the 9 heavens. This clear howl instantly drew the attention of countless gazes. However, before anyone could question it, another clear howl suddenly resounded in the distant space. After that, a second howl resounded, then a third, a fourth, a fifth. What shocked the cultivators of the divine prefecture was that some of the clear whistles were coming from beside them. In the void in the distance, there were clouds, magical treasures, beasts, golden carriages and jade carriages rushing towards them. They were all young, and all of them had cold and stern expressions. Other than them, some of the cultivators of the divine prefecture who were originally hiding in the surroundings to watch the battle jumped out. Without a word, they came to the place where the cultivators of the Nanzhan were standing and looked up the mountain with complicated expressions. The group of cultivators of the divine prefecture frowned and looked on coldly. Some of them even recognized their fellow sect members. They were all from the Nanzhan region. Previously, they were as timid as mice and did not even dare to speak loudly. However, at this moment, they suddenly had the courage to jump out and stand together with the cultivators of the Nanzhan region. There was a kind of spirit that they had never seen from the cultivators of the Nanzhan region before. The cultivators of the south-gazing sect were shocked, but they were also filled with ecstasy. The southern border Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, the western desert's heaven's pride Haning is here? There's more coming. The 3 fairies of the amorous sect are here, the little wolf king of the southern border's lion tiger mountain, Yumi Kwang is here too. The one at the back, is that the daughter of the Wang family, the leader of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, Wang Qiang? For a moment, the cultivators of the Nanzhan and Zhuxiu were extremely excited and shouted. Initially, there were only a few dozen Nanzhan disciples gathered at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain. Most of them were disciples who had joined sects in the northern region. The rest were disciples from the other regions of the divine continent. Although Li Hongyi had said that she had sent a letter, only Ying Qiao, Chu Xi, Ho Guimen, and a few others received the letter and rushed over. The rest were nowhere to be seen. Just like the battle at the cloud platform of the Sea of Bitterness, most people chose to watch from the sidelines. They would rather protect themselves than get into trouble. But at this time, as Fang Xing broke through the 5 formations and entered the 6 barriers, the fierce fighting, so many outstanding talents from the South sect showed up. Among them, some had indeed rushed over at this moment, but there were also some who had been hiding among the surrounding cultivators of the divine land and watching coldly from the sidelines. It was only when Fang Xing could not win the battle in the formation that he removed his disguise and revealed himself. In an instant, the number of Nanzhan cultivators increased dramatically. There were almost 100 of them, and their aura was no longer as weak as before. The crown prince of the Ghost Kingdom also arrived at the foot of the mountain. Pressing down on the cloud, he looked around and saw Li Hongyi looking at him with a frosty expression. He grinned and said, "Sister, I didn't slack off. I rushed over as soon as I received your message. However, the distance between Punlai and the worship Zen mountain is not close. Moreover, I have to steal my life lamp, so don't blame me." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Hongyi smashed the skeletal staff at him. She then looked at the cultivators and said, "I know that many of you have arrived long ago. You just showed yourself now. I, Li Hongyi, am not going to waste my breath. If Nanzhan cultivators can establish their Tao, all of us will have a chance to live. If not, even if we survive, we will never be able to live. The 5 seniors from the Great Snow Mountain have sacrificed their lives for us. Now, Fang Xing's junior brother Feng has broken through the 10 arrays alone. I know that most of us are trapped by our life lanterns and cannot fight, but I also know that not everyone is like that. If anyone is brave enough, follow me up the mountain to help." She did not say anything else. She glanced at the cultivators before turning around and making her way up the pilgrimage mountain. Disciple of the Yin Spirit Path, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The leader of the Path of Yin Spirits of the Northern Three Paths had already lost his patience when he saw what was happening. He was only holding it in for the sake of the Dragon Monarch. Now that he saw that the disciple of the Path of Yin Spirits, Li Hongyi, was trying to incite the cultivators and even planned to rush up the pilgrimage mountain herself, his face was filled with anger. With a loud roar, his Dharma materialized and blocked in front of Li Hongyi. His killing intent was overflowing, as though he was ready to kill at any moment. Looking at this leader, Li Hongyi's expression was cold. He slowly took out a fate lamp and said in a low voice, "Leader, please forgive me. In this trip to the demon realm, I failed the task given by my master and was punished by my master. I have been expelled from the spiriting Tao and the life lamp has been returned to me. Therefore, I have nothing to do with the divine continent or the spiriting Tao. I am just a lone cultivator in Nanzhan. You." The leader of the Path of Yin Spirits looked at the fate lamp in Li Hongyi's hand and was slightly taken aback. Then, he understood what was going on. His heart burned with anger. "Senior Uncle Ming dotes on you so much?" Under the gaze of the surrounding cultivators, she became even angrier. Suddenly, she raised her hand and was about to strike down. "Little brat, you used your sweet words to coax Senior Uncle Ming to return the fate lamp to you. But what about me, the leader? Do you think the Path of Yin Spirits is a place where you can enter and leave as you please? Since you've spoiled my task, you shall pay for it." As he spoke, he angrily raised his palm and was about to strike down on Li Hongyi's head. Facing this palm, Li Hongyi's hair was blown into a mess by the strong wind, but his face was cold. He did not dodge or evade. The crowd of Nanzhan disciples were shocked to see this. However, the leader of the Path of Yin Spirits had a profound cultivation base, so no one was able to block the attack. Among the cultivators, only Li Hongyi's disciple picked her nose nonchalantly, as though she was not worried at all. "How dare you?" Just as the palm was about to land, a divine sense hidden in Li Hongyi's fate lamp began to tremble. Rumble. The divine sense swiftly took form, and it surprisingly transformed into the appearance of a gaunt old man. Two ghastly and dark gazes shot towards the Spirit Path's Tao Lord. Even though he didn't attack, his terrifying imposing aura had enveloped an area of 50 kilometers. A wisp of surprise suddenly appeared in the Spirit Path's Tao Lord's eyes when he saw this old appearance, and he instantly withdrew his palm and retreated 30 m away. "Senior Uncle Ming, this child is a disciple of the Path of Yin Spirits, but he wishes to help the enemy." "How can I?" "Shut up!" the old man shouted sternly. The leader of the Path of Yin Spirits was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless. As the old man spoke to the leader of the Path of Yin Spirits, he looked at Li Hongyi meaningfully. "She is the disciple that I have taken a liking to. It was my decision to accept her as a disciple previously. It is also my decision to expel her from the sect today. Why do you need to interfere? Now that I have returned her fate lamp, she no longer has anything to do with the Path of Yin Spirits. Yet, you still use the name of the Path of Yin Spirits to harm her. Don't you think that the Path of Yin Spirits is too overbearing?" The leader of the Path of Yin Spirits' eyes were burning with anger, but she did not know how to reply. The old man, the netherworld Taoist, took one last look at Li Hongyi. There was some disappointment in his eyes as he sent a divine sense into Li Hongyi's heart. "Disciple, when you begged me to return your fate lamp 10 days ago, I already knew what you were thinking. At that time, I told you that it was best not to let things progress to this stage. But in the end, you still retrieved the fate lamp. There is no turning back now." Li Hongyi suddenly knelt on the ground. Her eyes were red. "Master, please forgive me. I can no longer be your disciple." The netherworld priest chuckled and said, "You have cultivated my magic, understood my Tao, so you are my disciple. This has nothing to do with whether you are in the dark spirit world or not, and whether you call me Shifu or not. Since you have made your decision, I will not say anything more. Go and do what you have to do. From today onwards, I will no longer be able to protect you. But I still hope that you can attain your great Tao as soon as possible." "Thank you, Master," Li Hongyi cowed out again. Her forehead touched the ground. After a long time, she finally stood up. At this time, the illusion of the netherworld Taoist had already disappeared. The leader of the Path of Yin spirits also moved to the side with an unfriendly expression. Li Hongyi's face revealed a hint of coldness. She waved her palm and shattered the fate lamp. Then, she shouted loudly, "Nanzhan, Li Hongyi, go up the mountain and knock on my door." The leader of the Path of Yin spirits gritted his teeth in anger. Killing intent swirled around him. The leader of the Path of Pure Yang was expressionless. He said coldly, "You can go up the mountain." He paused and glanced at the Nanzhan disciples. He frowned and said, "The challenge on the pilgrimage mountain has never been based on the number of people. Nanzhan Juniors, if you have the guts, feel free to go up the mountain. However, the array is merciless. Fate has long been decided. If there is any life or death situation during the challenge, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Live or die, decide for yourselves." Having said that, he closed his eyes and said no more. On the other hand, all of Nan Zhan's juniors looked at each other because they perceived a sense of danger from his words. "Haha, I am going to challenge the array anyway. I have already stolen the fate lamp." The crown prince of the ghost kingdom, Li Ying, laughed and turned to look at the man on the Pegasus. Second brother mute, you, boom, the man on the Pegasus did not say a word. He looked at the sixth array. Suddenly, he pulled on the reins and charged up the mountain. "Hey, damn you. I am talking to you." Ghost Child panicked and chased after him on his ghost cloud. At the entrance of the first array, the two of them caught up with Li Hongyi. In an instant, the three of them rushed up the mountain. Amongst the 10 formations of pilgrimage, the first 5 formations had been destroyed by Feng Xing, and he'd even annihilated all of them. Shockingly, there was no one to obstruct them anymore, and they shuttled back and forth like a wisp of smoke as they rushed towards the 6th formation like a bolt of lightning. On the other hand, the remaining Southern Sight sect cultivators had hesitant and indeterminate expressions. They were shrouded by a strange feeling. For a moment, no one dared to follow them. This challenge of the 10 arrays of pilgrimage was different from the previous battle on the cloud platform of the Sea of Sufferings. Not only was it more dangerous, the price was higher. Although the leader of the Path of Pure Yang did not say it seriously and allowed them to go up the mountain, it was obvious that if Zhu Xiu were to take part, he would have to give up everything he had in the Tao sects of the Divine Continent. He might even have to sacrifice his life for this opportunity. Faced with such a gamble, not everyone could be as determined as Li Hongyi. "The three of us have come to the Divine Continent, but no sects are willing to take us in. We have no choice but to join the Void God cult and work for them in exchange for elixirs and cultivation methods. It is easy to leave the Void God cult. All we need to do is return the token. This time I, the first disciple of the Zongqing sect, will not fall behind. My 2 junior sisters, since your cultivation has not reached the Golden Core realm, please stay here and watch. I will go up the mountain." Someone broke the silence. The oldest of the 3 demons from the amorous path chuckled softly. She took out the token of the Void God cult and placed it on the ground. Then, her body swayed and floated up the mountain path of the pilgrimage mountain. The remaining 2 demons knelt on the ground and lowered their heads to recite the Amorous Path's Unlucky Life Sutra, to send their eldest senior sister off and to pray for the little devil on the mountain. "I, Yumi Kuang, have come to the Divine Continent as a rogue cultivator. My life is in my own hands. I have come to take a gamble." A loud roar rang out. A strong man wearing a wolf robe let out a shrill howl and rushed up the mountain. "Before the battle of the cloud platform, Li Hongyi sent a letter to invite me, but I ignored it. However, Nanzhan's establishment of a Tao is an important matter. It has nothing to do with others, only with oneself. If I succeed in establishing my Tao, anyone who goes up the mountain to challenge the array will become a divine child. I, Nanzhan, am the daughter of the Western Desert royal family, do not wish to be below others. For the sake of the title of divine child, I, Nanzhan, will take a place in the sect. Nanzhan cultivator, Wang Qiong, is here to challenge the array." It was a yellow-robed woman riding on the back of a strange lion. She was none other than the cultivator from Nanzhan, the leader of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, Wang Qiong, who was ranked above Han Ning. She was neither arrogant nor impatient. She first spoke, then slowly swept her gaze over the crowd of cultivators. Finally, she stretched out her arms and took out the wind and fire wheels that made her famous. An evil aura erupted from her body as she ascended the mountain like a thunderstorm. Nanzhong Cultivator, Li Hongyi, is here to challenge the array. Nanzhong Cultivator, Han Ning, is here to challenge the array. Nanzhong Cultivator, Ghost Prince, is here to challenge the array. Nanzhong Cultivator, Yumi Kuang, is here to challenge the array. Nanzhong Cultivator, Yumi Kuang, is here to challenge the array. Nanzhong Cultivator, Wang Qiong, is here to challenge the array. Nanzhong Cultivator. From time to time, loud shouts could be heard from the top of the mountain. Many figures, full of heroic spirit, rushed to the sixth array. There were a total of 18 people. Ha 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 ha, little devil, you've broken through 5 formations in a row. You've already exhausted your spiritual power and had no choice but to sit down and rest. Now that you've entered the 6th formation, you've been forced to wander around under the power of the formation. You fought my nimble sex disciples, and you've even had to circulate the wood technique to heal yourself. I don't believe that you have such strong spiritual power. Senior brothers and junior brothers, help me block his path. I want to personally kill him. After fighting for a long time, Fangxing's body was covered in blood. His movements weren't as nimble as before, and it seemed that his spiritual power was almost exhausted. At this time, he couldn't hold back anymore. With a shout, his body suddenly pounced forward. Seeing this, the other 2 peak leaders of the nimble sect looked at each other and shouted in unison. They pounced to the left and right, cutting off Fangxing's path. Little bandit, you really don't have any more moves? The great golden crow waved its wings to repel a whirlwind and turned its head to ask in panic. It could be said that it was full of confidence in Fangxing, otherwise, it wouldn't have followed him into the formation with such a strong sense of righteousness. From the first formation, it had indeed discovered that no matter how bad the situation was, Fangxing always had a way to deal with it. After all, he had plundered everywhere for so many years and had quite a few hidden treasures. It was only in this formation that Fangxing actually kept wandering around and dodging, as if he had no other way to deal with it. It was only able to hold on until now because of its pair of fleshy wings that pounced in the air and forcefully destroyed some of the whirlwinds that it couldn't dodge. On the contrary, Fangxing hadn't really made a move yet. Seeing that the 3 peak leaders had officially made a move, it couldn't help but feel a little uncertain. Hee, I've been thinking about a problem. Seeing that the 3 peak leaders had made a move, Fangxing's body suddenly stopped in midair and he laughed sinisterly. The great golden crow was dumbfounded. What? Fangxing laughed and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. That great wind flag is mine. Boom, after saying that, he waved his hand and signaled for the great golden crow to retreat to the side. He, who had been dodging all over the place, suddenly rushed directly towards the seal. Facing the howling winds that filled the sky, he did not even have the slightest intention of dodging, and ran head-on into it. Haha, are you going to risk your life? Daoying laughed when he saw this. He waved the great wind flag in his hand, and a dozen gusts of wind appeared, sweeping toward Fangxing mountain art, sealing the true body. At this moment, Fangxing's eyes flickered with coldness. With the mountain defender art in his hand, he displayed the mountain wool of the pilgrimage mountain that he had just stolen. In an instant, his body was as still as a mountain, as if he was fixed in the air. The gusts of wind had the power to uproot the mountains and uproot the trees, but his body was fixed in the air, just like the pilgrimage mountain. No matter how the wind howled, it could not shake him in the slightest. He used this Dao mountain art to pass the 5th formation? Daoying's eyes turned cold, and he sneered. Unfortunately, it's far from enough. As he shouted, Yin Qi surged in the midst of the gusts of wind. Wisps of black qi were mixed in with the gusts of wind. It's the netherworld qi, little bandit, retreat quickly. At this moment, even the great golden crow was shocked and shouted loudly. Daoying sneered. He withdrew his hands from his sleeves and took out 2 flying swords. This was the terrifying part of the 6th formation. The nimble sect was afraid that the little devil would be too fierce and that the 6th formation would not be able to take him down. Therefore, they took out a rare treasure, the netherworld pearl, that could activate the netherworld qi. Even if the little devil's mountain art was amazing and could freeze his body, he would have to endure the corrosion of the netherworld qi. It could be said that not being hit by the power of the formation was one thing, but as long as he was hit by the power of the formation, no matter how powerful the mountain art was, he would still be killed by the netherworld chi. Feng Xing merely furrowed his brows in the face of the gale that was mixed with the nether deathly aura. He ignored it and stood still in the air, allowing the nether deathly aura to wrap around him. Even his figure was obscured, and he could not be seen clearly. Haha, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, do you think you can escape from this formation? Shi Daoying laughed loudly. He released the great wind flag and stood in the air. He raised his 2 swords and rushed over. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when the netherworld chi froze Feng Xing in place to kill him. However, something unexpected happened. Just as his 2 swords slashed through the void and even swept away the netherworld death chi that enveloped the little devil, revealing his true body, the little devil, who should have been enveloped by the netherworld death chi and whose spirit had been damaged, suddenly laughed loudly and opened his sparkling eyes. At the same time, with a loud roar, he actually transformed into his appearance with 3 heads and 6 arms. 2 of his arms grabbed the hands of Shi Daoying that were holding the ancient swords. 2 of his arms whipped towards his face. 1 of his arms grabbed the netherworld ball that was flying to the left of Shi Daoying's body, and the last arm stretched out 30 feet and grabbed the great wind flag. Why aren't you afraid of the netherworld chi? Shi Daoying was shocked and hurriedly used the water technique. His 2 arms were as slippery as a fish, and in a split second, he was more than 300 feet away. He even grabbed the netherworld pearl, which was more important to him, for fear that Feng Xing would snatch it away. In a split second, he made such a response. No matter what, it showed the ability of the Lord of Mystical Beauty Peak. However, he was still panic-stricken and looked at Feng Xing in confusion. He actually escaped? Feng Xing was also slightly startled. Then, he looked at the great wind flag in his hand with a smile. It seemed that he did not care about Shi Daoying's escape at all. Instead, he was extremely happy that he had obtained the great wind flag. His eyes shone as he sized up the treasure. He sneered and said, "Do you know what I used to wash my spirit when I formed my gold core? You want to corrode my spirit with this little bit of ghost energy? What a joke. There really is something strange about this little devil." Shi Daoying was shocked, but he didn't dare to underestimate him. Seeing that the situation was bad, he and the other 2 peak masters rushed over and surrounded Feng Xing. He sneered and said in a cold voice, "Do you think that by using a trick and taking the great wind flag, you can pass this formation? Even with the 3 of us here, you will still die in this formation. Even if you take the great wind flag and use it, how much power can it have? I don't know how much power it has, but it should be a bit." Feng Xing muttered and casually waved it a few times. It seemed that he was feeling out the characteristics of this magic treasure. 2 senior brothers, let's kill him together. Shi Daoying suddenly shouted and raised his hand to summon the 4-square ancient seal. With a rumble, it suppressed the void in all directions. He wanted to lock Feng Xing on the spot. The other 2 peak masters of the Nimble sect used the ghost spear and the iron chain to attack Feng Xing from the left and right respectively. At this moment, none of the 3 peak masters of the Nimble sect dared to play any tricks. At this moment, they all displayed their true abilities. However, at this time, Feng Xing also laughed loudly and suddenly waved the great wind flag. Rumble, with the first wave, a strong wind appeared out of nowhere and swept in all directions. With the second wave, another strong wind chased after the first one. Its power was even more terrifying. With the third wave, he had already found the trick. Within the strong wind, there was a terrifying misty green energy. "Suppress it for me." Shi Daoying roared and controlled the 4-square ancient bronze seals to suppress the howling wind in the void. Under the deterrence of the ancient bronze seals, although the howling wind did not completely disappear, its speed had slowed down by 3 times. For wind-type magic, the power was proportional to the speed. If the speed was slowed down, the power would be almost completely lost. This was also the reason why Shi Daoying felt a bit puzzled when he saw Feng Xing take away the great wind flag. Without the help of the netherworld pearl, the great wind flag was almost useless. The other 2 peak masters of the Nimble skill sect saw that the wind had weakened, so they continued to attack Feng Xing. With their cultivations and the full power of the great wind flag, it would be difficult to even shake them, let alone now that the wind had weakened by 3 times. However, they didn't realize that as soon as they charged into the oncoming gale, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. A faint azure chi was mixed with the wind and blew towards them. Not good. The peak master on the left, who was using the iron chain, was suddenly alarmed. With a loud roar, he quickly retreated. As for the peak master on the right, his reaction was slightly slower. In an instant, he was wrapped up by the wind and his frightened voice rang out, "What is this?" His cry only rang out halfway before it weakened. Everyone turned their heads to look, and to their surprise, they discovered that he was being wrapped up in wisps of green chi. Those wisps of green chi seemed to have a terrifying and strange power. When they swept past him, they pulled out a blurry shadow from his body. The shadow was exactly the same as his face, crying and struggling. That was his spirit. The green energy was so strange that it could shake his soul. Ha 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 ha, it's good. Feng Xing also seemed to have confirmed something. He laughed loudly and waved the great wind flag in his hand even more vigorously. Woo! 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 After activating the great wind flag with all his strength, the world suddenly became dark. It was difficult to distinguish the surroundings, and only the howling of the wind could be heard. What was even more frightening was that the wind was surprisingly mixed with a strange green aura that had the ability to tear apart one's soul. Peak lords who had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm had to struggle with all their might if they were caught by this green aura. As for the ordinary disciples of the Nimble Technique sect, if they touched this green aura, they wouldn't even be able to let out a groan before their souls were ripped away. Ordinary Golden Core cultivators could only last for 3 or 4 breaths of time. What kind of evil power is this? It's even more frightening than the Netherworld Pearl? The 2 peak masters of the Nimble sect shouted with all their might. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Even with their cultivation, when they were careless and got close to the little devil, they were unable to break free after being wrapped up by the strange wind. They only felt that the terrifying green energy contained a power that even a peak of the Golden Core realm could not resist. It was like strands of silk that directly wrapped around their souls and even wanted to pull their souls out of their bodies. You have the Netherworld Pearl, and I have the Primordial Death Chi Seed. Let's see who is stronger, ha ha ha. Feng Xing, who was waving the great flag, had a look of surprise on his face. He turned around and shouted, "Jin Liuzi, kill them." After saying that, he slowed down his spiritual power, leaving a small gap for the Great Golden Crow. Alright, the Great Golden Crow had been huddled up beside Feng Xing. This strange scene had also shocked it. When it heard Feng Xing shout, it was stunned for a moment. A hint of surprise appeared in its eyes, and it hurriedly agreed. With a strange cry, it rushed out and slashed its golden wings. So. Its wings were like sharp swords, cutting off the heads of the 2 peak masters of the Nimble sect who were resisting the strange wind with all their strength. The 2 peak masters of the Golden Core realm of the Nimble sect had died on the spot just because they were resisting the strange wind with all their strength. Right at this moment, the 6th formation gate was suddenly broken open, and a red-robed woman, a freak with a pair of pigtails, as well as a cold and handsome man wielding a spear rushed into the formation at the same time. Before they had a chance to say anything, they were greeted by the sight of the Golden Crow slicing off the heads of 2 Golden Core Ascension stage beings with a single flap of its wing, and all 3 of them shuddered with incredulity in their eyes. Damn it! Is this a Yuanian great demon? The freak with a ponytail was so scared that he cried out involuntarily. When Li Hongyi and the others ascended the mountain, they thought that Feng Xing was in the middle of a fierce battle in the 6th formation. Thus, they hurried over to help him. However, none of them expected to see such a shocking scene when they entered the formation with a murderous aura. That giant golden crow was so ferocious. His body was as bright as the sun and his wings were like demon blades. He circled the formation and easily beheaded 2 Golden Core Mahayana stage cultivators. Those were Golden Core Mahayana stage cultivators. Did he think they were weak? At that moment, they even vaguely felt that they had discovered the reason why the little devil dared to challenge the 10 formations. The little devil was already extremely powerful. With this old demon, how difficult would it be for him to challenge the 10 formations? Eh? Why are you guys here? Feng Xing also noticed Li Hongyi and the rest who entered the formation. He kept the great wind flag in his hand and the wind that was howling around the entire formation disappeared. The green qi that was mixed in the wind also dissipated. This green qi was the primordial death qi. Previously, the dragon monarch said that he had 7 dharma seeds, but he did not know that one of them referred to the primordial death qi. When he was forming his golden core, he used the primordial death qi to train his spirit. Not only did he cultivate an unimaginably strong spirit power, he also transformed a wisp of the primordial death qi into a dharma seed in his core. This wisp of dharma seed could transform into a strong wind and possess terrifying power. Previously, when Fangxing observed the way the 6th formation worked, he thought of this when he saw the way the cultivators used the nether seed and the great wind flag. It was also because of this that he made up his mind to obtain the great wind flag. However, he was not very familiar with it yet. Seeing that his acquaintances were here, he did not use it recklessly in case he accidentally hurt them. "We are here to help you." After being stunned for a moment, Li Hongyi and the rest regained their composure and said to Fangxing, "Hee, at least you guys have some conscience." Fangxing smiled. He squinted his eyes and looked at Han Ying and Li Ying. He subconsciously puffed out his chest. However, after waiting for a long time without any movement, he immediately became annoyed and scolded the two, "Impudent things, why don't you call me big brother?" Ghost Crown Prince Li Ying was startled, then he grinned and said, "I'll do it." "Boss, you're pretty impressive, going through the 10 arrays alone, why didn't you wait for me?" Han Ying snorted, obviously disdainful of calling him out. Fangxing didn't mind. He giggled and said, "How would I know that you 2 bastards would come?" Li Ying and Han Ying turned to look at Li Hongyi at the same time. Li Hongyi shrugged and said, "Don't blame me. Before he came up the mountain, I already told him to go back to normal. But he didn't listen to me at all. He only said that he couldn't hold back his killing intent." Fangxing was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and chuckled. Li Hongyi took a deep breath and looked at the dexterous sect cultivators in the 6th array. He said coldly, "That's good too. If you didn't insist on going through the 1st array, you wouldn't have been able to kill to your heart's content. And you wouldn't have been able to meet the famous elder Shur of the dexterous sect here. This is the perfect time to settle old and new grudges. Peak Leader Shur, do you think what I said makes sense? You dare to challenge the array? How dare you?" Shi Yuanming shouted in a low voice. There was fear in his eyes, but also unconcealable anger. Before he could continue speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of something sweeping through the air. Another dozen or so figures rushed into the formation. His expression immediately became even more unsightly. He swept his gaze over the 2 peak lords whose heads had already fallen to the ground. Even their souls had been sucked away by the strange wind that the little devil had unleashed. There were also the sparse nimble technique sect disciples who were trembling with fear and had no will to fight. His heart no longer had any will to fight. "Cultivator Nanzhan, you really have a backbone. Fine, I'll let you go this time. Pass." Shi Yuanming's eyes flashed and he admitted defeat. His body floated to the side, as if he was making way for them to pass. Fangxing only laughed coldly and ignored him. He looked at the dozen or so Nanzhan cultivators who came in later. Among them, Fairy Hong Yen, one of the 3 demons from the Amorous sect, was an old acquaintance. As for the other Zhu Xiu, they were unfamiliar. However, through his divine sense, he sensed that their auras were not ordinary. Since they dared to enter the array, they must have some ability. He glanced at the crowd and said with a faint smile, "Are you all here to help me pass the array? I'm very surprised that so many of you came. But I'm not used to fighting with people, especially people I'm not familiar with." At this point, he lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he suddenly smiled. "But it's fine. Do things according to the rules. Make a pledge of allegiance." Pledge of allegiance? The rules of the bandits' lair at the foot of the mountain were new to the cultivators. However, Yumi Kuang and Wan Qiong were also arrogant people. They only glanced at Fangxing and did not reject him. However, they did not completely listen to him and attack. As he said. Li Hongyi said lightly, "Junior brother Fang's words make sense. Cultivator Nanzhan has joined the Dao sect of the Divine Land. Needless to say, there are many conflicts, but it was this Lingqiao sect's peak master Shur and junior sister Fei Cordyceps that caused the official falling out. Today, since we are going to join forces to break through the formation for Nanzhan's establishment of the Dao, why don't we join forces to kill this monster, and let the world see our intentions? These words sounded much better than what Feng Xing said. Li Ying immediately clapped and laughed. Well said. Well said. Kill this peak leader of the Lingqiu sect and vent the grievances of the past 4 years. The other Nanzhan's disciples were also moved. They looked at the seal with faint eyes. With so many wolf-like gazes, and Feng Xing, who had almost scared him out of his wits, the peak leader of the mystical beauty peak of the Lingqiu sect turned pale with fright. He shouted, I've already agreed to let you pass. You still dare to commit murder? Looking at his cowardly appearance, Feng Xing sneered and waved the great wind flag in his hand. Why don't you break the formation? The seal's gaze changed suddenly. The grand wind flag was the core of the array. Now that it had been taken away by the little devil, how could he break the array? Kill him. At this moment, Li Ying suddenly shouted. He raised his hand and used the ghost technique, which manifested a ferocious and terrifying skeleton and evil ghost. It was even faster than him. A long spear surrounded by green gas pierced through the void and went straight for the seal. Haha, killing a peak gold core right from the start? This is so King satisfying. The Nanzhan cultivator, Yumi Kuang, also laughed loudly. He raised his hand and took out a magic weapon. It was a golden core crocodile god scissors. It turned into 2 sharp and terrifying divine lights, intertwining and twisting toward the seal. It was really vicious and strange. Junior, how dare you? Shermui was both shocked and angry. He clenched his fist and struck out horizontally, deflecting Han Ying's vicious dragon spear. Then his body changed like a reflection in the water, displaying the astonishing water magic, consecutively dodging the 3 attacks of the serene wild crocodile divine scissors. In his haste, he even struck back with a palm. An awe-inspiring sword light appeared out of thin air, almost cutting off the braid of Li Ying, who was charging over. He was, after all, a Golden Core Realm cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Moreover, he sensed that the situation was far from good, so he put his life on the line and executed the Dermic seal. As soon as he attacked, he displayed a shocking strength. In an instant, he successively executed 3 great techniques that circulated like a god, and a surging force charged towards the void, directly forcing Han, Li, and Yu back. After that, he let out an explosive roar, and a ferocious aura directly shook away the cultivators that wanted to block his way before directly rushing towards Feng Xing. The murderous aura on his body was shocking. He held the ancient sword in his hand and gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to fight with Feng Xing come back. It was also at this moment that Li Hongyi, who had a strand of killing intent between his brows, and Wan Qiong, who had a cold and indifferent expression, suddenly made their moves at the same time. These 2 geniuses from Nanzhan were the cream of the crop in terms of appearance and figure. Now that they made their moves, a ghastly white bone ghost claw tore through the heavens and the earth, while the wind and fire wheels obliterated the void. They were also astonishingly powerful, but the direction in which they made their moves was directly towards the void behind them. Under the terrifying tearing of spiritual energy, a figure appeared with a furious roar, turned around, and fought with them with all his might. At the same time as Han Ying and Li Ying exchanged blows, the silhouette that was charging towards Feng Xing suddenly faded and then disappeared. It was the peak master of the Golden Core Mahayana peak who seemed to be risking his life, but in reality, he had cast a secret technique, stealing the sky and changing the sun. An illusory silhouette charged towards Feng Xing, but his real body was trying to escape from the array. However, Li Hongyi and Wan Qiong saw through his plan, so they cut off the void and knocked him out. Do you really think you can defeat me? The seal was angry and anxious. He let out a roar that shook the sky. It was already embarrassing enough for him to turn around and run when he saw that the situation was not good. Now that he was shocked by the 2 juniors who cut through the void, he was even more furious. He let out a roar and directly summoned the ancient bronze seal, which suppressed the void and locked Li Hongyi and Wan Qiong's figures. At the same time, he summoned 48 flying swords, intending to kill the 2 beauties. Green vines in the void, a delicate voice rang out, and a beautiful woman flicked a seed with her finger. It grew wildly in the void, and suddenly, it grew into a strange tree with dozens of huge green vine tentacles. Like a spirit snake, it twisted towards the seal. The 48 flying swords were immediately hit by the green vines and flew everywhere. It was the first senior sister of the three fairies of the northern divine land, Hong Yen Fairy, who had also made a move. For a moment, the 6 geniuses of Nanzhan surrounded the seal and attacked. Although they were all young, their attacks were more ruthless than the last. The other Nanzhan and Zhuxiu were slightly weaker. Seeing that the 6 of them were fighting fiercely, they could not interfere. However, they were unwilling to be left out. Their eyes swept around and actually rushed toward the remaining disciples of the Nimble Technique sect. Their killing intent was not shallow either. On the other side, the seal was indeed not weak. Even though it was 1 against 6, it had been a fierce battle for a long time. However, at this moment, he really did not have any confidence. Fangxing had not even made a move and he already felt a lot of pressure. If that little devil used that strange evil technique again, wouldn't he die without a place to be buried? For a moment, he was afraid and only thought of a way to escape. However, it was a pity that the more he did so, the weaker his aura became. Break! First, it was the Western Desert heroine, Wang Qiong. She saw an opening and caught hold of Shermui's arm. She then gritted her teeth and pulled. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Shermui was furious and in pain. He wanted to slap this ruthless woman to death, but Li Hongyi's leg swept across and landed a solid kick on his neck. His neck bones cracked and cracked. Almost half of it was broken. In his terror, it was too late for him to escape. Kill! Li Ying, Han Ying, Hong Yen Fairy of the Passionate Sect, and Yumi Kuang surrounded the seal and attacked together. Ghost claws, poisonous vines, long spears, and golden scissors attacked together. They surrounded the seal and beat him up. His appearance was indescribably miserable. "The heavens want me dead," the seal shouted. A great Jingdan Mahayana cultivator was actually going to be hacked to death by a group of Nanzhan juniors. "I got it first, it belongs to me. I killed them, of course it belongs to me. I can't stop them, but can you kill them? So it belongs to me. You already have the Great Wind Flag, of course you have to give these 2 things to me." While the Nanzhan juniors were fighting against the Jingdan and Mahayana cultivators, on the other side, Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow were holding on to one end of a metal chain, fighting for it. The 2 Nimble sect peak leaders that were killed by the Great Golden Crow just now also left behind a low-tier divine weapon. While the others were fighting against the Nimble sect disciples, Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow snuck over. They wanted to split the treasure secretly, but they didn't expect to split it evenly. The 2 of them glared at each other like fighting cocks. "You don't like it? Give it to me." Fangxing grew impatient and pulled the metal chain to his side. The Great Golden Crow was also anxious and shouted, "Look at my cloud-lifting palm." Pitter-patter, the 2 of them started fighting. How shameless. There's a fierce battle here, but they're fighting over treasures. In the distance, Li Hongyi, Wang Qiong, and the others turned their heads to take a look. Instantly, black lines appeared on their foreheads. They really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A wave of resentment rose in their hearts, and they turned around to vent it on Shermadra. It was really all kinds of moves at once. Shermadra, who no longer looked like a human, let out a cry of despair. Suddenly, a spot of spiritual light flew out from his forehead and was about to disappear into the void. It was the seed of his spirit. He wanted to escape at this moment. Even if he had to give up his cultivation, he wanted to be reincarnated. After all, he wasn't a ruthless person who would self-destruct his Jingdan in desperation. He was a smart man, but even now, he was reluctant to detonate his Jingdan and obliterate both his soul and his body. Therefore, he only found an opening and performed a secret technique, hoping to escape with a wisp of his soul and reincarnate in the human world so that he could make a comeback in the future. It had to be said that this move of his was quite extraordinary. After all, it was a life-saving move. A spiritual seed flew out and escaped into the void at lightning speed. He wanted to escape from the healing gate of the 6th formation. He understood in his heart that as long as he escaped from this great formation, the elders of the spiritual skill sect and the 3 Dao masters of the northern 3 Dao wouldn't just watch as his spiritual soul was obliterated. They would definitely protect him and give him a chance to live. He calculated the timing and angle very well. He was about to successfully escape. But at this moment, the Great Golden Crow couldn't compete with Fangxing in snatching the iron chain. Its head was punched twice. It was so angry that it cawed loudly. It suddenly opened its mouth and tried to swallow Fangxing. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to swallow Fangxing along with the magic treasure into its stomach. But Fangxing's reaction was very fast. He laughed loudly and threw the great golden crow away. "I'm going to kill you," the great golden crow shouted crazily. But before it could close its mouth, it suddenly felt something cold entering its mouth. It was stunned for a moment. It smacked its lips and said in surprise, "Why do I feel so full? It's like I've taken a jindan." Not far away, a group of Nanzhan cultivators looked at it blankly. Didn't he take a jindan? And it was a Mahayana jindan. He cast a seal to release a jindan seed. He wanted to make a comeback. He knew that everyone's attention was on him. He knew that even if these people noticed him, they wouldn't have the time to stop him. But he didn't expect that the great golden crow would come to him with its mouth wide open. Then, the great golden crow took the initiative to crawl into the great golden crow's stomach. Unfortunately, this spiritual seed was not a complete spiritual seed. Although it contained a lot of divine power, it did not have much power. It could not even take over the golden crow's body. Moreover, the golden crow's cultivation was extremely terrifying. The two of them were not far apart. Even if he had a complete spiritual seed, it would be almost impossible for him to take over the golden crow's body. This jindan deserves to be famous today. Even Fangxing couldn't help but sigh. From today on, in the eyes of these Nanzhan cultivators, the great golden crow was someone that they couldn't afford to offend. Maybe in their hearts, their evaluation of the jindan seed was even higher than his. "The heavens want me dead." A desperate spiritual fluctuation came from the great golden crow's stomach. The cultivators couldn't help but shiver when they heard it. It was such a desperate voice that they couldn't help but feel pity for it. "Ouch, my stomach hurts." The great golden crow was stunned for a while. Then, it crossed its claws under its fat belly and started to use its spiritual power to refine it. "Haha, done?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Fangxing stepped on the void and strolled over to them. As if there was no one else around, he put the 4 bronze seals, which had already lost their owner, into the mysterious space, a small ivory tower that could store magic treasures that could not be stored in ordinary storage bags. Then, he greeted the juniors of Nanzhan who had entered the formation to help him with a smile. When he poked his head out to take a look at the seals in the middle of them, he could not help but stiffen. "What a tragic death," he murmured. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and subconsciously moved away from the 6 people. At this time, the other young Nanzhan cultivators had gathered. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they surrounded Fangxing. They seemed to have something to say. "If that's the case, can you rest assured and come with us?" Among the crowd, Li Hongyu was the first to stand out and said calmly. Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, "Since you're already here, I can't kick you out." Li Hongyu was speechless. Wang Qiong, who was next to her, also rolled her eyes. Although they were on the same side now, this little bastard was really not likable. "Ha ha ha ha, little devil, I've heard of your name in Nanzhan. At that time, you and Huangfu Daozi agreed to fight in the Xian region. I, Yumi Kuang, went over and waited for you for 3 days. But you actually slipped away. I even looked down on you. Luckily, you decapitated me with a single sword strike. I can't help but admire you. I wanted to befriend you a long time ago, but I didn't have the chance. Today, I'll take this opportunity to go through the formation with you. I'm lucky. I'm glad the heavens are fair. They've helped me." At this time, the little wolf King Yumi from the northern divine mountain of Nanzhan laughed wildly and waved the golden scissors in his hands. "That's right. Fellow Fang, do you still remember me?" A robust man said with a smile, "Back in the day in the mysterious domain, you sold me a sword embryo at the price of 60 spiritual stones. It was a great bargain for me. Since then, I have always been indebted to you. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to thank you. I also bought your sword embryo. It's a pity I spent a lot of money." Another man laughed bitterly. Another man said, "Come to think of it, we're old acquaintances. Do you still remember when you stole a set of armor from me?" At once, 5 or 6 people spoke up. Some of them laughed bitterly, while others sighed ruefully. However, regardless of whether they owed each other favors or grudges in the past, they no longer cared about it now. When they spoke, most of them laughed mischievously, as if the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Perhaps even they themselves had never thought that one day, they would actually fight alongside the little devil with the worst reputation in the Nanzhan cultivation world. Haha, let's not talk about the past. Seeing that you guys still have some conscience, I've decided today. Fangxing was also full of heroism. He clenched his fists and said with deep affection, "Today, we'll all kill together. Let's kill to our heart's content. However, whether you guys die or not, from today onwards, you guys are on the list of people I won't fight over." He spoke with sincerity, but Wang Qiong couldn't help but roll her eyes, as if she was rather disdainful. Yumi Kwang was also speechless. "I thought we could at least be friends, but in the end, it's just that I won't be fought over by you." At this moment, Han Ning, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "This promise is worth a lot." Li Ying nodded repeatedly, expressing his deep agreement. The sixth formation was finally broken. After the smoke and clouds dispersed, the cultivators at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain finally saw the chaotic situation inside the formation. Their hearts instantly trembled, half out of fear, the other half out of anger. Within the formation, there were only pieces of mutilated corpses, lying all over the place. The smell of blood was shocking. Among the 3 Golden Core Mahayana peak leaders of the Nimble sect and their 300 outstanding disciples, none of them survived. Nimble sect. Is this equivalent to being annihilated? Someone already spoke with a trembling voice, his voice filled with a chill. They were also one of the few large sects in the northern region. Nimble sect had lost 3 great peak leaders and 300 disciples. Didn't this mean that among the large sects, other than the 2 Yuanying patriarchs, there was only a group of outer sect disciples with low cultivation bases? What else was there to do? They should just seal off the mountain and remove their names. At this moment, some people could not help but look at Elder De Zhao's Dharma idol, who was half hidden in the clouds nearby. They were all wondering if Elder De Zhao would charge up the mountain in a fit of rage and fight to the death with that little demon. At this time, even the dragon monarch was looking at the sky with a faint smile as spiritual energy slowly gathered around his body. However, after waiting for a long while, Elder De Zhao did not make a move. He did not even say a word. No one knew how long he sat there quietly. In the end, he moved slightly, but he did not make a move. Instead, he waved his sleeve, causing the clouds to roll over. When the space was revealed again, his Dharma idol had already disappeared. The wind was silent, and the bright moon hung in the sky. Not a single trace was left behind. At this time, within a simple cave abode in the Nimble sect, Elder De Zhao's real body opened his eyes. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his gray beard. At the same time, his face was ashen. He did not have much lifespan left, and now it was flowing away rapidly. His face was even more ashen, and his eyes were dim. A deep sense of fatigue and age rose from him. Does the heavens really want my Nimble sect to perish? He shouted, or is it that my Nimble sect's rules are not strict enough, and we have angered the heavens to send down such a calamity? After a moment of silence, the Yuanying elder's real body emerged from the cave. He donned the battle armor he had worn when he was young, and his steps were slow but serious as he rushed towards the pilgrimage mountain. He had already sworn in his heart that either the little demon would die on the pilgrimage mountain, or he would personally kill him after he left the mountain. This time, no one could stop him. Not even the Tsanglan Sea Dragon Lord. They rushed out of the 6th formation and charged towards the 7th formation. The 8 young talents of Nanzhan had their auras raised to the peak. Li Hongyi and Wang Qiong were in front, tearing apart the formation in front of them. Haning and Ghost Prince were behind them, occupying the left and right sides. Yumi Kwang and Zongqing Fairy were slightly behind them. The rest of the cultivators of Nanzhan also spread out in all directions, forming a shuttle-shaped formation as they charged forward. In the middle of the formation, they surrounded Fan Xing and the Great Golden Crow, just like how they protected Old Monster Wan Luo and Old Man Zhang Daoi, who was in charge of deducing the formation theory when the 5 old men tried to break through the formation. The young cultivators of Nanzhan surrounded Fan Xing in the middle, regardless of whether they were convinced or not. They protected Fan Xing in the middle, trying to give him some time to rest. The cultivators of the divine continent at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain looked at them with gloomy eyes and murderous intent. The cultivators of Nanzhan, on the other hand, looked solemn and respectful. Regardless of whether Nanzhan succeeded in establishing his Tao or not, the appearance of these people as they charged into the formation was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the cultivators of Nanzhan. Forget about the old ones, even the young ones like you don't want to live anymore? In the seventh formation, the red-robed old cultivator shouted angrily. He gathered all the disciples guarding the formation to his side and guarded the end of the formation. At the same time, the ghost-like forbidden fiend slaves rose into the air, densely packed like a dark cloud. They roared soundlessly and opened their ferocious mouths, following the life force of living people. Their eyes were eerie and they seemed to be waiting to devour people. Ghostly aura surged, forbidden fiend slaves, they were known as the deadly poison of cultivators. Touching them would stain their down light, destroy their cultivation, and kill living people. Once they were refined to the next level, they would be known as forbidden fiend slaves. They would set up a defensive formation that could even block Yuanying. When refined to the highest level, they would become the legendary Ghost Immortal, or Immortal Gu. They were existences that could even stain a celestial body. To put it simply, if one were to rank the most disgusting things in the cultivation world, this thing would be at least in the top 5. The most annoying thing about this trial was that no matter if you had a plan or not, if you tried to pass through this array, you would lose a layer of skin. Just now, when old monster Wan Luo tried to break through this array, he used the Yin-Yang Great Millstone to disrupt the Yin and Yang in the array, making it unable to use its qi to attack the living. Then, he took advantage of the chaos and used his powerful physical strength to tear the void, using the force of the void to kill the 40 demon ghosts. Although he had passed the array in the end, he had also exhausted the old man's strength to the point where he was on the verge of dying on the spot. To deal with this kind of evil spirit, you must not let them surround you. Otherwise, once you are surrounded, no matter how powerful your methods are, they will exhaust you to death. You can't use spells to fight against them. Even when you strike, you must pour spiritual power into your weapon. Otherwise, their evil spirit will corrode your body along with your spiritual power and destroy your down light. Just by relying on your physical strength, you will be able to cut through the void and exterminate demons and ghosts. After entering the array, the leader of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, Wan Qiong, spoke in a cold voice. There was a hint of seriousness on her indifferent face. Her cultivation level was extremely high and her battle techniques were also strong. However, the wind and fire wheels that she was most proficient in relied on spiritual power. Encountering this group of demons and ghosts, it was as if she was naturally restrained by them. Thus, although her tone was indifferent, she already had a tone of discussion with the cultivators. I am proficient in the strength of my body, I can charge forward. Haning stepped forward at this moment, carrying a long spear. His expression was cold and stern. No matter how strong your body is, you still need to be afraid of not being able to use your strength. Who has a large blade to lend me? I will also help you. Yumi Kwang put away the golden crocodile scissors, stepped forward, and asked the people around him. I also cultivate the body, I will charge forward and kill. One after another, cultivators with powerful fleshly bodies stepped forward and brandished their weapons. However, Wang Qiong glanced at the cultivators and said indifferently, if you can't tear through the void, then forget about it. You can't kill the infernal slaves with just the strength of your body. You can only use the void lightning produced when your weapons tear through the void to kill them. There is no other way. Among the southern-gazing school of philosophers who had already stepped forward, there were a few who felt slightly embarrassed, and they retreated unwillingly. The only people left were Haning, Yumi Kwang, and 2 unknown Nanzhan cultivators. It's too dangerous to face these ghosts head-on. Once you're surrounded by them, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape. I have a few netherworld seeds here. After consuming them, they'll grow a yin plant in your body, which can disrupt their ability to sense our qi to a certain extent. However, consuming this seed will cause great damage to your body. After passing through the formation and pulling it out, you'll be weakened by 30%. At this moment, the Zongqing sect's fairy Hong Yen took out a small black porcelain bottle and frowned as she spoke. Hee hee, are you afraid? Juniors, go back. On the other side of the array, the red-robed old cultivator heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the juniors of Nanzhan cultivators didn't immediately attack after entering the array. Instead, they gathered together to discuss something. He decided not to give them any time to discuss a countermeasure. With a wave of the array flag, the infernal slaves in the void were driven over like a hornet's nest. For a moment, the infernal slaves were in a state of chaos. In fact, the red-robed old cultivator was also a bit afraid. When old freak Wan Luo broke through the formation, he killed 40 ghosts in a row and trampled him to the ground. This had shaved away half of his courage, and he had long since put away the arrogant attitude he had when he was guarding the formation. Later on, he saw the little devil rushing through the formation, and his killing intent was much stronger than that of the old ones, causing him to feel even more uncertain. Then, a while ago, this group of juniors from the Southern Mountain sect slaughtered the 3 peak lords and 300 disciples of the Nimble Chiao sect. This caused his heart to beat like a drum, and he had long since wanted to retreat. However, there were many people watching from the bottom of the pilgrimage mountain. If he retreated like this, he couldn't afford to lose face. In desperation, he made up his mind to use the power of the infernal slaves to defend the 7th array. It would be best if he could defend it, but if he couldn't, he would immediately admit defeat and save his life. When Feng Xing and the others entered the array, he had gathered his disciples at the other end of the array. In fact, this was the reason why he didn't want his disciples to die in vain. Rumble, countless ghosts rushed towards Feng Xing and the others. It was a shocking scene. On both sides of the ghosts, the red-robed old cultivator and the juniors of Nanzhan sect were also nervous and anxious. "Give it to me," Han Ning said and stretched out his palm towards the amorous sect's Hong Yen fairy. It was obvious that he had no time to think. Even if his body was injured, he had to consume the Yin seed and rush forward to kill. But at this moment, Li Hongyi, who had been observing carefully, suddenly smiled and said lightly, "No need, let him go." The people around her were stunned. They saw that she was pointing at the ghost child who was digging his nose as if it had nothing to do with him. Even Li Ying seemed to be stunned for a moment and then said angrily, "Why?" Li Hongyi said, "Get over there." As she spoke, she launched a kick. This kick was ruthless, accurate, skillful, and inconceivably fast. Ghost child Li Ying was ready to escape, but he was still kicked in the buttocks. Ah! With a strange cry, he was sent flying. Before he could stand up straight, he was immediately drowned by the countless evil spirit slaves that were rushing towards him like a raging tide. "Bitch, you tricked me again." Among the countless spirit slaves, Li Ying's angry curses could be heard. Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu were stunned as they watched. They looked at Li Hongyi in disbelief. Although they had heard that the relationship between the princess of the ghost country and the crown prince was not very good, but it was not like she was tricking her brother like this, right? Was she going to send the crown prince of the ghost country to his death? Li Hongyi seemed to understand what the cultivators were thinking. She laughed coldly and said lightly, "He will not die." The cultivators turned their heads and realized that the crown prince of the ghost country was indeed not dead. It could even be said that if an ordinary cultivator was submerged by the fiendish slaves like this, their spiritual power would immediately be drained and their physical body would wither away. However, although he appeared to be in a miserable state, he jumped out of the fiendish slaves and cursed loudly, but he was immediately submerged by the fiendish slaves. His Taoist robes were torn to shreds, but he was still full of energy and his curses grew louder and louder. At the same time, he was even like a magnet that drew all the baleful slaves in the sky towards him. The dense mass of baleful slaves chased after Li Ying, bit, and entangled him like a beggar being chased by a pack of ferocious dogs. There were actually no baleful slaves that charged towards them. In terms of evil, these spirit slaves can't compare to him. Li Hongyi knew what the cultivators were thinking. She explained lightly, "These spirit slaves are just selected evil spirits to be refined and filtered. They are refined 72 times with Yin wind, ghost fire, and spirit spring qi. They are far inferior to my little brother. He has reincarnated 9 times, and each time, his soul has been refined countless times with a secret technique. The soul in his body is far stronger than these ordinary spirit slaves. In fact, after awakening, he is even stronger than the ghost slaves in the Green Hill tomb. These spirit slaves are nothing compared to him. All the cultivators were stunned when they heard that. Even Fang Xing clicked his tongue repeatedly. Only then did he remember, Nanzhan Ghost Kingdom's inheritance was strange. Even the mysterious bandit De Qingyi, who was born in the Divine Continent at that time, clicked his tongue in wonder, and this Ghost Kingdom's Prince Li Ying was even more outstanding. He was born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yang hour, and had extraordinary talent, but was killed by the old Ghost King using a secret technique, then chose an extremely talented Yin woman to be reincarnated. After reincarnating, when he was 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days old, he was killed again and sent to reincarnate, like this for 9 reincarnations. Only then would he be reincarnated into Madame Ghost King's belly. After giving birth, he would be chosen using the Gu selection method. Compared to Li Ying's background, these spirit slaves that were refined from evil spirits were really not worth mentioning. Li Hongyi had Li Ying deal with these spirit seeds. It really felt like he was using a big ghost to deal with a small ghost. Of course, what the cultivators couldn't understand was, with young Ghost King Li's background, it seemed that no matter what, he would grow up to be a violent and ferocious demon. How did the one in front of them grow up to be such a person? Did he grow up crooked? This was supposed to be one of the most difficult formations to deal with out of the 10 formations. The cultivators of Nanzhan were even prepared to lose a few of their men. However, they did not expect that Li Ying's attack, or rather, being kicked out by Li Hongyi, would cause the formation to become like this. The forbidden fiend slaves that filled the sky rushed towards him as if they had gone mad, completely ignoring the juniors of Nanzhan. They were supposed to challenge the formation, but now, they were just there to watch the show. He'll be fine, right? Seeing Li Ying being overwhelmed by the hordes of evil slaves, someone couldn't help but ask. The others also looked towards Li Hongyi. It couldn't be helped. The scene was too tragic, and they couldn't bear to see it happen. He'll be fine. In terms of ferocity, he's much more ferocious than that little vengeful spirit, Li Hongyi said calmly. Then, he swept his gaze across the battlefield. After determining the situation, he said in a low voice, he and these ghosts are of opposite attributes. When they come into contact, we must determine the victor. These ghosts have no time to care about us. Take the opportunity to break through the formation. With a stern shout, she flew into the air, like a shapeless red robe, and rushed towards the other side of the formation. Seeing this, the other Zhuxiu also knew that this was a good opportunity. They all flew up and followed her. In this 7th formation, the most powerful thing was not the formation guardian, but these ghosts. After the ghosts were lured away, the formation was like a naked beauty lying on the bed, waiting for them to cook the rice. This was a rare opportunity. Why yeah, you bastards, do you really think that your grandpa ghost is easy to bully? Just as the cultivators rushed down to break the formation, they suddenly heard Li Ying roar. As if he had been annoyed by the group of forbidden evil slaves, he let out a strange cry. With a shake of his body, he transformed into the appearance of an evil ghost. His whole body was surrounded by ghost chi, his eyes were like red lights, and his mouth was wide open, all the way to his ears. Revealing his terrifying fangs, he grabbed an evil slave beside him and stuffed it into his mouth. Wah wah wah, his ferocious nature was unleashed. He tore the evil slave into pieces and stuffed it into his mouth. This scene caused all the cultivators to feel a chill run down their spines. This little ghost king is indeed fiercer than these ghosts. Compared to him, these ghosts are more pleasing to the eye. Only now did he understand why Li Hongyi was not worried that Li Ying would be at a disadvantage. If a ferocious tiger was thrown into a flock of sheep, what disadvantage would there be? How could this be? My evil slave. At this time, the red-robed old cultivator who was guarding the array was also extremely shocked. These 100 ghosts were the result of his painstaking efforts to find suitable souls, and he had spent a lot of effort to refine them. It could be said that he had spent most of his life's work. In the end, when the 5 old men tried to break through the array, old freak Wan Luo rushed through the array and killed more than 40 ghosts. Now, this group of Nanzhan juniors were also so difficult to deal with. Where did that inexplicably fierce little monster come from? How could he eat the ghosts that he had painstakingly refined as snacks? The red-robed old cultivator waved the flag without hesitation. Stop, pass. You passed? Nanzhan and Zhuxiu stood there in a daze. They could not believe their ears. They had not even started to break through the array, and the guardian of the array had already admitted defeat. There were even some people who thought that it was the red-robed old cultivator's trick. However, when they saw him disperse the smoke in an unusually agile manner, they believed that he had really admitted defeat. His action even caused the Nanjan juniors who were ready to start a massacre to be a little stunned, and a faint sense of loss arose in their hearts. From the 1st to the 7th formation, it could be considered as the least difficult formation. At the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, there was also a commotion. Some people even scolded disdainfully. They all felt that this old thing was too timid, and that he had weakened the prestige of the divine continent. Of course, there were also people who secretly admired this old cultivator. This red-robed old cultivator, Gui Zhu, was indeed a wily old fox who had lived for almost 1,000 years. He was quick to react, decisive to admit defeat, and suffered the least losses. From the 1st to the 7th array, the guardian of the array had suffered heavy casualties. The Yun clan, Wen clan, and Dexterous sect were almost annihilated. Only his subordinates had not lost a single person. Li Ying, on the other hand, seemed to have gone berserk at this moment. His entire body was covered in a ghastly ghost qi, and his fangs were sharp. After devouring a few dozen forbidden fiend slaves, he was still not full. He saw that all the fiend spirits had been summoned back by the red-robed old cultivator, and their breaths were completely gone. Now that he had lost his prey, he still had a ferocious look on his face. He roared in the air like a demon without any intelligence, and the aura on his body was terrifying. His ferocious gaze swept across the surroundings, and in the end, it actually fell on the cultivators from Nanguan who were closer to him, and he let out a strange cry as he charged at them. Has he gone mad? His aura is indeed more terrifying than those ghosts. That ferocious wind and baleful aura shocked the hearts of all the Nanjan juniors, and they subconsciously shrunk back. You're too ugly, turn back. All the cultivators were afraid, but Li Hongyi showed no sign of fear. She charged straight at the demonic Li Ying, completely unafraid of the almost solid ghost qi on Li Ying's body. Her slender jade-like legs were like iron whips, raised high above her head, and then chopped down like a giant axe. With a ping sound, the howling Li Ying was smashed to the ground. That kind of strength could probably even split a mountain in half. Seeing this scene, the cultivators could not help but shiver in their hearts. Woo! Arg! Li Ying fell for a while, but immediately rushed up again. He was not injured in the slightest. Li Hongyi's slender fingers clenched into fists, and he bumped them together. How dare you roar at me? Looks like I haven't taught you a lesson in a few years, and you've forgotten how it feels. Boom, she rushed towards Li Ying, and a punch landed on Li Ying's face, knocking Li Ying into the air. Then, she punched and kicked Li Ying, as if she was punching a sandbag, from the air to the ground, and from the ground to the air. Even Fang Xing and the Great Golden Crow shrank their heads, unable to bear to watch. They had seen people bully people, but they had never seen a ghost bully. Speaking of which, the current Li Ying was indeed terrifying. His ghostly qi was cold and strange, and inexplicably cruel. He was dozens of times stronger than the forbidden evil slaves. However, Li Hongyi did not seem to be afraid of the ghostly qi, and in terms of agility and strength, she was slightly stronger than Li Ying. Moreover, Li Ying was not in his right mind, and his attacks were disorderly. Li Ying was completely beaten up by her. In the end, Li Ying was no longer howling. Even though his spirituality was obscured by the demonic qi, he knew that it was time to escape. Li Hongyi's slender hands clasped together, and she made a strange hand seal. At the same time, a large black seal appeared, and she slammed it down on Li Ying's head. The strength and momentum of the attack made it seem as if she was trying to kill him. Li Ying was also dizzy after this attack, and a milky white mark appeared on his forehead. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and his head fell to the ground. This sister is really willing to do this. Nanjan and Zhu Shou finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They were both worried, and a chill ran down their spines. I understand now, I see, two people suddenly spoke. It was Fang Xing and Han Ning, who was usually quiet, and they both sighed. Han Ning said, no wonder Gui Laosan is a demon seed, but he became like this. Fang Xing also sighed, no wonder the president is so ugly. He must have been beaten up since he was young, and now he is out of shape. Zhu Shou agreed, and at the same time, he felt endless sympathy for young Ghost Lord Li. If he was greedy for such a sister, he would be lucky to survive, let alone grow into a violent demon. Ugh, wah. After a while, the juniors of Nanzhan came out of the array. Liang also woke up, but he had already changed back to his original appearance, as if he had forgotten about the beating just now. He sat in the air with a swollen face, and looked at the great golden crow, speechless. One of them was burping, and the other was nauseous. It seemed like they were both full. However, after the refinement, both of them would probably gain a lot of benefits. It's the last 3 arrays. Stepping out of the 7th array, Feng Xing squinted his eyes, crossed his arms, and looked at the array in front of him. Behind him, Li Hongyi and Wang Qiong also walked out, and looked at the 8th array with cold and complicated eyes. It's the last 3 arrays. Below, the 3 Taoists of the northern 3 paths, and even the cultivators who were watching the battle, all had a complicated feeling. Some people's eyes revealed unconcealable shock, some sighed, and some people's eyes were filled with venomous fire. They secretly cheered and prayed that the guardian of the 8th array, little wine deity of talisman craftsmanship Dao, Zhao Chenghe, would immediately use his supreme thunder technique to kill this group of audacious juniors of Nanzhan, so that they could avenge the Chinese cultivators who had lost their lives defending the array. This kid is extraordinary. If he was born in the Chinese continent, he would be one of the 7 disciples of the 3 paths. After a while, the old lady of the Path of Yin Spirits spoke, and looked at the thin figure of Feng Xing from afar, and she was quite impressed. Perhaps his ranking won't be too low. Even the Pathmaster of the Pure Yang Path let out a soft sigh and said in a low voice. After all, he's someone that the Dragon Sovereign is planning to make the Divine Son of the 4 Seas orthodoxies. If he's too weak, how can he show off? The Pathmaster of the Path of Talisman Craftsmanship fixed his gaze on the 8th array of the Worship Zen Mountain, and said without blinking, but now that he has encountered Changhe, he will surely die in this array. After a pause, he continued in a low voice, if he was at his peak, he might be able to fight against Changhe, but now that he has passed 7 arrays consecutively, even if he's the pure Yang Daoist Song Guichan, he won't have much strength left. The other 2 Dao Lords didn't speak for a moment after hearing his words. Since the first array, they had already made their own estimates of the little devil's strength and the outcome of the arrays. However, they were always disrupted by the little devil's unexpected actions. At this point, they also understood that even with their Yuaniing cultivation, they were still unable to see through the little devil's trump card. It was difficult to predict how the Divine Son of the Path of Talisman Craftsmanship, Zhao Chenghe, would personally guard the 8th array. The Pathmaster of the Path of Talisman Craftsmanship chuckled when he sensed the complicated thoughts of the 2 Pathmasters. You don't believe me? The Pathmasters of the Path of Yin Spirits and the Pathmaster of the Pure Yang Path coughed and did not answer immediately. The Pathmaster of the Path of Yin Spirits suddenly spoke, what if I tell you that I've already passed that item to him? Whoosh, the expressions of the Pathmasters of the Pathmasters of the Path of Yin Spirits and the Pathmaster of the Pure Yang Path changed drastically as they turned their heads to look at him. You're referring to the natural numinous treasure? The Pathmaster of the Pathmaster of the Pathmaster of the Path of Talisman Craftsmanship smiled without saying a word. At this moment, Feng Xing, who was on the mountain, turned his head to look down the mountain. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although he did not see it when he arrived, he already knew that after Curmudgeon Wan Luo passed the 7th formation, he was whipped by the Talisman Tool's Path's Divine Son who was guarding the 8th formation. In the end, the old man was almost beaten to death. If not for Li Hongyi's rescue at the last moment, Curmudgeon Wan Luo would definitely have lost his life under the whip. He is the Talisman Tool's Path's Divine Son after all. Are you planning to kill him? Li Hongyi seemed to have seen through his thoughts and asked in a low voice. Feng Xing turned back to look at Li Hongyi and smiled sinisterly. I'm not considering whether to kill him or not. Li Hongyi was slightly taken aback. He continued, I'm considering how to beat him to death. Swoosh. Li Hongyi's face turned slightly pale. Even Wang Qiong, who was beside her, turned to look at Feng Xing in surprise. When the surrounding southern side cultivators heard his words, their expressions became slightly unsightly. They looked at each other but didn't say anything. There was some worry in their eyes. Although they had already killed many people, they were not from the northern 3 Dao after all. Now, the next person to guard the formation was the divine son of the northern three Dao talisman Dao and tools Dao. If Fang Xing really killed him, the consequences would be too severe. If he really angered the Dao master of the northern three Dao and shed all pretenses of cordiality, not to mention Nanzhan establishing his Dao, even leaving the mountain would be a problem. Han Ying's eyes flickered. He suddenly said, if we want to kill him, we have to prevent him from escaping. That's right. If those bastards admit defeat, we won't be able to chase after them anymore. They suffered such a loss when they were fighting against those bastards from the Nimble Technique sect. It's common for them to go back on their words after losing a bet. Two people at the side spoke lazily. It was the Great Golden Crow and Li Ying. From the tone of these three brothers, they were seriously discussing how to prevent Zhao Chenghe from admitting defeat. Zhu Xiu could not help but glare at them. They were thinking about how to persuade Zhao Chenghe, but they didn't want to make things worse. Haha, good brother, I have my ways. Fang Xing was quite satisfied. He patted Han Ying and Li Ying's shoulders and walked towards the 8th formation with narrowed eyes. However, just as he was about to enter the formation, he suddenly stopped and lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, he was about to speak but he heard an extremely cold voice from the 8th formation, "Little demon, enter the formation and die." Surprisingly, it was the guardian of the 8th formation, Zhao Chenghe, who had lost his patience and issued a challenge in advance. However, Fang Xing raised his head, and a smile flashed across his face. He did not enter the formation, but suddenly turned around and walked towards the back. His actions caused all the cultivators of South Sight that were filled with ambition and intended to enter the formation with him to be stunned, and they were puzzled by his actions. Even in the 8th formation, there were muttering sounds. It seemed like the disciples of the talisman and craftsmanship path were furious. F***ck your grandfather's son of a bitch. How dare you ask me to go in and die? If you have the guts, why don't you come out and let me slash you? What right do you have to sit there and not move, and this young master has to go in and look for you? Could it be that you, son of a bitch, have turned into a woman when you were shopping in a brothel, and now you don't dare to show yourself? If that's the case, you can boldly admit it to me. I will give you some pig feces and dog feces to eat, and then drown you in a manure pit for 3 to 5 months. His words were like a string of pearls, rattling non-stop. In an instant, all the cultivators on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain were stunned. What was going on? Why was he cursing when he was just trying to break through the formation? Slap yourself. After an awkward silence, there was also an angry voice in the 8th formation. A thunder whip was formed, and suddenly whipped towards Fang Xing's face. However, Fang Xing waved his hand and wiped off the thunder whip. He rolled up his sleeves, put his hands on his waist, and continued to curse, "You, son of a bitch, are you Zhao Chenghe? You are the reincarnation of a bastard, right? You are called Chenghe, why don't you be called Zhao Manure Pit? What's wrong? Are you angry? Then come out and hit me if you have the guts. Are you afraid of me? Do you only know how to hide in the formation and pretend to be a coward? I know you have no guts. You have lost the face of the talisman and craftsmanship path, ah. Bah. He spat heavily on the ground, and a pit was formed. He was too shrewd, compared with those divine prefecture cultivators who usually only knew how to scold little devil, little beast, and little bastard. Fang Xing was at least better at scolding than a few hundred fat old women. In the 8th formation, the divine son of the talisman and craftsmanship path, Zhao Chenghe, had already turned blue. He moved slightly and was about to leave the formation. With one move, he had already discovered a problem. With his cultivation, he and Fang Xing could not hurt him in this situation where one was in the formation and the other was outside. After all, this little devil was not the old man who was seriously injured just now. Just by looking at his scolding, one could tell that he was full of energy. He cultivated the thunder method and had a bad temper. At this time, an unknown anger was ignited in his heart. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this little devil. However, the people next to him immediately pulled him back and whispered to him that the bigger picture was more important. Only then did Zhao Chenghe remember that in the 10 pilgrimage arrays, those who challenged the arrays had to follow the rules, and so did those who guarded the arrays. One of the rules was that after entering the array, one could not leave without permission. Just now, Song Gui-chan had been angered by this little devil and could only stay in the 10th formation and attack from afar because of this rule. If he left the array, it would mean that he had admitted defeat. Little devil, if you have the guts, hurry up and enter the array to die. Zhao Chenghe, who could not leave the array and could not control his temper after being scolded, was extremely angry and shouted in a low voice. How about I don't enter the array? Who said that I have to enter the array? I just went through 7 arrays and am a little tired. Can't I rest for a while? What's the longest rest period? I remember that within 3 days, you have to go through 10 arrays, right? It only took me half a day to get here from the first round. Mother ***, let me curse for 2 more days and 2 nights first. If I don't make your Zhao clan's ancestors jump out of their graves today, I won't be surnamed Zhao anymore. I won't have the face to be your Zhao clan's ancestor anymore. Fang Xing put his hands on his waist. The more he scolded, the more excited he became. You're courting death. Swoosh, 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 3 consecutive lashes came out of the array, showing the heavy killing intent in Zhao Chenghe's heart. But Fang Xing just waved his hand and easily dissolved the 3 lightning whips. He wiped his nose, took a deep breath, and continued scolding. All the men and women on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, listen up. Do you know how this beast in human skin and the heart of a beast fought with his mistress? This bastard has been bad since he was a child. Today, I will tell you a part of it for free. By the way, this bastard. Changhe, control his anger. At the foot of the mountain, the talisman and weapons path master suddenly raised his voice and frowned, reminding Zhao Chenghe not to be angry. Then he shouted at Fang Xing, little brat, if you want to break through the array, hurry up and enter. Don't you feel ashamed hiding outside the array and spouting nonsense? Which rule on the pilgrimage mountain forbids cursing? Fang Xing put his hands on his waist and shouted down the mountain, then what about him calling me a little devil? What about him sending me to my death? His words made the Tao master of the Tao of Talisman Tao and Tao of 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 Tao. But it didn't seem like it. He had heard that this little devil also cultivated lightning techniques. Then he should know that those who cultivated lightning techniques, the higher their cultivation base, the more easily they would be affected by lightning techniques. But being angry was not necessarily a bad thing. Instead, the lightning techniques would become more violent. If that was the case, then the little devil's plan to provoke Zhao Chenghe would not work. He should understand. Just as the talisman weapon path master lowered his head in thought, Fang Xing continued to curse, say, who do you think you are? If you don't have the guts to come out and fight with me, are you going to hide in the formation and let your elders cause trouble for me? You're such a **king coward. You might as well go home and hide under your mother's skirt. Otherwise, when I use my lightning technique, I'll scare you until you wet your pants. Enough. Inside the array, Zhao Chenghe could not hold it in any longer. His voice was like spring thunder, causing the surrounding rocks to rustle and dust to fall. Enough my *SS. Fang Xing's voice grew louder, and he cursed even more vigorously. This time, I'm going to curse for 2 days and 2 nights. I want everyone in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture to know that you were once cursed by me. Everyone who mentions you is a big joke. Swoosh. A thought flashed across the minds of countless cultivators. If Fang Xing's previous cursing seemed a little ridiculous, then his last sentence was something they could not let down their guard. His reputation was as great as the sky, and people's words were like tigers and wolves. If he really did that, regardless of whether Zhao Chenghe could kill the little devil in the end to vent his anger, it would still be detrimental to his reputation. Especially if someone with ulterior motives pushed him to do so, he would become a joke. Besides, the little devil's appearance when he cursed with his hands on his waist was really asking for a beating. Zhao Chenghe, who was in the middle of the formation, was seething with anger. Although he always looked cold, he was very easily angered. Otherwise, when the 5 old men broke into the mountain, they would not have whipped the severely injured Wan Luo old monster just because they were about to lose a bet. They would rather leave a dishonorable impression and keep him out of the formation. Because of this, being insulted in front of so many cultivators was even more unbearable for him. Was he really going to listen to this little devil scold him for 2 days and 2 nights? Stop messing around. 2 hours was enough to make him explode. Just as he was about to go crazy, Fangxing suddenly calmed down and said with a smile, "Actually, if you want me to enter the array, there is a way. If you agree to one of my conditions, I will enter the array now. If you don't, I will scold you for 2 days and 2 nights and then leave the mountain. Establishing Dao or not, it has nothing to do with me. I will hide in the dragon palace of my old Mount Tai and scold you every now and then. I will make you want to kill me forever, but you won't even be able to catch my shadow." Haha. What do you want? The divine son of the talisman crafts Dao spat out each word through his teeth. He was extremely angry. If this little devil really left, he couldn't really kill his way into the dragon palace. That would really make him a laughingstock. Fangxing laughed when he heard the question and said, "It's simple. Let's make a pact. This time, not only will we challenge the array, but we will also bet our lives. We will make a pact in front of the cultivators of the Nanzhan and the cultivators of the Divine Land. Between you and me, only one will live. Even if my old Mount Tai or the Dao Master of the Talisman crafts Dao or any other old guys, they are not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, even if the cultivators of the Nanzhan successfully challenge 10 arrays, we will establish Dao in the Divine Land. How about that? Life and death pact?" Many people's hearts were pounding. They immediately understood what this little devil was thinking. He was worried that there would be some obstructions when he killed Zhao Changhe. Therefore, he provoked Zhao Changhe in advance and forced him to sign the contract with him. This way, if he entered the formation to kill Zhao Changhe would not even have the chance to surrender and let him pass. Between the two of them, one would definitely die. In front of so many cultivators, even the talisman weapon Dao Master would not be able to protect him. The Dao Master of the Talisman crafts Dao and the cultivators of the Divine Land frowned as their minds churned. In the 8th formation, Zhao Changhe didn't even think about it. He exhaled and said, "All right. Changhe." The Talisman Weapon Path Master subconsciously wanted to stop him, but he only managed to say a name before he forcefully held back. He also understood that even if he wanted to stop him, with Zhao Changhe's temperament, he could not stop him at all. What's more, the little devil's foul mouth had already brought the situation to this point. If Zhao Changhe did not agree, how could he save his face? Zhu Xiu was the witness. Very soon, an ancient decree was brought out. Its aura rumbled as it floated in the air. The words on the decree were visible, and the words on it were powerful. Without any hesitation, Fangxing immediately bit his index finger and dripped his blood onto it. Within the 8th matrix, the clouds of smoke also dispersed, revealing the figure of a young man sitting cross-legged on a gourd of wine. He looked at Fangxing with hatred, then also bit his index finger and flicked his blood out. Both of their blood landed on the ancient decree at the same time. Immediately, there was a faint change in the aura, and the words froze. Life and death contract. After being cheated by the nimble sect, Fangxing became more cautious. In order to kill Zhao Changhe, to prevent him from admitting defeat, he racked his brains and tempted him to sign this life and death contract. With the blood of the two as the witness, and the thousands of cultivators from the Divine Continent and Nanzhan as witnesses, including the Dao Master of the North Three Paths and the Dragon Monarch, the weight of this life and death contract was too great. Not to mention a god of the talisman crafts Dao, even a Yuanying ancestor would not be able to escape. Good, you have the guts to sign the contract. This young master thinks highly of you. Cut the crap, let's fight to the death. Seeing that Zhao Changhe had agreed to the contract, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a deep roar, he waved his fist, and his aura shot up into the sky. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky. His aura caused the sky to change color, and within the dark clouds, bolts of lightning could be seen, emitting a frightening aura. It seemed as if they would strike down at any moment, the secret thunder technique of the Dragon Palace of the Xanglan Sea. After summoning the black cloud, Fangxing did not hold back at all. With an eerie smile, he flew into the 8th formation. Let's follow him and help him break the matrix. Li Hongyi's eyes flashed with anger. He shouted and his red shadow moved like silk. Swoosh! 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 The group of Nanzhan juniors looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They gritted their teeth and rushed into the 8th matrix. A sea of clouds. As soon as he entered the 8th formation, he was shocked to discover that there were no mountain paths or way east Pilgrimage Mountain. He couldn't even see the ground below. There was only a vast sea of clouds that hid the terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the big red gourd, was staring at him coldly from 3,000 feet away from the Southern Sex junior cultivators. Behind him, there was a ball of light with a terrifying aura. One could vaguely see the flickering of lightning. It was the source of the 8th matrix. In the entire matrix, there was no one else. They were all hidden in the matrix. He was the only one looking down on the cultivators like a god. Fangxing also stood up and looked at him. Their gazes collided in the air, stirring up a murderous aura. Crack crack crack, a cultivator that came from south side was anxious to form a formation with the others before flashing towards an area in the sky. However, he'd only just taken a single step when a bright and dazzling bolt of lightning exploded out from the cloud beneath his feet that originally didn't possess any profundities, and it tore apart the layer of clouds with crackling sounds. In his great shock, this cultivator from south side had already gone all out to raise his defenses, yet he still let out a shrill cry before being blasted flying by this bolt of lightning. A cultivator in the golden elixir realm was suddenly charred and his injuries were so severe that he wanted to die. What was even more terrifying was that at the place where he was sent flying, a disciple of the talisman path of crafts who was dressed in black suddenly appeared and swung his knife. With a chi sound, a huge head flew up and landed somewhere unknown. This disciple of the talisman path of crafts coldly looked at the cultivators from Nanzhan, flipped over and jumped into the cloud layer. A few of the disciples of Nanzhan had already shouted angrily. At the same time, they summoned 4 to 5 flying swords and slashed at the cloud layer. However, they only stirred up layers of cloud. Shockingly, there was not even a shadow of a person. With the help of the power of the 8th matrix, even an ordinary disciple of the talisman path of crafts could appear and disappear so mysteriously. The heroic spirit that the cultivators of South Side had nurtured after smoothly passing through the 7th formation seemed as if it had been chopped off by a blade, and they suddenly felt slightly short of breath. They who originally intended to set up the formation as soon as they entered the formation didn't even dare to move a single step. Ha 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 ha, at this moment, seeing the short of breath of the disciples of Nanzhan, Xianxia suddenly laughed. His voice was cold and there was a hint of mockery in it. Little devil, do you really think that I was provoked by you and only cared about killing you and gave up the advantage of the 8th matrix? Childish. Just now, you deliberately provoked me. Other than wanting to sign a life and death contract with me, you also thought that in a fit of anger, I would directly fight you head-on. How could you hide your intentions from me? Unfortunately, your calculations are too clever. Our talisman and weapon Dao is based on talismans and weapons, but after 10,000 years of inheritance, our research on formations is second to none in the northern region. This 8th pilgrimage formation was personally set up by our talisman and weapon Dao formation master and perfected by me. It is 30% more brilliant than the other formations. So what if you are cunning? You are useless in this formation. If you want to fight with me, then break the formation first. If you can't even cross the formation and walk in front of me, then it means that you are just like your useless master. You are not fit to enter this formation. You are not even fit for me to personally cut off your head. To be able to become one of the divine sons of the 3 northern Dao sects in the north region, he's indeed no fool. After a moment of silence, Fangxing suddenly laughed. His eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "But you're thinking too much. Right now, I'm not thinking of playing any tricks, nor am I in the mood to break your lousy array. Right now, I just want to beat you to death." After saying the last word, he suddenly took a step forward. Rumble, his slender figure was like a gray dragon as he dashed straight towards the clouds. That scene was like a knife cutting into the calm surface of water, instantly stirring up ripples. Between the originally calm and unruffled clouds, countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared as his figure moved through them. Layers upon layers of lightning twined around his body. The aura was extremely terrifying, and every bolt of lightning had the power to injure or even kill a golden core realm cultivator. Kalala, the ear-piercing sound and the dazzling light even caused the spectating cultivators to feel their scalps go numb. Why is he acting so arbitrarily and not discussing with anyone? When the leader of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, Wang Qiong, saw this scene, she could not help but frown. The other 2, Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu, were also shaken. He actually wants to go head-on against the entire formation with his own strength. The cultivators of South Site had slightly complicated feelings in their hearts when they saw Fang Xing's actions, and they felt that his actions were too rash. But the dissatisfaction in their hearts was quickly suppressed by Fang Xing's attack. Fang Xing, who had forced his way through the clouds, seemed to be invincible. The densely packed lightning could not harm him at all. His speed did not even slow down at all. Instead, he became faster and faster. His 2 hands were already spread open. It was as if he had an extremely strong gravitational force. After all the lightning hit his body, it was attracted by this gravitational force and gathered on his 2 palms. It was as if he was holding 2 dazzling lightning beads in his hands. As he charged, the lightning beads on his palms grew larger and larger. They were almost like 2 large millstones. Stop. Suddenly, between the layers of clouds, 3 or 4 disciples of the Talisman Refinement Path who were dressed in black robes roared. Without any warning, they flipped over and flew out of the clouds. They each took out their ritual implements and slashed towards Fang Xing. However, they saw that Fang Xing's thunder technique was astonishing. The power of thunder and lightning hidden between the layers of clouds could not harm him. Instead, it was gradually pulled away by him and turned into his power. The people guarding the formation could not sit still. Scram! Fang Xing did not even turn his head back. He did not even change the momentum of his charge. Suddenly, the demon chi on his body surged and 2 more hands slashed out. One took out the bloodsucker manic saber from his storage bag and the other took out a huge black sword. With 2 swoosh swoosh sounds, he used the momentum of his charge to slash out. The 4 disciples of the Talisman Craft's Path who had just flipped over and jumped out were directly slashed under the saber. Boom boom boom, Fang Xing waved his saber and sword to kill. His momentum did not decrease and he continued to charge forward. There was lightning that surged out. He ignored it and directly guided it into his palms. Some disciples of the Talisman Craft's Path who were guarding the array jumped out. They ignored it and directly waved their sabers and swords to kill. A single person charged straight to the other side of the formation. He actually disrupted the Cloud Sea formation that was filled with danger and shook out countless Talisman Tools Dao disciples who were hiding in the formation and waiting for an opportunity to attack. They killed until their blood boiled and a fierce wind blew in all directions. He actually seems to be able to sense the movement of the formation in advance and avoid the door of death. It's even more like he can see through the disguises of those Talisman Craft's Path disciples. Just how powerful is his formation mastery to be able to do this so naturally? Not just the disciples of the Talisman Craft's Path, even the Nanzhan cultivators who followed Fang Xing into the array were shocked. At this moment, Li Hongyi keenly discovered an opportunity. She frowned and suddenly shouted, "He is disturbing the array and creating an opportunity for us to break the array. Nanzhan cultivators, follow me to break this array and kill the disciples of the Talisman Craft's Path. At the very least, we have to block all of them outside and give junior brother Feng a chance to fight the divine son of the Talisman Craft's Path alone." As she shouted, she took the lead and entered the array. Her red robe fluttered in the wind like a ghost. Behind her, the fastest was the daughter of the Western Desert Wang family. She held the wind and fire wheels in her hands and rushed into the Cloud Sea. The other disciples, Li Ying, Han Ying, Yumi Kuang, Amorous Beauty, and the others all followed closely behind. As they charged into the formation, some people in the Sea of Clouds had no choice but to shift from Fang Xing to them. One by one, disciples of the Talisman Weaponry Doctrine with extraordinary auras emerged from the clouds. They formed a formation and charged in the direction of the Nanzhan disciples. A reign of terror erupted in an instant. There was not even time to speak. It was as if there was no need to speak after they charged into the formation. Since they came up the mountain, the first real battle began. The disciples of the Nanzhan fought against the disciples of the Talisman Craft's Path. At this moment, Fang Xing had already rushed to about 500 feet away from Xiaochanghe. The killing intent in his eyes was like a sword that shot straight at him. However, Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the gourd, was still laughing coldly. He did not panic at all. You still need some time to think about facing me. As he spoke, in the direction that Fangxing had gone, 5 men and women with extraordinary appearances floated up from the clouds. They were all expressionless and their robes fluttered in the wind. They did not wear black robes like the ordinary disciples of the Talisman Craft's path. Instead, there were white robes and green robes. The aura on their bodies was not something that the ordinary disciples could compare to. It was more than 2 or 3 times stronger. The first person on the left wore a loose robe with large sleeves. His face was simple and unadorned. It was Xiao Linfuan, whom Fangxing had met before. Apart from Xianxia, the other 5 disciples of the Talisman Craft's path had also appeared. The Divine Continent's northern 3 paths believed in destiny. Each of the 3 paths had 7 true disciples, which was the number of 7 stars. After the alliance of the northern 3 paths, 7 of the best were chosen from the 21 true disciples. They were known as the 7 sons of the 3 paths, which was also the number of 7 stars. Currently, on Fangxing's path, there were 7 true disciples of the Talisman Craft's path. Other than Xianxia, there were 5 other true disciples of the Talisman Craft's path, and one of them was the Iron Lotus Zhou Xianjue. However, he had already been killed by Fangxing in the Demon Land. These 5 people were the remaining true disciples of the Talisman Craft's path. Their terrifying auras were not much different from Xiao Linfuan's. Fangxing, I was defeated by you before. Today, I will avenge myself. The Talisman Craft's path disciples, led by Xiao Linfuan, saw Fangxing rushing over. Their expressions were cold as they formed hand seals. Behind them, a faint sneer appeared on Xiaochang's face as he looked at Fangxing mockingly. The fact that Fangxing was able to charge all the way here and forcefully disrupt the Cloud Sea formation that they had set up had truly surprised him. However, at this time, he was not in the mood to get to the bottom of it. Even if Fangxing had disrupted the formation, he had only turned over the arrangements that had not been triggered and were hidden in the sea of clouds. The formation was still moving and could not be considered to have been broken. Moreover, in his heart, he did not really think that he could use such a concealment technique to scare away Fangxing. After all, he was a little devil who had killed his way from the 1st to the 8th formation. Although he was irritable and arrogant, he still thought highly of Fangxing in his heart. The formation in front, and the Talisman Craft's path blocking his way, were all to let him observe and see Fangxing's technique, so that he could know himself and his enemy. Can't you just let me beat him to death in peace? Get out of my way. Facing these 5 people blocking his way, Fangxing roared. The killing intent in his eyes rose, as if he was not tired of it. He wasn't lying. When he saw Xiaochanghe, he wanted to beat him to death. In the end, so many annoying flies came out. Hee, it's so fun to be angry. Among these 5 people, there was a beautiful woman with a pair of buns in her hair. She looked like a delicate and naive young girl, but her hair was frosty, and the corners of her eyes and forehead had traces of vicissitudes. She giggled and pressed her palm forward. The void fluctuated, and a giant hammer suddenly appeared out of thin air. The handle was 10 feet long, and the head of the hammer was the size of a small house. Compared to her petite figure, it was indescribably strange. However, she reached out and grabbed the giant hammer. A string of laughter that sounded like silver bells rang out, and she actually directly swung it towards Fangxing. Take him down together. Xiao Linfuan also spoke up at this moment. With a wave of his sleeve, he stretched out endlessly and actually turned into 2 immortal ribbons that wrapped around Fangxing. At the same time, the other 3 successor disciples beside them, one used an ancient sword to cut through the void, one used a dragon whisker seal to lock down space, one used a golden crow wind spear, spinning like a top, and one used an iron spring and autumn brush to automatically write large talismans in the air. Each of them was a rare magic treasure, and also a symbol of the status of a successor disciple of the talisman tools method. But at this moment, without any hesitation, they all took out their weapons and smashed towards Fangxing. Although he spoke fiercely, he was still very fearful in his heart. Even though they were successor disciples of the talisman tools method, they didn't dare to be careless when facing this little devil who had rushed over from the first round. Can't you just let me kill someone? Amidst the loud rumble, the sea of clouds rippled like the tide. The giant hammer had already smashed onto Fangxing's head, but there was an ear-piercing cry. Behind Fangxing, a golden shadow flashed, and a golden crow flew out. Its entire body was dazzling, and its physical body was also terrifyingly strong. It actually rushed up to the giant hammer, flapping its wings and slapping the giant hammer head-on. Bam! The woman holding the huge hammer was shocked. Her body couldn't help but fly more than 30 meters away. She was shocked by the terrifying strength of the golden crow. It had actually almost sent the huge hammer in her hand flying. However, with this slap, it had also opened up a path. I've long wanted to find a divine continent cultivator to kill and make a name for myself. You're the one. Cha. 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 Xia Linfuan's sleeves stretched out like a snake, and just as he was about to roll up in front of Fangxing, two circular magic treasures, one green and one red, suddenly flew out from behind Fangxing, twisting towards his sleeves, and actually forcefully pulling him in another direction. In that direction, a beautiful and cold woman wearing a light yellow robe, who looked gentle and delicate, but had a baleful aura between her brows, suddenly flew over, like an arrow that had left the bow. It was extremely violent, her beautiful legs bent, and she directly bent her knees to collide with Xia Linfuan. Bam! Xia Linfuan also felt that it was very strange. The opponent's momentum was extremely fast, he almost didn't have time to think, he could only raise his arms to block, but he felt as if a huge mountain was crashing towards him. The opponent's knee was even harder than black iron, and the strength was extremely violent, causing Xia Linfuan's figure to quickly retreat, creating a ravine in the clouds. He let out an explosive roar, and almost bled from the impact. Who are you? Xia Linfuan never thought that among the cultivators of Nanzhan, other than Li Hongyi, there would be such an expert, and even more so, he never thought that such a gentle woman would have such a violent battle intent. Other than anger, he was also somewhat bewildered. After stopping his retreat, he raised his head and shouted. I am Nanzhan's Wang Qiong. Today, I will become famous because of you. Thank you very much. The yellow-robed woman raised her hands and retrieved the wind and fire wheels. She took a deep breath and pressed forward again. At the same time, beside Fangxing, there were people who rushed out one after another. Li Ying controlled a huge ghost head and charged straight at the talisman tool's true legacy that had taken out the ancient sword. Han Ying, on the other hand, did not say a word, and did not even pay attention to the golden crow wind spear that was piercing towards Fangxing. Instead, without a sound, the long spear that was wrapped in green qi directly pierced towards the throat of the person using the spear. The moment he attacked, but the person using the spear was frightened to the point that he could only withdraw the golden crow wind spear and turn around to block Han Ying's attack. In the end, Li Hongyi took out the brocade handkerchief that was tied behind his head. It extended for over 30 feet and swept towards the spring and autumn brush that was drawing talismans in the air. He easily took over the last opponent that was blocking in front of Fangxing. The road ahead was already clear. Ha 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 ha, bastard, come here and let me beat you to death. Now that there was no one blocking his way, Fangxing felt inexplicably carefree. Suddenly, he let out a maniacal laugh and sped up again. The two lightning pearls in his left and right palms had gathered lightning along the way and now contained an extremely terrifying power of lightning. As he charged forward, the pearls flew straight towards Xianxia, the divine son of the Tao of Talisman and Crafts, who was sitting on the gourd. Before Fangxing arrived, his ferocious nature had already stirred up a gust of wind that made Xiaocheng's hair dance wildly. The divine son of the Talisman Crafts path also frowned slightly. It seemed that he was somewhat dissatisfied that the Nanzhan cultivators had taken on the attacks of his junior brothers and sisters. Faced with the indescribable power of Fangxing's attack, he did not seem to care at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up. Boom! Fangxing's palms slammed forward, forming two long rivers of thunder and lightning that surged towards Xiaochenghe. The terror of this attack made even the true disciples of the Talisman Crafts path and the Nanzhan disciples who were engaged in a fierce battle secretly shocked. However, Xiaochenghe, who bore the brunt of the attack, did not have the slightest intention of defending or dodging. It was not until the two long rivers of thunder and lightning had already rushed in front of him that he suddenly smiled and reached out to pat the gourd he was sitting on. Then, the stopper on the gourd's mouth suddenly flew out by itself. Inside the gourd's mouth, there was a blue whirlpool-like space. The two long rivers of thunder and lightning that Feng Xing had shot out were suddenly sucked into the gourd, like a giant whale sucking in water. After a while, there was nothing left, not a single drop. F*ck, even Feng Xing was stunned. He looked at the gourd dumbfoundedly. It had easily sucked away the violent river of thunder that he had shot out. Wasn't this treasure a little too exaggerated? How was he supposed to fight? Heh, the indifferent Xianxia suddenly sneered, "Little devil, do you really think that you can challenge the sex of the northern region with just your battle strength? Dream on. Which one of the sects in my northern domain doesn't have a legacy of 10,000 years? Our foundations are unimaginable. How can they be shaken by you? Today, I will use this 8 treasures gourd to let you experience what it means to be crushed." Boom, after he finished speaking, he suddenly pinched a seal and pressed it in the void. Suddenly, 2 dazzling thunderbolts lit up. Pooh! Pooh! In the void, 2 lightning pearls suddenly shot out, directly hitting Feng Xing, who was completely unprepared at this moment. Feng Xing's heart skipped a beat. He didn't even have time to think before he suddenly took out the ivory tower at his waist. It suddenly enlarged in front of him and firmly blocked in front of him. The 2 lightning pearls hit the ivory tower and slid to the sides like flowing water hitting a rock. At the same time, they continued to expand and explode, turning the void into a sea of lightning. The crackling sounds were ear-piercing. Phew, the sea of lightning gradually subsided and the figure of Feng Xing hiding behind the ivory tower was also revealed. Although he hid behind the tower, he wasn't completely spared. At this moment, he looked a little miserable. His clothes were mostly burnt and there were even some blackened wounds. Under the urging of the wood essence in his body, his flesh was recovering at a visible speed. But it was obvious that the lightning pearls were strong enough to injure him. As soon as he made a move, he was at a disadvantage. Neither Nanzhan, Zhu Xiu, nor the disciple of talisman crafts had expected this. They all looked at him with a strange expression. This little devil had come from the first round. How powerful! It seemed that he shouldn't be so easily suppressed, right? Except for those who knew the details of the gourd, only they knew that the divine son who took out this celestial artifact at the beginning probably wanted to suppress the little devil with the force of thunder, not giving him any room to resist, so as to boost the somewhat dispirited morale of the divine land. In front of me, you can only take a beating. Little devil, do you have anything else to say? Xianxia stood up from the gourd with a sneer on his face and began to cast a spell. Eh? Feng Xing didn't have any other expression, but his face was full of curiosity. He tentatively shot a bolt of lightning. But with his cultivation, a random bolt of lightning was not ordinary. It crackled like a snake in the void. However, Xianxia sneered. He tilted the gourd and naturally absorbed the lightning. I've said, in front of me, you can only take a beating. Are you not convinced? Xiaochang's face was full of sarcasm. The way he looked at Feng Xing was like looking at a clown, or a dead man. You're really powerful. Unexpectedly, Feng Xing did not have a depressed expression. Instead, his face was full of excitement. He almost rubbed his palms together and exclaimed in admiration. The thieving light in his eyes was chilling. Then, he pointed to the gourd in Xiaochang's hand and said resolutely, "This treasure, I want it." Through the yin-yang fiend god mirror, he noticed that this gourd was shockingly a rare natural wood treasure. Simply speaking, this type of treasure wasn't refined by humans at all, but was born from some sort of immortal plant, and it innately possessed the talismans of the Grand Tao and possessed miraculous effects. The function of this gourd was to devour, and no matter if it was techniques or magic treasures, it could devour everything within it. It was even rumored that the top of this kind of magic treasure contained the world inside, and a gourd was a universe. This kind of magic treasure was extremely rare even in the divine land. When Feng Xing was cultivating in the Blue Cloud sect, he only heard about it from Uncle 11, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he saw this gourd with the yin-yang fiend mirror, he was pleasantly surprised to recognize it. Xiaochanghe obviously didn't know what Feng Xing was thinking at this time. When he heard that Feng Xing wanted to snatch his magic treasure, he sneered and jumped up. He spread out his palm, and the gourd automatically shrank and flew into his palm. Holding the gourd, he looked at Feng Xing with a faint smile and said lightly, "You want it? Well, the gourd is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and snatch it." Crackle, as he spoke, countless bolts of lightning appeared under his feet, gathering more and more, turning into a thunder dragon more than 10 feet long and as thick as a bucket. He stood on the huge head of the thunder dragon, laughing loudly. Suddenly, the thunder dragon stretched out its body and rolled through the sea of clouds toward Feng Xing, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It dodged like lightning and opened its mouth to spit out several terrifying bolts of lightning. The art of driving thunder. Feng Xing's eyes turned cold. He spread his 5 fingers and pressed toward Xianxia, who was rushing toward him. But there was only a rumble. Above Xianxia's head, suddenly, without warning, 3 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm fell, almost as unpredictable as the power of heaven. They fell straight toward Xianxia, who was standing on the head of the thunder dragon, with amazing power. Haha, Xianxia laughed and raised the gourd in his hand. The 3 bolts of lightning drilled into the gourd and did not threaten him at all. The thunder dragon under his feet roared and swept its tail over. The clouds in the sky were swept clean, and the dim world seemed to be brightened. Feng Xing's figure flew high into the air to avoid the attack. Is it really so strange? After Feng Xing avoided the sweep of the thunder dragon, he turned over and performed a spell, and 3 ancient swords flew out. Bitch, fat sheep, knock off. The 3 ancient swords taken from the demon land's Taisher Qi were slashing straight at Xianxia. However, Xianxia raised the gourd and the 3 ancient swords flew into the gourd in the blink of an eye. It was no different from what Uncle 11 had told Feng Xing in the past. This kind of magic weapon, unless the cultivator's magic power was profound and the magic weapon contained enough power to resist the natural law of the gourd, would be sucked into the gourd as soon as it approached. The principle was very simple. It was simply like an open storage bag, and the mouth of the bag had a terrible gravitational force that would take away everything it encountered. However, if Feng Xing's cultivation was a little higher, such as the cultivation of the thunder technique had reached the realm of the Dragon King, he would be able to control all the thunder and lightning at will. Then even the gourd would not be able to take away his magic. Or if he operated the magic weapon to the realm of will, the power attached to it was greater than the gravitational force of the gourd, then the magic weapon would naturally not be pulled away and could be taken back. Unfortunately, since this gourd was regarded as the sex treasure by the talisman Tool Dao, it was naturally extraordinary. If it was in the hands of the talisman Tool Dao, even the Yuanian great cultivators of the same generation as him would not dare to casually use their magic weapon in front of this gourd. The talisman weapon Pass Dao master had originally given this treasure to Xianxia as a last resort, just in case. Unfortunately, Xianxia's arrogance had exceeded the talisman weapon Pass Dao master's imagination. In order to intimidate his opponent, he had taken it out from the very beginning, intending to use this treasure to crush Feng Xing rumble. Xianxia drove the thunder dragon under his feet and once again rushed towards Feng Xing. The most unfair battle in history unfolded. In the face of Xianxia's attack, Feng Xing almost had no power to fight back. In other words, it was useless to fight back, it was just to let the opponent gain more. The gourd formed by the immortal vine could not only absorb the power of magic, but also the magic weapon of others. Its function was simply heaven-defying. Little devil, I heard that you followed the dragon god to cultivate the secret technique. Did he teach you the dragon clan's thunder controlling technique? Xiaochang's voice rumbled, I am also skilled in the thunder technique. Among the same generation in the divine continent, it is difficult to find a match. I wanted to fight with you, but with your proficiency in the thunder technique, you can't even escape the attraction of this gourd. It is obvious that you are not strong enough. It is not worth fighting with you. If you are smart, you will obediently accept my suppression and give me the secret technique that the dragon god taught you. Perhaps, I will leave your corpse intact. Bastard, do you really think I have no more moves? Feng Xing was chased around in the air. He was angry and cursed as he pondered. You better have more tricks up your sleeves. Use the power of magic to attract the nourishment of this treasure. This magic weapon will belong to the talisman Tool Dao. In the future, it will be distributed to the disciples of the talisman Tool Dao. Xiaochanghe laughed loudly and used all kinds of tricks. Damn you, you dare to take advantage of me? Feng Xing's heart was also stirred. A bold idea rose from the bottom of his heart. I don't believe that you can take away all the magic treasures. For great bronze seals, attack, Fangxing suddenly shouted and raised his hands. Four bronze seals flew out and stabilized the void, as if they were trying to stop Xianxia. Facing these 4 seals, Xianxia was shocked, but he immediately raised his gourd and put the seals into the gourd. There was an unexpected joy in his heart. These seals are the treasures of the dexterous sex elder Dezhao. Our talisman tool Dao's great elder has asked several times to borrow them for a few days, but the old man was unwilling. I didn't expect that they would fall into the hands of this little devil. Now that they are in my hands, maybe I can give them to the great elder in exchange for a lot of benefits. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Fangxing continue to shout, that won't do? Look at my sky river. As he spoke, he took out another scroll. On the scroll was a long river. It was a real long river that stretched across the sky. It was like the Milky Way had turned upside down. The waves rumbled like thunder and rolled towards Xiaochanghe. The power of the river was breathtaking. It's my river diagram, Xia Linfuan, who was fighting with Wang Qiong in the distance, felt a familiar aura. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. This river diagram was originally his magic treasure. Back then, when he was in the Tianyi Palace, it was tricked by this little devil and disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that now that he had come to the Talisman Tool's Path's great formation, he would actually have the face to use this magic treasure in front of him? Isn't this treasure for junior brother Xie? I'll take it back for him. Xiaochanghe laughed coldly. He raised the gourd and actually kept the river diagram inside. Putting away the lightning technique, the ancient sword, the square seal, and the river diagram, the gourd seemed to have an endless space. Holding this kind of magic treasure was simply bullying. However, Fangxing seemed to have lost his temper, and his magic treasures were endless. Why yeah, look at my purple thunder pill, damn you, look at my ancient remnant weapon, look at my god-slaying bow, look at my sea suppression talisman. What kind of lousy thing is this? If you don't want it, I'll give it to you. All of a sudden, the 8th formation was bustling with activity. The Nanzhong cultivators and Talisman Tool's Path disciples who were fighting in the surroundings slowed down. There were even some who looked at each other tacitly and paused their attacks to focus on the battle. The magical treasures that filled the sky and the unhindered aura really dazzled one's eyes and gave rise to fear in their hearts. He had never seen a person with so many treasures, nor had he seen such a foolish person. Magic treasures and talismans flew towards Xiaochanghe like rain. The aura of these magic treasures made Xiaochanghe a little scared. He lifted the gourd in his hand and did not put it down. One by one, he kept collecting them. It was really hard to describe Xiaochanghe's mood at this time. He was excited and panicked at the same time. He was excited because he could not tell how many magic treasures he had collected. Many of them were very extraordinary. Just one of them was a windfall, not to mention there were no less than 100 of them. He was panicked because he could not tell how many magic treasures this little devil had. He was the dignified divine son of the Talisman Tool's Path, but the number of magic treasures he owned was nothing compared to this little devil. Broken weapons, ancient scriptures with divine power, all of them were tossed out as if they were free. He could even name some of them, but there were also many that he didn't even know what they were. He just casually tossed them over. Was it like he was throwing away trash? There were even 3 black stone statues and black stone pillars that were more than 30 meters tall. Who the hell would bring such a huge stone statue with them? Whoosh whoosh, the big red gourd was indeed a natural spiritual treasure. It was directly thrown into the air by Xiaochanghe and all the magic treasures were collected. But as more and more magic treasures were collected, a bad feeling arose in Xiaochanghe's heart. He did not want to continue to use this gourd to fight with the little devil. He faintly felt that this little devil was not a fool. Besides, even if he was a fool, there was no reason for him to give him treasures for free. He faintly felt uneasy and wanted to take back the gourd, but the speed at which the little devil took out the magic treasures was too fast. In addition, those treasures were also extraordinary, one after another, so he did not have time to take them back. But finally, at this time, the speed at which Fangxing threw the magic treasures slowed down. He took the last storage bag and poured it into his hand twice, but nothing came out. He had to reluctantly put the storage bag into his arms and frowned. Zhao Chenghe also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the little devil's magic treasures were finally over. How many storage bags did he bring with him after throwing so many treasures? But seeing that Fang Xing stopped, a burst of ecstasy rose in his heart in an instant. He shouted, "Little devil, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Oh, you want to use these magic treasures to burst my gourd? That's a dream. With these things of yours, you are far from being able to do this. Today is destined to be your doomsday. I am your nemesis." Really? A smile appeared on Fang Xing's face, and he suddenly shouted, "You look down on me. Do you know what my nickname is?" As he spoke, he reached out and pulled down the ivory tower tied to his waist and smashed it toward Zhao Chenghe. F***ck, you really have it. Zhao Chenghe was just making a threat. He thought that Fang Xing had no magic treasures and was just making a sarcastic remark. He never thought that Fang Xing still had more. He wanted to stop collecting them for fear that he could not hold them. But when he saw that the ivory tower thrown by Fang Xing was very small, and its aura was not like a magic treasure, but more like an ordinary ornament, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, subconsciously lifted the gourd, and took it away. "Haha, do you have more?" Zhao Chenghe put away the ivory tower, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and sneered. However, at this time, Fang Xing just smiled, waved his hand to make a gesture, and stealthily focused his mind. Zhao Chenghe's face suddenly changed, and he felt something was wrong. He hurriedly turned the gourd upside down, trying to pour out some of the things inside. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a bang from inside the gourd. His face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly made a gesture. But before he could make a gesture, he only felt his palm go numb, and hurriedly threw the gourd in his hand out. Then he saw faint cracks appear on the surface of the gourd floating in the air, and they were constantly becoming thicker and clearer, and then there was a bang. The whole sky was filled with green air. This treasure of talismans and tools, a natural spiritual treasure, suddenly exploded at this time. Countless magic treasures, along with the explosion of the gourd, scattered into the air, and then fell one after another. This was a real magic treasure rain. Although they had just seen the appearance of the little devil throwing this magic treasure, at this time, all the magic treasures fell at the same time, which made the cultivators feel excited and unable to control themselves. It was just like the appearance of mortals seeing gold ingots falling from the sky. "My spiritual treasure. My gourd." Two voices sounded at the same time, with a kind of indescribable heartache and pity. One was Zhao Chenghe, whose heart was already in an indescribable pain. His heart was tight, almost dripping blood. The other was Fang Xing, who was even more distressed than Zhao Chenghe. He almost screamed as he looked at the cracked gourd. He had completely regarded the gourd as his own. He did not expect that a mistake would actually cause it to explode. What Zhao Chenghe had just guessed was somewhat inaccurate. Fang Xing had already regarded the gourd as his own, how could he be willing to blow it up? Previously, when he threw the magic treasures in, he just wanted to fill it up, and at the same time, to explore whether the magic treasures would be completely cut off after entering the gourd. Through the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, he understood some of the characteristics of this gourd. One was that, after all, it was born from heaven and earth. Although it contained the laws of the Great Path, it still had some of the most basic characteristics. In short, a real gourd was definitely not as strong as an iron gourd. Secondly, although some natural treasures contained a world inside, this gourd was obviously not one of them. Although it was a natural spiritual treasure, it was only picked from the edge of the chaotic zone of the ancient immortal realm. It could not be regarded as the top. The space inside was limited, about 10 times that of an ordinary storage bag. The most powerful feature of this gourd was not its storage ability, but its ability to devour spiritual treasures. In normal times, it was naturally enough to defend against the enemy, but Zhao Chenghe had encountered Fang Xing. Needless to say, the treasures on the little devil were filled to the brim with 7 or 8 treasures. This did not include the treasures obtained from the demon land, all of which were extraordinary. The higher the quality, the stronger the spiritual power contained. After entering the gourd, the more space it took up. Because these magic treasures would not stay in the gourd obediently, they needed to be suppressed by the power of the gourd itself. When the power of the gourd and the power of the magic treasures reached a balance, the absorption ability of the gourd would also disappear. This was what Feng Xing had planned, but even he did not expect that this gourd was really extraordinary. It could actually accommodate so many of his treasures. He had not been able to completely fill up the gourd, so he had no choice but to take out the small tower. And one of the characteristics of this ivory tower was that it could change its size according to one's will. Therefore, after being placed in the small tower, there seemed to be an additional unstable factor in the gourd. With a gesture, no matter how much space was left inside, it was filled up in an instant. However, Feng Xing hadn't intended to use it to such an extent. His intention was to fill the gourd to the brim, and lose the ability to store things. But who could have imagined that the little pagoda was inside the gourd, and that its connection to his divine sense was unstable to begin with? He had only wanted the little pagoda to grow 3 times its original size, but it had grown 30 times in one go. The result was that the gourd, which was already overwhelmed, exploded. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Xianxia was shocked and anxious, shouting anxiously, while Feng Xing was simply screaming. Between the sea of clouds, the two glared at each other like fighting cocks. They both felt that the other party had destroyed their treasures. The hatred in their hearts could not be resolved, so they had to fight. Boom, Zhao. Xianxia made the first move. He clenched his fist, and the thunder dragon under his feet gathered even more power of thunder essence. It looked like a mad dragon, circling around Xianxia. As he pounced forward, it rushed straight towards Feng Xing. This thunder dragon could attack and defend, and as it coiled around him, it was simply impossible for anyone to attack. Little devil, you destroyed my treasure, I want you to pay with your life. In the face of Xianxia's murderous spirit, Feng Xing simply turned around and ran. With a leap of a few hundred feet, he grabbed the ivory tower and held it with both hands. With a rumble, it became more than 30 times bigger, almost similar to a real tower. On the body of the 9-story tower, the layers of eaves seemed to be real, all emitting misty chi of the way. Then, it dashed left and right in the air, but it collected all the magic treasures that had burst out from the gourd and were scattered in the air into the small tower. Fighting was not urgent. What was urgent was that he had lost the gourd and could not lose his treasures. This was the only thought in Feng Xing's mind at this moment. For a time, his figure was as slippery as smoke, wandering in the air, putting all the scattered magic treasures back into the small tower. In a hurry, he glanced at the fragments of the gourd and found that there were some seeds in it. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he put the seeds and the gourd fragments into the small tower. This thing was really a good thing. He could not let go of the seeds of the gourd. Xianxia was irritated by his action. Not only did you destroy my treasure, but you also won't let go of the seeds. Little devil, I'm going to tear you into pieces. His hand circled, and dozens of thunder whips as thick as arms appeared in the air, cracking toward Feng Xing. Damn, I can't deal with you, can I? Feng Xing was also annoyed. He suddenly turned around, stretched out his 5 fingers in the air, and suddenly clenched them. 5 dazzling thunderbolts descended from the sky and struck at Xianxia from 5 directions. After the battle of treasures, the real battle of magic began. Both of them were extraordinary people. One was a thunder genius who clearly came from the talisman armament Dao, but due to a coincidence, he had cultivated the thunder technique that dominated the northern region. The other had inherited the dragon clan's mystic arts and had the thunder liquid of creation as his dharma seed. Other than the third prince of the dragon clan who was in slumber in the ultimate, no one could compare to him. Now that they were fighting, it was truly a fierce battle. The lightning technique, the metal and fire techniques of the 5 elements, as well as the wind technique developed by later generations of cultivators, were the 4 great techniques with the greatest defensive power. Both of them were filled with killing intent, and as soon as they attacked, they didn't hold back and chose to use this technique. Boom! 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 Dazzling lightning flashed in the sky. The light was dazzling, and its power was unpredictable. 2 figures were faintly discernible in the lightning net that covered the sky. They were already fighting with true flames. The Nanzhan cultivator and the talisman armament Dao cultivator who were fighting in the 8th array subconsciously distanced themselves from the 2 of them to avoid being affected. Haha, after a few hundred moves, Xianxia seized an opportunity. He formed a seal and the lightning in the sky formed a huge net. It whistled through the sky and directly rolled towards Feng Xing. His eyes were fierce. Little devil, you have all kinds of peerless dharma seeds, but what's the use of them? How many years have you cultivated, and how many techniques have you comprehended? One part of comprehension is one part of ability. If you don't cultivate well, you won't be able to cultivate the Dragon Clan's Thunder technique. Even if you cultivate the immortal arts, you still won't be able to do it. If you don't master all the techniques, you will be mediocre. It's better for me to only form one technique, but to cultivate it to the extreme. Today is the day you die. Even if you form 9 techniques, you will still die in my hands. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. He already had a feeling that victory was within his grasp. This came from his 100 years of cultivation and his confidence in reaching the peak of the Tao of Thunder. The little devil's thunder technique was indeed profound, but he could not unleash its full power. He had not fully comprehended the real Dragon Clan's techniques, and was unfamiliar with them. The various subtle aspects of the techniques that were revealed when he cast the techniques gave him a feeling that he had a deeper understanding of the thunder technique. To put it simply, to him, the Dragon Clan's techniques that Fang Xing cultivated were just for his own benefit. For a freak like him who clearly had extraordinary talent but only cultivated one technique, he would need to rely on this one technique to defeat the other techniques of the Dan Dao. Pilgrimage Mountain. Facing this unavoidable lightning net, Fang Xing could only grit his teeth and summon the mountain will to protect himself. He had to admit that he was being suppressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Zhao Changhe was a very annoying guy, but what he said was reasonable. One part understanding, one part ability, this was the most important thing in the world. He had only cultivated for a total of more than 10 years. On weekdays, if he was not busy robbing money, he was busy running. In the way of cultivation, especially in the cultivation of fighting with others, although he did put in a lot of effort, it was still incomparable to the accumulation of hundreds of years of experience. Moreover, Zhao Changhe was a true genius, a genius in thunder techniques and a genius battle cultivator. Crackle 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 crackle, bolts of lightning that resembled spiderwebs struck Fang Xing's surroundings, even shattering the void around him, shattering like rocks. Fang Xing, who had activated the will of the Ascension Zen Mountain, was like a peaceful land, unmoving and unaffected by the turbulence of the void. The invisible will of the mountain around him was continuously being torn apart by the lightning, and then reborn again. The clash between the will of the mountain and the will of the lightning was equivalent to the mutual annihilation of the two forces. When the will of the mountain was destroyed, it was the moment when the lightning would tear Fang Xing's body apart. However, Fang Xing cultivated the mountain will of Pilgrimage Mountain. Although he had not fully comprehended it and could not use its full power, his Dharma seed was still the number 1 in the world. It was not so easy to shatter, and he managed to hold on. Let's see how long you can hold on. Zhao Changhe seemed a little surprised, but he quickly sneered. His hands intertwined and he formed 9 seals. Boom! 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 Faint dragon roars rang out, sweeping through the sea of clouds. Within the 8th matrix, almost all the power of the thunder essence was drawn out and turned into 9 lightning dragons. They were like 9 gods floating in the void, their eyes devoid of life, staring coldly at Fang Xing. After a few breaths, starting from the first dragon on the far left, they suddenly swooped down towards Fang Xing and slammed into Fang Xing's chest. Boom! This lightning dragon caused Fang Xing's mountain will of Pilgrimage Mountain to lose control. His body flew dozens of feet away, and his surroundings turned into a sea of lightning, completely submerging him. Countless lightning bolts were desperately trying to devour his protective mountain skill. Boom! Another thunder dragon came crashing down, then a second one, a third one. At this time, Fang Xing could not fight back at all, completely suppressed by Zhao Changhe's secret technique. Is he really going to lose? In the distance, the Nanzhan cultivators who were fighting had already slowed down their rhythm of fighting and looked over in panic. After all, he is still too young. Although his potential is unlimited, it is far from being used. If he loses, what are we going to do? If even he loses, how are we going to fight against the cultivators of the divine continent? For a moment, the hearts of the Nanzhan cultivators trembled, almost drowning in a sense of despair. The reason why so many people were willing to give up their status in the divine continent and risk their lives to fight was not only because of the pride they felt after being bullied by the divine continent, but also because they had confidence in Fang Xing. After all, he had charged through 5 formations in a row with irresistible force. He had also fought with Chunyang Daozi through the air and was not at a disadvantage. Coupled with the various rumors about this little devil, the cultivators were willing to bet on him. However, this battle made the cultivators suddenly realize that this little devil might not be as strong as they had imagined. Haha, I can see that you have at least 7 core formation techniques, and all of them are top-notch in the world. This core formation technique is not inferior to Chunyang Daozi's. If you grow up, I'm afraid you really have the power to fight him. However, after all, your cultivation time is too short. Real cultivation is not about the accumulation of resources. No matter how high your core formation technique is, you have no time to comprehend the various great techniques. You can't even use 30% of your strength. Now that you have met me, who is only proficient in one technique, you are destined to be cut off from the path of cultivation. Zhao Chenghe laughed coldly, as if he was scolding Feng Xing, but also as if he was deliberately suppressing the confidence of the Nanzhong cultivators. To be able to obtain 7 techniques, it shows that you are very lucky. Today, give this luck to me. At the end of his shout, Zhao Chenghe's eyes were cold. He suddenly put his hands together and the remaining 5 thunder dragons flew towards Feng Xing at the same time. The 4 thunder dragons in front of him had already completely broken through Feng Xing's defense. Now that the 5 thunder dragons had merged into one, they were going to kill Feng Xing on the spot. At this time, Feng Xing was gritting his teeth. His body was constantly being struck by the power of the thunder lightning until it was rotting. Then, with the help of the wood technique in his body, he was reborn. However, the speed at which he regenerated could not keep up with the speed at which he was injured. Seeing that the 5 thunder dragons were rushing towards him, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You are right, my techniques are really not good. But my fighting ability is innate. Even if you cultivate for 1,000 years, you still can't compare to me. Techniques are good, fighting is fierce. You may think that my techniques are not good, but I think you are a bookworm." As he shouted, he suddenly released the mountain technique. His body regained its freedom, he also removed all his defenses. Then, with a cold look in his eyes, he suddenly shouted and stepped on the void. Like a meteor, he rushed towards Zhao Chenghe. The 5 thunder dragons were terrifying, but at this time, he looked at them as if they did not exist. It was as if he was watching a knife stab into his body. Boom! 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 He rushed directly in front of Zhao Chenghe. The distance between them was less than 10 feet. Then, he threw 3 punches in a row. His momentum was earth-shattering. These 3 punches were without any technique, but the power was so terrifying that even the Yuanning cultivators did not dare to underestimate them. This kind of fist technique was called tortoise fist. In terms of sorcery, he was no match for Zhao Chenghe, a genius combat cultivator who had only cultivated one technique in 100 years. What could he use to defeat him? Feng Xing's answer was to throw his fists. Even the will of the pilgrimage mountain couldn't stop his opponent's spell, so he simply abandoned all defenses and used his physical body to take on the last 5 lightning dragons. At the same time, he closed in and unleashed his monstrous strength to hit Zhao Chenghe's face. To put it simply, when the opponent's spell was too exquisite and he couldn't break it, he simply gave up on it and used his physical body to take it. He just charged at Zhao Chenghe and said, "Kill me if you can. But if you can kill me, that's fine. If you can't, then let's see if you can withstand my fists." Growing up in a bandit's lair, he understood from a young age that winning or losing in a fight was not all about martial arts. Later, during the 3 years of cultivation with Bai Qianzhong instilled another idea in him. The reason why combat cultivators were stronger than ordinary cultivators was not because they cultivated more powerful sorcery or consumed more resources than ordinary cultivators, but because combat cultivators were more ruthless and ruthless. They could withstand the attacks of others, but their opponents could not. Boom! 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 The 5 lightning dragons crashed into Feng Xing's body one after another. The power was as if he had withstood 5 heavenly tribulations. At this moment, Feng Xing's entire body was covered in soot. He looked like a barbaric native of Kunlun. Even the ponytail at the back of his head had been struck by the lightning. It was as if a broom had been erected on his head. The Taoist robe on his body was even more tattered and no longer had any defensive function. Even his skin and flesh had split open and was currently healing under the effect of the wood technique. It could be said that he was in an indescribably miserable state. But in the end, he had made it through and even had a lot of strength left. He threw 3 punches at Xianxia from a distance of more than 10 feet. Each punch was like a mountain, stirring up a violent wind visible to the naked eye. His strength was terrifying. The orthodox tortoise fist had no technique, but it was powerful and heavy. You actually took my lightning technique head-on?" Seeing this scene, Xianxia was so shocked that his heart trembled. Without thinking, he quickly retreated, leaving an afterimage behind him. At the same time, he avoided Fang Xing's strange fist. At the same time, the last protective thunder dragon wandered around his body, dissolving the wind brought by Fang Xing's tortoise fist. For a time, the wind in the air surged in all directions. He dodged very quickly, but was still brushed by the wind. Even the corner of his robe was torn. His face was pale, and a touch of dark red appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, being brushed by the wind was not good. Of course, in comparison, Fang Xing's injuries were far more serious. Crack! 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 Having dodged the 3 punches, Xianxia's hands quickly formed a seal, and 3 more terrifying bolts of lightning swept out. However, Fang Xing was determined. He didn't care how he responded. Gritting his teeth, he closed the distance and attacked again. His fists were like a storm, and his strength was like the waves of the sea. Regardless of how brilliant Xianxia's lightning technique was, Tang Wulin took it head-on and fought head-on with him. However, his punches were much faster than Xianxia's. In the gap between each of Xianxia's thunderbolts, he was able to throw 3 punches at the same time. This was also a principle in fighting. Spells always required the use of damn power to draw the essence of heaven and earth. Therefore, the spellcaster's speed and flexibility were destined to be slower than the puncher's. However, the scope and power of the spells often exceeded the punches. Of course, this was only for ordinary cultivators. Fang Xing had a monstrous strength, and his body was tyrannical. The power of his punch was no weaker than Xianxia's lightning. At least he dared to take Xianxia's lightning head-on, but Xianxia didn't dare to let him punch him. As he swung his fists, Fang Xing actually had the time to shout. His fists were swinging non-stop, and his mouth was also constantly making noises. When I first entered the path of cultivation, Uncle 11 told me that combat cultivation means killing. He also told me that one day, even if I had to abandon a great technique, I must not abandon the ruthlessness in my heart. Now I will take your lightning head-on. Why don't you take 2 punches from me? Don't think I don't know that you've been afraid of me since I entered the array. You're as timid as a mouse. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? The more he fought, the fiercer his fists became, and the words he said made Xianxia even more frightened. I'm afraid of you? He seemed to be disdainful and sneered. When he attacked, his lightning technique became fiercer and more violent. If you're not afraid of me, why do you want others to stop me after you get angry? If you're not afraid of me, why do you take out your spiritual treasure from the beginning? If you're not afraid of me, why don't you fight with me directly? The most important thing is, if you're not afraid of me, why the hell are you running? Fang Xing shouted. His fists became fiercer and fiercer. He resisted the lightning, like an unkillable cockroach, and his figure quickly approached Xianxia. Each of his words made Xianxia angry. Especially the last sentence, he was so angry that he almost cried. Why the hell do you think I'm running away? I'm a person who relies on magic to make a living. What I do is technical. Who the hell is like you, rushing forward with all your strength? Should I not run away? Should I fight face to face with you with lightning and fists? Do you think I'm stupid? Although he cursed wildly in his heart, he had no time to speak. Even if he used his thunder technique with all his strength, he still could not speak. I've seen a lot of grandsons like you. The more arrogant you are, the less courageous you are. The more Fang Xing scolded, the more delighted he became, and the more ferocious he became. When he scolded Xianxia with the last word little, his figure suddenly dashed forward, closing the distance between him and Xianxia by 7 or 8 feet. Zhao Changhe wanted to open the distance, but it was already too late. Moreover, after being scolded by Feng Xing for a long time, he became somewhat angry out of humiliation. Hardening his heart, he simply did not run away. Instead, he made a circle with his palms, displaying his most powerful thunder technique. 7 thunderbolts simultaneously struck Feng Xing's body, the might of which seemed to be able to tear the heaven and earth apart. Can it kill him? After this blow, Zhao Changhe was also a little tired. He looked forward anxiously. In the sea of lightning in front of him, the little devil was screaming. Obviously, he was not feeling well, but he did not die. In the midst of his screams, his ferocity became more and more fierce. He forcibly rushed out of the sea of lightning and rushed toward Zhao Changhe. How strong is this little devil's body? Zhao Changhe sucked in a breath of cold air and was about to cry. If it was a fight, he would have won long ago. Since the beginning of the fight, he had almost lost count of how many bolts of lightning he had struck Feng Xing. And Feng Xing's fists were all carefully resolved by him. If he dodged, there was almost no way he could take a punch head-on. But now, it was not a fight but a desperate fight, which made him complain incessantly. The little devil was simply immortal. After being hit by so many lightning bolts, even a ferocious beast would have been cooked. His punches did not weaken, but instead became more ferocious. Especially now, the last punch had rushed to within 30 feet of Zhao Changhe. For cultivators of their level, 30 feet was no different from close-quarters combat. Zhao Changhe wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Haha, having a brilliant thunder technique is not only advantageous in casting spells, but also because when the Dan is formed, it is tempered by the thunder technique, and the body's resistance to this technique is also greatly improved. Although I can't use the most brilliant thunder technique, I still have the ability to resist thunder. If old Mount Tai threw me into the Thunder Lake, I could swim a few laps, let alone your Jindan realm thunder technique. Under Zhao Changhe's strange gaze, Feng Xing laughed loudly. Although his body was smoking from being struck, he was inexplicably ferocious. He rushed to Zhao Changhe and threw a punch that seemed to shatter the void, aiming for Zhao Changhe's nose. Do you really think I am a master who only cultivates thunder techniques and not the body? At this moment, Zhao Changhe's ferocious nature seemed to be stimulated, and he directly gave up the idea of dodging. A spear entwined with endless thunder and lightning appeared in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly stabbed at Feng Xing's chest. At the same time, his body was constantly flashing with thunder and lightning, and his breath became more fierce and tyrannical. Judging from the breath, his body was surprisingly strong. You think your body is tyrannical, but I tempered my body with thunder techniques, so I may not lose to you. With a loud shout, Zhao Changhe held his spear against Feng Xing's fist, putting on a posture of exchanging injury for injury with the little devil. If Feng Xing's fist came straight at him, he would have to eat his spear first. He didn't believe that the little devil would not dodge in such a situation where he would obviously be at a disadvantage. And as long as he dodged, the momentum that he had built up over the past half a day would be gone, and he would have victory in his hands. Ha 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 ha, a scene that surprised Zhao Changhe appeared. In the face of his spear, Feng Xing did not dodge, but directly punched. With a poochie sound, the spear directly penetrated Feng Xing's abdomen, and at the same time, the terrifying lightning on the spear penetrated into his body. At the same time, Feng Xing punched Zhao Changhe's nose. With a bang, Zhao Changhe's incomparably tyrannical body, which had been tempered by lightning countless times, could not withstand it. Thump, 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 thump. After retreating more than 10 feet, he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. He could not see the surrounding environment clearly, and even his nose felt sore. That was because this punch had affected his tear ducts. Wow, when thunder and lightning entered the body, it was not comparable to ordinary weapons piercing the body. His internal organs were seriously injured at this time. Feng Xing also spat out a mouthful of blood. In terms of the severity of the injury, he was more serious than Zhao Changhe, but he did not stop for a breath. Even the blood he spat out went straight to Zhao Changhe. Using all means to kill the enemy, he rushed forward again, caught Zhao Changhe who had not yet recovered, and punched him again, then kicked him again, and punched him again. Crackle, it was even more ruthless than when Li Hongyi beat Li Ying. Zhao Changhe could not even react. One punch after another, he was beaten until he could not recover. Who the hell wants to compete with you in terms of physical strength? I want to compete with you in terms of ruthlessness. Feng Xing was overjoyed. He only felt that a breath of resentment had been vented. After a long time of beating, he simply used the highest realm of tortoise boxing. He grabbed Xianxia with one hand and pressed him in the air, turning over and riding on him. His fists fell like a storm. From the moment Xianxia took Feng Xing's first punch, the battle situation had officially reversed. He had successfully transformed from a godlike divine son of talisman tools Dao, surrounded by lightning, into a human punching bag. After being bombarded by Feng Xing's punches one after another, he was beaten so badly that he could not even recover. In the end, Feng Xing rode on top of him and punched him with 2 punches. It was a tragic sight. In the beginning, Xianxia was furious and cursing. Later, he clenched his teeth and endured it. Then, he involuntarily groaned and finally screamed. He really couldn't bear it anymore. Feng Xing also opened up his temper. He punched Xianxia to his heart's content. Ah! 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 Hell! 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 In the current situation, it was not that the cultivators of Nanzhan and the disciples of the talisman blacksmith path had slowed down their battle. Instead, no one made a move. They were all staring blankly at the battlefield. There were even many people who could not understand why the divine son of the talisman blacksmith path, who had the upper hand, was suddenly captured by that little devil and beaten up. He was thrown into the sea of clouds from the void, and then came out from the sea of clouds again. He punched, kicked, kneed, headbutt, and sometimes even threw himself onto the ground. Every move had a monster strength that could even destroy a mountain. The divine son of the talisman crafts Dao was definitely extraordinary. He lived up to his name as a genius combat cultivator. Not only did he cultivate the thunder technique to the extreme, but his body was also tempered by the thunder technique and became extremely strong. He could fight and resist, and his life force was top-notch. From all aspects, he could be said to be the strongest opponent Feng Xing had ever met since he formed his gold core. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not take so many heavy blows. His bones had been crushed into powder. He could not even form a hand seal, let alone use the thunder technique. His finger bones had been broken into pieces. Save senior brother Zhao. After a long time, a divine son of the talisman crafts Dao suddenly woke up from this terrifying scene and shouted with all his might. In an instant, the disciples of the talisman crafts Dao gave up on their opponents and rushed over to save Xianxia. Get past us first. The Nanzhan cultivators shouted and started to chase after the talisman tool's path disciple. When Feng Xing saw this scene, his eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and a petrification talisman appeared in the air and turned into a black stone tablet. Wei Weifeng floated in the air and pushed Xianxia to the stone tablet. He pulled out the spear that had penetrated his body from his chest and stabbed it into Xianxia's chest, nailing him to the stone tablet. Then he continued to pull out several long weapons, such as the black giant sword and the bloodthirsty saber, and stabbed them into Xianxia's body. Who's not afraid of death? Come. Facing a disciple of the talisman crafts Dao who was at the front, Feng Xing turned around and pulled out the black giant sword from Xianxia's body. He cut him in half and then stabbed the sword into Xianxia's body. He took out the bloodthirsty saber and chopped off the head of the second disciple of the talisman crafts Dao who was rushing over. His actions were fast and ruthless, and his method was even more strange. It was as if he was using Xianxia as a weapon. The true disciples of the talisman tool's path were being held up by Wang Qiong and the other young masters of the Nanzhan. The rest of the disciples were too weak compared to Feng Xing. If they came forward, they would only be seeking death. Feng Xing brandished all kinds of weapons and killed 7 to 8 disciples of the talisman tool's path. He also made Xianxia suffer the pain of being pierced by weapons 7 to 8 times. This ferocity caused the rest of the disciples of the talisman tool's path to be shocked and stopped their momentum of coming to help. Feng Xing's current appearance was also extremely miserable. The injuries on his body were shocking. After a fierce battle with Xianxia, his injuries were far more serious than anyone could imagine. If he did not have the strongest inner body among the cultivators of the same generation and the 1 month of training by the dragon god, he would have been defeated by Xianxia's thunder technique. The fact that he was able to hold on until now was mostly due to his own ferocity. However, the others felt that he could not hold on any longer. However, his ferocity did not diminish and it was hard to fathom. Fangxing laughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. He waved his sleeve and wiped it away. The ancient sword in his hand pierced into Xianxia's body. He sat down cross-legged next to the stone tablet as if in urgent need of rest. Xianxia was already lifeless at this moment. When the ancient sword pierced through his body, he let out a muffled groan and raised his hand slightly as if he wanted to say something. However, because of his heavy injuries, he could only raise his hand halfway before it drooped down. Xianxia, the dignified divine son of the Talisman blacksmith sect, whose cold, arrogant, and ferocious reputation had spread throughout the northern region of the divine prefecture, was now in an extremely miserable state. He had been nailed to the stone tablet by Fangxing like a piece of rotten meat. Until now, he did not even know how he had lost to Fangxing. However, deep in his heart, he had a vague feeling that if they were to fight again, he would probably still lose to this little devil. It was not that his thunder technique was not refined enough, nor was it that his physical body was not strong enough. It was just that he was not as ferocious as this little devil. It was hard for him to imagine how someone could withstand so many lightning bolts and charge over to punch him. It was also hard to imagine that someone who had clearly suffered so many lightning bolts and suffered a spear that pierced through his chest still had such ferocity and strength. Punch after punch made it hard for him to defend, and after nailing him to the stone tablet, he could still unleash his ferocity and continuously kill 7 or 8 disciples of the Talisman Tool's path who came to rescue him. He killed so hard that no one dared to come forward to rescue him. With a flip of his hand, he took out a storage bag that was specially used to store medicine for radiotherapy injuries. Fangxing took out a handful of healing pills made from blood lotus seeds and swallowed them in one breath. He let the medicine dissolve and provide him with the medicinal power to use the wood technique to heal his injuries. Then, he stood up and looked into the distance. He saw that in the 8th formation, there were still a few people fighting fiercely. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. Kill. Fangxing turned around and tied a chain to the stone tablet around his waist. Then, he pulled out the huge black sword and the blood drinker saber from Xianxia's body. With a roar, he rushed out. Xianxia was nailed to the stone tablet. As he rushed out, he was pulled out like a kite. As for Fangxing, he waved his sword and saber into a huge black and white lotus. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed like a river. Get lost. The hammer-wielding woman who was fighting fiercely with Li Ying was evenly matched, but Fangxing fiercely rushed over like a demon. The woman's heart jumped, and she hurriedly swung her hammer, wanting to smash Fangxing, but the sword and saber slashed on the hammer. That powerful force shocked the woman's qi and blood to flow in the opposite direction, and her down light dimmed. Then, she was sneak attacked by Li Ying from behind, and her body was sent flying. Aya, I really admire you. In this world, other than my sister, you are the fiercest. Li Ying turned back to look at Fangxing and sighed. How disappointing. In this world, the person who has the most reason to be fierce is you. Fangxing rolled his eyes at Li Ying. He did not have time to say more. He shouted, come with me. Let's break this formation. All right. Li Ying became excited and laughed out loud. Then, he followed behind Fangxing on his ghostly aura. Boom, when the two of them joined together, their aura became even more powerful. However, the direct disciple who was fighting fiercely with Han Ying was so shocked that he was distracted. Facing Fangxing and Li Ying who were charging towards him, he did not dare to continue fighting, afraid that he would be surrounded. However, in this moment of distraction, Han Ying took advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly, a long spear that was surrounded by green gas spiraled towards him and pierced through his body. He fell with a roar. Ordinary cultivators did not have Fangxing's ability to fight with his chest and abdomen pierced through, nor did they have such ruthlessness. Even if he was a golden core cultivator and had great vitality, this spear strike would not take his life, but it would still severely injure him. He would not be able to continue fighting for a while. Let's go. Han Ying did not chase after him. He flew into the air and merged with Fangxing and Li Ying. With the three of them together, their aura rose again. They turned around in the air and rushed out again. They joined hands and rushed towards an opponent who was fighting with Yumi. At this moment, the big golden crow, who had been hiding somewhere and slacking off, also rushed out. It cawed loudly and joined up with Fang Xing and the others. The group of juniors were like an invincible army. Their aura grew stronger and stronger. They were invincible in the 8th formation. There's no need for you to come over. I can kill him myself. Just as she was about to go over to help Wang Qiong, the arrogant woman shouted out her refusal. She waved the wind and fire wheels crazily and slashed towards Xiao Linfuan, who was already filled with fear. It seemed that she was determined to become famous today and use Xiao Linfuan, who was one of the 7 sons of the 3 Daos, as a stepping stone. Seeing this, Fang Xing laughed out loud, expressing his understanding. He turned around and charged in another direction. Wherever he passed, the disciples of the Talisman Tools Dao would either surrender, be killed, or flee. I originally wanted to break the formation, but he still stole the credit. While Zhu Xiu was fighting, Li Hongyu was leading a few Nanzhan juniors who were proficient in array formations to deduce the principles of the array. However, when he raised his head, he saw that Fang Xing and the others were happily killing, and all the disciples of the Talisman Tools Dao would die if they did not surrender. However, he could only bitterly laugh and give up on the idea of continuing to break the array. If this situation continued, there was no need for her to break the array anymore. I admit defeat. In this kind of situation, Xiao Linfuan no longer had the mood to fight with this fierce and ruthless Nanzhan woman. He also knew that even if he won, it would be useless, so he chose to admit defeat. At the same time, he retreated 30 meters away. Wang Qiong was a little dissatisfied, but she did not want to beat the dog when he was down, so she reluctantly put away her wheels. The outcome was set, and the disciples of the Talisman Tools Dao were not fools. The Divine Sun had already been taken down, and the core disciples were either dead or injured, so the other disciples would not ask for trouble. One by one, they suppressed the sadness and anger in their hearts and hid in a corner. As for the Nanzhan juniors, they also rushed to meet up with Fang Xing and the others. However, when they looked up, they realized that almost half of the people were gone. It could be said that there were heavy casualties. What is going on? At the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, whether it was the Nanzhan juniors or the cultivators of the northern region, they were all nervous and concerned about the situation of the array. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The Path Master of the Path of Yin Spirit also had a deep look in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Even the Path Master of the Talisman Tools Dao did not have the confidence he had at the beginning. He frowned and said to himself, "This doesn't make sense." The gourd from the celestial realm was given to Changhe. Who else in the Golden Core realm could be his match? Rumble, amidst all sorts of guesses, the cloud of smoke that shrouded the 8th array suddenly dispersed, revealing the scene within the array. The crowd of cultivators immediately raised their heads to look. No less than thousands of divine senses swept towards that direction. Then, they all gasped at the same time, their eyes were filled with shock. The talisman weapon Path Dao Master suddenly flew into midair, the magical energy around him fluctuated like a tidal wave. He was stunned. At the 8th matrix, the disciples of Nanzhan were on the left. Only 12 or 13 of them were still alive. The disciples of Talisman Craft's Path were on the right. Originally there were 100 of them, but now there were only 50 or 60 of them. In the middle was Fang Xing and the divinity of Talisman Craft's Path, Zhao Changhe. Fang Xing and Zhao Changhe seemed to be heavily injured. However, Zhao Changhe was nailed to a stone tablet, while Fang Xing stood in front of him. After the smoke dispersed, warrior Zhu Xiu saw this scene and understood that Zhao Changhe had lost. He was extremely shocked. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. "Do you yield?" The little devil suddenly shouted. He stretched out his hand and a lightning whip appeared in front of him, lashing at Zhao Changhe. Crack! Zhao Changhe, who seemed to have been nailed to the stone tablet and was unable to move, was whipped until his flesh was lacerated and his soul trembled. His screams traveled for more than 10 kilometers, but he soon stopped. It seemed that he also realized that the array had been broken and he was exposed to the eyes of the cultivators. All of his reactions would be seen by the cultivators, so he clenched his teeth and persevered. He only screamed halfway, but this miserable scene still stung the eyes of many cultivators. The crowd below was furious. Hee, you can take it. Let me ask you, do you yield? Fang Xing gritted his teeth and another lightning whip appeared in his hand. He lashed it at Zhao Changhe. Crack, crack, countless bolts of lightning circled around Zhao Changhe's wounds. The pain was unbearable. Even though Zhao Changhe's body had been tempered by lightning many times and he would not die from a few lashes, he could not withstand this kind of pain. It was only now that he realized how much pain Fang Xing had endured when he fought with his life on the line. Crack, crack, whip after whip, right in front of the crowd, Fang Xing kept lashing at the divine son of Talisman Craft's path. Since you have passed, why torture him? Release the divine son of Talisman Craft's path. Some people couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, but their voices were few and far between. Hee, I want to beat him to death. Do you have a problem with that? Fang Xing did not care about the scolding from below. He laughed coldly and glanced at the sky. Then, he turned around and lashed out with his whip again. All of the cultivators who had been berating him were speechless. There was a contract floating in the air, as if to announce to the world that this was the life and death contract that Dao Fangxing had signed after angering Zhao Changhe. It clearly stated that the two of them would not only challenge the formation, but also bet their lives. If the little devil had succeeded, then Zhao Changhe would have lost his life to him. And now, he had indeed succeeded. However, even if they had the contract, they couldn't just watch Zhao Changhe get beaten to death. This little bastard is quite cunning. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, the dragon god had been watching this scene with cold eyes. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, but when he saw Fang Xing's thunder whips continuously striking Zhao Changhe, and then looked up at the life and death contract floating in the air, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Why is he doing this? If he kills him, then so be it. But isn't he enraging the Talisman Craft's path? Ao Jin, the dragon lady, was worried. She asked in a low voice. In fact, she was not the only one. The Nanzhan cultivators who had not entered the array were also anxious. They did not understand what Fang Xing was doing. Since he had already won, and the contract was in his hands, why not just kill him directly instead of whipping him in front of everyone? Could it be that the divine son of Talisman Craft's path had whipped his master with a lightning whip, so he was taking revenge on him? Haha, my good daughter, your honest eyes are still far from that little bastard's. The dragon god heard Ao Jin's worried voice, but he chuckled and sighed helplessly. Do you surrender? Another lash of the whip landed on Zhao Changhe's body, and half of his body was smashed into pieces. Under the power of Fang Xing's lightning whip, even Zhao Changhe's spiritual soul was damaged. The pain reached deep into his spiritual soul, and it was extremely terrifying. You, kill me quickly. Zhao Changhe suddenly screamed. His voice was filled with despair and sorrow, and he was almost crying. The bet of life and death had made him feel hopeless. Moreover, being whipped and scolded by this little devil in front of everyone had made him lose face. He even felt a little disheartened. The divine son who was once high and mighty was now a prisoner like mud. So what if he survived? Kill you? Fang Xing laughed and lashed out again. The sound of Zhao Changhe's whipping stopped, and his screams were clearly heard by the cultivators. I'm killing you. The stronger your body is, the longer the pain you'll suffer. There's nothing you can do about it. Fang Xing gritted his teeth and grinned, but there was no hesitation in his whipping. It was neither fast nor slow. Fang Xing gritted his teeth and growled, but all the cultivators heard him clearly. An old man who is about to die, his old friends are all dead, and he is tired. He barged into your formation alone and wanted to fight with his real strength. But because of that bet, you forcefully stopped him from entering the formation and used the lightning whip to force him to admit defeat. Do you know what that feels like? Now, I will let you have a taste of it. Either the people at the foot of the mountain can't bear to see you beaten to death, and bow down to me, or they will beat you to death. Fang Xing's words were extremely cold, more ruthless than the lightning whip, lashing on Zhao Changhe's body. You, Zhao Changhe suddenly screamed and looked at Fang Xing as if he was looking at a ghost. Fang Xing's tone was nonchalant. Yes, I am using your life as a bargaining chip to establish the Tao. Pa. 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 The lightning whip kept condensing and then lashing down. Each lash was more ruthless than the last, but it was unusually calm and unhurried. There was no sound on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain. Only the sound of the whip kept reaching the ears of the cultivators. This sound was like a lightning whip, constantly lashing on the hearts of the cultivators. This little devil, is he trying to use this method to force us to agree to Nanzhan's establishment of the Tao? Someone couldn't help but cry out in a trembling voice. They had already vaguely guessed what Feng Xing was thinking. This little devil seemed to be brainless, but in reality, he was terrifyingly sinister. From the moment they signed the life and death contract, he must have had this idea. After breaking the array, he deliberately whipped the dignified divine son of the talisman crafts Tao, Xianxia. Firstly, it was for revenge, and secondly, he was using this method to force the talisman crafts Tao master and the northern region cultivators to admit defeat. The life and death contract already had a clear bet. It was not impossible for the talisman crafts Tao master and the northern region cultivators to save Xianxia, but according to the bet, if they dared to save Xianxia, they would have to agree to Nanzhan's establishment of the Tao. This whipping process was obviously a process of waiting for the northern region's Zhu Xiu and the talisman crafts Tao master to speak up. To save or not to save, to watch as their divine son was beaten to death, or to swallow this anger and agree to Nanzhan's establishment of the Tao. Wouldn't it be cruel if they didn't save him? Moreover, if the talisman crafts Tao master could only watch as the divine son of the talisman crafts Tao master was beaten to death, it would be a fatal blow to the reputation of the talisman crafts Tao master. If they saved him, it would undoubtedly be letting the cultivator Nanzhan and the little devil get away with it. Because no matter how they looked at it, the little devil was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for him to pass the next 2 rounds. Countless gazes were now focused on the talisman crafts Tao master's face. The young-looking Tao master's eyes were also terrifyingly cold. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia, who was being whipped by the little devil on the mountain. His face looked like cold jade, but if you looked closely, you could see that every time the little devil whipped Xianxia, the corners of his eyes would twitch slightly. After all, the entire talisman crafts Tao master had spent 100 years to nurture a divine son. If he was really beaten to death, would the talisman crafts Tao have the time to nurture a second divine son? To save or not to save? The talisman weapon path master's expression was taut and his heartstrings were trembling. If Xianxia had died in the formation, he would have been extremely furious. However, he would not have been in such a dilemma where he could only watch helplessly as his divine son was beaten to death and did not know whether he should save him or not. Given his temperament, how could he not understand that the little devil was simply using this method to force him to save Xianxia? At this moment, beside him, the old pure Yang Dao master and the spiriting Dao master also looked at his face. There was a strange light in their eyes. They seemed to want to say something, but in the end they could only remain silent. After all, this matter still had to be decided by the talisman crafts Tao master. Although the talisman crafts Tao master might not be able to represent the opinion of the entire northern region of the divine prefecture, if he agreed to the little devil Nanzhan's establishment of the Tao in order to save his divine son, the pure Yang Dao master and the spiriting Dao master would not say anything. After all, the situation was different. If he was in a different place, he could more or less understand the talisman crafts Tao master's thoughts. After all, a divine son was no ordinary person. The remaining problem was whether he would save him or not. Whip after whip, he forced the talisman weapons path master to lower his head. I'm not in a hurry. Your talisman weapons path's divine son's body is strong enough, so try to stall for time. Think about it slowly and admit defeat to me once you're done. If you admit defeat, you'll be able to bring back a divine son who's still alive. However, you'll have to follow the terms of the life and death contract and obediently allow Nanzhan to establish his Tao. No matter how difficult the remaining 2 formations are, I won't attempt them. I'll take advantage of them first. Everyone else thought that the life and death contract was made by Feng Xing to ensure that he didn't kill anyone. They never thought that if he wanted to kill someone, why would he need to make a contract? His real motive was to use the contract to achieve his goal. Anyway, he had already gotten his revenge in the 8th formation. No matter how annoying pure Yang Dao Sun Song Guichan was, he had taken advantage of him, killed his woman and slapped his face in front of everyone. If anyone wanted revenge, he should be the one looking for him. He could just find a safe place to recuperate and wait for him to take his revenge. There was no need for him to continue with the remaining two formations. He was clearly forcing the Talisman Weapons Pathmaster to make a decision. The Talisman Weapons Pathmaster was extremely anxious. Fangxing wasn't impatient at all. Whip after whip, he had a sense of rhythm. Little devil, you're really ruthless. In this maddening atmosphere, even the Talisman Tool Path's Pathmaster had a sinister look on his face. He turned to look at the Pure Yang Dao Master and the Spiriting Dao Master and exchanged a few words with them. He seemed to have made a decision. He looked coldly at Fangxing on the mountain and was ready to save him. He had to save him. If he didn't, losing a divine son was a small matter, but losing all his disciples was a big deal. Although there would be people who would think that the Talisman Dao of Crafts had acted on his own because of his divine son and agreed to Nanzhan's request to establish a Dao, there would definitely be many voices of questioning. However, at this time, he couldn't just watch as his divine son was beaten to death. Even if he had to pay a huge price to appease the other forces questioning, he had to speak up and express his stance. Little devil, how dare you bully me like this? Just as he was about to open his mouth to save them, a furious roar came from the mountain. The one who spoke was Xianxia. He seemed to be on the verge of death, but at this time, he suddenly gathered all his strength and roared in that direction. His eyes flashed with despair and ruthlessness. As he roared, he glared at Fangxing viciously, then looked up at the sky and exhaled. It was a long exhale, as if he had spat out all his breath. There was only exhalation and no inhalation. As he exhaled, Xiaochang's life force rapidly withered and flowed out of his body. At this moment, Fangxing's eyes suddenly turned cold. This bastard was seeking his own death. Cultivators had strong vitality. No matter how serious their injuries were, as long as they didn't want to die, they could stimulate the infinite vitality in their body to maintain their vitality. If the same injury had been inflicted on an ordinary person, they would have died countless times. However, what Xiaochang had did at this time was to give up his vitality. His body no longer locked the vitality and let his life dissipate. After being nailed to the stone tablet by Fangxing, he didn't even have the ability to self-destruct his golden core, but he could still let go of his vitality. He was already a proud person, but he was whipped like a prisoner by the little devil in front of Nanzhan and the cultivators of the divine prefecture. Xiaochang's heart was already filled with despair. Under such circumstances, even if he survived, so what? He fell from the clouds into the mud and could no longer return to the high and mighty feeling of being the divine son of the Talisman Weapons Path. Even if he returned to the sect, he would most likely be stripped of his title and become an ordinary disciple. He would never come out and be taught and mocked by others. More importantly, this little devil had used him as a bargaining chip to establish the Dao in the divine prefecture. He would become a sinner. The situation would develop like this because he had helped cultivator Nanzhan. This made Xiaochang's heart completely desperate. In shame and anger, he chose to end his own life. Smack! Fangxing's last whip landed on Xiaochang's body, but Xiaochang had already lost all signs of life. This divine son of the Talisman Weapons Path had voluntarily given up his life and became a dead body. In other words, Fangxing had really beaten him to death. Hey, if you had this kind of ruthlessness, you wouldn't have been defeated by me. Fangxing looked at him coldly. After a while, he suddenly put his palm back to the stone tablet and let him fall to the ground. At this time, he had to admit that Xiaochang was more ruthless than him. At least he couldn't bear to waste his life like this. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the cultivators who sensed Xiaochang's death were also shocked. In front of the cultivators of the northern region of the divine prefecture, including the Talisman Weapons Path's Dao Master, Xiaochang had been beaten to death. This ruthless and cruel scene shocked the northern region of the divine prefecture. It was destined to become the biggest event in the northern region of the divine prefecture in the past 300 years. It was likely that the news would spread for more than 1,000 years. The Talisman Weapons Path's Dao Master looked at the scene on the mountain and did not speak for a long time. He had originally planned to save Xiaochang, but he could clearly feel Xiaochang's death. However, he did not say a word. Like a mute, he only looked coldly at the little devil who had put away the stone tablet and Xiaochang who had fallen to the ground. Boom! Just as Zhao Cheng's body was about to fall to the ground, he suddenly made a move. His hand was as large as the sky as it pressed down on the worship's Zen mountain. At this moment, the dragon god's robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His divine sense was like a tidal wave that was tied to the talisman weapons path's Tao master. The pure Yang path and the spiriting path's Tao masters were also secretly shocked. They both stood up and looked at the talisman weapons path's Tao master. However, they did not make a move. This was because the talisman weapons path's Tao master's palm was not because he was unable to restrain his anger and attacked Feng Xing. Instead, a gravitational force reached out and caught the lifeless Zhao Chenghe off the mountain and held him in his arms. Then, he turned to look at the dragon god and the other cultivators of the Nanzhan and turned to leave. When he passed by the pure Yang path and the spiriting path's Tao master, he stopped and said calmly, "The rules of the worship Zen mountain are as great as the sky. There are too many people watching the battle, so I will not make a move." He paused and his eyes turned cold. "But after the 10 formations, this kid will die." The pure Yang path and the spiriting path's Tao master looked at him and fell silent. Even they could not control the direction of the situation. At this time, it was useless to say anything. The spiriting path's Tao master frowned. As he looked at the 9th formation on the mountain path, as if he was worried about something. After a long while, the pure Yang path's Tao master said softly, "Even if it is against the rules, we will hand him over to the talisman weapons path for punishment." Boom! Many cultivators of the Nanzhan heard the pure Yang path's Tao master's words and their hearts were in chaos. Some of them could not help but scold him. However, they were quickly met with the talisman weapons path's Tao master's sinister gaze and they immediately kept quiet out of fear. At this time, Feng Xing and the other juniors of the Nanzhan had already thrown Zhao Cheng's corpse on the ground. The dignified talisman weapons path's divine son had died a horrible death. He had been whipped so badly by the lightning whips that he almost did not look human. Not far away, a group of disciples of the talisman weapons path looked at Feng Xing with deep hatred. They gritted their teeth and a deep sorrow floated above their heads. It was as if the netherworld had manifested and wanted to devour them. On the side of the Nanzhan cultivators, they were also in a miserable state. A total of 18 people entered the array to help Feng Xing break through. However, no one expected that Feng Xing would break through the 6th formation by himself. They did not help at all. In the 7th formation, the Li family siblings helped him a lot. It could be said that Feng Xing broke through the array single-handedly. They did not help either. In the 8th formation, they finally helped, but in a short while, 5 of them died and 7 were injured. Of the 18 people who entered the array, only 13 were left, and 1 was seriously injured. "Brat, there's going to be a disaster soon," the dragon god, who was at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, gazed at Feng Xing from afar. Beside him, on his left and right, were 2 girls. One was hugging her zither, the other was tightly gripping the corner of her clothes. It was Xianxia and Xianxia. When the 18 disciples ascended the mountain, the 2 of them also wanted to go up, but were pulled back by the dragon god. He pressed them down beside him to prevent them from going up and causing trouble. The 2 girls did not have the ability to escape from his hands. They could only watch anxiously. The dragon god only smiled and praised Xianxia's beautiful eyes. At other times, he asked Xianxia how she maintained her thin waist. "See, if you went up just now, you would probably be dead now." The dragon god looked at the situation on the pilgrimage mountain and said to Xianxia and Xianxia with a smile. The 2 girls did not know what to say, but they were still indignant and held back their anger. The dragon god laughed and said, "Don't be angry. I pulled the 2 of you back because you won't be able to help him if you go up. On the contrary, if you don't go up, you will have a chance to help him, and it will be a real help, not a burden." "Say. Senior, what do you mean?" Xianxiao and Xianxia looked at each other but did not understand the dragon god's words. After a while, Xianxiao asked. The dragon god smiled helplessly. After a while, he said, "He will be facing a disaster soon, and only the 2 of you can help him in that disaster." Xi's face turned pale. "Is someone trying to kill him?" She looked around. Even with her low cultivation, she could see that there were many murderous cultivators in the clouds at the foot of the mountain. There were cultivators from the Yun family, the Wen family, the Mu family, and even the ancestor of the nimble technique sect. They were squatting in the void with murderous intent. Everyone knew that they were here for revenge, and with such strong murderous intent, no one could persuade them otherwise. However, the dragon god glanced at the void and shook his head. It's not this kind of disaster. After a pause, he added, it's much more serious than that. Xianxia and Chu Xi were confused, not knowing what the dragon god was referring to. You are about to face a calamity, but you still don't know it? On the pilgrimage mountain, within the ninth formation, on the peak of a real mountain, there was a small wooden table placed on a huge rock with a circumference of 10 feet. At the head of the table, a beautiful woman was kneeling. She was slowly pouring 2 cups of weak tea into the teacups in front of her. Amidst the mist of the tea, she lifted her head to look at Fangxing, who was opposite the wooden table. She chuckled softly and spoke with a hint of helplessness and sympathy. This was the ninth formation, which was guarded by the goddess of the netherworld path, Xianxia. However, Fangxing and Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu, who had originally planned to enter the formation and start a massacre, were surprised to find that the formation was strangely peaceful. There was no killing intent at all. In fact, there was not a single figure to be seen. On the highest peak of the formation, the most famous woman in the northern region of the divine continent sat cross-legged. She looked at Fangxing and the others kindly. She did not look like an opponent, but like a host receiving guests. This quack, he's playing this trick again. When Li Hongyi saw Miss Xianxia on the peak, his face suddenly darkened and he gritted his teeth. She is the goddess of the netherworld path? Fangxing also glanced at the woman, frowned and asked Li Hongyi, what abilities does she have? Li Hongyi only spoke after a long time, with thick disdain and contempt, the ability to play tricks. Sister, is this the one who is prettier than you, has a higher cultivation level than you, and is stronger than you? She fought with you 3 times, and you lost miserably every time. In the end, she was too ashamed to face anyone and hid in the northern demonic land? The one who is the goddess of the Yin spirit Tao, Li Ying came up to them at this moment and asked casually without much foresight. Scram. Li Hongyi was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With a kick, he sent Li Ying flying. Waha, Li Ying, who was sent flying, laughed strangely. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble. Is she that powerful? Fangxing was a little shocked as well. He understood Li Hongyi's capabilities. This woman was capable and resourceful. Under the circumstances where the divine continent cultivators hated the Nanzhan cultivators, she was able to climb to such a high position. But such an outstanding woman was actually crushed to such a pitiful state by the goddess of the path of Yin on the mountain peak. I'll go chop her up. His heart trembled. He did not dare to underestimate him. He raised his bloodsucker manic saber and was about to slash at him. Li Hongyi was a little helpless. She pulled on Fangxing's arm and said, there's no need. She wants to treat you to tea. You should have a cup. Fangxing looked at her in surprise. Li Hongyi shook her head and sighed. Although this woman is annoying, she is not shameless. Fangxing had no choice but to come forward and sit cross-legged in front of Tea Fairy. A pair of strange eyes swept over him, but he did not speak for a long time. Tea Fairy was surprisingly calm. In front of Fangxing, she drew a stream of spring water and boiled the water in a copper stove. After the water boiled, she poured it into a purple pot. She washed the pot, washed the tea, and injected spiritual energy to change the water quality. Every movement was meticulous. You really treat me to tea? Fangxing looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. After Tea Fairy finished washing the tea, she finally smiled and said, what did Junior Sisterly say about me? Fangxing was stunned. He curled his lips and said, she said you are annoying and shameless. You have no breasts and no buttocks. You are vicious and cunning. Tea Fairy was slightly stunned. She covered her mouth and laughed. You little rascal. You are obviously lying to me. Fangxing picked his nose and frowned. How do you know? Tea Fairy smiled and said, although my spirit Tao sect cultivates spirit techniques, what I am best at is fate techniques. After a pause, she took the initiative to explain, fate art is also one of the 3,000 great Taos. It can push the universe and control the lives of all living beings, seeking for a chance of survival in the dark. This is what I'm best at, so even if you didn't answer me just now, I know what she would say about me, not because I heard it, but because I saw it in the push. So you are a fortune teller? Feng Xing was stunned for a moment and asked with great interest. Tea Fairy was also stunned. After a long time, she smiled bitterly and said, "You can say that." Feng Xing became excited. He extended his palm in front of Tea Fairy and said with a smile, "Then can you read my palm?" Tea Fairy smiled and did not say anything. She shook her head gently and said after a long time, "I do not believe in palm reading. The fate technique I cultivate is the art of cause and effect. There are 3,000 great ways and the cycle of cause and effect. There are infinite futures and infinite branches. When I read your fate technique, I saw your many destinies. I just don't know which one you will take in the end. Karma, the future is karma, and the present is karma. Only by seeing the karma of your choice can I know your karma. Simply put, when you make a certain choice, there will be a certain destiny waiting for you. I can see many destinies, but before you choose this karma, I cannot determine which one is yours." Feng Xing was stunned for a long time. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand." Tea Fairy smiled and said, "To put it simply, before you entered the array, I did my divination and saw your various fate techniques. You became the god son of the four seas and lived together with the eldest princess of the Kanglan Sea, which made all cultivators envious. I also saw you become friends with the god son of the talisman craft path, Xianxia, because of wine. The most exciting thing was that I saw you and senior brother Song Guichan fighting the demonic abyss side by side, becoming two great talents who were as famous as the freaks in the central region. However, these are all karma without karma. You did not choose that karma at that time, so these karma became an illusion and will never appear again. What awaits you now is a new karma." Feng Xing's brows furrowed into a knot. He shook his head and said, "I still don't understand." Tea Fairy smiled and gently picked up the purple clay teapot. She poured 2 cups of tea and gently pushed them in front of Feng Xing. She said, "Of these 2 cups of tea, one is bland and tasteless. If you drink it, there will be no benefit at all. The other cup has the effect of nourishing the spirit. Now, you have been through a series of fierce battles. Although your body is nourished by the wood method, your spirit is exhausted. It is already difficult for you to pass the 8th array. If you face senior brother Song in the 10th array, you will only die. Drink this tea and nourish your spirit. There might be some hope. This tea is the karma, and whatever you get in return for the tea is the karma. This is one of the simplest karma in the world, and also the foundation of fate techniques. So, choose 1 cup." The 2 cups of tea were extremely clear and light. Steam curled up, and tender leaves floated. However, what surprised Feng Xing was that after he carefully looked at the 2 cups of tea, and even used the power of the yin-yang fiend mirror, he finally found that there was nothing different between the 2 cups of tea. Of course, this was only a guess. The yin-yang fiend mirror could appraise almost all Dharma treasures, but for some items, it could only see the various kinds of spiritual powers contained within. Both cups of tea had faint spiritual powers, but there seemed to be no difference in their spirituality. Looking at the other side, Tea Fairy smiled comfortably. Her eyebrows seemed to carry some anticipation. "Choosing these 2 cups of tea will determine my karma?" Feng Xing was a little dissatisfied and muttered, "I even know that I won't be hungry when I'm full. Is this also a fate art?" Tea Fairy treated every word of Feng Xing's unreasonable pestering seriously. She smiled lightly and explained, "If you're full and don't starve, you can live on. If you're full and have the strength, you can do many things that are enough to change your fate. Therefore, sometimes, eating or not eating can determine a person's completely different fate." Fate arts sound ethereal, but it's actually this simple. Of course, some people's fate arts are easy to deduce, while others are difficult to deduce. In addition, countless people's fate arts are intertwined. It's broad, complicated, and full of variables. It can't be explained clearly with just a few words. This is the difficulty of fate arts. In the end, she smiled lightly and pointed to the 2 teacups. Everyone can tell that these are 2 teacups from the combination of this teacup and another teacup. What we're doing is actually not that different. We're just going through cause after cause to deduce the final result. Sometimes, seeing the result is even easier than calculating the two teacups. Fang Xing rolled his eyes and looked at the most outstanding female cultivator in the northern region of China. He said, one cup is useless, and the other is to rest? TT Fairy nodded gently and said with a smile, whether you have the power to fight with senior brother Song Guichan depends on how you choose. Fang Xing looked at her again. Suddenly, he reached out and pressed down. The tea in the two teacups flew out at the same time and turned into two water columns. He swallowed them in one gulp. Then, he picked up the teapot, opened the lid, and looked inside. Then, he poured the tea into his mouth. The tea was boiling hot, but with his current cultivation, he could drink it even if it was lava. Naturally, it would not hurt him. He let out a long breath and looked at TT Fairy in a somewhat rascally and playfully manner. He said, do you really think I'm stupid? Can't I just drink it together? TT Fairy snorted and did not show any surprise. She just smiled and said, you're really no different from the rumors. You're rascally and cunning. The rules I set with you are wasted. Fang Xing leaned back lazily and picked his nose. He said, now that I've chosen the cause, you can tell me the effect. TT Fairy smiled gently and actually closed her eyes. Her 10 fingers moved gently as if she was really calculating something. After 4 or 5 breaths, she opened her eyes and smiled. The first result is that you've passed the 9th formation that I'm guarding. Fang Xing was stunned and did not know what to say for a moment. Was this woman joking with him? He had planned to kill a lot of people in the 9th formation, but he had passed it just like that. However, before he could say anything, TT Fairy paused slightly. She ignored Fang Xing's shocked expression and her expression became a little solemn. Her voice also became a little low. Her pair of beautiful eyes, like cold stars, looked at Fang Xing's face, deep and empty. She said solemnly as if she was prophesying, the second result is that you're about to face a big disaster. What catastrophe? Fang Xing was surprised by TT Fairy's words, but when he heard the word catastrophe, he was stunned. The goddess of the netherworld Taoism looked very serious. You didn't choose a cup of tea as I said, so what I see is not your only result. I see 2 futures. One is that you lose to senior brother Song Guichan, and the other is that you win against him. But what's interesting is that these 2 futures have 2 similarities. Do you want to know what they are? Fang Xing looked at her with some contempt in his eyes. Fraud, haha, TT Fairy did not get angry. Instead, she smiled and answered directly, of the 2 futures that I see, the first similarity is that Nanzhan has successfully established his way in the divine prefecture, regardless of whether you win or lose. The second similarity is. Her voice suddenly sank, and she said with a sigh, regardless of whether you win or lose, you will face a great catastrophe. Perhaps even if you win, you might as well lose. What do you mean? Fang Xing raised his eyebrows and asked with a sneer. TT Fairy did not answer directly. Instead, she saw Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu, who were looking in this direction from the void not far away. She sighed deeply and said, I see a bad future, a variable. Nanzhan will eventually succeed in establishing his Taoism, but the person who brought hope to Nanzhan will not become a hero. He will die in despair, perish in a conspiracy, and become a traitor. What are you referring to? Fang Xing frowned tightly. Although in his heart, he felt that this woman was talking nonsense, he was good at observing people's words and expressions. He faintly felt that this woman did not seem to be speaking without a goal. She was not even hostile, but seemed to be giving a kind warning. TT Fairy smiled gently and said, some causes have already been decided, and only waiting for the right time to bear the predestined result. Fang Xing frowned. Can you say something human? TT Fairy was not angry. She smiled and said, to put it simply, Nanzhan's path is destined, but I can't see the scene of you being respected, nor can I see the moment when you become Nanzhan's hero. I can only see you being pointed at and despised by everyone. Are you sure? Fang Xing's face turned a little ugly as he spoke with a cold gaze. TT Fairy chuckled. I'm very sure. From the moment you entered the array, this result was already destined. She looked straight into Fang Xing's eyes. A heavy atmosphere began to form between the two of them. TT Fairy suddenly laughed softly and said in a low voice, "You may think that I am bewitching you, but I believe that you have already guessed this. Even if I don't use the divination skill to predict, some things can be seen. How can the fate of a state be so easily born? You broke through the 10 arrays and established the path for Nanjan. Nanjan's orthodoxy has become a member of the cultivation world of the northern region. But you have made such a deep grudge with the northern region. Who can tolerate you? So to speak, you are destined to be an abandoned chess piece, and you will not achieve anything." Fangxing narrowed his eyes and did not speak. "Sigh, my friend Fang, you are a hero, and you broke through the 8 arrays. Whether it is potential or ability, you are the best in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. You also shouldered justice with an iron shoulder and pleaded for the establishment of Nanjan's path. If you encounter such an outcome," TT Fairy's voice was soft and seemed to have a little regret and sympathy, but it was just right. "Don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Fangxing suddenly raised his head and looked at her with a faint smile in his eyes. TT Fairy was stunned for a moment, and she stopped talking. Fangxing laughed and looked at her with some disdain. He said, "I don't care if you cultivate in divination or bewitching, but your level is not good enough. You say that I am a hero? You broke through the arrays for the establishment of Nanjan's path? Isn't that insulting? Only a fool would do that. I came to break through the 10 arrays for 2 reasons. First, to avenge the old man. Second, because I don't like you." As he said this, he frowned and said with a faint smile, "Don't talk nonsense. Are you really going to let me pass like this?" "Of course it's true." TT Fairy chuckled softly and said, "I've come up with 3 results for my battle with you, but I don't like any of them. If I were to let you go, there are quite a few good scenes that I'm looking forward to, so I might as well let you go. Anyway, the talented genius behind you has divine cultivation. He doesn't need a weak woman like me to help him weaken you. It's that simple?" Fangxing frowned, as if he did not want to believe that such a good thing would fall into his lap so easily. "Of course it's not that simple." TT Fairy laughed softly, and Fangxing's eyes turned cold as he looked at the woman with uncertainty. "I have already said that I will help you nourish your godly soul. Since you have drunk that cup of tea, how can I go back on my words?" Under Fangxing's astonished gaze, the disciple of the Way of Nether suddenly and slowly pinched a technique. Her slender, long, white and tender fingers were like a pure white lotus that lightly bloomed in the air. After that, her vermilion lips gently opened and a long strand of white light, containing a faint celestial music, like sparkling and translucent starlight, slowly floated towards Fangxing, extremely mystical. Soul-nourishing spell? Fangxing was really a little surprised. This woman was actually using her natal cultivation to perform a kind of soul-nurturing spell to help him nourish his soul. With his current insight, even without using the yin-yang fiend god mirror, he could see that this was a real soul-nurturing spell and not a malicious intent. He stood still and let the wisp of white light slowly seep into his body. Immediately, his tired spirit was refreshed, and the feeling of exhaustion and emptiness was swept away. This was the guardian of the second last formation of the 10 pilgrimage matrices. Why would she help him? The shock in Fangxing's heart was hard to describe. He looked at TT Fairy as if he was looking at a monster. It was not easy to get to the last formation. If the gap is too big, it would be meaningless, wouldn't it? TT Fairy, who had done such an act that was almost equivalent to betraying the cultivators of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, laughed without the slightest trace of anger. She must be crazy. This time, Fangxing did not scold her as a fraud. He felt that a fraud would not do such a thing. Only a madman would do such a thing. TT Fairy smiled without saying a word. She lowered her head, picked up the teapot, and began to brew tea for herself. As for Fangxing, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, before he left, he hesitated for a moment and turned his head. His expression was a little playful and serious as he looked into the eyes of the goddess of the Yin Spirit path. He said in a low voice, "Since you've helped me, I'll tell you this. In this world, there's no one who has the ability to treat me as a chess piece, let alone an abandoned one." TT Fairy raised her head and looked at him, smiling without saying a word. Fangxing also looked into her eyes and said with a smile, "Can you really see countless futures?" TT Fairy nodded and said, "My cultivation is shallow. I can't see all 3,000 paths, but most of them are in my chest." TT Fairy, who was like a fraud, was left behind. She gently stopped brewing tea and seemed to be deep in thought. "I really did not expect this," her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and then she gritted her teeth, shameless. The smoke dissipated, and the goddess of the path of nether spirits had already disappeared. The ninth formation was broken, and the road ahead was clear. At this time, when Nanzhan and the other young cultivators saw the ninth formation being broken, they were all shocked. The eighth formation had suffered heavy casualties, and it had already cast a shadow over their hearts. They had thought that in the ninth formation, there would still be a massacre, and it would be hard to predict whether they would live or die. However, no one expected that in the end, Fangxing only drank a few cups of tea with the goddess of the path of nether spirits and chatted for a while, and then he passed the formation so easily. Of course, there were some who saw Fangxing's lightning-fast attack at the end, and they felt even more strange. Could it be that this little devil exchanged his body for it? This was a bit of a loss. "What did that woman say to you?" Although he had passed the formation easily, Li Hongyi still asked angrily. Fangxing said, "She said that you are annoying and shameless, with no chest and no butt, and that you are vicious and cunning." Li Hongyi was stunned, and then he said angrily, "Nonsense." Fortunately, regardless of the surprise of the Nanzhan cultivators, or the shock of the divine continent cultivators, the goddess of the path of nether spirits did not become an obstacle in the path of the Nanzhan cultivators. Unexpectedly, she passed the ninth formation smoothly, and arrived at the final formation of the worship Zen Mountain's 10 formations. The journey of 1,000 miles had finally come to the final stage. As long as they passed this formation, Nanzhan's path would be set in stone. Unfortunately, there was no joy in the hearts of the Nanzhan cultivators. Instead, they became even more silent and solemn. In the 10th formation, it was Song Guichan, the Taoist of the Song family, the divine son of the pure Yang path, Song Guichan, who was known as the most powerful person among the younger generation of the northern region below Yuanying. Song Guichan was publicly recognized as the most powerful person among the younger generation of the northern region below Yuanying. Even the arrogant Taoist of the talisman path, Xianxia, had never disagreed with him. Fangxing was already feeling a little weak when he fought with Xianxia, so how could he fight with this divine son of the pure Yang path, who was many times more powerful than Xianxia in the 10th formation? "You're finally here." A faint voice sounded in the 10th formation. At the same time, the clouds of the 10th formation suddenly surged, and all the formation doors were opened wide. Regardless of whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, everyone's vision and divine telekinesis were no longer obstructed by the clouds. They could clearly see everything that was happening in the 10th formation. There was no killing intent inside, only a stretch of auspicious clouds, and in the middle of the auspicious clouds, a Buddha. After the destruction of Buddhism, it was very difficult to see large and small temples and monks in the cultivation world. The last Buddhist holy land, the Spirit Mountain Temple, was also hidden in Nanzhan, and very few people from the temple came out. Thus, for many of the younger cultivators in the cultivation world, the Buddhist sect had even become an illusory legend. However, Fangxing was born in the mortal world, so he still remembered the Buddha statues and the temples he saw in the mortal world when he was a child. They had kind faces, floating in the world, sitting upright and motionless, as if they were in control of the void of the universe, unchanging since ancient times. Now, in the 10th formation, Song Guichan was like the Buddha statue he had seen in his childhood. From his appearance, Song Guichan was just a young man wearing a white robe, sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform that was faintly surrounded by red flames. He was like a great Buddha sitting in the void, motionless, his eyelids drooped, and the lines of his face were soft. He was not like Xiaochanghe, who was handsome like a blade, nor was he like Xia Linfuan, who was like an ancient person with a wide forehead and high cheekbones. Song Guichan's appearance was actually a bit ordinary, but the quiet and peaceful look between his eyebrows gave him a holy halo. This halo made people feel reverence and admiration when they saw him, and they involuntarily felt a sense of closeness. Although he didn't have any killing intent on his body, in front of him, no one could resist. Immortal style, holy face, king appearance, it was a very strange feeling. When the 10th formation opened, the pure young Taoist Song Guichan appeared in front of the younger generation of Nanzhan, but in their hearts, they didn't feel as if they were facing a great enemy. They knew that this person was the last obstacle to establishing the Tao in Nanzhan, and they knew that the Tao Defense Alliance that was used to deal with the cultivators of Nanzhan was established in his name, but they subconsciously didn't feel any hostility towards him. For a moment of silence, Song Guichan was like a god, sitting above the heads of the cultivators, as if he was being worshipped. Ah! Bah! As soon as Fang Xing saw Song Guichan, he didn't like him. He naturally looked down on people who relied on their faces to make a living. You are Song Ji? A loud shout awakened Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu, who had been suppressed by Song Guichan's Buddha-like aura. Fang Xing clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Song Guichan with an unfriendly expression, and said in a loud voice, "In the first few rounds, you played with the 9 energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, fiend, thunder, and life. What are you playing with in the last round? Do you think I'm just a glib talker? Song Ji?" In front of Song Guichan, the cultivators of Southai sect couldn't even think straight, but now they subconsciously thought about it. However, after thinking for a while, he immediately understood and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Song Guichan wasn't Song Guichan, right? He didn't know if the little devil really didn't know, or if he was deliberately giving people nicknames. However, the word Song Ji somehow made the pressure that Song Guichan felt in the hearts of the Nanzhan juniors lessen a bit. Swish, hearing this, Song Guichan, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of light in his deep, bottomless eyes. When he looked at them, the pressure on the heads of the Nanzhan cultivators seemed to have increased by nearly 100 times. The weaker ones among the Nanzhan cultivators didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They subconsciously lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him. I'll be the 10th round. If you defeat me, you can pass. Song Guichan spoke softly, but the meaning in his words was like a chariot rolling over the hearts of the Nanzhan juniors. Too arrogant. When Fang Xing first challenged the 10th round by himself, he was already extremely arrogant. But now that Song Guichan said that he was the 10th round, it instantly made people feel that he was inferior to Fang Xing. Was he going to stop all the Nanzhan juniors by himself? Even Fang Xing's eyes lit up. He sneered and said, "You're very arrogant, Song Ji." In the face of his ridicule, Song Guichan's eyes remained calm, and even his voice didn't fluctuate at all. He said indifferently, "It's not about arrogance, I just can't bear to see the killing. Fellow Taoist Feng, you broke through the first round, creating rivers of blood and killing countless people. Don't you have the slightest bit of mercy? This 10th round is the immortal slaughtering array. The junior brothers and junior sisters of the pure Yang sect and I control the power of chaos. Even if an immortal enters this array, he or she will die. I don't know how many of your Nanzhan and Zhuxiu have died in this array. I don't know how many of my pure Yang sect's disciples will die in this array. I can't bear to see this killing, so I intend to take the place of the 10th round. If you still have the slightest bit of mercy, why don't you follow me and send your junior brothers and junior sisters out of the array? We'll fight to determine the cause and effect of Nanzhan's establishment of Tao. What do you think?" A battle to determine the cause and effect. Fang Xing was secretly shocked when he heard that, but he smiled and said, "Are you willing to do that? There are so many of you." Song Guichan smiled faintly and didn't bother to explain. He just waved his sleeve and said softly, "Junior brother Mo, bring the disciples out of the array." "Yes, senior brother." A person behind Song Guichan replied respectfully. Along with the voice, a burly man appeared. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and his aura was overbearing and oppressive. He wasn't the only one who appeared. 5 people appeared in a row, and they were all distributed around Song Guichan. They were like 5 guardian Buddhas, floating in the air with high battle intent. They were the 5 direct disciples of the pure Yang sect. The pure Yang sect originally had 7 direct disciples, but He Lingzi was trapped in the Beast God Pavilion in the northern demon land and hadn't returned yet. Therefore, there were only 6 direct disciples in this array. Along with the appearance of these 5 people, there were hundreds of cultivators in the void. They had a majestic aura and clouds gathered. They were originally in this void, but they were covered by the Buddha light on Song Guichan's body. At this moment, Song Guichan withdrew his aura, and the group of Pure Yang sect disciples appeared. They all had arrogant expressions and looked down at the Nanzhan disciples. The pressure that this group of Pure Yang sect disciples gave to the Nanzhan disciples was more than 30% stronger than the talisman tool path. Currently, most of the Nanzhan disciples had experienced a fierce battle in the talisman tool path, and their strength was greatly reduced. If they encountered this group of Pure Yang sect disciples, they would suffer a great loss. However, no one expected that the moment this group of disciples appeared, it was Song Guichan who wanted them to leave the array. Whether it was real or fake, Song Guichan's action had indeed prevented a huge massacre. Otherwise, if the two sides were to fight, regardless of whether the juniors of Nanzhan won or lost, there would inevitably be a bloodbath between the juniors of Nanzhan and the disciples of Pure Yang sect. There was no doubt that the Pure Yang sect disciples were at a disadvantage because the strength of the Pure Yang sect disciples, coupled with the power of the 10th array, was undoubtedly much stronger than the juniors of Nanzhan. In order to avoid excessive massacre, Song Guichan sent the disciples of Pure Yang sect out of the array, and then opened the array door to settle the karma with Feng Xing. However, he had given up many advantages. Seeing this scene, the juniors of Nanzhan also looked at Feng Xing. The disciples of Pure Yang sect had already left the array, and it was time for the juniors of Nanzhan to leave. However, they were still waiting for Feng Xing's next words. For them, the original intention of entering the array was to send Feng Xing to the 10th array and meet Song Guichan. As for challenging Song Guichan, this bold idea was really not something that anyone could come up with. However, when all the juniors of Nanzhan were looking at Feng Xing, he just strolled around as if nothing had happened and did not say a word. When the disciples of Pure Yang sect had left the array, he finally laughed and said to Song Guichan, "Zhizhi Song, I have misjudged you. You actually dared to block the path of the juniors of Nanzhan all by yourself. Whether you win or lose, you have guts." When these words were said, a few juniors of Nanzhan were a little surprised and turned to look at him. "That's not right. He sent the disciples of Pure Yang sect out of the array because he wants to fight with you to settle the karma." However, before this thought could fade away, the grinning Feng Xing suddenly frowned and took a step forward. He clenched his fingers into a fist and swung it downwards. The sky suddenly changed and a dark cloud suddenly condensed in the sky. As Feng Xing clenched his fingers, dazzling lightning poured down from the sky and instantly enveloped Song Guichan. "Fellow Feng, do you really not care about the lives of the juniors of Nanzhan?" Song Guichan placed his right palm in front of his chest. His thumb and index finger formed a circle, and his other 3 fingers were vertical. Buddhist light immediately soared into the sky from his body, blocking all the lightning that was descending from the sky. During this process, his voice did not tremble at all. "If you really care about your life, why didn't you do it earlier?" Feng Xing shouted. Seeing that his lightning technique could not break through Song Guichan's Buddhist light, he simply rushed forward. "It's your business if you like to pretend, but I'm here to break through the array, not to pretend to be a monk." Feng Xing's figure moved like lightning. At the same time, he did not forget to turn back and shout at the juniors of Nanzhan, "Let's attack him together." With a loud bang, his palm energy collided with Song Guichan's and they fought fiercely. However, the juniors of Nanzhan were still looking at each other and did not know how to react. Even if they did, they were a little hesitant. They could not help but think, "This is not good, that's the logic of things. Even I, a member of the demon race, came here to risk my life for you. Why do you all care about your lives so much? What the Pure Yang sect does is their business. We only have one goal, and that is to break the 10th array formation. If the Pure Yang sect guards the array formation, we will lose to them. If Song Guichan guards the array formation, we will lose to Song Guichan. If you care about your lives, you shouldn't have come in just now." The great golden crow turned its huge head and sneered. Then, it spread its wings and was about to pounce. "That's true. It doesn't matter if the disciples of the Pure Yang sect are here or not. Anyway, I don't plan to retreat," Li Ying chuckled. His body was surrounded by ghost energy. He shouted and was ready to attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures rushed out first. One was Han Ning who was holding a spear, and the other was Wan Qiong who was controlling the wind and fire wheels. The 2 youngsters from the western desert had one thing in common: they did not talk nonsense. Aya, they got ahead of me again. Li Ying let out a strange cry and followed closely behind them. This is too shameless. After Qinyang Daozi left the 10th formation, he was waiting for the Nanzhan disciples to leave as well. However, when he turned around, he saw them rushing towards senior brother Song Guichan. He was furious. He didn't expect that this group of Nanzhan cultivators, or rather, the leader of the Nanzhan cultivators, Fang Xing, would use such a shameless method to play tricks. Did they really not care about shame at all? Some of the hot-tempered Qinyang Daozi shouted angrily and immediately rushed back into the formation. However, the pure Yang Path true disciple in a black robe waved his hand to stop the group of true disciples and said in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive. We have already left the 10th formation. According to the rules, we can't go back." A pure Yang Path disciple was indignant and shouted angrily, "Then are we just going to watch them attack senior brother Song?" Senior brother Mo said lightly, "With their abilities, they are not qualified to attack senior brother Song. They are just going to die in vain." Although he said it calmly, there was a hint of worry in his eyes, as if he was a little nervous. This group of Nanzhan wild cultivators didn't take the bait? He muttered in his heart. He frowned and glanced at the 10th formation. "I don't want to kill too many people. Why are you so stubborn?" Inside the 10th formation, Song Guichan didn't panic at all when he faced the attacks of the Nanzhan disciples. He just sighed softly and a hint of mercy appeared on his face. He slowly raised his palms. His movements were simple and slow, with an indescribable zen intent. He didn't move very fast, but his strength was vigorous like stirring water. He slowly pressed his palms against a spot in front of his chest, like a Buddhist seal or a Tao spell. Swoosh, Han Ying, who was riding on the heaven-striding horse, charged over violently. He held the long spear with both hands, and with a forceful twist, the long spear suddenly began to spin rapidly. The tip of the spear drew a terrifying circle, and even the void was shattered. It looked like a terrifying black lightning appeared in front of his long spear. It was only a spear strike, but under such a huge force, its power increased by more than 100 times. If I have the chance, I'll definitely defeat him. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my position as the leader of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert. Wang Qiong, whose speed was slightly slower than him, instantly frowned slightly when she saw the spear. 2 of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert had already died. As a proud daughter of the heavens, she had never cared about Han Ying. However, after seeing this spear, she felt a bit of fear. Back in Nanzhan, Han Ying had been born into a declining aristocratic clan, which lacked resources. She had never been a threat to her. However, after coming to the Divine Prefecture and joining the Heaven Bestowal Dao, in a short 4 years, she had advanced by leaps and bounds. Boom! Han Ying's spear swept towards Song Guichan, who was sitting cross-legged on the Void Lotus throne. Before the tip of the spear arrived, the lightning had already arrived. However, in the face of such a powerful spear attack, Song Guichan did not seem to have any intention of getting up. He simply shouted, "Golden body!" At the same time, a hand reached out and reached into the black lightning. This kind of black lightning was actually a crack formed after the void shattered. It had an extremely terrifying destructive power, and even the hardest dark steel would be shattered into pieces. However, Song Guichan's fair and delicate hand reached into the crack. However, when his hand reached into the black lightning, a faint golden light appeared. It was as if his body of flesh and blood had instantly turned into an indestructible metal and stone. The black lightning splashed on his palm and arm, but it didn't hurt him at all. Instead, he grabbed the tip of the spear. The spear that contained an indescribably violent power suddenly stopped the moment the tip of the spear was grabbed by him. It did not move at all. "Let go." This scene caused Han Ying to be somewhat shocked. Soon after, a trace of anger appeared on his thin face. His body followed his spear and stepped forward. Song Guichan sat cross-legged on the Void Lotus throne and did not move at all. He gently clapped his hand and the spear in Han Ying's hand suddenly turned into a poisonous dragon that tried to devour its owner. Han Ying was shocked and did not have time to step forward. He used all his strength to control the spear and was sent flying back involuntarily. He only stopped after retreating for almost 100 feet. Then, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Lie down." Just as Song Guichan reached out to grab the tip of Han Ying's spear, Wang Qiong had already arrived. She took the opportunity to pounce on the other side of Song Guichan. Her two wheels collided with each other and produced a terrifying power. It was as if she wanted to crush Song Guichan's left arm with a single strike. Song Guichan raised his left hand and formed a Buddhist lion seal. He lightly tapped it in the air and a translucent lion seal appeared in the air. Wang Qiong's attack was timed precisely, but it only reached the bottom of the lion seal. A shout that was mixed with anger and unwillingness rang out. He could only use his two wheels to block it. However, under the suppression of the lion seal, Wang Qiong's wind and fire wheels emitted an unpleasant sound of metal grinding against each other. This proud and arrogant girl was also forcibly suppressed by the seal, and her two arms continuously trembled. "Senior brother Song, I would like to learn from you." An extremely calm voice sounded behind Song Guichan. It was Li Hongyi. Her movement technique was like a ghost, and she had appeared behind Song Guichan without him noticing. She held the skeleton scepter in her hand and pointed it at the back of Song Guichan's head. A ferocious ghost face appeared on the tip of the scepter, and endless miserable screams could be heard. A cloud of black ink aura condensed into a sharp point, as if it was going to enter Song Guichan's body. Demonic unorthodox Tao. At this moment, Song Guichan's eyes flashed. He clearly did not turn around, but a palm suddenly slapped behind him. It was as fast as lightning, but it was mixed with indescribable power. Li Hongyi was shocked and could only raise the skeleton scepter in front of her to block. Song Guichan's palm slapped down directly. With a crack, the scepter broke, and the palm slapped directly on her chest. Puff, Li Hongyi spat out blood and her body fell like a paper kite. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. "You dare to hit my sister?" A strange and angry voice was heard. Li Ying had finally arrived. Seeing this, he was so angry that his ugly face twisted. Then, his expression changed, and ghostly qi surged out from his body, turning into a ferocious ghost. He stretched out two sharp claws and bit at Song Guichan, but before he could bite Song Guichan's shoulder, a golden hand suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed his neck, lifting him in the air. "Wah, wah," Li Ying let out a shrill ghost cry. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. The ghost qi was extremely terrifying. It had the ability to contaminate the golden core body. Although he didn't bite Song Guichan, the ghost qi spread up Song Guichan's arm. In an instant, Song Guichan's golden body seemed to be withering. Demonic unorthodox Tao. Looking at his arm, Song Guichan frowned and scolded coldly again. At the same time, his body suddenly emitted a golden light. This light was like the light of a pill, but it had a strange change. It was not sharp and violent like the light of a pill, but gentle and sacred. When this light appeared, Li Ying's ghostly energy was blocked by the golden light. It no longer flowed into Song Guichan's body, but after a moment of delay, it quickly flowed back into Li Ying's body. "You're living in such pain. Why don't you let me help you?" Song Guichan said indifferently. Then, he tightened his arm and was about to tear Li Ying's neck. "Let go. Let go of him." At this moment, two shouts rang out. Yumi Kuang and Hong Yan Fairy had rushed over. When they saw that Li Ying was in danger of losing his life, although they usually did not have a deep relationship with this little ghost king, how could they not save him now that they had charged into the formation together? In a hurry, Yumi Kuang turned into a 10 feet tall wolf demon. Hong Yan Fairy made a strange hand seal and the green vines in the void expanded and wrapped around Song Guichan on the lotus platform. Fa. Song Guichan still had that calm look on his face as he spoke in a low voice. His words were like the law. As soon as he shouted these two words, thunder appeared in the air and spread in all directions. Rumble, Yumi Kuang let out a mournful howl as his huge body was sent flying dozens of feet away. He twitched on the ground and turned back into his human form. Hong Yan Fairy's green vines also shattered bit by bit and turned into dust that fell from the sky. However, a very surprising scene appeared. The Fairy of Red Beauty was not sent flying by the Dharma Thunder. When the terrifying Dharma Thunder struck her, a talisman on her body automatically broke and helped her to resist the attack. She took advantage of this moment to slowly raise her head and look at Song Guichan with an indescribable laziness in her eyes. Devastatingly beautiful beauty, the unique secret technique that the three bewitching fairies of the northern divine mountain practiced, mind seizing, was used at this moment. At this moment, Song Guichan also looked at Hong Yen Fairy. He seemed to be a little surprised that this woman was not sent flying by the Fa. Then, his eyes met with Hong Yen Fairy's, and an indescribable flame was ignited in his heart and erupted like a volcano. This flame was so uncontrollable that it even affected the circulation of the spiritual power in his body, causing the power of his technique to be weakened. This scene was like a devastatingly beautiful demon pouting coquettishly at the Buddha, luring the Buddha to fall to the ground. However, this scene only lasted for a moment. After a moment of surprise, Song Guichan relaxed his brows and smiled. He was like Buddha picking up a flower, full of boundless compassion. The seductive woman was immediately dumbfounded. Her illusionary technique had failed, and her opponent had taken advantage of her weakness, causing her to lose focus. At this moment, a look of enlightenment appeared on her face, and tears welled up in her eyes as she kowtowed to Song Guichan. An illusion technique had defeated an illusion technique, and Buddha had subdued the bewitching fairy. In just a few seconds, among the younger generation of Nanzhan, Han Ying was forced to retreat, Wang Qiong was suppressed, Li Hongyi was seriously injured, Yumi Kuang's fate was unknown, Li Ying's life was hanging by a thread, Hong Yen Fairy had been subdued, and the few outstanding people had all been defeated. The rest of the people did not dare to step forward. This is the number one person in the northern region after Yuan Ying. How terrifying is he? Even those who had not made a move were now as if they had been defeated. They no longer had any thoughts of resisting. So many people had attacked together, but they were not able to force this person to stand up from the lotus platform. How strong was this pure Yang Path's divine son? Stop pretending to be mysterious, I'll kill you. Just when Song Guichan calmly attacked and intimidated the South Site Sect's juniors to the point that they lost all will to resist, Fang Xing shouted and attacked. After provoking the juniors of the Nanzhan sect to attack Song Guichan, he only slashed at him twice from afar and didn't attack him again. Instead, he shouted and cheered while watching coldly from the sidelines. At this moment, Song Guichan defeated the geniuses of the Nanzhan sect in a few breaths of time and scared the cultivators of the Nanzhan sect out of their wits. Only then did he finally rush forward and slash at Song Guichan. After all, he had no choice but to kill Li Ying. Song Guichan really wanted to kill Li Ying. Li Ying was his brother. How could he watch him be torn to pieces by someone else? This slash was like a monstrous sea of blood. Fang Xingzhan was using the blood guzzler saber. The greatest characteristic of this saber was that when it killed someone, it would also kill their soul. Furthermore, it would extract the blood and qi of the living person and store it in the saber. When fighting against an enemy, the blood and qi of the saber could unleash an abnormally terrifying power. Simply put, the more people it killed, the stronger the saber would be. The more powerful enemies it killed, the stronger the saber would be. Fang Xing had made it all the way from the first formation to the 10th formation. How many powerful figures of the divine continent of the northern region had he killed? He couldn't even count them himself. At this moment, the violent blood energy contained in the bloodthirsty manic saber had reached a terrifying peak. At this moment, Fang Xing attacked with his saber and unleashed all the blood qi in the saber. The monstrous blood energy blotted out the sky and the primordial world was filled with ghostly figures. Under Fang Xing's control and the violent blood energy, this saber could be said to have the power to kill Yuanying cultivators. What's more, this saber wasn't aimed at Song Guichan but at the lotus platform he was sitting on. It was a purplish gold lotus platform that was emitting red karmic fire. Boom! 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 The sea of blood in the sky continuously turned into horrifying saber qi that rampaged in the air. Space shattered and engulfed Song Guichan. At this time, Song Guichan, who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne like a real Buddha, also changed his expression. He could no longer sit still. He flew up in a flash, waved his hand, and threw away Li Ying. At the same time, he turned his hand and put away the lotus throne. His figure retreated 1,000 meters in an instant. This speed was not slow, but the blood-colored saber intent that Fang Xing waved chased closely like a bone-eating maggot. True immeasurable Buddha. Facing the monstrous blood-red saber intent, Song Guichan's words were like spring thunder. At the same time, he raised his hands, put them together in the air, and chanted sutras. From his green sleeves, a red shadow flew out and turned into a Xianxia that emitted rays of purplish golden light. It grew taller and taller in the air like a huge wall, blocking the sea of blood outside. As the sea of blood grew taller, the Xianxia grew taller. At this moment, the younger generation of Nanzhan had already supported each other and hid at the edge of the formation. They looked at this scene in horror. On one side was the sacred Buddhist light, and on the other side was the monstrous sea of blood. This scene was simply like the legendary battle of Buddha subduing demons. Chi, this scene did not last for long. The saber intent of Feng Xing's saber sword and cut the Xianxia that flew out of Song Guichan's sleeve into pieces. Then, the powerful saber intent surged toward Song Guichan like a tidal wave and drowned him. After a long time, the blood intent gradually disappeared, and Song Guichan's figure finally appeared. His body was shining with a golden light, and his body was like golden stone. His robe was torn in many places, but his attitude was as calm and peaceful as ever. He was even merciful, there was not a single wound on his body. That frightening saber strike did not injure him at all. The hearts of the younger generation of Nanzhan were half frozen at this moment. Even if it was such a terrifying slash, could it only force his lotus platform to rise? How strong is this Chunyang Daozi, facing such an opponent? What Dao is there? As long as he is here, there is no hope for the younger generation of Nanzhan to rise. However, just when they were shocked and speechless in their hearts, Feng Xing's cold laughter resounded. "Governor Song, you're really something." Song Guichan was expressionless. He put his palms together in the void and said in a deep voice, "Good weapon." From what he said, it was obvious that he was praising Feng Xing's bloodthirsty saber intent, but he did not think highly of Feng Xing's skill. On the other hand, Feng Xing roared with laughter as well and said, "Stop putting on an act. Do you really think this young master can't discern that most of your ability is on that lotus platform? May I ask where you got that treasure from? Buddhist ruins? Or the spoils of war from destroying Buddhism? Sitting on the lotus platform and controlling the karmic fire of the red lotus for your own use, the lotus platform will not move, but your dharmic powers will be endless. Furthermore, your mind will be clear, and your casting speed will increase by at least 3 times. If it wasn't for this treasure, how would you have the ability to defeat my people?" Lotus platform. Feng Xing's words caused the younger generation of Nanzhan to be slightly stunned, and they looked at Song Guichan in confusion. At this moment, Song Guichan's robe was torn and was recovering. He stood in the void, and although he still looked like a sage, he was forced out of the lotus platform by Feng Xing's saber intent, so he was no longer as sacred and untouchable as before. Moreover, the problem that Feng Xing pointed out also gave this group of people some hope again. Could it be that Song Guichan had borrowed the power of the lotus platform to possess such terrifying strength? Could it be that he was able to easily defeat the top prodigies of the younger generation of Nanzhan sect just by sitting there with his legs crossed? There was a huge difference between them. Everyone says that you are the divine son of Pure Yang sect who is invincible below Yuanying, but I think you are a big liar. Feng Xing struck while the iron was hot and shouted loudly, "What kind of benevolent heart and can't bear to kill? You broke the formation and sent the disciples of Pure Yang sect out of the formation? That's all nonsense. You simply think that the lotus platform is a Buddhist treasure that is rooted in the void. If the lotus platform does not move, it can attract the power of heaven and earth. However, if the 10th formation is activated, the spiritual power will gather and the void will become chaotic, causing a conflict between the power of the lotus platform and the formation. To you, the best scenario is to leave you alone in the formation." Luckily, I didn't believe you. These words immediately caused another wave of astonishment. The younger generation of Nanzhan no longer looked at Song Guichan with reverence, but anger and hatred. Scheming at every step and scheming at every step, this Chunyang Daozi was too sinister. It was the exact opposite of his benevolent appearance. If Feng Xing had not seen through him, the disciples of Nanzhan would have lost their Dao hearts after this battle. If Feng Xing had really believed his words when they first entered the formation and let the disciples of Nanzhan leave the 10th formation, they would have suffered a great loss. Moreover, they would not be able to say anything after suffering a loss. Who would believe him after this? He is indeed the top genius of the younger generation in the northern region. His scheming is really amazing. The younger generation of Nanzhan also gathered together and looked at Song Guichan unkindly. Someone sneered and ridiculed him. Let's attack together and kill the top genius below Yuanying in the northern region. Someone even shouted with a murderous aura. He could no longer hold back his battle intent. Compared to the despair in their hearts just now, the fighting intent in the hearts of the younger generation of Nanzhan had been aroused, and their dispirited aura had been swept away. Fang Xing stopped talking, lowered his head, and chuckled inconspicuously. At this moment, Song Guichan's expression was still calm. When he was loudly scolded and exposed by Fang Xing, he only gently waved his sleeves in the wind, and his body was as still as a mountain. He did not refute at all. After a long time, when the killing intent of the juniors in Nanzhan almost rose to the peak, he slowly raised his head and said indifferently, although I have faded with the Buddhism sect, I am still a disciple of the Tao sect after all. You only said that I sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and borrowed the karma of the Buddhism sect, but did you not remember that I became famous in several battles, and all of them were because of my core formation 7 techniques and many great techniques? 7 core formation techniques. These 4 short words immediately made Zhu Xiu's heart sink. 7 techniques. This meant that Song Guichan might be proficient in 7 great techniques. When he thought that Song Guichan might have so many trump cards, Zhu Xiu's aura couldn't help but stagnate slightly. However, Fang Xing's loud laughter soon rang out. 7 techniques my *s, I still have 8 techniques. You can see it from the 8th formation. The number of techniques that one has formed is not the only standard to measure one's strength. It can at most represent one's potential. If you really have such great strength, why did you use a lousy lotus platform to fool people? Wouldn't it be better to just directly suppress us? After saying that, he turned his head and shouted, he is trying to play tricks again. Brothers, let's go and beat him up. As he shouted, he was the first to attack. A pair of golden wings appeared in the sky, and golden feather swords covered the sky and earth as they swept over. Nanzhan, Wang Qiong, today, I will experience the true strength of the number 1 genius of the northern region. Wang Qiong's eyes were almost bloodshot with anger. Her wind and fire wheels crushed toward Song Guichan. The other Nanzhan cultivators also unleashed their techniques and artifacts, forming a violent storm that attacked Song Guichan. This time, their attacks were even more powerful than before, and it could be said that they were filled with murderous intent. Ka, the great golden crow cawed and also scuttled over from the side, wanting to join in the fun. However, Fang Xing grabbed it and said in a low voice, don't rush, that kid is very powerful. Don't let him tear you apart. The great golden crow was slightly taken aback. Didn't you say that he was just a liar? Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, I was just lying to them. The great golden crow choked and was somewhat speechless. Fang Xing sneakily looked around and said, stop talking nonsense. This group of people is not really useless. If they fight with boldness, they can still hold back that cicada for a period of time. Hurry up and set up a large formation in the surroundings. This B** starred has removed the large formation. It doesn't matter, we can reverse the situation and then suppress him. Big Gold had a strange look in his eyes. After a long time, he looked at Fang Xing and said, you are too shameless. However, he immediately went to set up the formation. He laughed and said, but I, Big Jean, really like it. Even if Fang Xing didn't have the yin-yang fiend mirror, he could tell that something was wrong with Song Guichan. To put it simply, Song Guichan was too domineering. He sat still and calmly, defeated Han Ning, Wang Zhenqiong, injured Li Hongyi, captured Ghost Child, defeated Yumi Kuang, and subdued Hong Yen Fairy. His various methods were earth-shattering. He was just too *king arrogant. Everyone else was shocked by the pure young immortal prince's heaven-defying methods, but Fang Xing subconsciously felt that something was wrong. He felt that Song Guichan shouldn't be so powerful. He had always been bold and wouldn't be scared so easily. Therefore, when he saw Song Guichan's terrifying methods, he subconsciously thought that Song Guichan must have borrowed some external force. Under such circumstances, it wasn't difficult to see the magical effect of the Hellfire Lotus platform after careful observation. After all, Fang Xing had once owned a lotus treasure, so he had a certain understanding of Buddhist secret treasures. However, although he had seen through the Hellfire Lotus platform's help to Song Guichan, what he said just now wasn't entirely true. At the very least, he deliberately added some oil to the fire before saying it. There was nothing he could do about it. The juniors of Nanzhan were already scared out of their wits. If he didn't say something to smear Song Guichan's name, these bastards wouldn't even have the guts to attack him. Wouldn't he suffer a great loss then? Now that he had angered the juniors of Nanzhan with a few words, he hurriedly discussed with the Great Golden Crow about how to deal with them. The Great Golden Crow had learned array techniques from Uncle Jan, so he was quite good at setting up array formations. Feng Xing had quite a number of powerful array flags in his hands, so he immediately gave them to the Great Golden Crow and asked it to set up the array formation. Then, he flew into the air with his bloodthirsty manic saber and carefully watched the juniors of Nanzhan fighting Song Guichan. While observing, he was waiting for an opportunity to sneak an attack. However, he was inexplicably shocked when he saw what was happening. Now that Song Guichan had put away his lotus platform, it could be said that he had revealed his true strength. This was even more shocking. Nanzhan and the other juniors attacked together. Since they had suffered a loss earlier, they subconsciously became more careful and cooperated with each other. However, they still couldn't gain an advantage in front of Song Guichan. The divine prince of the pure Yang Dao sect wantonly unleashed his pill light as he unleashed many great techniques. The power was indescribably terrifying. He stood still in the air and no one could invade within a radius of 300 feet. Floating light sword prison. With a flick of his finger, a flying sword in the air suddenly multiplied into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and finally more than 200 flying swords appeared. They lined up in the air and gradually flew towards Han Ning, who was fighting with his spear. The sword light tore through the air, and the sharp sword aura wrapped around Han Ning like a cocoon. The space in which he was fighting with his spear became smaller and smaller, as if he was trapped in a sword prison. 102 wood ghosts. He raised his foot and stomped in the air, causing the void to tremble. A giant thorny tree grew up, and he just happened to be standing at the top of the tree. The thorny tree was still growing at a crazy speed. There were close to 100 branches, and a light blue flower bloomed, which then formed a flower bud. The flower bud finally shattered, and wooden puppets rolled out from within. They brandished iron thorns as weapons and charged forward. Li Ying, who was covered in ghost chi, was already entangled by the group of wooden puppets. He couldn't kill them all, and his ghost chi had little effect on the wooden puppets. He could only scream and fight with all his might, but he couldn't get away at all. Furious waves slapping snow. Waves appeared in the air, sweeping across the sky and suppressing Wan Qiong's wind and fire wheels. Golden Buddha flame. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden flame, forcing Li Hongyi, who was still attacking with his injured body, to retreat. Eternal suppression of evil. A huge mountain fell from the sky and crushed 2 Nanzhan cultivators who couldn't dodge in time. Thunder-slaying demon. Mixed elements chi. Buddhist lion roar. Even Feng Xing was a little dazzled by this fierce battle. Feng Xing had thought that since Song Guichan had formed the 7 elixir techniques, he might have 7 great divine powers. Feng Xing had wanted to figure out the foundation of his 7 great divine powers before going up against him. However, now that he looked at it, he realized that there were no 7 great divine powers at all. This divine son of the pure Yang sect was wantonly using all kinds of spells. They were all extremely powerful and mysterious. Every time he attacked, there was no repetition. How many divine arts does he know? I've miscalculated. I wanted to find out more about his divine powers, but I ended up getting confused. I don't believe that you know everything. Have a taste of my skills. Seeing that Nanzhan's junior was being suppressed by Song Guichan to the point of suffocation, he felt a little annoyed and roared as he attacked. Great Sword Demon Technique. He clapped his hand and a ball of black light appeared in his palm. Then, with a spin, sharp black light shot out. Inside each black light was the shape of a giant black sword, carrying an indescribable demonic intent and sword chi. The sword prison that trapped Han Ning was immediately shattered by the black light, and the power of the Great Sword Demon Technique did not stop there. It surged toward Song Guichan. Green Pine Law. After using the Great Sword Devil Art, Feng Xing took out the wood elemental magical treasure he had taken from Venerable Wood in the 4th formation. He poured the wood wool from his core into it, and pine needles fell from the Dharma ground pine. Each pine needle transformed into a green humanoid puppet that moved according to Feng Xing's will. Murderous intent surged out of them as they charged toward the wood ghosts that were trapping Li Ying. They fought fiercely. Rain summoning technique. Song Guichan spat into the air, but it formed a dark cloud above his head. After a few breaths, it started raining. So disgusting, the great golden crow let out a strange cry, his face full of disdain. I didn't pee, and he's already giving me face. Fang Xing rolled his eyes, and then he slapped his palm fiercely towards the space in front of him. In an instant, a strand of fire will slithered towards Song Guichan like a spirit snake from the point his palm came into contact with, and then it split into two into four. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into numerous terrifyingly powerful flaming chains that crisscrossed and sealed off the space around Song Guichan, and it was like a prison of flames had been set up. True flames of the Fox God. Will of the Pilgrimage Mountain. Great lightning summoning technique. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Xing roared again and charged into the sky. He took a step forward, and the shadow of a towering mountain appeared, pressing down on Song Guichan's head. That was not all. He clenched his fist, and 9 dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the dark clouds. It was the secret lightning technique of the Dragon Clan. It descended from the sky with the aura of a heavenly tribulation, striking toward Song Guichan. It's so nice to have someone holding me back. After launching so many attacks in an instant, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't for the group of Nanzhang cultivators holding Song Guichan back, it wouldn't have been easy for him to launch so many attacks. However, it wasn't over yet. After launching so many attacks, he let out a sinister laugh, and a large flag appeared in his hand. The flag had a circumference of 3 feet, and it was green in color. There were runes manifesting and unfolding in the air. It was the Great Wind flag that was taken from the 6th formation. When the flag was unfolded, it could even trap a golden core Mahayana cultivator. He exerted strength in his arms and held the flagpole. He activated the primordial death chi and used the wind power of the Great Wind flag to launch the flag. For a moment, the sky turned dark, and a chilly wind blew, tearing the clouds apart. The bright world turned into the netherworld. In the strong wind, anyone would be caught by the primordial death chi, and it was difficult to avoid the fate of having their divine soul pulled away by the primordial death chi. Just now, Fang Xing launched many attacks. One was to suppress Song Guichan, so that he had no time to dodge, and the other was to clear the area so that he could use this technique to his heart's content. Great Mahakala technique. Fang Xing secretly called out the name of this technique, and then looked at Song Guichan with a gloomy gaze. Bastard, if I can't deal with you with this technique, I'll call you Grandpa. At this moment, Song Guichan's face was full of seriousness. His spiritual energy surged, and a 5-colored halo appeared behind him. He was no longer standing still. He used the astral steps and made 9 seals at the same time. Then, he put his hands together in front of his chest and smiled faintly. Flames began to flash around him. Just when Fang Xing's attacks were about to land on him, a clear and distant bird cry suddenly sounded in the void. Then, a peacock made of flame soared into the sky. The peacock was the manifestation of the fire will around Song Guichan. Its body was 300 feet in size. Although it was covered in flames, it was vivid and lifelike. Its divine power was terrifying. It flapped its wings in the air and dispersed the black light of the sword demon that Fang Xing was controlling. Then, it circled in the air and crushed the chains formed by the divine flames. Finally, it rushed up and held up the pilgrimage mountain that was descending from the sky. The peacock was the mother of Buddha, and it was the guardian spirit beast of Buddhism in the past. It was as famous as the Rock Clan. The fire technique was originally the most proficient technique of the Pure Yang path. Song Guichan had surprisingly combined the fire will with his Buddhist path's opportunity and created such a terrifying sacred fire spirit beast. It was like a clone of him, and its power was indescribable. A huge peacock held up the pilgrimage mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Song Guichan's figure was elegant. His sleeves fluttered, and his robe fluttered in the strange wind caused by the Great Wind flag. In the endless wind, the primordial death aura had already begun to wrap around Song Guichan's body. However, this Pure Yang path's Taoist wore a smile on his face as he floated along with the wind. He gently and leisurely spat out 4 words, Sleeve Universe. A pair of large sleeves unfurled in the wind, looking like two unfathomably deep pockets. All the wind in the sky was sucked into his sleeves. After a long while, the sky became quiet, and the world was still clear. Fangxing's banner unfurled, turning the world into darkness. However, Song Guichan used his sleeves to withdraw the wind, and then turned the world of darkness into day. This repeated process was very frightening. Even Fangxing was stunned. He stood on the spot and was speechless for a long time. Fellow Fang, you are indeed talented. If you manage to cultivate the true meaning of the great technique, I'm afraid I won't be your opponent. However, you have only cultivated for a short period of time and are not proficient in spells. You can't beat me with brute force. Why don't you admit defeat? Song Guichan put his hands behind his back and said indifferently with a calm expression. Fangxing blinked and said with a wry smile, Sir, how many spells do you know? While a fierce battle was going on in the 10th formation, a golden carriage pulled by 8 terrifying beasts slowly arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, there were many people rushing to the pilgrimage mountain. After all, the news had spread, and many people wanted to witness this grand event. Whether it was Nanzhan establishing the Tao or Bei Sandao stopping Nanzhan from establishing the Tao, it would affect the fate of countless cultivators. Some people had arrived early, but there were also people who arrived one after another. They were all riding on divine lights. Some arrived quietly, and some arrived with great momentum. The carriage was not eye-catching, but there was a huge black flag emitting an indescribably strange aura on the carriage, which attracted the attention of others. The golden carriage found a secluded place and stopped. A man in a light yellow robe alighted from the carriage. He had a majestic figure, and his golden core cultivation base was shocking. The man tidied his clothes and looked at the pilgrimage mountain. The 2 path masters of the Pure Yang path and the Spirit of Yin path were sitting cross-legged. A smile appeared on his face, and he walked over. The Pure Yang path master, who was sitting cross-legged at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, sensed something. He suddenly looked away from the mountain and turned to look at the man. Huangfu Zizhu is here to greet the 2 seniors on the orders of my ancestor. The man came to the front of the Pure Yang Pathmaster and bowed to him. Then, he presented a letter with both hands. The Pure Yang Pathmaster did not look surprised. He took the letter and scanned it, then raised his head to look at the man. The man bowed again with a respectful expression. The Pure Yang Pathmaster was expressionless. After a long time, he said, How long have you been in China? The man said in a low voice, I dare not lie to you, senior. I came to China 2 months ago. The Pure Yang Pathmaster said, Then why did you only come to me now? The man smiled apologetically and said respectfully, I hope senior can forgive me for my lack of manners. The Pure Yang Pathmaster was silent for a long time. He turned to look at the Spirit of Yin Pathmaster, then sighed softly and said, Gui Chan is well versed in the Taoist scriptures and has a clear Taoist heart. He is now only 126 years old and has a golden core 8 refinement stage cultivation base, but his understanding of the Taoist scriptures and the vast array of spells has long surpassed that of an ordinary Yuanying. At this point, his eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at the man coldly and said, Even I will ask for Gui Chan's help when I'm trying to understand a certain spell. Every time he has an insight, I will look favorably upon him. That little devil has broken through 9 arrays in a row. His abilities are indeed extraordinary. Even in the North region, he is considered a divine son. However, when it comes to fighting with Gui Chan, do you really think he can pass the 10th round? Pathmaster, you don't have to say any more. I also understand that no matter how capable that little devil is, it's impossible for him to pass the 10th round. Therefore, I did not expect to establish my Tao through him breaking through the arrays. In fact, before I came to China, the 5th patriarch of the Huangfu family had already warned me not to have any wishful thinking after coming to China. As for establishing my Tao, I will do as you wish. He also said that on account of your old friendship, you will not disappoint me. The man had a respectful expression as he cupped his hands and smiled. Very well. It seems like you know what to do. Then, I won't say anything unnecessary. The Pure Yang sect master was silent for a while, then suddenly said coldly, Your Huangfu family is bent on becoming the master of Nanzhan and has been scheming all along. This time, you were clearly sent to China long ago for establishing your Tao, but you are not in a hurry to see me. You must be waiting for the other forces to be helpless before coming to discuss establishing your Tao with us, right? This way, the entire Nanzhan orthodoxy will owe your Huangfu family a favor and follow your Huangfu family's lead. At that time, even if your Huangfu family is not the emperor of the Nanzhan cultivation world, you are not far from it. Huangfu Zizhu did not answer. He only chuckled, but seemed to tacitly agree with the Pure Yang sect master's words. The Pure Yang sect master did not wait for his reply. He scoffed coldly and said, "If this little devil did not appear to disrupt the situation, I would have turned a blind eye on the account of my friendship with the fifth patriarch of the Huangfu family back then and the conditions written in this letter. But now, this little devil has broken through 9 arrays in a row and committed the sin of killing for no reason. Even the talisman tool's Taoist died in his hands. In such a situation, do you still think that I will cooperate with your Huangfu family to play such dirty tricks? If you want to establish your Tao, you should first ask my northern region's Xu Xiao." His voice was extremely cold and contained hidden anger, but this Huangfu Zizhu was not afraid. He laughed softly and said, "Sect master, you are wrong. Actually, there is no need for me to say more. I believe you also know that Nanzhan's establishment of his Tao is a must. Breaking through 10 arrays, lighting an incense stick, and establishing his Tao in the northern region are the rules, but above these rules, there is also the alliance of the 9 heavens. That is the biggest rule in this world." Before everyone knew about Nanzhan's establishment of his Tao, perhaps it was not a big deal, but now, that little dog has broken through 9 arrays by himself. Whether he wins or loses in the 10th array, he is destined to be famous in the world. Nanzhan's establishment of his Tao is also destined to attract attention from everywhere. It will not be easy to stop Nanzhan's establishment of his Tao. If it causes some old saint to be dissatisfied and personally ask about it, it will be even more troublesome. The Spirit Path sect master suddenly said sinisterly, "Are you trying to say that Nanzhan's establishment of his Tao is no longer up to us to decide?" The man hurriedly bowed and said fearfully, "I don't dare." He said he didn't dare, but he followed it with silence. Clearly, he had this intention. The Pure Yang Path sect master and the Spirit Path sect master also did not speak for a long time. In reality, they also knew in their hearts that this person was not wrong. In the beginning, the two of them did not want to release the news of Nanzhan's establishment of his Tao because of this concern. It was just that the development of the matter later was beyond their grasp. Now that the news had spread, and that Junior Nanzhan had broken through the arrays by himself, even if he lost in the last array, his magnificent feat of breaking through the 9 arrays was destined to make him famous in the world. When the news spread, it would definitely attract even more attention. Huangfu Zizhu was silent for a while. Seeing that the Pure Yang Path sect master and the Spirit Path sect master did not speak, he had a plan in his heart. He laughed softly and said, "Moreover, although that little devil has slaughtered too many and is murderous like a demon, he still followed the rules of the pilgrimage mountain when he broke through the arrays. If the two of you wanted to kill him, it would naturally be as easy as turning over your hands. However, to the two of you, and even the Talisman Weapon Path sect master, attacking him without any reason is not beneficial to your reputation, right? Haha, once the news of him breaking through the arrays spreads, this puppy might even attract the attention of the old saint. In addition, the dragon god favors this child. If he intends to help, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill this child. Moreover, this child has the Yuan family's talisman. I'm sure the two of you have heard of it. No one knows if this Yuan family's talisman is real or not, but one thing is certain. Whether he is a descendant of the Yuan family or not, since he has the Yuan family's talisman on him, the Yuan family will not ignore it. Perhaps the Yuan family has already received the news and is rushing here from the central region. Although this news has been secretly spread by the Dragon God and the fellow Taoists from the Lingqiao sect and no one pays attention to it, it is still a problem that cannot be ignored, especially, this puppy's abilities are so rare. If it were my Huangfu family, even if he is not a descendant of our clan, we would still naturally accept him into our clan." The two Pathmasters' expressions gradually darkened as they spoke in an unhurried manner. The two Pathmasters naturally understood the logic of this man's words, but they had been feigning ignorance all along. Now that they had exposed themselves, they could no longer feign ignorance. If it weren't for the fact that things were so messy, they wouldn't have such a headache. Cut the crap. Since you chose to appear at this time, you must have a countermeasure. Tell us your Huangfu family's plans. The pure Yang sect master spoke calmly, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Huangfu Zizhu laughed softly and said, "Actually, the matter is very simple. Since Nanzhan's establishment of Dao cannot be avoided, why don't our Huangfu family settle this matter? Once the contract is formed, the Huangfu family will be the legitimate representative of Nanzhan. The Great Snow Mountain's 5 elders are just a joke who tried to steal Nanzhan's destiny. This puppy who broke through the arrays is just a little devil who has committed unprovoked murder. With the righteous cause, everyone will be watching, and no one will be able to touch him. Without the righteous cause. Haha, what a clown, who can't be killed. Even if it's the Yuan clan, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to protect him since he has no status and has committed so many murders, right?" The pure Yang sect master and the Spiritine sect master looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. "Are you prepared?" After a long while, the Yin Spirit Path master asked. Huangfu Zizhu nodded and said calmly, "Once the Huangfu family's decree appears, the little devil will be condemned by all in Nanzhan. Then what if I not only want the little devil to die, but also everyone who ascended the mountain to die?" An indifferent voice sounded behind Huangfu Zizhu, carrying a thick stench of blood. It was the Talisman Tool Path master. Huangfu Zizhu didn't panic. He turned around, bowed, and said with a smile, "Our Huangfu family established our Dao in the Divine Prefecture. Now, everyone who ascended the mountain is a nameless villain. If the Path Master can't stand it, you can suppress them. Who can say anything?" The Talisman Tool Path Master's gaze fell on his face coldly. "Don't you feel sorry for all the outstanding juniors of Nanzhan?" Huangfu Zizhu laughed and said, "Geniuses are like weeds. Once you cut off one stalk, another stalk will grow." The 3 Dao masters of the northern 3 Dao glanced at each other. A mocking sneer rose on their faces. The dragon sovereign, who was watching coldly from a distance, sighed and put his hand to his forehead as if he had a headache. But what even they didn't notice was that 300 miles to the south of the Pilgrimage Mountain, there was a woman riding a huge strange fish, slowly swimming toward the Pilgrimage Mountain. The fish was thin and long, and there were whiskers at the corners of its lips. Fish were born in the water, but this fish swam in the air. It was agile and free. It was fast, but it also gave off a strange sense of tranquility. On the back of the fish, a woman wearing an ancient robe sat cross-legged. Her jet-black hair was combed into a man's bun. She swayed her head, looking innocent and carefree. In the west, there was a little monk in a white monk's robe. He knocked on a wooden fish, crossed mountains and rivers, and chanted sutras. "Sir, how many spells do you actually know?" Song Guichan, who was in the 10th formation, smiled faintly after hearing Feng Xing's words. He said, "I've only seen it once, and I understand it once I see it." The 3 sects, 4 families, and 12 sects of the northern region have a total of 14,672 secret manuals. In addition to the 413 Buddhist scriptures that I obtained when I was young, I've read all of them. I know most of the 8,000 spells in the divine, mystic, spiritual, and foundation scriptures, read all of the Taoist scriptures, 8,000 spells. All of a sudden, Nanzhan and the other juniors in the 10th formation, including Feng Xing, fell silent. 8,000 spells, what kind of concept was that? Moving the Taoist scriptures, although all the cultivators understood that not all of the 8,000 magic arts mentioned by Song Guichan were top-notch divinity arts, and most of them might not even be used to defend against enemies. Besides, these magic arts also included the various basic magic arts that cultivators needed to learn when they first embarked on the path of cultivation. Even so, the number of 8,000 was still too terrifying. Fellow Feng, it's not easy for you to cultivate, and your foundation is so solid that it's rare even in the divine land. If you cultivate well, you'll definitely be able to transcend, so I don't have the heart to kill you. If you're willing to turn over a new leaf and become my disciple, I'll help you resolve the hatred of the northern region. What do you think?" Song Guichan said faintly. At the same time, he took a step forward and pointed his finger lightly. An ancient sword-shaped sword chi appeared in the air and slashed at the great golden crow that was quickly surrounding the 10th formation, as if he wanted to stop the formation. At the same time, he said unhurriedly, "If you become my disciple, for your sake, I can plead with my master about the matter of Nanzhan establishing the Tao and allow him to consider it. Are you willing? I have many masters, and each one is more powerful than the other. Who do you think you are?" Although Feng Xing called Song Guichan sir, he did not lose in terms of momentum at all. When he saw that Song Guichan was going to stop the great golden crow from forming the formation, he immediately pounced forward with the giant black sword in his left hand and the bloodthirsty saber in his right hand. "Let's fight." Not far away, Li Hongyi, who had caught her breath, gritted her teeth and charged over. Junior Nanzhan was not a fool. Although he did not hear the discussion between Feng Xing and the great golden crow, he immediately understood what was going on when he saw their expressions. He immediately thought that if they could not defeat the divine son of the pure Yang sect even if they joined forces, then setting up a formation and using the power of the formation to suppress him was also a feasible method. It could even be said that this was the only way at the moment. In this way, no one dared to be careless, and they surged forward with gritted teeth to block Song Guichan's path. A truly fierce battle unfolded as Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu battled against Song Guichan. As for the great golden crow, it was as if his boat was on fire. He sped up and set up the array. Rumble, with the addition of Feng Xing, the Nanzhan cultivators were no longer one-sidedly suppressed by Song Guichan. In the fierce battle, all kinds of exquisite Dharma access, mysterious divine skills, powerful Dharma treasures, divine light, Tao fire, lightning, and countless terrifying auras filled half of the void, and the void was constantly being torn apart. Those who could participate in this battle, even the weakest of them, were outstanding talents. Otherwise, they would not even have the guts to go up the pilgrimage mountain. This made this battle extraordinarily exciting, and it even had a hint of the legendary War of Immortals. As the battle unfolded, it actually ended in a draw. Even with the help of Feng Xing, the Nanzhan cultivators could not suppress Song Guichan, and Song Guichan did not spare any effort to stop the great golden crow either. Song Guichan was very strong, that was the conclusion that Feng Xing had come to. The fiercer the battle, the stronger this feeling became. With the power of him and Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu, they could even kill Yuanying. But Song Guichan was calm in the face of so many dangerous attacks. He used all kinds of exquisite Dharma spells and easily dissolved the attacks of the Nanzhan cultivators. His moves were exquisite and perfect. It seemed that the 8,000 Dharma spells he said might really be true. Zhao Changhe cultivated a thunder spell to the extreme and became a divine prince of a sect. However, Song Guichan was able to unleash every single one of his techniques to the fullest. No wonder he was known as the invincible gold core cultivator. With his cultivation level and the help of the Lotus Throne that could continuously provide him with Dharma power, he was simply invincible when fighting with others. He could even kill Yuanying without a problem. However, during this process, the great golden crow took advantage of the fact that the cultivators were holding Song Guichan back to hurriedly set up the large formation. There were a total of 8 large formations. The simplest large formation only needed 8 formation flags to set up, but such simple formation flags were useless against people of Song Guichan's cultivation level. Thus, no matter how urgent the great golden crow was, he still set up 64 formation flags. Now that he had set up 7 of them, he only needed to set up the last one to activate the large formation and suppress Song Guichan inside. "Sai, do you really have to force me to kill?" Noticing the array that the great golden crow had set up, Song Guichan seemed a little helpless. He sighed and his eyes became solemn. After that, his murderous intent surged. Guardian Fire Spirit. He pressed his palm down and the surrounding fire intent floated. The guardian spirit beast, the peacock, appeared again and flew around Song Guichan. Under the scorching fire intent, the spells and talismans that the cultivator Nanzhan had shot at him were all set ablaze. Then, the fire intent surged again and rushed towards Feng Xing. All the fire intent poured towards Feng Xing. "I'll take care of you, you stupid bird." The fire peacock suddenly rushed towards Feng Xing, which startled him. He cursed and set up fire chains in front of him. He cultivated the true Samadhi fire, and his spells were extremely mysterious. Although he was not familiar with them, their power was still extremely terrifying. However, the fire intent that Song Guichan cultivated was somewhat similar to the karmic fire of the Buddhist sections. It was not much weaker than his true samadhi fire. In addition, the fire peacock was a spirit beast that was born from nothingness after Song Guichan cultivated the fire art to the extreme. It even had its own consciousness. Therefore, in terms of fire arts, it was slightly superior to Song Guichan's, and he could only try his best to neutralize it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Guichan took a step forward and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving a series of afterimages. Rumble, the gust of wind caused by his body even split the void in half, and the world became dim. Stay here. At this moment, an angry roar came from Yumi Kwang, who happened to be blocking his path. Facing Song Guichan's astonishing momentum, he could no longer dodge, so he quickly made a decision. His spirit force surged and a terrifying divine light appeared in his chest. He suddenly let out a demonic wolf's howl and a turbulent void rushed towards Song Guichan's chest. Demon Slayer. At this moment, Song Guichan also let out a Buddhist lion's roar. The two terrifying sound waves collided in the air, and after a slight pause, Song Guichan's lion's roar swept toward Yumi Kwang. PFFF, Yumi Kwang, who was hit by the lion's roar, trembled violently. Blood spurted out from his facial features, and cracks even appeared on the surface of his body. His body froze in the air, and before he could turn around, he was hit by Song Guichan, who was charging over. His body flew far away like a broken cloth bag. His blood was squeezed by this great force, and it sprayed out like a fountain. It was a terrifying sight. Brother! Kwang, a Nanzhan cultivator, shouted angrily as he desperately rushed over and used pill lights to block Song Guichan's path. In this kind of situation, it was too late to cast spells or use magic treasures. Only the pill lights could block the enemy. Transcend! Song Guichan's face was expressionless. His sleeves billowed like two azure dragons as they slithered around like two iron whips. In the blink of an eye, he sent 5 South Sight cultivators, including Haning and Amorous Beauty, flying. Muffled sounds of bones shattering could be heard. Amidst the angry shouts, some of these 5 people exploded from the iron sleeves, while others silently fell to the ground. Song Guichan instantly injured 6 people, and the space in front of him was swept open, revealing a path in front of him. At the end of the path was the Great Golden Crow, who was setting up a formation. You're just a monster, and you're a Nanzhan cultivator? Song Guichan's expression was stern, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the distance, the Great Golden Crow sensed something and suddenly turned to look at him. There was a fierce look in his round eyes. Die! Song Guichan suddenly shouted. His body shook, and he rushed out like an unstoppable bolt of lightning. There was still a distance of about 300 feet between him and the Great Golden Crow, but it was really nothing for him. He could reach it in an instant. The moment he moved, he had already formed a hand seal, ready to kill this potential threat. At that moment, the big Golden Crow's demonic body trembled, and its shocking chi and blood surged. Then, it suddenly threw away the formation flag and ran away. Its speed was extremely fast, and with a whoosh, it was already a few hundred feet away. At this moment, Song Guichan had only moved about 100 feet away, and he hadn't even used his full speed, but he was already out of sight. Song Guichan was stunned for a moment, and he stopped. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect this damned crow to be so timid. Should he still chase it? While he was still in a daze, a terrifying gust of wind came from behind him. He hurriedly shifted his body and dodged to the side. A silhouette rushed in front of him and turned around. Amidst the billowing black smoke, a vertical eye emitted a frightening and ominous light. It was Feng Xing who finally got rid of the fire spirit and chased after him. At this moment, he had already activated his 3-headed and 6-armed demon form. Black smoke billowed all over his body, and he was holding a huge sword, a blood saber, a golden spear, a pine tree, and 100 villains' portrait. On the front of his head, 3 eyes opened at the same time, exuding a faint cold light. He was like a demon, blocking the air. Human body demon form? Song Guichan was slightly startled, and then he laughed. Are you going to fight with your life? Unfortunately, your helper has already escaped. Hee hee, Can't he come back after escaping? Fang Xing, who had transformed into the three-headed and six-armed demon form, didn't care at all, and he firmly guarded the way. At this moment, Song Guichan's face suddenly became ugly, because he suddenly found that the seemingly timid damned crow that fled quickly before he caught up with him had actually returned lazily. It took out a large number of formation flags and continued to guard the 8th gate. It kept muttering, "Damn, I was scared to death just now. I wanted to spare your life, but since you want to die, don't blame me." The actions of the golden crow made Song Guichan feel like he was being toyed with. Furthermore, the situation was really critical. The crow looked ordinary, but the profound knowledge it displayed in the process of setting up the formation made him feel a little threatened. He was well read in the law of Tao and had a good understanding of formations. For a moment, he was really shocked by the speed and viciousness of the golden crow setting up the formation. That fellow was actually able to set up a large formation that isolated the spiritual energy of the world in such a short period of time. This ability was really unexpected, therefore, he pointed at the great golden crow and said calmly, "I'll kill you." It was just a very calm sentence, but it seemed to have determined the fate of the great golden crow and cut off all its vitality. The great golden crow seemed to have sensed it, and his heart shuddered. However, he didn't want to lose face, so he turned around and said, "Do you think I can't run?" Song Guichan sneered and didn't say anything else. The spiritual energy around him fluctuated. Fang Xing, who had transformed into the three-headed and six-armed demon, smirked and said, "I'm here. You can't pass." Heh, Song Guichan sneered as he suddenly formed a hand seal and pressed it forward. Rumble. A bolt of green lightning formed in the sky and turned into a huge hand that slapped down at Fang Xing. At the same time, Song Guichan suddenly retreated and rushed in another direction. There were some array flags that the great golden crow had set up. As long as he destroyed those array flags, the array formation wouldn't be completed. It seemed that Song Guichan was still clear-headed at this moment. He didn't rush past Fang Xing to kill the great golden crow. Instead, he chose the most correct method to destroy the array formation that was taking shape. However, just as he moved, Fang Xing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he activated the thunder technique. Bolts of lightning appeared around him, but they did not come from the outside world. Instead, he activated the creation thunder seed in his realm of consciousness. After activating it, he did not try to draw out the divine thunder to hurt his enemy, but just used it to shroud his body. At the same time, he moved and rushed forward. At the same time, he brandished his sword and saber, spinning like a windmill, and forcefully slashed at Song Guichan, as if it was corroding his bones. He had already activated the secret technique of the Great Rock Clan. 2 golden wings appeared, and his speed wasn't inferior to Song Guichan's. Even Song Guichan couldn't help but frown. He turned around and opened his palm. Countless flying swords appeared and rained down on Fang Xing. However, they were all crushed by Fang Xing's sword and blade and turned into golden spiritual energy. "Do you really think you can stop me?" Song Guichan seemed to be a little anxious, and a hint of murderous intent flashed between his brows. He suddenly clenched his fingers into a fist, and a terrifying golden light radiated from his fist. With a rumble, he punched straight at Fang Xing. "Do you really think I can't see through you?" Fang Xing wasn't afraid at all and went straight to meet it. The saber and sword collided with the golden light, and a terrifying airflow was immediately triggered, causing ripples to appear in the air. After this punch, Fang Xing and Song Guichan were both unscathed, and they both retreated about 10 feet at the same time. Song Guichan wanted to use the momentum to fly back and destroy the array gate in that direction, but Fang Xing immediately chased after him. "Do you think you can force me to retreat with just your physical strength?" With a roar, Fang Xing caught up, and Song Guichan had no choice but to turn around and fight him again. After the previous battle, Fang Xing relied on his keen intuition to figure out Song Guichan's characteristics very clearly. Song Guichan's foundation could be said to be not far from his own. Simply put, if they were to fight in a battle of brute force, the two of them would be evenly matched. At that time in the 5th formation, Song Guichan and Fang Xing were evenly matched when they fought from afar. However, Song Guichan's techniques were exquisite and far superior to his own. Under the suppression of various techniques, Fang Xing was unable to display the power that he was most proficient in. It could be said that the battle was very sullen. After being suppressed for a long time, the anger in his heart had already soared. Now that he had this opportunity, he immediately made up his mind to have a good fight with Song Guichan. The battle situation was ever-changing, but Fang Xing had been through a lot of bloodshed since he was born, and he had a unique intuition that allowed him to grasp that fleeting opportunity. He faintly felt that as the Great Golden Crow array was about to be completed, the situation was about to be reversed. Previously, when they were besieging Song Guichan used all kinds of exquisite spells and set up a tight defense. Occasionally, he would counterattack, but he always seized the opportunity and looked calm. But now, he was in a hurry to destroy the array, and Fang Xing became the guardian of the array. Song Guichan was either defending with all his might, or pestering Song Guichan. With his cultivation, he couldn't suppress Fang Xing easily. In this kind of situation, unless he calmed down and had a proper duel with Fang Xing, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But at this time, the Great Golden Crow array had already been completed. After all, even if Fang Xing's spells weren't as exquisite as his physical body was strong, and his foundation was firm. He had the secret technique of the Rock Clan to increase his speed, and he also had the support of the Ascension Zen Mountain's mountain intent. When he attacked, he could chase after Song Guichan, and when he retreated, he could defend without moving. He could fight and resist at the same time. Furthermore, for the sake of safety, he was no longer competing with Song Guichan in terms of spell techniques. He only used various spells to protect himself, and he was using the killing techniques that he had learned from route to attack. It looked like he had given up on his greatest advantage in using spells, but in reality, he was able to unleash even more power by just using his physical body, and he was no longer as easily suppressed by Song Guichan. Boom boom, this battle was even fiercer than when Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu surrounded Song Guichan. Fang Xing didn't hold back at all. He summoned several dozen beasts from the 100 Fiends portrait, and he summoned close to 100 wooden puppets from the magic ground pine tree. They surrounded Song Guichan like a tidal wave, and Song Guichan also summoned his guardian spirit beast, Fire Buddha Mother, to fight with Fang Xing in the air. He tried several times to escape and destroy the other array gates, but he failed every time. At this time, Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu didn't dare to get close anymore, for fear that they would be accidentally injured. In such a battle, Song Guichan didn't have any scruples, and Fang Xing wasn't proficient in spells after all, so he couldn't ensure that he could accurately control every beam of divine light while bombarding Song Guichan, and it was normal for him to accidentally injure his companions. Song Guichan was also fighting with all his might, and he unleashed all kinds of exquisite spells in a frenzy. It was like a feast of spells. Even though Fang Xing had summoned beasts and wooden puppets, and transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed demon, he was still showing signs of fatigue under Song Guichan's attacks. He could only rely on the mountain intent of the pilgrimage mountain to stabilize himself and continuously nullify Song Guichan's spells. Damned crow, are you King done? As he gritted his teeth and persevered, he didn't forget to turn around and call out to the Great Golden Crow. Almost there, the Great Golden Crow was flustered, and he used his claws and wings to command the Nanzhan cultivators to place the formation flags in the correct positions. Seeing that the formation was about to take shape, a cold glint flashed across his eyes, and he sneered, "Damn Song Guichan, you still want to kill me? Hee, I've set up this formation with everything I've learned. Even if I can't suppress you to death, I'll give you a surprise." Boom. Boom. Boom, in the sky, Song Guichan suddenly unleashed a powerful attack, and collided with Fang Xing 3 times. The deafening sound was like thunder, and it shook the surroundings. After these 3 attacks, Fang Xing and Song Guichan both fell back over 30 meters at the same time, and they stood face to face in the sky. The black smoke on Fang Xing's body was getting thicker, and his eyes were bloodshot as he panted heavily. The faint Buddhist intent that seemed to always cover Song Guichan's face gradually disappeared, and it was replaced by a hint of killing intent. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he still looked handsome. "I said you can't go over." Fang Xing gritted his teeth and sneered at Song Guichan. "Hee, the formation is about to be set up. Do you think you've already won?" Song Guichan sneered. Seeing that the formation was about to be completed, he actually didn't have the intention to destroy the formation like before. Rumble, suddenly, as the great golden crow inserted the last formation flag, a thunderous sound echoed in the surroundings. Water-like spiritual power spread through the void, and visible divine light flowed between the formation flags. The power of laws began to fill the void, and it was as if there was an additional barrier between the heavens and the earth, isolating this area from the outside world. The formation was completed. Ka ka ka. Ha 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 ha. Master Bandit, stand aside and watch me crush him to death. The great golden crow's insolent laughter rang out as it suddenly rushed into the sky. It flapped its wings majestically. The formation below had already been activated. As he flapped his wings, the power that permeated the entire formation suddenly gathered together and surged towards Song Guichan like a raging wave. With Fang Xing's eyes, he could sense that the 8 gates were operating rapidly in this formation, and the Death Gate was surging towards Song Guichan with a great force. The juniors of Nanzhan were either dead or injured, and it could be said that they were in a miserable state. However, there was finally a hint of joy on their faces. Did they finally see the light at the end of this hopeless expedition? The array had been completed, and it came crashing down. Although Song Guichan didn't have Fang Xing's Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, he could accurately see where the Death Gate was coming from with his powerful divine soul and his attainments in arrays. He glanced in that direction and sighed softly. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves and charged in a certain direction. At the same time, an item flew out from his sleeves. He was charging toward the back of the array, near the pilgrimage mountain. The item he took out was a lotus platform that was burning with scarlet flames. The lotus platform floated into the air. Song Guichan flew onto the lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. The red flames around him suddenly surged and there were glassy lotus petals growing around the lotus platform. If you looked closely, you would find that there were a total of 18 petals. Each petal on the lotus platform was like a natural lotus, but the patterns on it vaguely formed the image of a monk sitting cross-legged with his palms pressed together. The next moment, the array was activated, and the power of the entire array came crashing down and enveloped him. Streams of vigorous energy interweaved into a net, which was like the waves of the Dead Sea, and swept towards Song Guichan wave after wave. The energy was terrifying, and it was firmly suppressed by Song Guichan alone. This was simply unimaginable. Even Fang Xing had to close the gate of death when he challenged the formation in the past, because once he entered the gate of death, it was equivalent to resisting the entire formation by himself. If Song Guichan didn't escape, he could definitely buy himself some time with his attainments in arrays. However, he seemed to have taken the initiative to send himself to the death gate of the array. Is he an idiot? Even the great golden crow controlling the array in the air felt that something was wrong and whispered. As expected. If it was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be Song Guichan. Fang Xing took out a bunch of elixirs and swallowed them. Sure enough, a horrifying scene appeared when the formation came crashing down. The lotus throne that Song Guichan was sitting on was emitting a green light, and there was a faint sound of chanting. The patterns on the 18 lotus petals actually projected the phantoms of ancient monks at this moment. It looked like 18 ancient monks were sitting cross-legged in the void and chanting at the same time, firmly protecting Song Guichan inside. The power of the great formation was blocked outside. This treasure is actually able to withstand the formation, a cultivator from South Sight cried out involuntarily, and his voice carried a strand of despair. They had almost lost their courage after being defeated by Song Guichan. The formation was their only hope. However, no one had expected that even though the formation had successfully suppressed Song Guichan, it would still be for naught. Apart from providing magic power, the lotus platform also had defensive capabilities, allowing it to withstand the power of the entire formation. For a moment, none of the Nanzhan cultivators spoke. Their hearts were heavy. It's useless even if you set up the formation. With me here, you won't be able to pass the 10th formation. Song Guichan spoke calmly, but his aura was vigorous, like a Buddha that could suppress all demons. He was guarding the path leading to the top of the pilgrimage mountain. As long as they did not defeat him, the juniors of Nanzhan would not be able to ascend the mountain. Looking at the figure sitting in the void, Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu almost fell into despair. However, at this moment, the great golden crow suddenly let out a strange laugh and said to Fang Xing, "Do we look like fools?" Fang Xing, who had swallowed a few handfuls of elixirs, also sneered and said, "We do, but we're not." This conversation caused all the cultivators of Nanzhan that remained silent to be slightly stunned, and their gazes shot towards the two of them in unison. Fang Xing did not say anything. He stuffed another handfuls of elixirs into his mouth, then looked at Song Guichan with a faint smile and said, "Song Ji, you're indeed very arrogant, but after fighting for so long, I'm curious. Aren't you tired?" Song Guichan's expression was dark, and he did not speak. Fang Xing gently clenched his teeth and sneered, "You're a fucking monster. I've never even heard of such a spell before. But I also know that spells consume the most spiritual power. The more you use them, the more spiritual power it consumes. Normally, with that lotus seed in your hand, even if the lotus seed doesn't move, your spiritual power will never run out, but what about now?" Hearing Fang Xing's words, the eyes of some of the Nanzhan cultivators gradually lit up. The great golden crow continued with a smirk, "I'm not counting on this array to suppress you. The most important thing is to isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, this lotus platform is a top-notch spiritual energy gathering artifact, but in this array, the spiritual energy has been isolated. So what if it's an immortal artifact? Could it be that you can guide the spiritual energy in without breaking this formation? You sent the pure Yang Path disciples out of the array at the beginning, and then broke the 10th array because you were worried that the 10th array would affect your ability to absorb magic power. You even pretended to be merciful. Hee, what a joke. Now, I'll return you another array. Let's see how you can absorb magic power in it." The eyes of Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu became brighter and brighter, and they were faintly excited. So this was the strategy that the little devil and the unfathomable crow had come up with. Guys, let's attack together. Even if we can't beat him to death, we'll tire him to death." At this moment, Fang Xing, who had eaten enough elixirs, suddenly laughed and led the charge. Then, all the Nanzhan cultivators who could still move rushed forward together and attacked Song Guichan with spells. The light golden light curtain around the lotus platform flickered incessantly. Previously, the lotus platform could communicate with heaven and earth to provide Song Guichan with a steady stream of spiritual energy, but now that the array had isolated the inside and the outside, Song Guichan could only inject his own spiritual energy into the array if he wanted to activate it. The goal of Fang Xing and the Great Golden Crow was to exhaust Song Guichan to death. After all, Song Guichan, who was proficient in spells, was only at the late gold core stage. If he didn't have the spiritual energy provided by the lotus platform, how many spells could he cast with his own cultivation? Although Fang Xing's cultivation was slightly weaker than his, he had the spirit transformation scripture. As long as he could hold on, he could swallow elixirs to replenish his spiritual energy and slowly play with Song Guichan. In such a situation, the outcome of the battle was self-evident. Zhu Xiu of Nanzhan didn't know that Fang Xing had the spirit transformation scripture, but no matter what, they understood his goal, so they gritted their teeth and attacked. At this point, even if they exhausted themselves to death, they had to drag Song Guichan down with them. Boom, the battle started again, and it was almost the same as when Zhu Xiu first entered the array. Song Guichan was still sitting on the lotus platform and fighting with Zhu Xiu, but the situation had been reversed. Before, when they saw Song Guichan staying on the lotus platform, they saw despair, but now they saw hope. As they fought, they gained strength out of nowhere and surrounded Song Guichan with all kinds of attacks. Just as Fang Xing had said, Song Guichan's spells were being cast more and more slowly, and the light around him was getting dimmer. This was a sign that his spiritual energy was running out. Cultivator Nanzhan was overjoyed. However, at this moment, Song Guichan suddenly sighed and said in a deep voice, "You guessed wrong." As he said this, he suddenly changed the spell he was making. Instead of attacking the cultivators who were besieging him, he attacked the lotus platform he was sitting on. The lotus platform that was flickering with red flames and golden light suddenly disappeared, and the red flames became redder and redder. After a while, several blood-red roots suddenly extended from the bottom of the lotus platform. Qi. Nanzhan and Amorous Dao Fairy were already seriously injured, but they were still attacking the cultivators. However, at this moment, the blood-red roots under the lotus platform wrapped around her ankle. Shocked, she hurriedly took out a flying sword and slashed at the roots. However, before the sword could slash down, her whole body became soft and she lost all her strength. She could only feel that her vitality was quickly fading away. F***ck, what is this? Startled, Fang Xing dashed over and cut off the blood-red root for her with a single slash. However, before he could rejoice, he was shocked and had a bad feeling when he raised his head again. Countless blood-colored roots grew out from the bottom of the lotus platform. They were densely packed as they extended into every corner of the formation. At this time, there were still many cultivators who had been injured by Song Guichan inside the great array, but their lives were hanging by a thread. Originally, all the cultivators thought that they were lucky enough to survive, but now they suddenly realized that things might not be so simple. The direction in which those roots extended was where they were, and they were extremely fast. The moment Fang Xing saved Amorous Beauty, 4 or 5 people had already been entangled. Their lives were already hanging by a thread, but in that instant, their lives were taken by the blood-colored roots. Even their bodies withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, they were silently turned into ashes by the strength qi within the formation. The lotus platform was shining brightly, and the blood-red color visible to the naked eye flowed into Song Guichan's body, causing his divine light to soar. Haha, at this moment, Song Guichan suddenly burst into laughter. The Buddhist aura around his body disappeared, but there was a faint and terrifying demonic aura on his face. His voice was no longer as indifferent as before, but instead had a hint of madness. Little devil, do you really think that I sent the Pure Yang sect's disciples out of the formation to trick you into sending the Nanzhan cultivators out as well so that I could fight alone? You underestimate me. So what if you set up the formation and isolated it from the world? I've said it before, when you tried so hard to stop me from breaking the formation, you were actually forcing all of you into a dead end. Boom. His power soared, and the mysterious techniques were released once again, covering the sky and earth. This lotus platform is indeed a Buddhist treasure, but it is also a demonic treasure. Not only can it absorb the spiritual energy of the world for my use, but it can also directly absorb the lifespan and flesh of cultivators for my use. The consequences are even stronger than the former. I sent the Pure Yang Path disciples out of the formation because I didn't want them to see this scene. Unless I have no other choice, I don't want to show this side of the lotus platform. But, you forced me. Song Guichan's crazy laughter contained endless demonic intent, as if Azura had been born and was sacrificing all living beings. Disaster descended. Song Guichan's transformation from the Buddha form to the demon form caused Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu to have a very strange feeling. The blood-colored roots that grew out of his lotus platform also turned the array into a sure battlefield. Nanzhan, who was severely injured in the previous battle, had now become Song Guichan's nourishment. Their Taoist essence was extracted by Song Guichan, and they were then turned into nourishment for Song Guichan to replenish his spiritual power. This transformation was extremely terrifying, and it was even more terrifying than when he absorbed spiritual power from the void. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Taoist essence of the 5 cultivators was completely sucked dry. Then, Song Guichan's spiritual power surged crazily. Compared to Fang Xing, who consumed elixirs and used the spirit transformation scripture to recover his spiritual power, Song Guichan also changed from his gentle appearance to a brutal and violent one. Each of his attacks was aimed at the vital parts of Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu. You forced me to this step. The only ending for you is to fall into the Shura hell forever. Song Guichan's large hand turned into the shape of a golden stone, and he grabbed at Li Hongyi, tearing off one of her arms. If Li Hongyi hadn't reacted quickly and struggled free, she would have been the one being torn apart. Song Guichan threw her arm down, and the blood-colored roots under the lotus platform swam up and swept up the arm along with the blood and flesh that she had spilled in the air. The flesh on the arm and the blood that had spilled in the air were sucked clean in an instant. Song Guichan closed his eyes slightly, and a very satisfied expression appeared on his face. He said in a hoarse and ruthless voice, "Originally, I didn't want to be known as a person who slaughtered too many people, and I focused on subduing you. However, since you've seen my demon form, you can't live anymore. Damn it, he's a very particular person." He's still thinking about his reputation at this point, Fang Xing cursed angrily. His heart tightened. He knew that the situation was serious. Song Guichan was a schemer. He had sent the disciples of the Pure Yang Path out of the array from the very beginning. He had thought that Song Guichan was playing a clumsy trick, but he did not expect that he was waiting here. From the way he treated them, it was obvious that he cherished his reputation. If the disciples of the Pure Yang Path saw this scene, they would probably be killed by him, not to mention Nan Zhan and Zhu Xiu, they would definitely be killed by him. At this time, Nan Zhan, Zhu Xiu, and the ferocious beasts that followed Fang Xing to fight in the sky had become his prey. Fang Xing had no choice but to put the surviving ferocious beasts into the 100 Villains portrait. The injured Nan Zhan, Zhu Xiu, didn't dare to attack Song Guichan anymore. The closer they were to Song Guichan, the more likely they were to be entangled by his lotus throne and turned into dust. If you are a Buddha, I will kill a Buddha. If you are a demon, I will slay a demon. Facing the ferocious Song Guichan, a loud shout rang out. A shadow ruthlessly slashed at the lotus throne. It was the Nanzhan cultivator Wang Qiongzhong. The robe on her body was torn in many places and her body was exposed, but she didn't care about it at all. She held the wind and fire wheels in her hands and used some kind of secret technique. Her body was enveloped in a layer of faint red light, making her look like a ferocious beast in human form. She forcibly resisted the two wind attribute techniques of Song Guichan and rushed in front of him. The wind and fire wheels erupted with 10 times the power of before. With a rumble, the wind and fire wheels collided with each other. The wind and fire wheels borrowed the power of the wind and the wind borrowed the power of the fire. They shattered the void and crushed towards Song Guichan. From this momentum, it could be seen that this woman had been concealing a part of her strength. Perhaps, if it wasn't for the fact that Nan Zhan, Zhu Xiu, and Song Guichan were in a situation where it was either you die or I die, she would have continued to conceal her strength. At this moment, a hint of malice flashed in Song Guichan's eyes. The sudden burst of power from this woman made him feel threatened, and he became furious. I am a Buddha, and all of you must surrender. I am a demon, and all of you shall die. As he roared, Song Guichan suddenly formed a hand seal. His expression was piercingly cold and solemn, and his voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. Great technique. 100 Weapon Tomb. Rumble, as the seal was formed, the void trembled like the surface of the water. As the hand seal was formed, a spear covered in golden runes appeared. It was filled with killing intent and had an ancient aura. After that, a giant axe appeared. It was 10 feet long and black. Then, a saber, a hammer, one after another, weapons appeared one after another. Each of them represented a terrifying slaughter law as they floated in the void. With every weapon that appeared, the ferocious Wang Qiongzhong faced more resistance. She was suppressed by the hundreds of weapons in the air. Great technique. The spell technique that Song Guichan was unleashing was no longer an ordinary spell technique. Instead, it was one of his trump cards. There were thousands of cultivation techniques in the world, and they were passed down from generation to generation. In the world, there were 7 types of techniques: Tao, Heaven, Immortal, God, Mystic, Law, and Foundational. Each word represented a realm. Only when a technique was pushed to the limit of a divine-level technique and broke through the last barrier would it be qualified to be called a great technique. The 3 techniques that Uncle Zhen taught Fang Xing, the Golden Crow, and Wu Sanger were of this type. The rain summoning and lightning summoning techniques that the Dragon God taught Fang Xing were also of this type. The Great Sword Demon technique that Fang Xing had learned from the Black Sword Embryo also belonged to this category. Of course, the difference was that the Great Sword Demon technique had a mysterious origin and naturally had its own profundities. Even though Fang Xing had barely grasped it, he still couldn't be considered to have a true understanding of it. At this moment, Song Guichan was using his great technique, which meant that he was using his true power. Wang Qiong, who had unleashed a secret technique that allowed her to instantly unleash 10 times her normal strength, wanted to shock the world with a single brilliant feat and slay Song Guichan. However, she did not expect that she would be trapped by Song Guichan's powerful technique, and her entire body was suppressed in the void. Under the restraining power of the laws, she was unable to move at all, and her heart was pounding in fear as strands of killing intent entangled her like silk threads. Chi. A wound suddenly appeared on her chest. It looked like she had been slashed by a saber. PFFF. Another bloody hole appeared on her body. It looked like a gunshot wound. None of the weapons floating in the air touched her body, but the laws had already manifested on her body. Instantly, wounds appeared one after another. Wang Qiong was on the brink of death, and she couldn't resist at all. The blood-colored roots under Song Guichan's lotus platform had already slithered out like snakes and wrapped around her body. It didn't take Wang Qiong's life in an instant. It was obvious that Song Guichan wanted Wang Qiong's Tao Source Dharma power. Although he could still absorb the flesh and blood of a person after they died, it wasn't as powerful and lively as the Tao Source Dharma power of a living person. Great Sword Demon Technique. 9-headed infant body. Croak, croak, croak. Instantly killed 2 golden core Mahayana stage cultivators, the invincible golden wings. Seeing this, Fang Xing, Li Ying, and the great golden crow who were closer to Wang Qiong hurried over to help. On the other side, Han Ying and Li Hongyi, who were still fighting, also attacked Song Guichan in an attempt to help them. However, after Song Guichan used his first great technique, he kept attacking. Great art of the underworld. The peacock formed by the fire spirit appeared around him again, but this time, it had turned black and had 3 heads. Black flames surged from its body, containing infinite violence and ferociousness. It flew around him, and then rushed towards Li Ying, who had turned into a malicious spirit and was rushing towards him. This peacock originally had a Buddhist nature, but in an instant, it had turned into a terrifying devil. Its body was filled with ghostly aura, and vengeful spirits were entwined around it. It looked even more miserable than Li Ying, and contained countless resentment. Boom, the middle head of the black peacock swallowed Li Ying, and then the black flames around it shrank as if it was trying to refine him. Great art of 5 lightning. Behind him, a bolt of lightning shot into the sky and then split into 5 bolts, entangling the golden crow like a rope. Even though the golden crow's power was boundlessly ferocious and his chi and blood were so rich that they exceeded the imagination of ordinary golden core cultivators, he was unable to break free from the 5 bolts of divine lightning. He was struck by the lightning until he cried out loudly and flapped his wings wildly, stirring up whirlwinds and turbulent spiritual energy in the air. Great art of destruction. Song Guichan spread open his sleeves and gusts of fierce wind gushed out from within. It was as if the wind could uproot a city and swept towards Han Ying. There were actually countless tiny wind blades in the wind. The corpse of a Nanzhan cultivator was entangled in the air by the roots of the lotus platform. It had not been completely absorbed yet, but when it was blown by the wind, its flesh and blood were instantly scraped off, leaving only white bones behind. No matter how cold Han Ying was, he was still shocked. He swung the spear in his hand, continuously tearing the void around him, using the cracks in the void to prevent the strange wind from getting close to him. But in this way, every attack had to have the power to tear through the void, and the consumption was indescribable. The strange wind was endless, and Han Ying could only watch helplessly as the circle of defense became smaller and smaller. After that, Song Guichan put his hands together. Great Whip Mountain Technique. A huge mountain suddenly appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet tall, as if it had grown out of the sky. It wasn't an illusion, but an extremely real mountain, and it happened to grow between him and Fang Xing. As the mountain grew taller, Fang Xing was pushed back by it. When the mountain grew, Fang Xing was already thousands of feet away from Song Guichan. Great Red Lotus Technique. A cold smile appeared on Song Guichan's face, and he pointed at Li Hongyi. A lotus bloomed in the void, and a faint red light wrapped around Li Hongyi's body. Li Hongyi, who was shocked, tried to use his spiritual power to struggle out, but the fear on his face gradually faded. His expression became more and more indifferent, and he gave up struggling. In the end, he actually slowly knelt down in front of Song Guichan, as if he had surrendered, but there was still a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Since the Nanzhan cultivator came to the divine continent, he was the most stubborn and unyielding person, and now he was kneeling at the feet of Song Guichan. A smile appeared on Song Guichan's face, and he slowly looked at Fang Xing, who had been pushed thousands of feet away. His expression was one of madness, arrogance, and mockery. "Fellow Fang, you've already lost. Do you have anything else to say?" Fang Xing, who was thousands of feet away, hung his head, and looked very depressed. He was alone, and he said with waning interest, "Looks like you've really learned all the spells in the northern region of the divine continent. That's too arrogant. I guess I'll never be able to compare to you in terms of spells in my lifetime." Apart from some things that I have to learn, I really can't find the energy to learn anything else." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Song Guichan's face, but Fang Xing's next words made him slightly startled. "But if you want to say something, there's one more thing." Fang Xing raised his head, and his voice gradually became unusually suppressed and angry. "Even if you've learned 8,000 spells, you're not invincible." As he spoke, he raised his hands, one above and one below, as if he was pushing a millstone. Spiritual energy gathered like flowing clouds in the air. "I have a master who treats me very well. Not only does he protect me, he even taught me the first spell that I've ever cultivated in my entire life. It's called the Yin-Yang Millstone. You guys bullied him, so I came up the mountain today to help him vent his anger." At this point, Fang Xing exhaled, and his voice was like spring thunder, and the sound waves rolled as if they were sweeping across the sky. "Today, I'll use the Great Yin-Yang Millstone to break your 8,000 spells. One great millstone, break 8,000 of your techniques." Fang Xing's shout even caused Nan Zhan, who had been suppressed by Song Guichan and was on the verge of despair, to sober up a little. He separated a trace of his divine sense with difficulty and looked at Fang Xing. Song Guichan's brows were also tightly furrowed as he looked at Fang Xing in confusion. He didn't understand where this brat got the confidence to shout at him at such a time. His hands moved up and down like a millstone, drawing on the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth. As Fang Xing moved, the spiritual energy in the array slowly rotated and formed a huge vortex. Song Guichan couldn't help but frown. He could naturally see that Fang Xing was using a divine power at this moment, but the power of this divine power wasn't very strong. It was probably much weaker than the Dragon Clan's lightning technique. This was the Great Yin-Yang Millstone. This little devil wanted to use this divine power to break his 8,000 divine techniques. Was he joking with him? Song Guichan was a little confused, but his attention was indeed attracted by Fang Xing. He didn't even rush to kill Ghost Child, Han Ning, Li Hongyi, Wang Qiong, and the others who were suppressed by him. Instead, he secretly circulated his spiritual energy and flicked his finger. In an instant, 4 to 5 rays of divine light that contained wind, thunder, fire, and metal powers shot towards Fang Xing to test his strength. Rumble. Just as the rays of divine light shot towards Fang Xing pushed out with both hands. Immediately, a yin-yang grindstone appeared in the air, green on top and red at the bottom. The rays of divine light were all drawn in by the grindstone before being crushed and turned into the purest form of energy. Instead, they gathered on the grindstone, causing its aura to become even more terrifying, and it became even more breathtaking. So it's chaotic yin and yang, erasing the rune laws within the divine techniques and seizing their power for your own use, Song Guichan spoke calmly. He was indeed very knowledgeable. After some testing, he had more or less understood the principle of this divine power. However, after a moment of comprehension, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. To be able to deduce this divine ability, the person who created this technique must have some ingenuity. However, if you want to use such a divine ability to break through my 8,000 techniques, you're still far from being able to do so. At the end of his words, he frowned and a huge mountain appeared in the air and fell towards Fang Xing's head. Mountain Whip Technique. This technique contained the laws within it and could suppress all chaotic yin-yang millstone. Song Guichan was about to use this technique to break the Great Yin-Yang Millstone. However, Fang Xing didn't panic at all. With a cold expression on his face, he pushed the yin-yang grindstone again. This time, he sent a wisp of the will of the mountain into the yin-yang grindstone. In an instant, the yin-yang grindstone, which had been split into 2 layers, suddenly became as heavy as a mountain. It rotated heavily and seemed to possess the power to obliterate all things. Even the mountain that Song Guichan had summoned was sucked into the yin-yang grindstone and obliterated without a trace after it fell. Erasing the rune seeds within the pill to increase the power of the divine power? Are you crazy? Song Guichan's expression suddenly became even uglier. He had already understood Fang Xing's intentions, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Boom. 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 He couldn't care less about anything else, and he attacked continuously, unleashing countless divine abilities and magical arts at Fang Xing. At this moment, Fang Xing completely ignored him. His brows were tightly furrowed as all sorts of different energies were extracted from his spiritual world and poured into the yin-yang grindstone. Water and fire, metal and lightning, primordial death chi and the will of the pilgrimage mountain, all sorts of different energies intertwined together. They either countered each other or reinforced each other. Under the guidance of the yin-yang grindstone, they became the energy that propelled the yin-yang grindstone. The destructive aura multiplied, the yin-yang grindstone grew larger and larger, its aura becoming increasingly terrifying. Song Guichan's spells would normally be enough to disrupt the operation of the yin-yang grindstone. However, as the power of the yin-yang grindstone grew stronger and stronger, the spells were drawn in by the yin-yang grindstone like nourishment. Then, they were grinded and crushed. The divine light flowed into the yin-yang grindstone and became a part of the power of the spell, and it continued to circulate continuously. Rumble, it was as if there really was a great yin-yang millstone grinding the world. The dull sound of thunder made one's heart tremble. Fangxing gritted his teeth as he pushed the great yin-yang millstone. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he almost lost control of the great yin-yang millstone. Even the great yin-yang millstone was shaking under the influence of the great yin-yang millstone, and it could be destroyed at any moment. Little devil, are you really willing to pay such a huge price to defeat me? Song Guichan was already yelling angrily at this moment. Of course I'm going to defeat you. Fangxing raised his head and sneered, I have to thank you for forcing me to use this great yin-yang millstone. From today onwards, this great yin-yang millstone will no longer be called the great yin-yang millstone, but the great world millstone. Ha 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 ha, Fangxing laughed wildly. Then, he suddenly pushed his hands forward and directed the great yin-yang millstone towards Song Guichan. Back off. Song Guichan's face was livid. He tossed Nanzhan and Zhu Shou aside and focused all his energy to use his most exquisite magical arts. He attacked Fangxing one after another. However, in the face of the huge great yin-yang millstone that seemed to be moving slowly but was actually rushing toward him, the magical arts that he was so proud of were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. No matter what kind of great yin-yang millstone or what kind of magical treasures he used, they were all useless in front of the great yin-yang millstone. As long as they collided with the great yin-yang millstone, or even got close to it, they would be drawn in and destroyed, turning into pure divine light. Simply put, the great yin-yang millstone had been pushed by Fangxing to the point where it was getting stronger and stronger. Song Guichan's face was extremely ugly. If he had a choice, he would have escaped immediately. However, he was currently suppressed by the death gate of the great yin-yang millstone and had to rely on the lotus platform to withstand the suppression of the great yin-yang millstone. If he left the lotus platform, he would be suppressed by the great yin-yang millstone. If he didn't leave the lotus platform, he would have to face the power of Fangxing's great yin-yang millstone. There was no other choice. I am Song Guichan, the pure Yang Daoist. Do you think it will be easy to defeat me? At this moment, Song Guichan shouted angrily. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and activated his spiritual power crazily. Great Art of Abyss. Great Red Lotus Art. Great Art of Destruction. Protective Divine Light. Daluo Buddha Palm. Song Guichan looked a little hysterical. After casting out several great arts, he watched helplessly as the great yin-yang millstone rushed towards him at an unstoppable speed. He had no choice but to clench his teeth and form a final seal. The Taoist source of flesh and blood that was contained in the lotus platform poured into his body in an instant. His body trembled violently. With the influx of so much power. Then, it swelled up and tiny scales appeared on his body. His body grew 3 times taller in an instant. At the same time, a pair of black wings grew out of his back. At the same time, he pressed down with one hand and summoned a demonic cloud that contained the cries of countless ferocious ghosts. Some miserable images of evil ghosts could be vaguely seen in the cloud. Fangxing even saw Yumi Kuang, Amorous Beauty, and the other cultivators of Nanzhan struggling in the demonic cloud. Azure form, the dignified pure yang demonic sun actually displayed a demonic form that was similar to Fangxing's great killing technique. Little devil, you're dreaming if you think you can defeat me. Song Guichan shouted sternly. Just as he was about to curl up into a ball and use his body and the demonic cloud to resist Fangxing's great yin-yang millstone, he suddenly felt his body lighten. The power of the array that had been suppressing him had disappeared. Song Guichan did not even have time to think about this. He only felt joy in his heart. His body immediately expanded and surged with endless killing intent and demonic intent. He controlled the demonic cloud and charged towards Fangxing Great Hell technique, break it. At this point, Fangxing was already too close to him. It was impossible for him to dodge, so the only way was to attack. Not far away, the great golden crow, whose golden feathers had been charred by the lightning, held the array flag that it had pulled out personally. Its round eyes were filled with hatred as it cursed, "Let everyone see how ugly you are." Meanwhile, at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, Nanzhan, Zhu Xiu, and the cultivators of the divine continent were all waiting for the result of the 10th array. Even though Song Guichan had already broken the 10th array at the beginning, the mist that belonged to the 10 arrays was still there, which blocked their immortal will. Therefore, just like the previous arrays, they could only wait anxiously for the result of the battle without being able to see it clearly. At this point, even the competent cultivators of the divine continent were a bit anxious and vaguely felt that something was wrong. The duration of this battle was a little too long. Was it really that difficult for Song Guichan, the divine prince of pure yang, to suppress those juniors from Nanzhan? Well, Guichan, even the master of the dark spirit sect, couldn't help but ask. He won't. The master of the pure yang sect immediately interrupted her. The master of the dark spirit sect didn't say anything else. In fact, even she didn't think so. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt alarmed and looked up the mountain at the same time. At the location of the 10th formation, the clouds of smoke that had shrouded the entire place and blocked the probing of the cultivators' divine senses seemed to have been drawn over by an extremely powerful force, forming a huge vortex that spun continuously. As it spun, it began to shrink and condense together before being sucked into a huge millstone, revealing everything within the 10th formation to them. In the west, a young man in a gray shirt was pushing a chaotic millstone with a sacred and terrifying aura toward the east. In the east, a winged Azura was rushing toward the west on a rumbling fiend cloud. That little fiend has cultivated the fiend form of a human body that can only be cultivated by sacrificing living beings? No. That's senior brother Song Guichan. Exclamations were heard at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain. Boom. 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 The cultivators at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain did not have much time to be shocked. In the blink of an eye, the two figures in the sky collided with each other after the smoke and clouds dissipated. The demonic cloud and the chaos grindstone collided, causing an earth-shattering shockwave. Huge waves tore through the void and scattered divine light disturbed the heavens and earth. The rocks nearby were sent flying and rained down in all directions. A terrifying crack even appeared on a large stone wall near them. Then, in front of Song Xiu's horrified eyes, Song Guichan's body was pushed back by Fangxing like a meteor. Almost in an instant, the trident in the hand of the divine son of the pure yang sect and the vast demonic cloud of vengeful souls that he was riding were crushed by the great chaotic grindstone. In the next moment, he was hit by the endless divine light that Fangxing had activated by pushing the great yin-yang grindstone in reverse. For a moment, his 8 extraordinary meridians, bones, and internal organs were shattered at the same time. Even his divine soul suffered irreparable Dao injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into a stone wall. The wind and clouds surged and the heavens and earth changed color. After an unknown period of time, the scattered divine light in the sky gradually dissipated and the shattered void was restored to its original state. Only Fangxing was left standing quietly in the void. After a long time, he looked around in a daze. His body swayed a few times and he suddenly lost the ability to fly. He fell to the ground like a piece of wood. Brother, you won. Although the great golden crow's feathers were mostly destroyed by the lightning, its vitality was too strong and it did not suffer any injuries. It rushed over in time to catch Fangxing and carefully placed him on the ground. Fangxing took a few light steps and stood on the stone steps of the pilgrimage mountain. He felt a little unsteady when he stood, but after swaying a few times, he managed to stand firmly on the ground. There was a stone staircase in front of him that led straight to the top of the pilgrimage mountain. 10 formations, he made it. At that moment, no one on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain spoke. The silence was unbearable and it was extremely strange. How was this possible? Junior Nanzhan succeeded in breaking through the formation. At this moment, all of them, including the cultivators of Nanzhan, would rather believe that there was something wrong with their eyes. Ha 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 ha, amidst the long silence, an old man's laughter suddenly rang out. The cultivators looked over and saw that the person laughing was old monster Wan Luo, who was sitting cross-legged under an ancient pine tree. When this old man tried to break through the formation, he was seriously injured and his expression was extremely unsightly. However, at this moment, his face was glowing and he laughed loudly. At the same time, he turned to the direction of the North Three Tao Masters and shouted with all his strength, "You once asked me what abilities I had to dare to boast in front of you. Now, you should know what abilities I have. This old man's greatest ability is having a good disciple." The Tao Masters of the Northern Three Tao all heard his words. Especially the Tao Master of the Talisman Tool Tao who had shouted at him, his face turned extremely ugly. This old man Nanzhan was really merciless in humiliating others. As he laughed loudly, his expression was extremely joyous and full of vigor. To him, not only did he see Feng Xing break through the 10 formations consecutively and accomplish something that the 5 old men could not do, he also saw Feng Xing use the yin-yang millstone that he had taught him at the end. It was an earth-shattering technique that struck the divine son of the pure yang path down to the mortal world. This was what made him most excited. Ha 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 ha. Good disciple. Good disciple. Good disciple, old monster Wan Luo laughed loudly and shouted repeatedly. Then, his voice gradually weakened and his vitality gradually faded. Senior, by the time Dragon Lady realized that something was wrong and hurried over to help him, old monster Wan Luo's smile had already frozen. In the formation, he had almost used up all his spiritual power. In the 8th formation, he was also beaten up by Zhao Chenghe. Although he was saved by Li Hongyi and did not die on the spot, and after Feng Xing appeared and fed him a few elixirs made from blood lotus seeds, he was still unable to turn the situation around. It was already the old man's fortune that he was able to hold on until Feng Xing succeeded in breaking through the formation. Dead? At this moment, on the pilgrimage mountain, Feng Xing who was staggering suddenly felt something and turned back to look, his eyes filled with fear. Even though he had already seen that old monster Wan Luo's lifespan was running out and he would not be able to hold on for much longer, he still felt as if a piece of his heart was missing when he suddenly felt his aura fading away. It was empty and his legs even felt a little weak. Junior brother Feng, you have fulfilled Senior Wan Luo's last wish. Just then, someone forcefully called out Feng Xing's name, rousing him from his stupor. It was Li Hongyi, forcefully reminding Feng Xing to hurry up the mountain to offer incense. Even though he had already broken through the 10 formations, if he did not offer this incense, his fate would still not be settled. Offer incense, Feng Xing murmured to himself as he took out the green sandalwood incense that he had pinned behind his ear. Speaking of which, it was strange. Along the way, they had experienced countless battles, passed through innumerable difficulties, suffered heavy casualties, and blood flowed like rivers. But under such circumstances, this cyan sandalwood was still intact, without the slightest sign of being damaged. With an extremely strange feeling in his heart, Feng Xing slowly walked up the pilgrimage mountain with heavy steps. He really broke through the 10 formations. It was only when they saw Feng He walking up the pilgrimage mountain with the green sandalwood incense in his hand that someone came to their senses and cried out. It was like a catalyst that suddenly caused countless discussions. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain were in chaos. That little fiend actually succeeded in breaking through the 10 formations. What kind of joke was this? How could he possibly defeat the pure Yang sect's divine son who was known to be invincible below Yuanying? Some people even wondered why the pure Yang sect's divine son had manifested a demonic form. If the person who was sent flying by the little fiend who rode on a demonic cloud was really the pure Yang sect's divine son, it would be too shocking. All kinds of confusion and disbelief caused the cultivators at the foot of the mountain to go crazy. Are we just going to let him offer incense just like that? Huangfu Zizhu, who was next to the 3 northern Tao masters, also reacted. His expression changed drastically as he growled in a low voice. None of the 3 Tao masters answered him. The pure Yang sect master had already separated a wisp of divine consciousness to check on Song Guichan's life and death, as well as to think of a way to deal with the trouble caused by Song Guichan's manifestation of his demonic form. As for the Yin Spirit Tao Master and the Talisman Tao Master, one had an indifferent expression while the other had a strange expression. No one knew what they were thinking about. After some time, a smile appeared on the Yin Spirit Tao Master's face. He broke through the 10 formations. logically speaking, he should go up the mountain. What can we do? After a long time, the Een Spirit Tao old woman spoke first. She spoke coldly, but a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She turned her head and looked at TT Fairy, who was sitting cross-legged on the other corner of the pilgrimage mountain. Her eyes were full of praise as she thought to herself, TT can indeed always make the right choice after cultivating fate skills. Now that one of the Talisman Tao Master and the pure Yang Sect's divine sons is dead, and the other is about to die, their reputations are ruined. TT is now fully deserving of being the number one among the young cultivators in the northern region. Meanwhile, Huangfu Ziju's brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were cold and fierce. He had indeed not expected Fang Xing to break through the 10 formations. His original plan was to add fuel to the fire. When the news of him breaking through the formations spread throughout the Divine Prefecture, the 3 Tao Masters of the 3 northern paths had no choice but to agree that after Nanzhan established his Tao, the Huangfu clan would step forward and settle this matter. At the same time, they could also get rid of the little devil in exchange for the favor of the sects in the northern region. They could also avenge the humiliation of Huangfu Daozi being beheaded that year. However, the development of the situation now was beyond his expectations. The little devil actually succeeded in breaking through the formations. What should they do? The Huangfu clan had already made preparations. As long as the little devil lost this formation, they would give the order to make the little devil fall into the hands of thousands of people. Think about it, the little devil had failed to break through the formations, and at this juncture, he was cast aside by Nanzhan and the others. How satisfying would that be? Only then could the sects in the northern region vent their anger, and also let the Huangfu clan vent their anger. However, the little devil had surprisingly succeeded in establishing his Tao. Things were already very difficult to control. At least, now was not a good time to make things difficult for them. Haha, did the Huangfu clan not expect this? At this moment, the Tao Master of the Talisman Tool Path looked coldly at the pilgrimage mountain and said to Huangfu Ziju in a neutral tone. Huangfu Ziju heard the resentment in his words, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his back. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Please calm your anger, Sect Master. Although this matter was unexpected, it is not out of our control. Even if this little devil passed the 10 formations, he still does not have the right to establish his path. As long as we obtain the decree, his position of representing Nanzhan to pass the formations and establish his path will no longer be able to stand. The cultivators of the North region can do their best to kill him." The Talisman Weapon Path Lord glanced at Dexterity Sect's elder Dezhao, who was seated cross-legged not far away, as well as the Wen, Yun, and Mu clan clansmen who were crowding around him. His gaze suddenly turned exceptionally cruel as he said coldly, "I've let your Huangfu clan off lightly. I've agreed to the matter of establishing the Tao, but if you want to get along peacefully in the future, apart from this kid's head, I'll double the conditions those old bastards in your clan brought up after you've taken control of the Nanzhan orthodoxy." Yes. Yes, with no other choice, Huangfu Ziju could only agree. At the same time, hatred surged in the depths of his eyes. After he took the Dermic decree that he had prepared in advance, but had yet to receive the Dermic seal of the Northern 3 Tao Master, when he saw that Fang Xing was about to ascend the pilgrimage mountain, he immediately gave a look to the circle of Nanzhan cultivators that was not far away, and strode forward. All of a sudden, he shouted, "Little devil, stop!" Boom! His shout immediately attracted countless surprised or puzzled gazes. Not far away, the dragon monarch even let out a long sigh. His gaze was extremely complicated. After Huangfu Ziju attracted Zhu Shou's gaze, he took a step forward and shouted sternly, "What right do you have to establish the Tao on behalf of Nanzhan? The goddess of the path." Aveen, TT Fairy, lowered her head and calculated with her fingers. She sighed softly and muttered to herself, still an abandoned pawn. What right did he have to represent Nanzhan in establishing a Tao? Not only did the Divine Prefecture cultivators not understand this question, but many among the Nanzhan cultivators also showed confused expressions. However, many of the people who had already been planted among the Nanzhan cultivators looked at each other at the same time and secretly communicated with each other. Then, they started to spread out and surrounded every circle that the Nanzhan cultivators were in. Their divine senses started to communicate with each other. Even Fang Xing, who had already ascended the pilgrimage mountain and was holding a sandalwood incense in his hand, turned his head in confusion and looked down. He saw Huangfu Zizhu, but he didn't think he knew this man, so he didn't speak immediately. After Huangfu Zizhu attracted the attention of the cultivators, he took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Although our Nanzhan is located in the wilderness, there are also cultivators who uphold the righteous path. Fang Xing, you brat, when you were in Nanzhan, you burned, killed, and plundered. You killed your master and betrayed your sect. Who knows how many evil deeds you've done? When Nanzhan descended from the sky in the mystic domain, do you know how many of our Nanzhan cultivators' lives you've destroyed? Even my Huangfu clan's Daoist was assassinated by you on the spot. When the Nanzhan cultivators mention you, they all hate you so much that they want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. You're just a little devil with a bad track record. How can you represent our Nanzhan in establishing a Dao? Even if you establish a Dao, what kind of Dao is it? The devil path, the evil path, or a den of thieves?" When they heard this, Zhu Xiu and the others' expressions changed greatly. They seemed to have realized something. Dragon Lady frowned. Her killing intent was already piercingly cold. When Ing Xiaoqiao and Chu Xi saw Fang Xing succeed in passing the formation, one was crying tears of joy. Her slender hands pressed on her zither and trembled nonstop, while the other was crying bitterly on her shoulder. But now, both of them were shocked. They stood up, trembling uncontrollably. As for Elder Hu Qin, he looked at his old friend who had passed away with a smile on his face. His expression grew heavier and heavier as he pressed down on Hu Qin, who was beside him. The northern region of the Divine Prefecture is where the ancient Taoist rite is located. Even if there is a rule that allows one to challenge the 10 arrays of pilgrimage to establish one's Dao, when has a devil been allowed to challenge the arrays and establish one's Dao? If this works, doesn't that mean that the demons in the devil abyss can also establish their own orthodoxy if they challenge the 10 formations? At this moment, Huangfu Zizhu's words became even more dignified. He walked forward step by step, and his figure became even taller and more imposing. He raised the decree in his hand high and said, "Besides, the 3 sect masters of the North region are benevolent and kind, and have long agreed to the matter of our Nanzhan establishing our Dao. Why would they need a little demon like you to break through these 10 formations for our Nanzhan? Moreover, as you break through the formations, blood flowed like a river. Who knows how many people you have killed? Why would the cultivators of our Nanzhan care about a Dao orthodoxy that is stained with vengeful souls like yours? There's no need." At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, someone suddenly shouted. The voice came from the area where the Nanzhan cultivators were gathered. Moreover, this voice was channeled with spiritual power so that everyone could hear it clearly. He even deliberately used Nanzhan's accent so that everyone could understand where he was coming from. "Little demon, I have a feud with you for killing my brother. I have always wanted to kill you for revenge. You don't have the right to establish a Dao in our Nanzhan's place." As this sentence rang out, many voices immediately followed. "That's right, hurry up and get down here. Even if you establish a Dao, it will be the Dao of the devil. No matter how useless I am, I won't stoop to the same level as you. I, the Nanzhan cultivators, have my own place to go. I don't need you to express goodwill here." One after another, shouts rang out from the area where the Nanzhan cultivators gathered. There were too many shouts, as if all the Nanzhan cultivators were angrily scolding Fang Xing at the same time. It gave off a feeling of anger, which surprised the Divine Continent cultivators even more. Among them, there were naturally some Nanzhan cultivators who were indignant. When they regained their senses, they wanted to scold Fang Xing. However, very soon, a person who was hiding in the crowd and had been paying attention to them transmitted his voice. "Brother, I've made it very clear just now. The Nanzhan's orthodoxy will be established by the Huangfu family. It's only a matter of time before Nanzhan establishes a Dao. Are you really going to give up this opportunity and help that little demon? On one hand, if you die in an instant, establishing a Dao will be nothing. On the other hand, you have a chance to rise to the top. Think carefully." With this kind of warning, some cultivators who were indignant either weighed the pros and cons or were forced to stay silent for a while. On the other side, the Nanzhan cultivators were shouting even more fiercely. Even some of the Divine Continent cultivators were influenced by their attitude and secretly nodded their heads. From the looks of it, there aren't many knowledgeable cultivators in the Southern Gazing sect. You're right. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Do you think we'll allow someone from the demonic abyss to establish his Tao after challenging the 10 formations? Even the Nanzhan cultivators despise this little demon. He's not qualified to help Nanzhan challenge the 10 formations and establish a Tao. Since it was wrong from the beginning, it's not a bad idea to uproot the chaos now. Someone had already shouted, "Little demon, what right do you have to set foot on the pilgrimage mountain? Get down here now. Is there a senior who can kill this bloodstained demon with his hands as a sacrifice to the souls of the heroes of the northern region and restore the name of the divine continent's orthodoxy?" Amidst the indignation of the crowd, a change was occurring. Those who challenged the 10 formations were qualified to offer incense and establish a Tao. However, in this kind of atmosphere, the rule was gradually becoming weaker. Those who were filled with jealousy wanted nothing more than to add fuel to the fire and fan the flames. Even those who remained neutral and had pity in their hearts remained silent at this moment. The cultivators of southern Site were unwilling to anger the Huangfu clan, and the cultivators of the divine continent were also unwilling to see the little devil establish this orthodoxy. There were even some neutral cultivators who found it inappropriate to interject after the southern Site cultivators made their stance clear. This is too much. This is too shameless. The girl riding on the strange fish said hatefully with a murderous look in her eyes. Meanwhile, the little monk who was knocking on the wooden fish looked up at the mountain and mumbled to himself, "Is the true demon really going to be born? How could this be? How could this be?" Xianxia and Xianxia were already panicking in this kind of atmosphere. They held each other's hands tightly and their faces were filled with tears of anger. The dragon god looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, "Even I can't say anything if the Nanzhan cultivators abandon him, but I will try my best to protect his life. However, I am worried that this child has a demonic seed in him. I'm afraid that he will fall into the Tao of diabolism forever due to anger. I can see the karma between the two of you and him. Your friendship might even exceed that of my daughter. If he falls into the Tao of diabolism, only the two of you can save him. Now, I only ask the two of you, are you willing to become enemies with the entire Nanzhan prefecture for him?" Xianxia was stunned as if she was shocked by the dragon god's words. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. "I'm willing, even if I have to become enemies with the whole world. Please teach me." Xianxia's reaction was slower. She also nodded hurriedly. "I'm willing, I must save him, I must." The dragon god's expression was solemn. He nodded and looked at the pilgrimage mountain again. The crowd below was stirred up. Countless people were looking at him angrily and disdainfully. However, Fangxing's heart was at peace. At this moment, Fangxing had just reached the top of the pilgrimage mountain. Not far away from him was the cauldron that was emitting a fragrant scent. He held a 3-foot-long stick of green sandalwood in his hand and inserted it into the cauldron. He was considered to have obtained the qualification to establish his Tao in China. Now, the cauldron was in front of him and the green sandalwood was in his hand. As long as he inserted the incense into the cauldron, the establishment of Nanzhan's Tao would be confirmed. However, at this moment, the scolding and chilling murderous intent from the bottom of the mountain surged up like a tidal wave. "CKU, can you be any more shameless? My brother broke through the formation for you, and this is the result?" The great golden crow had originally snuck into the mountain where Song Guichan fell and picked up the lotus seat that Song Guichan had thrown away. He was laughing happily, but when he returned to the pilgrimage mountain, he heard the scolding from the cultivators at the bottom of the mountain. He was so frightened that all his feathers stood up. He angrily stood in front of Fangxing, flapped his wings, and scolded toward the bottom of the mountain. Huangfu, how could you do this?" Li Hongyi, Li Ying, Han Ying, and Wang Qiong also arrived at the top of the pilgrimage mountain. They stood between Fangxing and the countless gazes at the bottom of the mountain, as if they were trying to block the anger of the cultivators at the bottom of the mountain for him. In this situation, they were also people who broke through the formation together, so they felt the same way. Their hearts were filled with sorrow and anger. Even Wang Qiong, who was the proudest among them, had already closed her eyes. "We risked our lives to break through the formation just to establish a Tao for Nanzhan, and this is what we get." At the bottom of the mountain, Elder Hu Qin had already stood up angrily. He crushed the Hu Qin, took out the sword in his zither, and pointed it at Huangfu Zizhu. The murderous aura on his body was indescribably strong, and it almost broke through the clouds in the sky. I know that the Huangfu clan is ambitious, but I didn't know that you would be this shameless. If you want to harm the children on the mountain, you will have to step over my bones first. As for me, I don't care how mighty your Huangfu clan is. My master gave up his life for the sake of establishing the Tao, so how can you deny his contributions with just a few words from you? Huangfu clan, if you have the ability, then step over my bones first. Ho Guiman had already stood up at this moment. He glared angrily and gritted his teeth. The Huangfu clan dares to do this, aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Yi Guin, who was beside Elder Hu Qin, also frowned and shouted angrily. However, Huangfu Zizhu didn't even pay attention to the angry rebuke of the elder and the two children. He glanced at them blankly, and his expression was full of disdain. The three of them glared and shouted angrily, but they didn't even manage to say a word. When they jumped out, a crimson talisman floated over and pressed down on top of their heads, enveloping their voices and even their anger. No matter how they shouted and protested, they couldn't break the suppression of this Yuanying-level talisman. They were still fine. In other places, there were even some cultivators with lower cultivation levels who weren't willing to submit. They wanted to berate them, but they were directly killed by the Huangfu family cultivators who were prepared in advance. They silently fell into the crowd. Under an old pine tree not far away, Elder Dezhao of the Dexterity sect, who was clad in godly armor, cast a technique to silence his shouts. Then, he looked coldly at the top of the mountain with layers of murderous intent. Very well, very well. You slaughtered my disciples and ended the Dexterity sect's lineage. Did you ever think that retribution would come so quickly? That you would be immediately abandoned and your opportunity stolen? Ha 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 ha, I'll wait for the moment you're forced into madness, and then I'll kill you. Even the restraints of the Alliance of the Nine Heavens won't stop me from killing you. Amidst the shouts of the cultivators, all sorts of noises filled their ears. Fang Xing held the sandalwood incense in his hand, but his steps were hesitant. He did not move forward, but stood silently in front of the bronze cauldron. He lowered his head, not saying a word or moving an inch. Junior brother Fang, light this incense. We can't pass the 10 arrays for nothing. On the pilgrimage mountain, Li Hongyi had lost his usual composure. He shouted loudly, almost hysterically. That's right. After passing the 10 arrays, we have the right to establish our own Tao. Even if we don't establish the Tao of Nanzhan, we will establish our own Tao. Who wants to stay in the same orthodoxy as you? Once I recover from my injuries, I'll definitely kill all of you ungrateful bastards. Liang also let out a strange cry and stomped his feet in anger. Ungrateful people should be killed. Ungrateful people should be killed. Huangfu clan members should be killed. Even Han Ying, who was usually quiet, had blue veins popping on his forehead as he shouted should be killed, 3 times in a row. Little devil, light this incense and buy some time to come out. The Huangfu clan may not be able to do whatever they want. Even Wang Qiong took a deep breath and shouted. However, her expression immediately became even more dejected. Hee, light the incense. Fang Xing, who had been silent and did not even curse, suddenly clenched his teeth and laughed. His voice was deep and strange. Why should I light the incense? There was an inexplicable tone in his voice, causing the crowd of Nanzhan cultivators to be slightly startled. Fang Xing had already raised his head and looked at the 3-foot-long stick of green sandalwood in his hand. He had only come to the pilgrimage mountain to offer a stick of incense. In the end, among the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain, Long Jianting, Chu Taisheng, Zhang Daoyi, and Old Monster Wan Luo had died. Among the 18 people who had entered the array to help Fang Xing, only Li Hongyi, Li Guihua, Han Ying, and Wang Qiong had survived. Wang Qiong was on the brink of death. He and the Great Golden Crow had suffered a lot and lost a lot of blood. One's feathers were charred, while the other had sustained unimaginable injuries. At the foot of the mountain, countless curses and murderous gazes could be heard. Someone was waiting for the atmosphere to build up. That was probably the time to kill him. A strange feeling grew wildly in his heart. Offer your father's incense. Fang Xing suddenly threw the green sandalwood stick in his hand to the ground. He stomped on it and scolded at the foot of the mountain. We're talking about offering incense, offering incense. Why do you have to die for a stick of incense? Yunnan Jean B asterisk stards, now you're urging me to offer incense. Why didn't you enter the array to help me just now? And you be asterisk stards from the divine land, it's just a matter of an incense stick. Why did you have to set up such a stupid array? Are you satisfied now? Everyone is dead. I've killed all your people. My master is dead too. Now you're clean. Die with your orthodoxy. I'm not playing anymore. This sudden scolding caused the curses at the foot of the mountain to pause. Was this little devil going crazy? Many people couldn't help but show a sympathetic look in their eyes. If it was anyone else who was betrayed in such a situation, they would probably go crazy, right? Of course, it might not be crazy, but possessed. The dragon god smiled bitterly and looked at Xianxia and Chu Ci helplessly. TT Fairy, the goddess of the Yin spirit path, frowned slightly. It's about time. Huangfu Zizhu had already turned his gaze towards the three path masters of the three northern paths, and the three path masters were looking at Elder Dezhao, as well as the cultivators from the Wen, Yun, and Mu clans, who were brimming with murderous intent. Even at this moment, they would not make a move, in case they left behind something they could not handle. Anyway, there were already people who could not hold back their murderous intent. At this moment, they could only focus their attention on the dragon monarch. They only needed to ensure that no one would stop the others when they made a move. The little devil had to die, and he had to die now. Otherwise, if it dragged on for too long, even the three of them couldn't guarantee that no accidents would happen. After all, the little devil had broken through 10 arrays in a row. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had single-handedly defeated all the sects in the northern region of Divine Prefecture. The impact was too great. Even if they were to use this method to take his life in the end, it would only be because of the Huangfu clan's foreshadowing. Would there be some accidents after this? Would there be people speaking out for this little devil? Or would they use this as a reason to criticize the way the northern three Dao sects handled things? The three of them couldn't be sure. Therefore, they definitely wouldn't personally take action at this time. They wouldn't be tainted by this absurd karma. Around them, some people sneered in anticipation, while others shook their heads in pity. No matter what, he had actually fallen into the trap of the pathmasters of the three northern paths, and was even killed by a yuaniying expert. This little devil could be proud of himself. Even if he died, he was destined to become famous. It was a pity that he had broken through 10 arrays in a row, so he had to be called a genius. However, he had fallen into such a predicament. The fall of a genius could be considered a pity. At this time, Fang Xing, who had trampled the incense into powder, had already raised his head. He glared hatefully at the crowd of cultivators at the foot of the mountain, and then looked at the bronze cauldron with red eyes, like an angry rabbit. Even at this time, you still want to scheme against me. But let me tell you, I didn't come here today to offer incense, I came here to kill people. Now that my master is dead, I've killed enough people. Aren't you guys offering this broken incense for the sake of being orthodox? In the midst of his angry roar, he suddenly spat heavily towards the foot of the mountain. His eyes were as red as a rabbit's, and he spun around in a circle. Suddenly, he squatted down, one hand holding onto the legs of the bronze cauldron, and the other hand holding onto the mouth of the cauldron. He exhaled loudly, and impressively lifted up the bronze cauldron that weighed at least 10,000 pounds. Then, he used his other hand to pat the small ivory tower, and a bronze door flew out. It was the sect's cornerstone treasure that he had seized from the hands of the nimble skill sect Shi Yuan. It floated in the air, and the door opened, revealing a pitch-black space. Then, Fang Xing carried the bronze cauldron, and rushed in with large strides. Since you dare to provoke me, then from today onwards, all of you can forget about being King Orthodox. Jin Liuzi, let's go! With a loud shout, Fang Xing stepped into the bronze door, and his figure had already disappeared. Beside him, the great golden crow was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. With a caw, it flapped its wings and brought Li Hongyi, Han Ning, and the rest into it. Then, like flowing gold, it flew quickly into the bronze door. Just as it rushed into the bronze door, the treasure shone brightly, and became smaller and smaller. In an instant, it disappeared. Up and down the mountain, Zhu Shou was stunned. The little devil had already become the target of everyone, and was in a state of despair. Who would have thought that there would be such a change? The square on the peak of the pilgrimage mountain was empty. The little devil had actually disappeared. More importantly, the bronze cauldron had also disappeared. Although the cauldron was not a treasure, it had been passed down from ancient times. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years it had been on the peak of the pilgrimage mountain? It had always been regarded by the northern region of the divine continent as an ancient artifact that could suppress the aura of an entire region. No matter how powerful a sect was, if they wanted to establish themselves in the northern region, they had to burn an incense stick here. Otherwise, they could not be considered orthodox. After tens of thousands of years, this cauldron had become the symbol of the orthodox northern region. But now, this cauldron had been snatched away. Didn't this mean that all the sects in the northern region had become unorthodox? Huangfu Zizhu, who felt that he had everything under control, was completely stunned. After a long while, he finally swallowed hard.*What's going on?" As for those Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu who were cursing angrily, they all stopped abruptly as if their throats were being strangled. F***CK, the path masters of 3 northern paths and the other respected divine continent cultivators of high cultivation in the northern region rushed up the pilgrimage mountain in a frenzy. But no matter how they used their divine senses to look, they could not find any trace of the little devil. Apart from some ripples in the air, it was as if the little devil had never existed. There was no trace of him left. It's my spiritual skill sect guarding treasure, the gate of ascending void. That gate is originally a moving altar. This little devil must have contacted another altar in advance. After he passed through that gate, he has already gone to another place. What's hateful is that after this strange treasure is opened, it can be taken away from another altar. We can. Elder Dezhao of Nimble Sect's murderous aura turned into terror. He rambled on for a long time, but could not continue. But he did not need to continue. Warrior Zhu Xiu of the northern region of the divine continent also understood. But where the F***CK could they find him? The girl who came riding on this strange fish was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. As for the little monk who was chanting, he forgot to strike the wooden fish. He continued chanting, but when one listened carefully, he said, "Too fierce, too fierce." "Good, good, good." The old man of Huqin laughed 3 times. He staggered a few steps and sat down weakly. He laughed so hard that he coughed. "This little bastard, does he always leave after stealing things?" The dragon lady did not know whether to laugh or cry. She recalled the incident of the treasure vault being robbed and felt a little complicated. Haha, he is indeed a source of trouble. The northern region is in chaos. At the same time, the dragon god clapped his hands and laughed, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. This is good. There is no orthodox existence in the entire northern region. Whoever wants to establish a Dao can do so. Our Sikh clan will occupy a territory first. The demon land will also speed up the process. Those overseas sects will not let go of this opportunity. I want to see who can use this reputation of being orthodox to bully us in the future. In the midst of his laughter, he turned around and saw Xianxia and Chu Xi who were still in a daze. He smiled and patted the 2 girls, saying, "Don't worry. I just realized that everything I guessed before was wrong. He will definitely not become a demon. You don't have to worry either. Haha, with this little bastard's character, if he does not want to become a demon, who can force him to do so?" There was an uproar at the foot of the mountain. Tea Fairy was also stunned. Her mouth was so wide open that an egg could be stuffed in it. She did not even know that the teapot had been knocked over. After a long time, she held her head in distress. This future. I have never seen it before. One of the 49 heavenly realms has escaped. I have never seen this future no matter what. Could it be that he is the one in the dark? End of chapter 703. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.